My name is Luo Chen, a traveler who has acquired a system that allows me to masquerade as a mortal. By simply rising with the sun and resting at dusk, I can grow stronger. However, for reasons unknown, the Yaoqi Empress, who has recently emerged from her secluded meditation after millennia, has taken an interest in me. I am Gu Qingwan, who, after enduring countless trials over the ages, has finally ascended to the rank of emperor. Just as I was preparing to lead the Yaoqi's sacred land in its conquests, I suddenly heard the thoughts of a certain little rascal. What emperor? His heart is far from steady. As for restoring the glory of the Yaoqi's sacred land, given the current state, he will likely perish within a decade. Gu Qingwan. Chapter 1. The Burden of Happiness. In the Yaoqi's sacred land, within the Yunhai mountain range, on the winding path of Shinyun Peak, Luo Chen hummed a tune as he carried a bamboo basket, leisurely making his way to the summit. Though his pace was slow, each step was deliberate and filled with purpose. Observing the empty blue bricks and green tiles alongside the wild grasses by the path, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. It has been 10 years. I wonder how much stronger I have become. A decade ago, Luo Chen traversed into this realm known as the Xianling continent, a world of cultivation, and like all travelers, he received a system. His system is rather peculiar. By living like a mortal each day, he can grow stronger and earn various rewards. For the past 10 years, Luo Chen has lived in this manner, truly embodying a mortal's existence. A decade has passed, and while Luo Chen himself is uncertain of his current strength, he believes he has become a formidable presence in this lower realm. At least not one to be easily trifled with. Nevertheless, he knows better than to be arrogant, for this world is merely the lower realm, with a higher realm existing above. Thus, there is no rush. With the system's assistance, he can bide his time for another 20 or 30 years before venturing forth to explore. At present, life is quite delightful, and Luo Chen thoroughly enjoys this unhurried, carefree existence. The only source of his slight vexation is that he has become rather popular within the Yaoqi sacred land. There are few men in the Yaoqi sacred land, to put it plainly. He is the only inner disciple. Although the system conceals his strength from scrutiny, Luo Chen's enhanced aura is undeniable. Once handsome, Luo Chen now possesses an ethereal charm that captivates the hearts of the female disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land. They flock to him daily, showering him with affection. Fortunately, under the protection of his beautiful master on Shinyun Peak, the female disciples dare not overstep their bounds. However, once outside of Shinyun Peak, the situation becomes less certain. This can only be described as a burden of happiness. Apart from this, Luo Chen truly revels in his time at the Yaoqi sacred land. After over half an hour, Luo Chen reached the summit of Shinyun Peak, where a small courtyard awaited him, his solitary abode. Reflecting on his beautiful master, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. He rarely sees her, perhaps only a few times a year. After bringing the newly arrived Luo Chen to the Yaoqi sacred land, she embarked on her own journey of cultivation. Left to his own devices, Luo Chen's master, though not overly instructive, generously shares a wealth of celestial techniques, miraculous pills, and invaluable treasures whenever they meet. While these gifts may not serve him directly, the feeling of being cared for is undeniably touching. Luo Chen harbors a deep gratitude towards his beautiful master. Although his system allows him to grow stronger by merely pretending to be immortal, the experience of comfort and ease is essential. It is akin to gaining strength through labor. One cannot expect Luo Chen to toil in such a manner for a decade. Living among mortals would undoubtedly subject him to countless trivialities, which would become tiresome. Should he join another sect, he would have to maintain his facade as a mortal, hindering his progress. And he would likely be expelled within a month. But here, it is different. He is free to pursue whatever he desires without any burdens. As for his cultivation, his beautiful master, kind-hearted and generous, does not press him. Even if he fails to advance despite receiving numerous heavenly treasures, she would still present him with more upon their next meeting. There is not a hint of reproach or disdain in her demeanor. Without her, these past 10 years would not have been so joyful. Now, Luo Chen ponders whether, even if he does not surpass his master, he can alleviate her burdens. Perhaps he could inquire about ways to assist her during their next encounter. As Luo Chen hummed a tune, preparing to retrieve ingredients from his bamboo basket for dinner, the entire Shinyun Peak, nay, the entire Yaoqi sacred land began to tremble. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, stepping outside to observe a certain direction for a moment before raising an eyebrow and muttering, "Has the legendary ancestor achieved a breakthrough?" Simultaneously, radiant lights erupted across the Yaoqi sacred land, all converging towards the direction Luo Chen was gazing. After standing in place for a moment, he heard the resonant sound of a bell emanating from all around, deep and ancient. The sacred spirit bell of the Yaoqi sacred land has tolled. This bell rings only during significant events, signaling the disciples to gather at the sect's main hall. Coming to his senses, Luo Chen set aside his tasks and prepared to head over. Though Luo Chen holds a unique position within the Yaoqi sacred land, he is still a disciple and must attend the assembly. After a decade of masquerading as a mortal, he has learned that it is best not to act special. What applies to everyone should apply to him as well. However, Luo Chen is somewhat troubled by how to reach the main hall, which lies far from Xinyan Peak. While cultivators can fly on their swords in mere moments, Luo Chen, unable to do so, would take several hours to run there. Of course, Luo Chen's strength now allows him to fly, but exposing his abilities would defeat the purpose, and more critically, it is already dusk. The day is nearly over, and should he fly, he would miss out on the rewards for the day. The heartache. Just as Luo Chen contemplated his predicament, a fragrant breeze wafted behind him, accompanied by a playful voice. "Let me take you, senior brother." Upon hearing those words, Luo Chen felt a soft embrace from behind, as a pair of delicate hands encircled him, and then he was lifted from the ground, soaring towards the sect's main hall. Without needing to look, Luo Chen knew who it was: his junior sister, Luo Wanwan from the Sacred Spirit Peak. He had grown accustomed to such contact. The female disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land often delight in physical affection upon encountering him. Such open and justified displays of affection are never missed by these sisters. As he felt the softness behind him, Luo Chen sighed inwardly. Sometimes, being too popular has its downsides. Chapter 2. Enough of this. With the current situation, even living for another decade seems impossible. When Luo Chen and Luo Wanwan arrived at the grand hall of the sect, they found it already filled with senior and junior sisters. Standing at the back of the line, Luo Chen would normally attract attention even from the last row. However, at this moment, everyone wore expressions of astonishment, gazing at the radiant light emanating from the rear of the grand hall, filling half the sky with its brilliance. At that moment, an extraordinarily sacred and ethereal aura enveloped the area, and under this influence, the sisters joyfully realized that their cultivation levels were rapidly ascending. Who could this remarkable person be that had emerged from seclusion, able to elevate everyone's cultivation merely through the aura they exuded? Luo Chen, observing the magnificent glow and the surrounding celestial ambience, raised an eyebrow. It must be that Empress. On the celestial spirit continent, every sect has flourished, evolving from weakness to strength. If an extraordinary opportunity arises during this journey, a sect might leap to the pinnacle of power. The opportunity for the Yaoqi sacred land was the emergence of a quasi-emperor level sage a millennium ago, Gu Qingwan. In the lower realms, when an emperor does not emerge, a quasi-emperor stands as the mightiest. Presently, throughout the entire Nanxingjian prefecture, there are merely 5 quasi-emperors, each representing one of the most powerful sects in the region. The Yaoqi sacred land was once considered a top sect, yet due to Gu Qingwan's arrival, it ascended to become the strongest sect of its time, without question. After establishing the Yaoqi sacred land as the preeminent sect in Nanxingjian prefecture, Gu Qingwan secluded herself to break through to the legendary imperial realm, aspiring to become a true emperor. However, the path to emperorhood is fraught with difficulties. Attaining this status grants one the qualification to ascend to the higher realms. Yet an emperor may not appear even once in a millennium across the vast celestial spirit continent. Gu Qingwan had remained silent for a millennium, leading many to believe she had perished, leaving only her legend within the Yaoqi sacred land. Especially after her seclusion, no quasi-emperors had emerged from Yaoqi, causing the sect to gradually decline from its former glory, and people's nostalgia for the legendary empress grew. Yet unexpectedly, Gu Qingwan had not perished. Judging by the current aura, she had successfully broken through. As the crowd beheld the breathtaking radiance, an elegant figure appeared in the sky. The moment she manifested, the ethereal and sacred aura intensified, causing some weaker sisters to ascend in their cultivation directly. Luo Chen could not discern the Empress's features clearly, but he sensed her delicate, abundant form and gentle demeanor, particularly the divine aura she radiated, making her seem like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Merely gazing upon her figure and the aura she emanated caused everyone to feel inferior, as if they were mere ugly ducklings worshipping a phoenix. Of course, Luo Chen felt quite the opposite. He considered himself quite exceptional. The current holy master of Yaoqi was the first to regain composure, immediately kneeling and exclaiming, "We welcome the ancestor from seclusion." With this proclamation from the holy master, the stunned sisters were jolted back to reality, and they all knelt in unison, chanting, "We welcome the ancestor. We welcome the Empress of Yaoqi." As a modern individual, Luo Chen would not kneel to anyone but his parents. What difference did it make if she were an empress? It had nothing to do with him. He merely squatted among the crowd, confident that being at the back meant he would not be noticed. At that moment, amidst the radiant glow, the empress paused for a moment, and a voice, as melodious as the celestial choir, softly inquired, "What year and month is it now?" The Holy Master respectfully replied, "The year 2100 of the 23rd epoch." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan fell silent for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. Unknowingly, a millennium has passed. How fares the Yaoqi sacred land now? At this, the Holy Master appeared embarrassed, confessing, "The strength of the Yaoqi sacred land has diminished greatly compared to your time, ancestor. We currently rank 28th among the sects in Nanxingjian Prefecture." However, after stating this, the Holy Master expressed excitement. "But with your return, ancestor, the Yaoqi sacred land shall undoubtedly reclaim its former glory and rise to the top once more." As the Holy Master's words echoed, Gu Qingwan gracefully descended before the grand hall. She was breathtakingly beautiful, an unparalleled vision, radiating an otherworldly charm that was simply unreal. Her ethereal grace and celestial demeanor were of the highest caliber, making her beauty beyond compare. Gu Qingwan, with an impassive expression, glanced at the Holy Master. Before she could utter a word, a voice resonated in her mind. Enough of this. Under these circumstances, even living for another decade seems impossible. The moment this voice emerged, Gu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly. Who dares to speak? Chapter 3. Gu Qingwan was about to unleash her wrath when she noticed that those around her exhibited no signs of disturbance. The Holy Master remained visibly thrilled, and the disciples of Yaoqi were equally ecstatic. It was as if they had not heard the words at all. Gu Qingwan felt a moment of confusion. Had she imagined it? Just as self-doubt began to creep in, another voice echoed in her mind. It appears that forcibly merging with the imperial heart has caused instability. In such circumstances, it is likely that she will meet her demise within a decade. What a pity, such a beautiful person wasted. These voices reverberated in her consciousness, and Gu Qingwan's expression shifted from impassivity to shock. What was this? Whose voice was this? It sounded like the thoughts of someone else. What astonished her most was that this person had discerned her unstable imperial heart and predicted her demise in 10 years. Such outrageous claims. The voice belonged to a man. Upon regaining her composure, Gu Qingwan scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Luo Chen, who was squatting at the back. It was impossible to miss him, for he was the only male disciple in the Yaoqi sacred land. When Gu Qingwan's gaze fell upon Luo Chen, he too was looking at her, their eyes locking in a moment of recognition. Before Gu Qingwan could speak, she heard the familiar voice once more. "What the hell? Why is he looking at me?" "Right, Yaoqi's sacred land never accepts male disciples. I must have relied on my master's favor. Surely she won't expel me, will she? If she does, where on earth will I practice as a mortal?" Gu Qingwan, what? She had caught him. This was the very person. Gu Qingwan felt a surge of irritation. This individual, appearing refined and ethereal, with a countenance and aura reminiscent of a celestial being, spoke with such crassness. Mortals. And practicing. Gu Qingwan recalled how Luo Chen had discerned her unstable imperial heart with a mere glance, and coupled with his remark about disguising himself as a mortal, she seemed to piece together the puzzle. Instead of reacting impulsively, Gu Qingwan raised her head slightly and addressed the crowd. "Since you all recognize who I am, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. As you can see, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, I have ultimately merged my imperial heart and ascended to become the true, supreme emperor. I have returned to reforge the glory of the Yaoqi. Do you wish to accompany me?" Her words, though posed as a question, resonated with a commanding authority that left no room for dissent. The numerous disciples kneeling before her were filled with uncontainable excitement. To follow the emperor in conquering the immortal spirit continent and etching a vibrant mark in the annals of history, who would not desire such an opportunity? The disciples collectively exclaimed, "We shall eternally follow the emperor and reforge the glory of the Yaoqi." Gu Qingwan surveyed the fervor of her disciples with great satisfaction. Yet, amidst the enthusiasm, Luo Chen's sardonic voice echoed in her mind. "Reforge glory? What a farce. You might last another 10 or 8 years. What use is that if you meet an untimely end?" Gu Qingwan clenched her teeth, her lips twitching with frustration. How could this insufferable fool be so incessantly vocal? Nevertheless, after reflecting on the earlier events, she suppressed her ire and addressed her disciples. "Return to the immortal peak for now. In the coming days, I shall select a few exceptionally talented disciples as my personal pupils." The sisters of the Yaoqi sacred land were instantly exhilarated. To become the personal disciples of the emperor was a coveted honor. Even if they could not replicate imperial glory, attaining the status of a quasi-emperor would render them formidable figures in Nanking province. This was a chance to rewrite their destinies, an extraordinary opportunity. Soon, they could even support Luo Chen. In a moment of excitement, the sisters exchanged glances before collectively expressing their gratitude and preparing to depart. Gu Qingwan noted their still expressions, though their gazes subtly drifted toward Luo Chen. Thank heavens they didn't inquire about my situation. That would have been difficult to explain. Luo Chen felt a wave of relief as he turned to leave the crowd, secretly grateful. Little did he know, as he prepared to hastily exit the main hall, Gu Qingwan's seemingly impassive demeanor concealed a slight, dangerous smirk at the corners of her mouth. Just as Luo Chen was about to step off the plaza before the sect hall, Gu Qingwan seemingly nonchalantly glanced in his direction and suddenly raised an eyebrow. Wait a moment. Who is this? How can there be a male presence in the Yaoqi sacred land? What kind of decorum is this? Luo Chen's body stiffened, rooted in place. Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's words, the sisters who had intended to leave halted in their tracks, all gazing at Luo Chen with concern, fearing that he might be expelled from the Yaoqi sacred land. As they looked toward Gu Qingwan, their eyes involuntarily conveyed pleading looks, silently imploring her not to cast Luo Chen out. The sight of these exquisite fairy-like figures displaying such pitiful expressions was indeed heart-wrenching. Gu Qingwan's lips twitched. This little scoundrel had gained such favor among the denizens of the Yaoqi sacred land? It appeared as if the entire sect was advocating for him. Just then, the Yaoqi sacred lord quickly rose to explain. He is the sole disciple of Yun Luoli, the head of the Xinyun Peak, brought back a decade ago, and has resided there ever since, diligently devoted without causing any trouble. The sacred lord's explanation brimmed with favoritism, each word crafted to defend Luo Chen. Gu Qingwan listened with an expression of intrigue, furrowing her brow slightly. And so what? A mere mortal being the sole disciple of the headmaster of Yaoqi sacred land, by what merit? Furthermore, being diligent without causing any trouble, what does that even signify? Is that truly a commendable quality? As soon as she finished speaking, the sacred lord stammered in response. Although Luo Chen is of mortal flesh, he is well versed in medical principles. Some ailments that even divine elixirs cannot cure can be miraculously healed by him. He is certainly no ordinary mortal. What made Luo Chen so popular in the Yaoqi sacred land? Was it merely his handsome and gentle visage? Indeed, his striking appearance alone had already garnered him considerable admiration. However, the affection from the sacred lord down to the sisters stemmed from his medical expertise. Through the rewards he had received, while feigning a mortal, Luo Chen had acquired 2 medical texts, Shenong Binchao Jing and Huangdi Neijing. Having thoroughly studied these texts, he became adept in the knowledge of the celestial flora and pharmacology across the immortal spirit continent, capable of concocting various miraculous elixirs. Thus, many of the Yaoqi sacred land's senior and junior disciples sought Luo Chen for treatment of their ailments, even when they could easily remedy them with just a couple of pills. However, they preferred to visit Luo Chen, playfully complaining about their discomfort. Ah, brother, it hurts here. Or brother, can you check what's wrong here? While playfully loosening their garments. Of course, the sisters of the Yaoqi sacred land were not frivolous in character. This was a sacred ground, not a den of debauchery. They simply sought to tease Luo Chen, relishing in his flustered and embarrassed reactions. After all, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and they needed a bit of merriment, did they not? In the past decade, Luo Chen had treated many ailments that mere pills could not remedy. Consequently, the sisters of the Yaoqi sacred land cherished him, the sole male among them, as a treasure. Regarding him with familial affection, Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow as she listened to the sacred lord's words, realizing that Luo Chen's medical acumen explained how he had instantly perceived her physical condition. However, her unstable imperial heart had little to do with medical skill, did it? Clearly, this little scoundrel possessed formidable capabilities. Disguising as a mortal? Was this some sort of unique cultivation method? Gu Qingwan found herself curious about the true extent of this little scoundrel's power, perplexed that even an emperor like herself could not see through it. Returning to her senses, Gu Qingwan, maintaining her stoic expression, remarked mildly, "A mere mortal possesses such abilities to heal ailments that even divine elixirs cannot? Surely, you jest. I have been in seclusion for millennia. If I have a few discomforts, can you examine them for me?" Gu Qingwan had never intended to expel Luo Chen, though she did not truly believe she would meet her end in another decade. Yet, the incessant prattling of Luo Chen had piqued her curiosity, especially since he could readily discern her imperial heart's instability. Gu Qingwan felt a surge of doubt within her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to keep Luo Chen around and inquire further. However, she could not directly state her intentions. After all, she had merely perceived Luo Chen's unspoken thoughts, which he had not vocalized. If she approached him too overtly, others might misinterpret her motives. Thus, she resolved to employ a more subtle approach. After Gu Qingwan finished her remarks, Luo Chen blinked and nodded obediently, exclaiming, Of course. It is my honor to treat the esteemed ancestor." Observing Luo Chen's seemingly compliant demeanor, Gu Qingwan was about to respond when she suddenly received a cascade of his inner thoughts. Crystal clear in her mind. What an absurd honor. You merely find me displeasing and seek a reason to expel me. What discomfort could a grand emperor possibly have? It seems you are merely approaching a midlife crisis. Chapter 5. A pitiful sight. Gu Qingwan's lips twitched in annoyance. How vulgar. How utterly base. How could such a crude person exist in this world? His appearance and manner were in stark contrast. Had she not been so eager to learn why he was so certain of her demise in 10 years, she would have wished for this insufferable individual to simply vanish. Suppressing her irritation, Gu Qingwan turned to the onlookers with an impassive expression and commanded, "You may all leave." The disciples of the Azure Pool Sacred Land expressed their disappointment, as they had hoped to witness Luo Chen's examination of Gu Qingwan. After all, a serious man is at his most handsome, and Luo Chen, while diligently attending to his patients, was the epitome of charm, a sight to behold. They had often feigned ailments to seek his attention, filling the Xinyun peak to capacity. However, upon the return of the peak's leader, Yun Loli, who reprimanded those who dared to disturb her disciples with false pretenses of illness, they had ceased their antics. Nevertheless, the disciples scoffed at Yun Loli's actions. How could she expect to monopolize Luo Chen, returning only a few times a year? It was utterly selfish. Yet, with Gu Qingwan's decree, they dared not linger. They unsheathed their flying swords and departed the main hall of the sect. As they left, the disciples glanced back, their lingering gazes causing Gu Qingwan's lips to twitch once more. She sensed that if she drove away this man, half of those present would follow suit. Once the disciples had departed, Gu Qingwan turned to the Azure Pool sovereign, who appeared momentarily stunned. "Shall I leave as well?" she inquired, to which Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Then I shall take my leave." Finally, the vast square in front of the sect's main hall was left with only Luo Chen and Gu Qingwan. Surrounding them were pools of vibrant lotus flowers, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, creating a picturesque scene. However, Luo Chen was too preoccupied with thoughts of how to deceive Gu Qingwan to appreciate the beauty around him. Gu Qingwan, having intercepted Luo Chen's murmured thoughts, regarded him with a raised brow and asked, "How do you intend to examine me? Is it sufficient for me to simply stand here?" Upon hearing her words, Luo Chen quickly adopted a compliant smile and responded, "Esteemed ancestor, you should sit. Let me take your pulse inside the hall." "Take my pulse?" Gu Qingwan queried. Her curiosity piqued. "What does that entail?" Luo Chen's lips pressed together, revealing a hint of exasperation. In this world, medical practices differed vastly from those on Earth, and the concept of pulse-taking was non-existent. Here we go again, another explanation. Why ask so many questions? Just sit down as instructed. It's not as if an explanation will enlighten you. Listening to Luo Chen's inner monologue, Gu Qingwan clenched her teeth in frustration. This insolent brat was exceedingly rude. She had merely inquired out of curiosity, yet he responded with such disdain. Just as Luo Chen inhaled, preparing to provide a thorough explanation, Gu Qingwan interrupted, "Never mind. You needn't explain. We need not go inside. This will suffice." With a wave of her hand, a magnificent golden dragon chair materialized, and Gu Qingwan reclined upon it without hesitation, arching an eyebrow at Luo Chen and asking, "What comes next?" Gazing at the enchanting Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen swallowed hard but quickly regained his composure and stated earnestly, "Esteemed ancestor, simply extend your wrist." Despite his incessant chatter, Luo Chen was resolute when it came to serious matters. Heeding his instructions, Gu Qingwan extended her flawless arm and rested it on the armrest of the dragon chair. At that moment, Luo Chen retrieved a silk scarf from his spatial pouch and placed it upon her wrist, then crouched beside her to take her pulse. Gu Qingwan had never encountered such a method of examination. However, upon seeing the silk scarf adorning her wrist, she felt a sense of admiration. She did not boast, but in her era, countless individuals had sought her favor. This impudent boy, using the guise of medical treatment, refrained from any impropriety, which indeed earned him her respect. Clearly, Luo Chen's popularity in the Azure Pool Sacred Land was well-deserved. As Gu Qingwan regarded Luo Chen with a newfound appreciation, she caught another wave of his inner thoughts. Damn. I miscalculated. It's not 10 years. Clearly, one must not be hasty in medical judgments. Every aspect, observation, inquiry, and diagnosis, matters. I was too quick to judge from afar. Listening to Luo Chen's thoughts, Gu Qingwan's lips curled into a faint smile. Truly, her health was unblemished. How could she be unaware of her own condition? It was merely her emperor's heart that wavered, and a few hundred years of recovery would suffice. During that time, she could guide the disciples of the sacred land, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. After enduring Luo Chen's earlier musings, Gu Qingwan finally felt a sense of relief. Nonetheless, she regarded Luo Chen with a newfound respect. Although he had erred in his diagnosis, he had accurately perceived her unstable emperor's heart, which was no small feat, just as Gu Qingwan was about to speak. She heard Luo Chen's thoughts once more. At this rate, you have at most 3 years left. There's no way you'll last a decade. To be more precise, it'll be 3 years, 2 months, and 10 days. Oh wait, today is nearly over, so that means only 9 days. How pitiful. After a millennium of seclusion, to emerge only to perish in 3 years. Gu Qingwan. Chapter 6. Hold with the left hand. What nonsense. Utterly absurd. 3 years at most. Gu Qingwan felt a surge of anger and was about to confront Luo Chen. However, as she opened her mouth, she recalled that these were merely his thoughts, not words spoken aloud. Still, her anger festered, and she mentally chastised Luo Chen 100 times for his incompetence. Suddenly, Gu Qingwan pondered to herself, realizing how foolish she had been. After years of seclusion, her mind had grown somewhat dull. She was an empress, the strongest in the lower realm. And who was this person before her? Even if he was not immortal, he was certainly a formidable figure, yet he could not possibly be at the imperial level, nor even a quasi-emperor. What right did he have to diagnose her ailments? What authority did he possess to speak on the condition of her body? It was utterly ridiculous. Just because he had rested a few fingers on her wrist for half a minute? How laughable. At that moment, Gu Qingwan intended to withdraw her wrist. But when she glanced at Luo Chen, she found herself momentarily mesmerized. Luo Chen looked remarkably handsome, particularly with his brows slightly furrowed and his expression earnest. He did not appear to be deceiving her in the slightest. He bore none of the traits of a quack. In Gu Qingwan's era, she had encountered countless breathtaking individuals, emperors and quasi-emperors, yet none had possessed the same aura of clarity and grace as this young man before her. It struck Gu Qingwan as peculiar. She was at the imperial realm, and though her imperial heart was somewhat unstable, she was still an emperor. Coupled with the unique enlightenment bestowed by the Yaoqi technique, she was certain that she would not be swayed by another's state of mind. Yet now, she felt herself being influenced. For a moment, Gu Qingwan considered granting this young man another chance. Yes, just one opportunity to see what pearls of wisdom he might offer. Luo Chen was now wholly focused, dismissing previous distractions, and attentively took her pulse. He was not a miserly individual. In fact, Luo Chen was quite generous. To put it simply, he was the type who, if he could assist, would certainly do so and would never hide his abilities or refrain from helping. Sometimes, when a simple gesture could offer help, why conceal one's talents? Just like at the Yaoqi sacred land, when his senior and junior sisters fell ill, he could cure them with a mere glance and a prescription. Why not extend that assistance? This situation was no different. Luo Chen would not play tricks. Since he had decided to treat her and had taken her pulse, he would do so diligently, hoping to find a remedy. Of course, he was not one to overreach. If he could help, he would. If not, he would simply let it be. Originally displeased, Gu Qingwan now watched Luo Chen's serious demeanor and refrained from interrupting, her gaze fixed on him. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's inner voice resumed its incessant chatter within his mind. However, this time, his thoughts were unlike his earlier complaints. They were filled with intricate concepts that Gu Qingwan could not comprehend, yet felt were profound. The blockage at the Yanggu point relates to the Linqing point. The Linqing point gathers the 9 meridians. It may take time to locate it, but I'll examine them one by one. The Jinggu point is not the issue. The gathering spirit point is also not it. No, that's incorrect. I found it. Luo Chen's inner monologue caused Gu Qingwan to feel a twinge of anxiety. Despite her disbelief that her body had any issues, she was startled by his revelations. Could it truly be? At that moment, Luo Chen released her wrist, stood up, and after a moment of contemplation, earnestly addressed Gu Qingwan. Senior ancestor, could you please stand? His expression was quite serious, though he had not been frivolous before. Having lived for so many years, Gu Qingwan had encountered countless individuals and could easily discern Luo Chen's earlier feigned innocence. Seeing his current expression, Gu Qingwan paused for a moment and said nothing, simply rising from her throne. Fortunately, she did not question further and simply stood up. It seems this empress is already aware that something is amiss with her body. Otherwise, she would not have complied so readily. Indeed, she must be aware. Especially with such a dangerous anomaly within her, Even a fool could sense something was off. What does Gu Qingwan intend to do? Snapping back to reality, Luo Chen raised his right hand. Senior ancestor, mimic my gesture. Raise your right fist high and place your left hand on your chest. Gu Qingwan frowned slightly. What a peculiar motion. Yet she complied. However, once she completed the action, Luo Chen paused, blinked, and remarked, just raise your right fist high. Hold your left hand to your left side. Your motion resembles that of a character from a children's show. A children's show? Gu Qingwan was somewhat bewildered, but she was accustomed to his frequent use of incomprehensible terms. After she repeated the action, Luo Chen blinked again. Hold your left hand firmly. Gu Qingwan, appearing perplexed, asked, hold firmly? Hold what? Luo Chen stood with his hands on his hips, smirking. With a figure as large as yours, what do you think you should hold? Gu Qingwan. Regaining her composure, Gu Qingwan considered giving up. After all, this movement was exceedingly embarrassing, especially in front of a younger male. Yet since this was the final step, she shot Luo Chen a glare. You better not be mocking me. Luo Chen, taken aback, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. How could I dare? Once Gu Qingwan had complied, Luo Chen instructed earnestly, now, channel your spiritual energy through both your right arm and left hand simultaneously. Listening to Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan complied and circulated her spiritual energy. Observing her, Luo Chen nodded slightly. Do you feel any discomfort on your left side? Discomfort on her left side? Gu Qingwan hesitated for a moment, and to her surprise, she indeed sensed something amiss. However, she was not one to blindly follow orders. Maintaining her posture, she delved into her own body with her consciousness, seeking to investigate. Just as Gu Qingwan's mind entered her body, her eyes widened in shock. The expression on her face shifted from skepticism towards Luo Chen to sheer terror. How? The demonic heart had not been refined and was still within her. Moreover, it was growing larger. Chapter 7. Fortunately, a minor ailment. The Imperial Realm. Transcending the rules of the lower realm. The Imperial Realm signifies an existence beyond the ordinary. To attain this level, one must completely abandon and refine all prior attachments. The demonic heart is the greatest obstacle to becoming an emperor. It does not refer to anything specific. Simply put, it embodies the resentments, hatreds, joys, and attachments from before the Imperial Realm. In essence, the demonic heart is a blend of all that is good and bad. Or more broadly, it is the essence of the mundane. It is complex and perilous. To become an emperor, one must thoroughly refine the demonic heart to ultimately achieve enlightenment and ascend to the throne. Gu Qingwan had spent millennia in seclusion to refine her demonic heart. Yet, regrettably, her efforts had encountered significant obstacles. The cause of her misfortunes lay in Gu Qingwan's unwillingness to relinquish certain attachments. Although she understood that only by casting aside these burdens could she ultimately ascend to the throne, deep within her heart, she was reluctant to let go. Such sentiments cannot be deceived, and thus, the process lingered for an eternity. Eventually, Gu Qingwan could no longer resist and forcefully attempted to refine the demonic heart. She had believed that she had eradicated it, but now it was evident that it still persisted. The moment she emerged from her seclusion, she sensed something amiss. Despite possessing the realm of an emperor, she lacked the corresponding strength. Previously, she had thought that her unstable imperial heart was a result of forcibly refining the demonic heart, and that once her imperial heart stabilized, her power would be restored. However, it now seemed that she did not genuinely belong to the imperial realm at all. Of course, this was not the most pressing concern. The distinction between belonging to the imperial realm or not had become trivial. What truly mattered was that the demonic heart was concealed within her imperial heart, having reached an uncontrollable state. Given the current circumstances, the demonic heart would soon seize her imperial heart. The moment it did, so would also mark the moment Gu Qingwan would lose her life. At that point, she would become a creature of greed, anger, resentment, and delusion. Just as Luo Chen had accurately surmised, in about 3 years, the demonic heart would likely dominate her imperial heart. More importantly, Gu Qingwan found herself utterly powerless to resolve this issue. The demonic heart was embedded within her imperial heart, and to destroy the demonic heart, she would have to first destroy her imperial heart, which would inevitably lead to her demise. At this moment, the look of astonishment on Gu Qingwan's face morphed into sheer terror. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow as he regarded her. What is this expression? Wait, what is going on? You were supposed to answer my question. After blinking, Luo Chen cautiously waved his hand in front of Gu Qingwan's face, asking, is the ancestor there? After calling out a couple of times, Gu Qingwan finally snapped back from her terror, though she remained ensnared in profound fear. Nodding absent-mindedly at Luo Chen and murmuring, I found the cause. Luo Chen looked at her in bewilderment. Huh? You found the cause? I haven't even found it, and you have? Luo Chen's mumblings were clearly heard by Gu Qingwan. However, her mind was a blank slate, and she no longer cared about Luo Chen's inner monologue. As he had stated earlier, she had, at most, 3 years left before she met her end, especially since to eliminate the demonic heart, she must first obliterate the imperial heart. If the imperial heart dissipated, she would perish as well. Conversely, if she did not destroy the imperial heart and allowed matters to progress, she was doomed regardless. In any scenario, death awaited her. Despair. True despair. Luo Chen quickly realized that Gu Qingwan's expression confirmed that his earlier conjectures were indeed correct. In her despair, Gu Qingwan inexplicably asked Luo Chen, "Is there a cure for my ailment?" This question startled Luo Chen, who hastily waved his hands, saying, "What? Ancestor, are you joking? Your ailment is minor. What do you mean by a cure or no cure? It's just a trifling issue." Luo Chen's words did not alleviate Gu Qingwan's mood. Her eyes remained filled with hopelessness. In fact, she felt even more despondent because she had overheard Luo Chen's thoughts. He was clearly at a loss, for no one understood the horror of her situation better than herself. Not even an immortal from the upper realm could provide a solution. It was a deadlock. If Luo Chen considered her ailment a minor issue, it indicated that he had no means to help her, and it seemed he intended to brush her off. Gu Qingwan was acutely aware of this, and upon hearing Luo Chen's words, her despair deepened. If there had been a glimmer of hope, it was that Luo Chen had noticed the demonic heart within her. Perhaps he possessed a solution. However, with his recent remark, all hope vanished, indicating that he too was powerless. At that moment, Gu Qingwan's face was etched with despair, her mind blank. She felt a sense of unwillingness. How could she accept that after enduring countless trials and tribulations for millennia, she had finally emerged from her seclusion only to face imminent death in 3 years? Gu Qingwan was overwhelmed with frustration. Fortunately, it's truly a minor ailment, not as troublesome as imagined, and it can be treated. Gu Qingwan. I've already thought of 372 methods. Gu Qingwan. The only problem is how to administer the treatment. If I reveal this treatment method, I'll definitely be seen as a pervert, and there's a chance I could be killed on the spot. Gu Qingwan. Chapter 8. An old woman. There is hope? Is there truly a remedy? Gu Qingwan gazed at Luo Chen in astonishment, disbelief etched on her face. How could this be possible? If this were something Luo Chen had proclaimed, she would never have believed it. But this was not merely his assertion. It was his innermost thought. Just as Luo Chen had confidently predicted her demise in a few years, this too was a heartfelt conviction. There was no room for deception here. As Gu Qingwan grappled with her disbelief, Luo Chen's thoughts once again resonated clearly in her ears. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm not close to this Empress, nor are we friends. If I were to reveal that treatment method, she would undoubtedly strike me down immediately. My life is more important. Gu Qingwan. No, don't do that. Just say what you need to say. Why do you keep mumbling to yourself? What is the treatment method? I believe in you. I am more than willing to cooperate with you completely. Just tell me. Gu Qingwan was in a state of acute urgency. Yet, she could not reveal her anxiety on her face. She could only regard Luo Chen with an inscrutable expression and ask, "How will my ailment be treated?" At this moment, Luo Chen had already made up his mind. Tidying up the scarf from earlier while smiling, adopting a facade of innocence as he said, "Ancestor, you are an emperor. How could you have any ailments? It's merely a minor discomfort, likely just some small issues from your prolonged seclusion that will resolve themselves in a few days." Luo Chen was genuinely indifferent at this point. Gu Qingwan had caught on to this. She stared at Luo Chen, who was preparing to make a hasty exit, and after a moment of contemplation, a singular thought occupied her mind. I must establish a good rapport with this fellow. This rascal's indifference stemmed from his fear of her wrath regarding his treatment method. Therefore, if she could forge a friendship with him, assuring him that she would never seek his life, everything would be fine. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingwan found herself perplexed by how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Luo Chen. To foster intimacy, nothing surpasses the simple act of engaging in daily conversations. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Gu Qingwan, as the Empress of the Yaoqi, stood in stark contrast to Luo Chen, an ordinary disciple, seemingly a mere mortal. Their lives seemed to be worlds apart. Gu Qingwan even struggled to devise a plausible reason to keep Luo Chen by her side, such as discussing the future of the Yaoqi sacred land. After all, what could an empress possibly discuss with a mere mortal disciple? Furthermore, Gu Qingwan could not afford to shamelessly intrude upon Luo Chen's home daily, as that would certainly appear bizarre. Not to mention, it might instill fear in Luo Chen. Revealing Luo Chen's true identity was out of the question. Should that happen, he might leave her altogether. At that moment, after tidying up his belongings, Luo Chen looked up at Gu Qingwan and said with a charming smile, "If the ancestor has no further matters, I shall take my leave. You must have many tasks to attend to after your recent retreat. If I remain at the Xinyun Peak, away from the presence of this Empress, she will likely forget about this insignificant person, and my mortal identity will no longer pose a threat." Uncertain about her next move, Gu Qingwan's eyes suddenly sparkled upon hearing Luo Chen's parting words. Coming back to herself, a subtle yet exquisite smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. She nonchalantly resumed her seat upon the grand golden dragon chair, reclining slightly and crossing her legs. The gleaming white robe she wore resembled a qipao. The slits on either side cut high. As she crossed her leg, the radiant sheen captivated Luo Chen, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Though he had been single in both his past and this life, he had encountered many experiences, granting him some resilience. Yet, the sight of such an enchanting figure before him striking such an alluring pose was almost too much for him to bear. Coming back to reality, Luo Chen hastily diverted his gaze to the side, his handsome face betraying a flush of embarrassment. Gu Qingwan, who had been observing him closely, noticed his reaction. With a raised eyebrow, she thought to herself, "This little rascal is rather endearing." Suddenly, it dawned on her why Luo Chen, a mere mortal, thrived so well in the Yaoqi sacred land. After all, who could resist a charming young boy who blushes at the slightest teasing? With a hint of a smile curling at her lips, Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen and said, "Leaving? How can you leave when you have yet to cure this Empress of anything?" Her voice resonated with a magnetic allure, soft and enticing. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, which was cold and distant. Yet, upon meeting Luo Chen, a playful spirit emerged within her, compelling her to tease him. Luo Chen, oblivious to the shift in Gu Qingwan's tone, quickly explained, "But ancestor, you are not ill and have no need for healing." Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow and replied, "That is indeed so, yet that is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is your strength. Regardless of how formidable you may be, you are still but a mortal. Having a mortal in the Yaoqi sacred land would only invite ridicule. Damn this woman. She clearly disapproves and wants to cast me out. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered earlier." Old woman. Gu Qingwan's lips twitched. This insolent fellow dared to refer to her as an old woman. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated striking him down. "Let us perish together. Neither of us shall survive this day." Ultimately, Gu Qingwan restrained herself, taking a deep breath to compose her expression into one of forced kindness. "However, considering your contributions to the Yaoqi sacred land over the years, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I shall personally train you, ensuring you quickly catch up to the average level of strength." Despite her efforts to display a benevolent smile, Gu Qingwan's expression carried an edge of ferocity, particularly in the emphasis she placed on the word train. At that moment, Luo Chen was utterly bewildered. As he regained his senses, Luo Chen waved his hands hastily, saying, "Ancestor, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. I am merely a mortal without spiritual roots, incapable of cultivation. Even with the finest treasures, it would be futile, as my previous master has already tried." Listening to Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow and declared with conviction, "I am the Empress. Do you think your former master can compare to me? If I say it is possible, then it is undoubtedly so." Luo Chen's bewilderment deepened. What does it matter that you are an Empress? My future cultivation methods will surpass yours by far." His inner thoughts grated on Gu Qingwan's nerves. How audacious! To deem the mightiest emperor of the lower realms as insignificant in his eyes. Suppressing her irritation, Gu Qingwan swiftly rose from her grand golden chair and stated, "Enough. I have just emerged from my retreat and need to ascertain the current state of the immortal spirit continent. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me for training. You may return for now, and come back to find me tomorrow." Luo Chen stood in place, gazing at Gu Qingwan's graceful figure, and sighed in resignation. Given that Gu Qingwan was nearly his height and donned high-heeled shoes, she now towered over him. This imposing presence compelled him to lower his gaze in defeat, cursing Gu Qingwan as an old woman in his heart 100 times over. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan, her lips twitching in annoyance, glared at Luo Chen and finally snapped. "Why are you still here? Hurry along." Gu Qingwan feared that if Luo Chen continued to mutter about her being an old woman, she might be unable to restrain herself from striking him down. Prompted by her scolding, Luo Chen quickly acknowledged her command and hastily departed. What is wrong with this old woman? Why is she acting so strangely? After Luo Chen had vanished from sight and his thoughts faded from her hearing, Gu Qingwan, who had always exuded an air of cold pride, felt somewhat drained as she reclined back in her golden dragon chair. Watching the direction in which Luo Chen had disappeared, she shook her head. This little scoundrel was indeed shrouded in mystery. Why was she able to hear his thoughts? How could he discern her unstable imperial heart? How did he accurately pinpoint the source of her inner turmoil? These enigmas were too extraordinary for Gu Qingwan to comprehend at the moment. Nevertheless, she was willing to invest time in observing Luo Chen closely. All that has been mentioned above is of little concern to Gu Qingwan, who believes that time will provide her with answers, and she is not in a hurry to know. However, what truly perplexes her is whether she appears so fearsome. Is she truly an eyesore? Why does she evoke such animosity? The recent encounter with those older women left her utterly infuriated. Setting aside her identity as an empress, which undoubtedly attracts countless individuals eager to forge connections, even disregarding her formidable strength. Her beauty alone had once captivated countless young talents and mighty figures who would gather daily outside the Yaoqi sacred land, yearning for just a glimpse of her visage. Merely exchanging a few words with such individuals would have provided her with ample bragging rights for years to come. Gu Qingwan's beauty was unmatched. Not just millennia ago, but even now, a millennium later, it remains unrivaled. Yet, this fellow Luo Chen not only refuses to engage with her, but also refers to her dismissively as an old woman. In an instant, Gu Qingwan began to question if she had indeed transformed into an eyesore. In reality, after a millennium of seclusion and ascending to the imperial realm, her ethereal and transcendent aura, coupled with her exquisite beauty, would undoubtedly captivate countless souls with her every movement. Although Gu Qingwan has never been one to care for her stunning appearance or rely on it for her endeavors, she truly cannot fathom Luo Chen's dismissive attitude. It baffles her completely. Presently, Gu Qingwan feels utterly powerless regarding her relationship with Luo Chen. She is uncertain how to foster a rapport with him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Gu Qingwan would never stoop to ingratiating herself or display excessive deference. Given her character, if survival necessitated such humility and servility, she would rather choose death. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, back at Xinyun Peak, while gathering vegetables and preparing to cook, pondered whether he should flee with a bucket in hand. It was clear that cultivating independently was not an option for him. Luo Chen could only grow stronger through the system, as he lacked spiritual roots and could not absorb the world's spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of enhancing his strength. However, the thought of leaving at this moment was not appealing to him, primarily because he had yet to bid farewell to his beautiful master. Luo Chen held his enchanting master in high regard. Having returned with her years ago, it was only proper to inform her before departing. There was no rationale for leaving without notice. The dilemma, however, was that Luo Chen had no idea when his beautiful master would return. She was a free spirit, with no set schedule for her returns. During his 10 years in the Yaoqi sacred land, he had experienced instances where she would only return once a year. Given the current situation, Luo Chen sensed that he might not last even a month before being expelled. In the early morning, Luo Chen rose early. For today was unlike any other. He needed to visit the sect's grand hall to see Gu Qingwan. After washing up and having breakfast, he would head over. As he opened his door, he stretched luxuriously under the morning sun. At that moment, a crisp voice from the system echoed in his ear. Yesterday's mortal value, 1050. Hearing this, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. 1,000 mortal value. How could it have increased so much? Typically, his daily mortal value increased by only 1 or 200, but this time, it surged by over 1,000. While Luo Chen was still trying to comprehend the situation, another clear voice from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 1,000 mortal value in a single day. Reward, Bagua Furnace. It has been stored in your Qingwan bag. The Bagua Furnace. Luo Chen blinked in confusion. Could it be the one belonging to Taishang Laojun? As he contemplated this, he opened his Qingwan bag to examine the furnace. The Qingwan bag was a reward from the system, much like the Bagua Furnace, given to him upon completing certain tasks. Luo Chen found the Qingwan bag quite handy, as he could not cultivate nor possess spiritual energy, making it unsuitable for using the spatial rings of this world. This bag, however, could store more items than a spatial ring, though it had its imperfections. Finding specific items required rummaging through it, unlike a spatial ring where one could summon items with mere thought. Eventually, Luo Chen retrieved an enormous alchemical furnace, the Bagua Furnace. This furnace was colossal, nearly the height of Luo Chen's small courtyard, around 3 to 4 meters tall. Its surface was pitch black, exuding an ancient and majestic aura, adorned with fiery inscriptions. The mere presence of the Bagua Furnace filled Luo Chen with a sense of grandeur. He had never seen a Bagua Furnace before. His understanding stemmed solely from the 1986 adaptation of Journey to the West. However, that version diverged significantly from the original text. with scenes like the Jade Emperor being knocked under a table by a monkey, raising questions about fidelity to the source material. This Bagua furnace was entirely different from the one depicted in the series. Its overwhelming presence left Luo Chen somewhat awestruck. Could it genuinely be the Bagua furnace of Taishang Laojun? After pondering for a moment, he decided not to dwell on it. What mattered was its potency. Gazing at the massive furnace, Luo Chen contemplated attempting alchemy. In truth, he had long since learned how to concoct elixirs in this world. The system had provided him with a tome titled Danxin, which detailed the intricacies of alchemy. Years ago, he had mastered it to an exceptional degree, yet he had never put it into practice. The primary reason was not laziness, but rather the absence of fire. Luo Chen could use mundane fire to create elixirs, but the resulting potions were of little value, merely capable of alleviating minor ailments. To craft potent elixirs required rare heavenly materials. There was no way to refine them using ordinary fire. For instance, even if Luo Chen burned down all the trees in the Yaoqi sacred land, he would be unable to refine a single piece of frost moon grass. Authentic alchemy necessitated using spiritual energy to conjure flames. Hence, he had never had the opportunity to practice alchemy until now. Finding a ladder, Luo Chen climbed towards one of the circular openings of the Bagua furnace to peer inside. It was dark within, yet he noticed some fiery murals. He recalled that Taishang Laojuan's Bagua furnace contained one of the 4 great heavenly fires, the Luding divine fire. If he could harness the Luding divine fire, he could concoct whatever he desired. Yet, the interior remained pitch black, devoid of anything. Luo Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Without the 6 Ding divine fire, even if the Bagua furnace were authentic, it would serve little purpose. As he pondered this, the Bagua furnace seemed to respond to his thoughts. The murals within the furnace appeared to come alive, and with a whoosh, the entire Bagua furnace was ignited. Witnessing this, Luo Chen's heart soared with joy. The system's items were undoubtedly attuned to his will. After reveling in this delight for a moment, Luo Chen had an idea and wished for the divine fire within the furnace to vanish, and, just as he envisioned, the flames extinguished instantly. Satisfied, he descended the ladder. Perfect. He would experiment with alchemy tonight. For now, it was time to prepare a meal, as he also needed to find Gu Qingwan later. While cooking, Luo Chen found himself curious about why he had received such a substantial amount of mortal value yesterday. After a decade here, he had never once accrued 1,000 mortal value points in one go. The most he had received in the past was 400 or 500 on his first day, dwindling to 100 or 200 thereafter. What had he done yesterday? It seemed he had merely encountered the Yaoqi Empress. Suddenly, it struck him, and his expression grew peculiar. Could it be that he had misunderstood something? What defines a mortal? Mortals possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are the hallmarks of humanity. His emotional fluctuations yesterday were indicative of a true mortal. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, Luo Chen realized that although his daily activities were ordinary, eating well and sleeping soundly, his mindset had not been that of a typical mortal. During his time in the Yaoqi sacred land, he had felt quite at ease. The sisters there would tease him playfully, causing him to blush. But how could that possibly evoke anger? He need not worry about his living arrangements, as he was under the protection of his master and had the sisters surrounding him. No one would dare expel him from the Yaoqi sacred land. His days had been akin to those of a carefree wanderer, a mindset far removed from that of an ordinary person. However, yesterday, while trying to appease Gu Qingwan, he also harbored fears that she might dismiss him, and he dreaded the thought of her insisting he cultivate with her daily. That mindset was indeed that of a mortal. If this were the case, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow in realization. Not only could he not simply flee, but he should also remain close to the Yaoqi Empress. After all, spending just half an hour in her presence equated to 10 days of cultivation. What a tremendous gain. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan hovered above Xinyan Peak, gazing curiously at Luo Chen, who was preparing breakfast below. What did he mean by tenfold gain? Chapter 11. There's no other choice. It smells too good upon her arrival. Gu Qingwan immediately noticed the massive Bagua furnace in the courtyard, along with Luo Chen's murmured thoughts. However, she hadn't caught the earlier part of his musing and only heard the last 2 phrases. At that moment, she was too captivated by the enormous furnace to ponder the meaning of his words. As she approached, she sensed an incredibly dense and ancient aura emanating from the Yaoqi sacred land, a presence so profound that even Gu Qingwan, who had become the most powerful quasi-emperor in Nanqingzhan Prefecture a millennium ago, felt its grandeur. What is this? Frowning slightly, she hovered for a moment before gracefully descending into the courtyard, observing Luo Chen, who was engrossed in his cooking, completely unaware of her arrival. Clearing her throat lightly, Gu Qingwan remarked, "Are you cooking?" Startled by her voice, Luo Chen looked up to find Gu Qingwan standing before him. Today, she wore a set of azure and white garments, lacking the alluring fit of yesterday's attire, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful, with eyes like shimmering water. Her enchanting visage was illuminated by the morning sun, creating a soft, ethereal glow. Her hair was casually tied back, evoking the image of a celestial being. Untouched by the mundane world, Luo Chen found himself swallowing hard at the sight. This woman is truly stunning. Gu Qingwan paused, her expression a mixture of amusement and annoyance at Luo Chen's words. She was amused because he had actually complimented her, yet annoyed at his persistent reference to her as old woman. Could he not offer a more gracious compliment? How infuriating. However, since she had let it slide yesterday, and he had praised her today, Gu Qingwan decided not to let it irritate her as much as before. Luo Chen, oblivious to her thoughts, stared at her in confusion and asked, "Do you need to begin your cultivation this early? It's barely morning. The sun has just risen. Why have you come here so soon?" Gu Qingwan, maintaining her composure, surveyed the small courtyard before settling into a nearby wicker chair. "Not at all. I just finished some matters and happened to pass by, so I thought I would check on you. You may continue with your tasks. There's no rush." In truth, Gu Qingwan was eager to see Luo Chen. Since last evening until this morning, she had primarily been gathering information about the current state of Nanqingzhan Prefecture, the strongest sects, and the most formidable individuals. After learning all this, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Now that she had reached the imperial realm, ordinary cultivation no longer held much value, and given her recent emergence from seclusion and the issues concerning her inner demons, she found it difficult to concentrate on her training. Thus, she had decided to seek out Luo Chen instead. Luo Chen nodded blankly, looking at her and inquiring, "Then, ancestor, I'm making breakfast. Would you like some?" Gu Qingwan, having attained the imperial realm, no longer required mundane grains, and the impurities in them would only waste her time and refinement, offering no benefit to a cultivator. With a stoic expression, she replied, "Consuming such food holds no advantage for your cultivation. The reason you remain in a mortal form after 10 years in the Yaoqi sacred land is that you cannot control your appetite." Gu Qingwan had realized that Luo Chen was pretending to be an ordinary person while being aware of his true nature. She had overheard his thoughts yesterday. However, even while masquerading as a mortal, could he not refrain from truly acting like one? Why waste time eating? Taken aback by her words, Luo Chen feigned obedience, earnestly responding, "All right, I will certainly eat less in the future." Yet, internally he bristled, "I am a mortal. If mortals don't eat, they'll starve. What nonsense. Does she think everyone is like her, a great emperor?" Hearing Luo Chen's reply, Gu Qingwan maintained her impassive exterior but inwardly cursed him 1,000 times. What an ungrateful wretch. She had no desire to concern herself with him anymore. As if in a fit of pique, Gu Qingwan averted her gaze from Luo Chen. After their conversation, Luo Chen hastened to prepare breakfast. Typically, he would indulge in a variety of dishes, but with the Empress by his side, he felt a pressing urgency. He quickly boiled a pot of rice porridge and reheated the leftover dishes from the previous night, deeming it sufficient. Gu Qingwan, initially disinterested in eating, found it increasingly difficult to resist as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. What on earth was Luo Chen concocting that smelled so delightful? It was merely a pot of rice porridge, yet the fragrance was simply exquisite. Moreover, Gu Qingwan's keen imperial senses detected an unfamiliar spiritual energy emanating from the meal, something so profound that even she, an empress, had never encountered before. After delving into the affairs of Nanqingzhan Prefecture the previous night, coupled with the turbulence within her own heart and Luo Chen's teasing remarks, Gu Qingwan felt a wave of fatigue and irritation. However, upon inhaling the spiritual energy, all negativity within her dissipated instantaneously, a phenomenon akin to consuming a miraculous elixir. Her curiosity piqued. She yearned to discern just what Luo Chen had prepared. Yet, her status prevented her from engaging in such undignified behavior. The prospect of using her divine perception to investigate further was even more unthinkable. Luo Chen was no ordinary individual, and should he catch her in the act, it would be utterly embarrassing. Luo Chen, meanwhile, noticed Gu Qingwan's furtive glances towards his pot. As the porridge reached completion, he set 2 bowls on the table and called out to her, "Elder ancestor, I've prepared the meal. Would you care to sample a bit and assess your disciple's culinary skills?" Startled by his words, Gu Qingwan rose, feigning annoyance as she waved her hand dismissively. "You are quite bothersome. I have already stated I wouldn't eat, yet you persist. Very well, as a gesture of goodwill, I shall indulge in just a taste." As she approached the dining table, Luo Chen's face brightened with a radiant smile. It is truly an honor for you to indulge, elder ancestor. What a charade. If you wish to eat, just admit it. You are the one being bothersome, you contradictory old woman. Gu Qingwan paused momentarily, her lips twitching. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and continued to the table. After all, the aroma of Luo Chen's cooking was simply irresistible. At the dining table, Gu Qingwan awaited Luo Chen to serve her first. Holding a small bowl, she gazed at the rice porridge, astonished. Each grain sparkled like pearls, exuding a subtle fragrance. The visual appeal and aroma alone were enough to awaken her appetite. This was a testament to Luo Chen's culinary prowess. To elevate a simple bowl of porridge to such heights was truly remarkable. Observing Gu Qingwan's scrutiny, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Over the years, he had not only prepared meals daily but had also received culinary accolades from a system reward, a cookbook titled Culinary Deity, which he had thoroughly mastered. Without unforeseen circumstances, Luo Chen believed his culinary skills were among the finest in this realm. His beautiful master, who had traveled extensively, would always request him to cook upon her return. Her praise affirmed his exceptional abilities. Returning to the present, Gu Qingwan, intrigued by the unusual spiritual energy present in the porridge, took a tentative sip. Her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation, a mixture of tasting and pondering reflected on her face. Luo Chen, watching her perplexed expression, was equally baffled. What was happening? Was it delicious or not? After another sip, Gu Qingwan's expression shifted from contemplation to sheer astonishment. This porridge contained a hint of the Dao. In the realm of the immortal spirit continent, all things could lead to enlightenment. Some spent eons immersed in books, while others wielded swords for decades, each seeking the essence of the Dao. The essence of the Dao was the embodiment of heavenly principles, an ultimate force coveted by all cultivators. For an empress like Gu Qingwan, seeking further strength through conventional training was inadequate. One must comprehend the Dao. A mere fragment of the heavenly way could transform an unremarkable outer disciple into a formidable entity in just a century. To encounter such profound essence within an ostensibly ordinary bowl of porridge was astonishing. Gu Qingwan was utterly taken aback, her face reflecting sheer terror. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, observing her bewildered demeanor, inquired with trepidation, "Elder ancestor, how does it taste?" Snapped back to reality, Gu Qingwan stared at Luo Chen in disbelief. How could such a simple porridge contain a trace of Dao essence? And did he remain oblivious to this extraordinary feat? What was he truly cultivating? Regaining her composure, Gu Qingwan suppressed her astonishment and responded nonchalantly, "It is acceptable." The surprise was indeed profound, yet she understood Luo Chen had a remarkable background. She had not anticipated his capabilities to be so formidable. Luo Chen, catching her reaction, smirked and resumed his meal without further comment. What a show! If it's delicious, just admit it. Gu Qingwan clenched her teeth but chose to ignore him. The porridge was undeniably exquisite, perhaps one of the finest dishes she had ever encountered. Given her previously limited appetite, she quickly finished her bowl and extended her delicate hand for another. The meal was simply too delightful, and the essence within was unlike any mundane grain. Though it offered little enhancement to her already formidable status as an empress, who would refuse a gift of Dao essence. Moments later, Luo Chen stared in disbelief at the now empty table. The elderly lady appears to have never dined before. The speed at which she consumed her meal was astonishing. Within 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Qingwan had completely emptied her bowl. Particularly towards the end, she devoured her food with increasing urgency. Initially, she seemed to be mindful of her image, taking small bites, but soon, she displayed a brazen disregard, revealing her true self. As she hastily gulped down her food, in her haste, a grain of rice clung to her alluring red lips, adding a touch of playful charm to her appearance. Upon sensing Luo Chen's thoughts, Gu Qingwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leading her to clear her throat awkwardly before swiftly changing the subject. "Are you planning to refine pills today?" Luo Chen paused, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I intend to give it a try." "Give it a try?" Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, her expression turning peculiar. "Is this your first attempt at pill refining?" There was nothing to conceal, and Luo Chen nonchalantly nodded. "Indeed, I've only studied theoretical knowledge from books and never practiced before. Today, I plan to give it a shot." As she listened to Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan's expression shifted from oddity to excitement, eventually transforming into a triumphant demeanor. Before Luo Chen could fully comprehend her reaction, she lifted her chin slightly and, with a hint of pride, inquired, "Do you know who the foremost alchemist of Nanking Prefecture was a millennium ago?" Gu Qingwan was positively elated. Since their introduction yesterday, her sole impression of Luo Chen was that he regarded her with utter disregard. She felt diminished in his presence, as if she were merely a subordinate. Outwardly respected, yet privately belittled as an old woman. Who was she? She was an empress. What audacity did this mere disciple have to overlook her status? Gu Qingwan sensed an unyielding frustration, yet now, she felt a surge of confidence. In the realm of alchemy, she was unrivaled in Nanking Prefecture. Moreover, this individual was merely an amateur alchemist. Finally, Gu Qingwan felt a sense of vindication. Luo Chen regarded Gu Qingwan's triumphant expression, bewildered for a moment, before curiously asking, "What is the matter with you?" Gu Qingwan replied, "Is this a normal reaction for a novice alchemist in the presence of the foremost alchemist?" "What do you mean? What is the matter?" "The foremost alchemist, you understand what that means, right?" Chapter 13. Are you even listening to my lecture? Gu Qingwan was incensed. What sort of reaction is this? Is this how a normal person behaves? As Luo Chen observed Gu Qingwan's shift from pride to irritation, he too appeared perplexed. He was already aware of Gu Qingwan's status as the premier alchemist of Nanking Prefecture. He had known even before she emerged from seclusion, given her illustrious reputation in the Yaoqi sacred land. So what? Was he supposed to present her with an award? Luo Chen's calm demeanor left Gu Qingwan momentarily at a loss for words. Regaining her composure, she stubbornly declared, "Indeed, I am the foremost alchemist of Nanking Prefecture." Luo Chen nodded. "Oh," Gu Qingwan retorted. "Oh, just oh. What do you mean by that?" Staring at Luo Chen, who seemed equally baffled, they exchanged incredulous glances. After a brief silence, Gu Qingwan clenched her teeth and asserted, "What I mean is, I can teach you alchemy." Gu Qingwan felt a mix of frustration and indignation. Why should she, the foremost alchemist, be reduced to teaching a novice? As if she were begging this insolent brat for the opportunity to instruct him? Luo Chen, after a moment of surprise, blinked and responded, "Ah, really? Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I am truly honored." One might assume that Luo Chen was genuinely thrilled upon hearing those words, yet in reality, his tone was somewhat lackluster, and his expression lacked enthusiasm. Resembling a mere formality, he briefly displayed a facade of excitement before reverting to a neutral demeanor, as if he were merely indulging a child. Gu Qingwan was taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. This was not the reaction she had anticipated. Wasn't he supposed to be begging her to teach him with tears and snot? Something felt amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth, realizing that unless she demonstrated her prowess, this fellow would never grasp the true significance of being the foremost alchemist. In an instant, Gu Qingwan waved her delicate hand, summoning a stunning silver furnace that materialized in Luo Chen's courtyard. The beautiful silver furnace shimmered under the morning sun, exuding an ethereal beauty. Though you are just beginning your journey in alchemy, you may have perused many ancient texts. However, there is a vast difference between reading and practical application. Do not presume that mere reading equips you with the necessary skills. Arrogance must be avoided, Gu Qingwan admonished. She believed Luo Chen's calm demeanor stemmed from having read too many ancient tomes, leading him to mistakenly think he was capable. After all, the Yaoqi sacred land housed numerous exceptional alchemical texts, many of which were unique and seldom accessible to ordinary disciples. However, Luo Chen was no ordinary disciple. He had thrived within the Yaoqi sacred land and would undoubtedly face no obstacles in accessing such materials. Thus, Gu Qingwan concluded that Luo Chen's confidence was misplaced. He needed to be reminded that reading about alchemy was far removed from the actual practice. Moreover, it was essential to consider the origins of those texts. A significant portion had been authored by Gu Qingwan herself. She felt a strong duty to educate Luo Chen properly. After all, she was, in essence, an elder. His arrogant disposition was unacceptable, not only in alchemy, but in many other aspects of life. Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's words, Luo Chen recognized that his earlier response had been inappropriate. Regaining his composure, he swiftly replied with sincerity, "I will certainly heed your advice, esteemed ancestor, and will approach this with humility." Seeing Luo Chen's swift change in demeanor, a faint smile graced Gu Qingwan's exquisite face. Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. To speak of it, Gu Qingwan did not wish to reprimand Luo Chen. Deep down, she held great admiration for him. After all, at such a tender age, he was able to perceive his own demonic heart and recognize the instability of his imperial spirit. Moreover, there was a hint of profound essence in the meal he had just prepared. Such abilities are remarkable, and one could say he is a prodigious talent. Indeed, a genius of extraordinary caliber. However, even a genius must maintain a proper attitude. Gu Qingwan felt it her duty, as an elder, to provide guidance. Despite being playfully referred to as an old woman by this little rascal in his mind. Now, witnessing Luo Chen's obedience, her heart lightened considerably. leading her to conjure a sacred white light in her hand and say, "I shall demonstrate it for you once. Pay close attention and learn well." Luo Chen quickly nodded earnestly, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. I truly appreciate your trouble, esteemed ancestor. You are truly kind." Hearing his words, Gu Qingwan's smile widened even further. Indeed, he is quite an adorable person, she thought. In the next moment, she cast the sacred white light into the silver cauldron, and a surge of silver flames erupted instantly, enveloping the surroundings in a holy aura. At this juncture, Gu Qingwan prepared to add the herbs, explaining to Luo Chen while commencing the alchemical process. However, it was at this moment that her thoughts drifted. The dragon-scale duckweed possesses detoxifying properties, while the purple light heavenly net offers restorative benefits. If these two herbs are combined, would it not result in conflict? That doesn't seem right. The attributes of purple light heavenly net and dragon-scale duckweed clash. Hence the latter cannot be used. Wait, no, dragon-scale duckweed cannot be included. The purple light heavenly net can be retained. But I must find a substitute for the dragon-scale duckweed. What would be the most suitable alternative? Let me think carefully. Gu Qingwan was taken aback. What is he doing? She pondered, bewildered as she looked at Luo Chen, who stood beside her. Are you paying attention to my alchemical process? Luo Chen was startled and quickly apologized. I beg your pardon. I tend to zone out when I am well fed. I will concentrate from now on. He thought to himself how impressive Gu Qingwan was, having noticed his distraction with just a glance. Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow and nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. She continued with her alchemical work, explaining, the first step in alchemy is to... Wait, I've just thought of a substitute for the dragon-scale duckweed. The pure yang cloud lotus can be used. Indeed, the pure yang cloud lotus can completely replace it. Gu Qingwan exclaimed, Hey, are you even listening to my lecture? Chapter 14, You Big-Headed Dragon Scale. Gu Qingwan paused her alchemical work, biting her silver teeth slightly as she regarded Luo Chen. Are you even focusing on my alchemical process? Upon hearing her words, Luo Chen felt a jolt, as if he had seen a ghost. No way, can she really tell? I thought I was being discreet. Gu Qingwan, sensing Luo Chen's inner thoughts, twitched her lips in exasperation. Discreet. How could one stand still in such a manner? Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to remain composed. Otherwise, she feared she might inadvertently strike Luo Chen down. Once Luo Chen regained his composure, he looked at the visibly restrained Gu Qingwan with embarrassment and said, I will certainly pay attention from now on. After taking a few deep breaths, Gu Qingwan gazed at Luo Chen, intending to admonish him, but ultimately sighed. I hope you understand that I am the ancestral elder of the Yaoqi's sacred land and your senior. I would never harm you. Alchemy is not as simple as it appears. Do you comprehend? Luo Chen anticipated a fiery outburst, a loud reprimand, or perhaps her storming off. Yet, Gu Qingwan's demeanor was far from what he expected. For a moment, he stood there, unsure of what to say, observing the genuine embarrassment on Luo Chen's face. Gu Qingwan spoke earnestly, I once shared your arrogance, but upon truly stepping into the world of alchemy, I discovered that it is not something one can master merely through reading. A slight miscalculation in fire control or a minor error could drastically diminish the quality of the elixir, or even lead to utter failure. Of course, everyone starts from this point, but having a skilled alchemist to guide you will spare you much unnecessary detour. Is it not better to receive guidance than to waste your own time believing you can succeed on your own? In that moment, Gu Qingwan truly resembled a caring elder. Luo Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him. After all, she was an emperor and once the foremost alchemist in the southern Qingzhou, now humbling herself to teach him. To disregard her kindness would indeed be ungrateful. Ultimately, Luo Chen sighed internally and looked at Gu Qingwan, saying, Esteemed ancestor, I assure you I will not zone out again. I will earnestly observe. Gu Qingwan's heartfelt words were moving. She had never spoken so kindly to another before. In her past, she was the strongest in the southern Qingzhou, the first alchemist. Countless individuals aspired to receive her teachings, yet many were turned away. Gu Qingwan had never felt the need to entertain such conversations. However, upon witnessing Luo Chen's sincere expression of remorse, Gu Qingwan felt satisfied. Then do watch closely. With that, Gu Qingwan officially began her alchemical process, deftly controlling the flames with one hand while maneuvering various herbs into the cauldron with the other, creating a mesmerizing and intricate spectacle. This time, Gu Qingwan did not hear Luo Chen's thoughts. Without the distractions of the dragon-scale duckweed, she felt a sense of tranquility. Approximately 3 minutes later, the corners of Gu Qingwan's mouth curled upward as a silver-glowing elixir soared from the silver cauldron, gently landing in her jade-like hand. At that moment, she turned with a sense of pride to observe Luo Chen. Strangely enough, Gu Qingwan found it curious that crafting what was once an ordinary elixir now felt akin to producing a divine-grade potion, yearning for the admiration of others. Specifically, she longed to witness the astonishment on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen did not disappoint her. Upon receiving the elixir, he marveled, "Esteemed ancestor, your alchemical skills are truly unparalleled. I was indeed arrogant before." As Gu Qingwan observed Luo Chen's astonished expression, and most importantly, with a heart devoid of any ill thoughts, she pursed her lips and finally allowed a glimpse of her exquisite smile to surface. However, just as Gu Qingwan was about to speak, a graceful figure descended into Luo Chen's courtyard. Both Gu Qingwan and Luo Chen turned to see the lord of the Yaoqi, who bowed slightly and addressed her, "Old ancestor." The head of the Wandan Pavilion, Jiang, has come personally to extend his congratulations upon learning of your emergence from seclusion yesterday. The smile on Gu Qingwan's face vanished, and upon hearing the words of the Yaoqi lord, she raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, "That fellow is still alive?" In the next moment, she waved her hand and soared into the air, declaring, "Let us go." As Gu Qingwan and the Yaoqi lord prepared to head towards the main hall of the sect, she glanced at Luo Chen below and playfully fluttered her captivating eyes, saying, "You saw my alchemical process clearly just now, right? Make sure to learn it well. I shall return shortly to inspect your progress. Also, use my alchemical furnace. It is the finest in Nanshan province." Luo Chen nodded eagerly in agreement. Observing his obedient demeanor, Gu Qingwan could not help but reveal another enchanting smile before she and the Yaoqi lord darted towards the main hall. Before departing, the Yaoqi lord glanced in surprise at the silver cauldron, inwardly marveling at how benevolent the old ancestor was towards Luo Chen, permitting him to use her furnace, a piece once deemed untouchable by others. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Luo Chen was indeed quite likable. The Yaoqi lord thought little of it, and, after exchanging a friendly greeting with Luo Chen, followed Gu Qingwan as they sped towards the main hall. However, before Gu Qingwan could soar too far, she suddenly heard a familiar voice in her mind. If replacing the dragon-scale duck grass with the pure yang cloud lotus, then a Qing lion roar must be used to compensate for the missing domineering true energy of the dragon-scale duck grass. But if using the Qing lion roar, then it must be. These two thoughts resonated within Gu Qingwan's consciousness, causing her to halt abruptly in midair. Gritting her teeth, she immediately turned her gaze towards Luo Chen's courtyard, where she found him yawning, his expression far from the excitement he had just exhibited. Moreover, Luo Chen had not touched the silver cauldron at all, instead making his way to his own alchemical furnace. In an instant, Gu Qingwan understood the situation. Luo Chen had been feigning excitement. "You big-headed fool," she cursed inwardly. Initially, she had intended to return and give Luo Chen a thorough scolding for his duplicitous behavior, but after a moment's reflection, she decided to suppress her anger and proceed to the main hall instead. Casting one last glance at Luo Chen, she thought with vexation, "You little rascal. When you encounter a problem while refining pills, don't come begging me for help. Let us see if I'll be inclined to teach you then." Chapter 15. I am the Supreme Alchemist. With Gu Qingwan gone, Luo Chen finally had the opportunity to contemplate how he would concoct the medicinal pills. He was neither arrogant nor dismissive of others, nor was he mentally unstable. Luo Chen was acutely aware of Gu Qingwan's remarkable prowess. She was the foremost alchemist in Nanshan province, a fact known to all. Although Luo Chen had fully grasped the alchemical techniques provided by the system, he was not one to rest on his laurels. He understood the importance of learning from the strengths of others and valued the pursuit of knowledge without shame. Yet, the problem lay in the fact that Gu Qingwan's methods were not something Luo Chen could emulate. Hadn't she just been astonishingly graceful in her alchemical endeavors? Absolutely. Her techniques were not only impressive but also aesthetically pleasing. However, Luo Chen simply could not manipulate herbs into the furnace from a distance like she did. That flamboyant and exquisite display, he wished to learn it, but it was beyond his capability. Luo Chen lacked the ability to telekinetically control objects. Therefore, Gu Qingwan's techniques were entirely impractical for him to study or even consider. He had his own method of alchemy, derived from what was within the heart of alchemy. It was not that Luo Chen was proud. He genuinely wished to learn, yet found it impossible to do so. Having dealt with Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen was now ready to begin his own alchemical process. The many murmurs he had expressed earlier about creating medicinal pills were not for any trivial purpose. They were intended to craft remedies for Gu Qingwan's ailments. This thought had suddenly struck him after arriving at the Bagua furnace. To be honest, Luo Chen held a genuine fondness for Gu Qingwan. Just considering her beauty, who wouldn't he be enamored? She was simply breathtaking, and Luo Chen was not blind. He was a normal man, not an old miser, and naturally found her appealing. More importantly, during his decade at the Yaoqi sacred grounds, he had heard numerous tales of Gu Qingwan's benevolence. The countless good deeds she had performed for the mortal cities surrounding the Yaoqi sacred grounds were innumerable. Putting all else aside, the fact that Gu Qingwan had taken the time to teach him alchemy today was enough to touch him deeply. The way an emperor patiently conversed with him stirred his emotions. Thus, Luo Chen felt compelled to make an effort. Knowing he had little else to occupy his time at the Yaoqi sacred grounds, as he gazed at the Bagua furnace before him, Luo Chen began to retrieve various herbs from his spatial pouch, preparing to refine the medicinal pills. In the Yaoqi sacred hall, Gu Qingwan sat expressionless, observing an elderly man below. This elder, with his graying hair and a peculiar walking stick, was Ji Yang, the current foremost alchemist of Nanshan province. After all these years, the Empress remains as stunning as ever, while I have merely transformed from a youth into my present self, Ji Yang reflected, gazing up at Gu Qingwan with a sense of nostalgia. Gu Qingwan, seated upon her golden dragon throne, regarded Ji Yang with an impassive expression. State your business. I have matters to attend to. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Luo Chen, and she longed to return to Xinyun Peak to grasp his ear and demand whether he truly couldn't understand the lessons or if he regretted not heeding her instruction. Ji Yang, observing Gu Qingwan's distracted demeanor, gritted his teeth slightly before restoring his composure. With a smile, he continued, on my way here, I noticed that the Empress was instructing a disciple in alchemy. I wonder if this disciple surpasses me in skill? After all, you once deemed me, Ji Yang, to be lacking in talent. Surely, this new disciple must be exceptionally gifted. Ji Yang's words dripped with a hint of bitterness, and upon his utterance, the crowd, both Ji Yang's entourage and those from the Yaoqi sacred grounds, immediately turned their attention to him, curiosity evident in their expressions. The tale of Gu Qingwan and Ji Yang was well known throughout Nanshan province. As everyone is aware, the foremost alchemist in Nanqingzhan Prefecture, Ji Yang, was once outright rejected by Gu Qingwan when he sought to become her disciple. The reasoning was rather blunt. Ji Yang simply lacked the necessary talent, and Gu Qingwan had no desire to accept him. The subsequent events are well known. The man who was once denied has now ascended to become the leading alchemist in the region. Now, as Ji Yang revisits this incident, curiosity envelopes the crowd, eager to learn the intricate details of that time. However, what no one anticipated was Gu Qingwan, seated upon her golden dragon throne, blinking in disbelief, and uttering in a dazed manner, Did I ever say such things to you? Her words cast a palpable stillness over the grand hall, as all eyes turned to Gu Qingwan in utter confusion. Had she truly never uttered those words? Yet soon enough, Ji Yang, who had always maintained his composure, suddenly seemed to shatter, leaning on his cane as he rose with a thunderous shout. Of course, I shall never forget the humiliation you inflicted upon me. Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, observing Ji Yang below, then remarked with a hint of amusement. So that's why you incited the conflict between the Wandan Pavilion and the Yaoqi sacred land. I had completely forgotten. Gu Qingwan wasn't feigning ignorance. There had indeed been a conflict between the Yaoqi sacred land and the Wandan Pavilion, and only through investigation did they uncover Ji Yang's role in instigating it. Once Ji Yang established himself within the Wandan Pavilion, he relentlessly opposed the Yaoqi sacred land. At that time, Gu Qingwan found it somewhat puzzling, but as the strongest individual in Nanqingzhan Prefecture, she paid little heed to what was merely a rivalry between powerful sections. Now, she learned that the roots of this animosity stemmed from a single remark made long ago. Ji Yang stood there, trembling with indignation, never having anticipated that the matter he cherished for so long had been forgotten by Gu Qingwan. Rising from her throne, she regarded Ji Yang and stated, If you have no further business, you may leave. I must attend to teaching my own disciples the art of alchemy. Gu Qingwan displayed no concern for events that transpired a millennium ago. Time had dulled all grievances. She was no longer preoccupied with ancient feuds, only wishing to hasten to Luo Chen's side, anticipating the moment he would plead for her assistance. That feeling would surely be exhilarating. Gu Qingwan's dismissive attitude incensed Ji Yang. Observing her readiness to depart, he bellowed with fury, You arrogant woman! You refuse to acknowledge your past misjudgment, do you? I am now capable of crafting sacred great elixirs. Doubtless, you cannot achieve the same. I am the unequivocal premier alchemist of Nanqingzhan Prefecture. After Ji Yang's outburst, he produced a sandalwood box radiating golden light. His gaze fixed menacingly upon Gu Qingwan. He felt no fear of her strength. Nearing the limits of his lifespan, he had no qualms about death. If he feared it, he would not have dared to confront the Yaoqi sacred land. Chapter 16. The Emergence of Sacred Artifacts. The audience was taken aback by Ji Yang's proclamation. No one expected him to be so brazen. Had he lost his mind? Was he courting death? Ji Yang appeared utterly deranged, grinning maliciously at Gu Qingwan. What? Do you wish to kill me? Come on, make your move. You, who lack vision, I am the most gifted alchemist in Nanking Prefecture, and you cannot surpass me. I once admired you deeply and harbored affection for you, yet you deliberately suppressed my talent out of jealousy. My ascension to the realm of sacred alchemy is the finest testament to my abilities. Ji Yang's words echoed through the grand hall, reverberating with his unrestrained rage. Once he finished, he collapsed onto the ground, his peculiar cane rolling away. Staring at the hall's ceiling, he gasped for breath while laughing maniacally, as if he had lost all sanity. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, admiration, affection. They gazed blankly at Ji Yang, hearing such sentiments for the first time. Numerous narratives had circulated concerning Ji Yang's grievances with Gu Qingwan, yet none had included the notions of admiration or love. Their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment. Was Ji Yang's opposition to Gu Qingwan merely an attempt to capture her attention? How trivial. After hearing Ji Yang's claims, the crowd turned their gaze to Gu Qingwan, eager to witness her reaction. However, to their surprise, Gu Qingwan remained impassive, seemingly unfazed by Ji Yang's unexpected confession. Was she taken aback by this sudden revelation? Surely, after opposing one another for so long, it was merely the antics of an infatuated admirer seeking her attention. Such a revelation was indeed beyond anyone's expectations. But what astonished everyone more was Gu Qingwan, who had been expressionless, suddenly brightening with realization, exclaiming, "I understand now." The crowd collectively pondered, understand? Understand what? At that moment, Gu Qingwan gently tapped her temple, expressing mild frustration. I was wondering why that little rascal, Luo Chen, was not paying attention during my lecture. He is a mere mortal. My alchemical techniques are beyond his comprehension. Ugh, how vexing. After a millennium of seclusion, my mind has grown dull. It has only just dawned on me. Her words left the audience in a state of utter disbelief. Ji Yang, who had just bared his soul while lying on the ground, looked up at Gu Qingwan in confusion. Huh, what is she talking about? But soon enough, Ji Yang's expression shifted from confusion to seething anger. Finally, he yelled at Gu Qingwan. Are you implying that the disciple you were teaching just now is nothing but a mortal? Are you saying that I was once inferior even to a mere mortal? After Ji Yang's tirade, Gu Qingwan finally took notice of his disheveled state. Observing Ji Yang's demeanor and recalling his earlier words, she frowned slightly, her expression revealing her displeasure. With such a petty display of triumph, I am grateful I did not accept you back then. I have yet to hold you accountable for your past misdeeds. And now you dare to utter such repugnant words? Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to end you? At this moment, Ji Yang's feelings for Gu Qingwan had long since morphed into resentment. Millennia had not diminished his hatred. Rather, it had festered and intensified. Summoning his cane back into his grasp, Ji Yang leaned upon it, addressing the visibly irritated Gu Qingwan with a cold smile. You would do well to eliminate me, otherwise. During the Millennial Secret Realm expedition, the Yaoqi Sacred Land will unequivocally be barred from participation. No, even if you were to kill me, the Yaoqi Sacred Land would still have no chance to join. The era is no longer yours. It is no longer the time when you could dominate the world single-handedly, reigning supreme over the sacred Yao Pool. Now, it is the Wandan Pavilion that holds the power. Listening to Ji Yang's words, Gu Qingwan furrowed her brows in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Sacred Yao Pool glared at Ji Yang with evident fury and exclaimed, Are you threatening the sacred Yao Pool? Threatening the Emperor? Leaning on his cane, Ji Yang returned to his previous seat with a cold smile, declaring, Threatening? You remain oblivious, I see. The latest secret realm can only be accessed by those wielding sacred artifacts. Both Gu Qingwan and the Lord of the Sacred Yao Pool were taken aback by Ji Yang's revelation. Sacred artifacts? Gu Qingwan cast a puzzled glance at the Lord of the Sacred Yao Pool, who had not mentioned this matter the night before. The Lord of the Sacred Yao Pool, equally dumbfounded, clearly had no knowledge of this development. Observing the expressions of Gu Qingwan and the Lord of the Sacred Yao Pool, Ji Yang sneered, Of course. You wouldn't know, for the Sacred Yao Pool is no longer the most formidable force. Only the strongest factions are privy to such information in advance. Currently, only 5 sects possess sacred artifacts, all of which are the most powerful sects of the present. And among them, only the Wandan Pavilion possesses 2 sacred artifacts. What? The Wandan Pavilion has 2 sacred artifacts. Gu Qingwan and the Lord of the Sacred Yao Pool exclaimed in unison, suddenly realizing that the Sacred Great Elixir was also a sacred artifact. If that is the case, Gu Qingwan thought, Then we must seize it now. However, before she could act, Ji Yang coldly remarked, "Surely you do not believe I would bring the sacred artifact here? What you see is merely a shadow that contains the sacred artifact." Gu Qingwan stood frozen, her expression shifting between hope and despair. If the millennial secret realm was beyond the reach of the sacred Yao Pool, then restoring its former glory would be a mere jest. She had only 3 years left, if Luo Chen could not heal her. The next opportunity would come only a millennium later, leaving the sacred Yao Pool with no chance whatsoever. Yet, whether Luo Chen could truly save her remained uncertain. Although his intentions were strong, he had yet to provide real healing. What if he failed? This was their only chance. The sacred Yao Pool must participate. But Ji Yang was correct. Currently, the Wandan Pavilion wielded the authority in Nanxing Zhanzhou, and even as an emperor, she could not challenge the entire region. Moreover, Gu Qingwan had an inkling that there were likely more than just herself as an emperor in Nanxing Zhanzhou. Not to mention, she was merely a pseudo-emperor, possessing only the realm of an emperor. "Beg me, just as I once fervently implored you to accept me," Ji Yang's voice echoed, laced with venomous hatred. Within the grand hall, silence reigned, a suffocating stillness. Gu Qingwan clenched her silver teeth, eyeing the audacious Ji Yang. It appeared that there was no solution in sight. Gu Qingwan could find no way out, akin to the demon heart within her. No, this was even more terrifying, at least with her demon heart. There was a glimmer of hope from others. Yet, this time, no one could offer her any hope. Just as Gu Qingwan found herself at a standstill, a sudden, resonant boom erupted throughout the sacred Yao Pool. As the sound reverberated, both the arrogant Ji Yang and the bewildered Gu Qingwan were momentarily stunned, fear etched upon their faces. Was this the sound heralding the emergence of a sacred artifact? Why would a sacred artifact suddenly manifest within the sacred Yao Pool? While Gu Qingwan and Ji Yang both wore expressions of terror, they detected a faint fragrance of elixir wafting through the air. A sacred great elixir? Gu Qingwan, momentarily stunned by the shock, quickly turned her gaze towards a specific direction, towards the Xinyun Peak, where Luo Chen resided. Chapter 17. Is this a flirtation? This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a sacred artifact. The scene before everyone was no longer within the grand hall of the sacred Yao Pool, but rather amidst a sea of clouds. Suddenly, vibrant hues burst forth in the sky, followed by rainbows arching across the heavens. While all present stood in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, a melodious cry resonated, and a magnificent divine phoenix soared from the clouds, its resplendent form flapping its wings gracefully before plunging back into the sea of clouds. Observing this dreamlike scene, everyone could confirm this was a sacred realm, an extraordinary phenomenon that only arises upon the emergence of a sacred artifact. Yet, amidst this sacred realm, why was there a scent of charred remnants? If alchemy was involved, it could only be that little rascal engaged in the craft. After all, the direction was not towards the alchemy pavilion of the sacred Yao Pool, but towards Xinyun Peak. In an instant, Gu Qingwan seemed to grasp the implication. Likewise, Ji Yang, following her gaze, also deduced the same, though disbelief clouded his expression. He could hardly fathom that someone in Nanxing Zhanzhou could truly concoct a sacred great elixir. After all, Ji Yang was painfully aware of the challenges involved in creating such a potion. Now regaining her composure, Gu Qingwan had no time to concern herself with Ji Yang or the secret realm. Her only thought was to return to Luo Chen's side immediately. She needed to ascertain what this little rascal was up to. How could he possibly be concocting sacred great elixirs? Without hesitation, Gu Qingwan darted out of the grand hall, and Ji Yang, along with the lord of the sacred Yao Pool and others, quickly followed suit. At Xinyun Peak, Luo Chen, covered in soot, emerged from the bagua furnace, holding a charred elixir resembling a large, unsightly lump. Standing atop the ladder, he raised the concoction toward the sun, scrutinizing the newly created elixir. What a disaster! He had inadvertently made a mess during his first attempt at alchemy, leading to this chaotic result. Luo Chen's face fell as he stared at the unsightly lump in his hand, muttering to himself, "Can this even be consumed? I hope I haven't poisoned Gu Qingwan. After all, she has only just ascended to the emperor realm after a millennium of seclusion. Although her body is frail, she still has around 3 years to live. If she consumes this, she might just perish." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen sighed, deciding to abandon the thought. He would simply concoct a better elixir. After all, if he presented this ghastly lump to Gu Qingwan and she actually managed to consume it, he felt there would be no need to treat her ailments any further. It would be wiser to focus on her intellect instead. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the unsightly creation onto the dining table and began to prepare the herbs anew. He had no shortage of herbs, thanks to his enchanting mentor, who always returned with a bounty for him. Just as Luo Chen was preparing to refine another elixir, a graceful figure descended into the courtyard. It was Gu Qingwan. Looking up at Luo Chen, who stood on the ladder, Gu Qingwan appeared utterly astonished. You were just refining elixirs? Upon seeing Gu Qingwan return so swiftly, Luo Chen nodded blankly. Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Luo Chen gazed at Gu Qingwan as she spoke, his attention drawn to the horizon where a group of individuals was approaching. Leading them was the lord of the Yaoqi, accompanied by an elderly man, followed by a throng of others. However, this entourage did not descend into Luo Chen's courtyard but hovered in midair. At that moment, Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen with a hint of urgency and said, "Where's the elixir? Show it to me." Huh. Luo Chen was taken aback. To be honest, he felt a bit embarrassed to show Gu Qingwan the elixir. It was simply too unsightly. Noticing Luo Chen's silence, the anxious Gu Qingwan soared into the air, grasping the collar of his robe and yanking him down from the ladder. Observing Gu Qingwan's distressed demeanor, Luo Chen wondered if he had committed an error. Not daring to hesitate, he pointed to the table where he had carelessly tossed the elixir and exclaimed, "It's that one. Did I do something wrong, ancestor?" Following Luo Chen's gesture, Gu Qingwan spotted the dark elixir. In the next moment, it appeared in her hand. With a look of astonishment, she scrutinized the elixir. Soon, she was certain it was a saint-level elixir. Although it lacked the brilliance and radiance of Ji Yang's saint-level elixir, it was exceedingly unattractive, even less appealing than a child's urine mixed with mud. Yet, it was indeed a saint-level elixir. Meanwhile, Ji Yang, hovering in the air, also recognized the dark elixir in Gu Qingwan's hand. Yes, it was a saint-level elixir. He gazed at the bewildered Luo Chen as if he had encountered a ghost. How could someone so young possess such a treasure? At that moment, Gu Qingwan's unparalleled beauty could no longer maintain its composure, and an exquisite smile spread across her face. Luo Chen, standing nearby, looked utterly perplexed. Is this old woman insane? Could it be that her mind has truly deteriorated? Luo Chen's inner thoughts echoed in Gu Qingwan's mind. Coming back to her senses, Gu Qingwan, noticing Luo Chen's incredulous gaze, could no longer contain herself. With a delicate hand, she seized Luo Chen's ear and chided, "You little rascal, how can you claim you've never dabbled in alchemy before? Speak properly." Luo Chen, wincing in pain from Gu Qingwan's grip, grit his teeth and protested, "Hey no, I really haven't. Please let go, it hurts. It really hurts." Seeing Luo Chen's pained expression, Gu Qingwan paused for a moment, loosening her grip slightly, but still holding onto his ear. "Then speak clearly, you deceived me." Being held by the ear felt like a sister reprimanding her brother, leaving Luo Chen with no means of resistance. Growing frustrated, he retorted, "Let go. If you don't, I won't say anything. What do you see in this mess that suggests I've practiced alchemy before? Damn it, I'm here to help you with alchemy, and yet I'm being pulled by the ear? If you don't release me, I won't bother with your ailments." Luo Chen's thoughts left Gu Qingwan utterly stunned. Huh, this is the elixir I concocted? Huh. Coming back to her senses, Gu Qingwan hastily released her grip, no longer pulling Luo Chen's ear, and gently caressed it instead, softly asking, all right, I've let go. Does it hurt?" In the distance, the lord of the Yaoqi watched the scene below with a dazed expression, increasingly perplexed. Is this some kind of flirtation? I can hardly bear to watch. Beside him, Ji Yang observed the unfolding drama with a cold demeanor, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Chapter 18. I can't bear to watch. Luo Chen stood rooted, observing Gu Qingwan's suddenly softened demeanor. I truly am a novice at alchemy. I'm not lying to you. Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen, noting his sincerity, particularly recalling his earlier thoughts. Her hand, which had been gently rubbing his ear, faltered. Could it truly be his first attempt? Currently, Luo Chen held no hidden thoughts. Gu Qingwan regarded the unsightly elixir in her hand and pondered. Perhaps it was indeed possible. After all, if Luo Chen had previously practiced alchemy, he could not have produced such a result. Yet, if this was genuinely his first attempt at alchemy, how could he have created a saint-level elixir? This was utterly inconceivable. Gu Qingwan stood in a daze, glancing between Luo Chen and the elixir in her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment, she recalled something and cautiously probed the elixir with her consciousness. As soon as her awareness entered, she was enveloped by an overwhelming essence. This essence was identical to that found in the bowl of kanji she consumed that morning. Sensing this essence, Gu Qingwan cast a deep glance at Luo Chen. This is truly extraordinary. This little rascal has indeed mastered a certain essence and can wield it to his advantage. Thus, it seemed this elixir's elevation to the saint level was facilitated by this essence. However, What kind of essence could yield such terrifying effects? Moreover, it appeared this little rascal was unaware of his possession of such an essence. Nevertheless, Gu Qingwan understood that now was not the time for inquiries. As previously mentioned, these matters required time to unravel. This little rascal was already cautious around her. If she probed further into secretive matters, it could jeopardize their budding friendship. Returning to the present, Gu Qingwan dismissed her errant thoughts, focusing instead on the elixir. This elixir is of saint level. With it, the Yaoqi can access the secret realm, and this realm must hold immense opportunities for the Yaoqi. As someone who has lived for many years, Gu Qingwan had never encountered a secret realm that required a sacred object for entry. What treasures lie within such a realm? However, the elixir belongs to Luo Chen. As it stood, he seemed entirely oblivious to its value, believing it to be an ordinary elixir. Gu Qingwan could quietly take it without him noticing, but she was unwilling to do so. Firstly, her character would not allow such deceit. Secondly, since she intended to befriend Luo Chen, honesty was paramount. Otherwise, what difference would it make from thievery? If Luo Chen were to realize its true worth later, their relationship might fracture irreparably. Gu Qingwan wished to avoid such a scenario. Not to mention Luo Chen's remarkable essence. Considering his earnest desire to assist her, she could not bring herself to act dishonestly. Hence, she needed to seek Luo Chen's consent. However, if she revealed to Luo Chen that this elixir was indeed a saint-level elixir, would it hinder his cultivation? Ultimately, Gu Qingwan gazed at Luo Chen with utmost seriousness and asked, "Can you give me this elixir?" Luo Chen looked at Gu Qingwan with a peculiar expression. Is he truly mad? Desiring a sheep's dung pellet for what purpose? Could it be that he senses this elixir might alleviate his affliction? Luo Chen surmised that this was the only plausible explanation, yet he was indifferent. He promptly nodded and declared, "You may take it. It was intended for you, after all." Upon uttering these words, Luo Chen suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly attempted to clarify, "No. What I meant to say is that it is of no consequence. If you wish to take it, then so be it." Observing Luo Chen's flustered demeanor, Gu Qingwan's exquisite smile blossomed ever more radiantly. Earlier, she had gleaned Luo Chen's innermost thoughts and was aware that this elixir was concocted to aid in her recovery from the demonic affliction. As Luo Chen fumbled to amend his inadvertent confession, Gu Qingwan, unable to suppress her enchanting smile, feigned ignorance and smoothly shifted the topic. "So, shall I accept this elixir?" Luo Chen, indifferent, nodded and gazed at Gu Qingwan, asking, "All right then, shall I continue refining elixirs? Will you still be instructing me in cultivation?" Just the previous day, Gu Qingwan had mentioned formulating a tailored cultivation regimen for him, which left Luo Chen quite perplexed. Naturally, Gu Qingwan was attuned to Luo Chen's thoughts. In reality, she had never intended to devise a cultivation plan for him. From the outset, she recognized that Luo Chen possessed his own method of cultivation. She merely sought a pretext to spend time together and foster a closer relationship. Thus, she stated directly, "You may proceed with your own endeavors. I have just emerged from seclusion and have numerous matters to attend to at the Yaoqi sacred land." Listening to Gu Qingwan's words, Luo Chen nodded and began to prepare the herbs anew. Meanwhile, from a distance in the high skies, the Yaoqi sacred lord and Ji Yang gazed down in astonishment. A holy grade elixir was so casually bestowed? What a grand gesture! Moreover, was this holy grade elixir truly concocted so nonchalantly? Luo Chen now squatted on the ground, rummaging through his spatial pouch for various herbs while muttering to himself, "Damn it, if you want that elixir, just say so. Why pull my ear like that?" Not knowing how to be gentle, holding the holy grade elixir and examining it with delight, Gu Qingwan turned to glance at Luo Chen, who was sorting herbs beside her. Hearing his internal complaints and witnessing his somewhat aggrieved expression, she could hardly contain her laughter. Moments later, she unexpectedly squatted beside him, her delicate hand, as smooth as jade, gently caressing his ear while softly murmuring, "Did I hurt you earlier? I'm so sorry, let me blow on it." With that, Gu Qingwan leaned in close, her stunning visage mere inches from Luo Chen's ear, her fragrant breath enveloping him in an intoxicating sweetness. In an instant, Luo Chen's ears, along with half his face and neck, flushed crimson. What the hell? What is she doing? Meanwhile, the Yaoqi sacred lord turned his gaze elsewhere, unable to bear the sight. It was simply unbearable to witness. Ji Yang, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 19. Never mind. I shall wait until we are more familiar before bestowing gifts. Gu Qingwan's gentle demeanor was unlike anything Ji Yang had ever witnessed. In his memories, she resembled an ice mountain devoid of smiles. Not only did she not smile at others, but even a few exchanged words would elicit a look of disdain from her exquisite countenance. Such a sight was truly unprecedented for Ji Yang. When Gu Qingwan had once rejected him, she hadn't even deigned to look directly at him, merely casting a cold glance before dismissing him. He could not deny that jealousy now coursed through him. Returning to his senses, Luo Chen swept aside the sordid elixirs and began to walk toward the bagua furnace, saying, "I'm off to refine elixirs." Observing Luo Chen's awkwardness, Gu Qingwan, having just risen, could not help but chuckle, bending slightly at the waist. It was no wonder so many in the Yaoqi sacred land were fond of him. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a person? Now, Gu Qingwan was increasingly curious. Would Luo Chen's promise to concoct elixirs for her truly prove effective? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she nodded firmly. It would undoubtedly be effective. After all, he was the very one who had produced a holy great elixir on his first attempt. Thus, it would surely be beneficial. Gu Qingwan now held a profound trust in Luo Chen. Watching him, distanced yet engaged in sorting herbs beneath the bagua furnace, she unconsciously smiled, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Suddenly, she felt a desire to meet Luo Chen's master, Yun Luoli. Upon hearing that Luo Chen had been brought back by her, Gu Qingwan had initially felt displeased, questioning who this Yun Luoli was to allow just anyone into the Yaoqi sacred land. Shouldn't the others intervene? Yet, in retrospect, she was grateful to Yun Luoli. Last night, as she conversed with the Yaoqi sacred lord about the current state of the continent, she had also mentioned Yun Luoli, who seemed to be a rather enigmatic figure. Returning to her senses, Gu Qingwan took a few steps forward, intending to assist Luo Chen in sorting the herbs. After all, he was preparing elixirs for her recovery. How could she simply sit idly by, legs crossed? However, just as she approached with a smile as gentle as flowing water, she suddenly halted. The radiant smile vanished in an instant. Gu Qingwan stood still, her head slightly tilted as she gazed into the distant sky. Locking her eyes on Ji Yang, who gripped his cane tightly, his veins bulging as he ground his teeth in anger. The gentle smile she had previously worn while looking at Luo Chen transformed into an impassive expression. Gu Qingwan's rapid change of demeanor left onlookers utterly astonished. In a heartbeat, she appeared before Ji Yang, her countenance devoid of emotion, her captivating gaze lacking even a trace of warmth. She resembled a divine being, untouched by the mundane world, exuding an air of sanctity and pride. Staring at Gu Qingwan, Ji Yang felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He had just witnessed a different side of her. "Do you think I am afraid to kill you?" Gu Qingwan's icy voice resonated, devoid of any emotional inflection. The Emperor's imposing presence descended, causing Ji Yang and everyone in the Wandan Pavilion to feel as if they had plummeted into an abyss of cold dread. Struggling to harness his spiritual energy against the overwhelming pressure, Ji Yang gritted his teeth and retorted angrily, "Then go ahead and kill me. Do you think I fear death?" At his words, Gu Qingwan tilted her head slightly, finally allowing the faintest smile to grace her lips, one filled with disdain. Behind her captivating gaze lay a profound contempt that ran deep to the very core. At times, death seems the most liberating. Judging by your appearance, it appears you won't last many years. During my prolonged seclusion of 10,000 years, you have poured immense effort into nurturing the Wandan Pavilion to such heights. In the few years you have left, you shall witness the gradual collapse of the Wandan Pavilion, which you have constructed through various means, crumbling right before your eyes. In due time, it will dissipate just like you. After Gu Qingwan uttered these words, she did not even cast a glance at Ji Yang, turning instead towards Shenyun Peak. More precisely, towards Luo Chen. She left behind a voice devoid of emotion, saying, "Ling Yin, see him off." Ji Yang trembled as he watched Gu Qingwan's retreating figure, ultimately gritting his teeth and muttering, "Venomous woman." Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's words, the holy master of Yaoqi appeared before Ji Yang with an impassive expression, stating, "Pavilion Master Ji, it is time for you to leave." As the holy master of Yaoqi and her entourage watched Ji Yang and his companions hastily exit the confines of the Yaoqi sacred land, a sudden buzzing sound echoed. Everyone turned in astonishment towards the direction of the Yaoqi sacred land. Rays of light burst forth, and a divine phoenix soared. Another holy grade elixir had emerged. Ji Yang stared blankly at the Yaoqi sacred land, astonished at how effortlessly such a holy grade elixir could be concocted. Who was that person truly? Luo Chen stood beneath the bagua furnace, gazing at the golden elixir in his hand with a satisfied expression. Finally, it was presentable. It was completed. Standing beside him, Gu Qingwan was filled with excitement. The elixir had succeeded in its refinement. To be honest, Gu Qingwan could scarcely believe her eyes. Luo Chen's alchemy was truly peculiar. or perhaps downright unseemly. He even half-buried himself within the enormous bagua furnace during the process, lacking any semblance of an elegant alchemist, resembling more a person scraping out the soot from the bottom of a pot. Yet, against all odds, this grotesque method had yielded success. A holy-grade elixir had materialized right before Gu Qingwan's eyes. Her heart raced at the sight of the elixir in Luo Chen's hand. Surely, consuming it would eradicate her demonic heart. Gu Qingwan gazed at Luo Chen with eager anticipation, akin to a little girl yearning for candy from her parent. Should I give it to Gu Qingwan now? Hearing Luo Chen's inner thoughts, Gu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, wasn't it meant for her? To suddenly give someone a newly concocted elixir after only knowing them for a day seems too much. Gu Qingwan probably wouldn't consume something that feels like a mere practice attempt, right? Gu Qingwan was on the verge of eagerly agreeing with Luo Chen, assuring him she would eat it. If he handed it to her now, she would pop it right into her mouth to prove it. Perhaps it would be better to wait until they are more familiar before presenting it. Gu Qingwan. Chapter 20. Practice swordsmanship? No need. My swordsmanship is already formidable. Aren't we familiar enough? Gu Qingwan truly wanted to tug on Luo Chen's ear and inquire what it meant to have a good relationship. She had just been gently rubbing his ears and speaking softly to him. Was that not sufficient? As Gu Qingwan stood beneath the bagua furnace, watching Luo Chen refine elixirs while reflecting on her previous actions, she couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. She had never behaved this way with anyone else. In the past, she had scarcely smiled at others. Was this little scoundrel overly cautious? During Gu Qingwan's reverie, Luo Chen had already stored the elixir away, while the bagua furnace remained in the courtyard. Gu Qingwan, after a brief moment of astonishment, did not rush. After all, they had only known each other for a day. She had not anticipated their relationship would progress so swiftly, so there was no need to hurry. After securing the elixir, Luo Chen turned to Gu Qingwan and cautiously asked, "Elder ancestor, shall we practice next?" Gu Qingwan, momentarily stunned, regained her composure and waved her hand, saying, "No need. You may tend to your own affairs. Continue with whatever you usually do. I will observe and then tailor a cultivation method for you." Luo Chen nodded, somewhat dazed. Ordinarily, he would probably take a nap now. Stretching lazily, he headed directly towards his room. Gu Qingwan. For the following several days, Gu Qingwan accompanied Luo Chen in the courtyard. She paid little attention to his activities, as her primary aim was to build rapport with him. However, after these days of interaction, Gu Qingwan began to sense something amiss. Was Luo Chen truly cultivating? Through their interactions over the past days, Gu Qingwan had discerned Luo Chen's daily routine. He would rise early to prepare breakfast, tidy the courtyard after eating, wash the dishes, and then retreat to his room for a nap. Around noon, he would wake to prepare lunch. After dining, he might either doze off for a while or tend to the vegetable garden on the mountainside before preparing dinner. In the evening, he would take a stroll on Shenyun Peak to aid digestion, return to refine a few elixirs, and then prepare for sleep. Gu Qingwan felt that Luo Chen's daily life revolved predominantly around eating and sleeping. Was this truly cultivation, or was he deliberately slacking off because of her presence? Nevertheless, Gu Qingwan was unbothered by this, as she discovered her relationship with Luo Chen was gradually becoming quite close. Over these days, Luo Chen seemed to care less about Gu Qingwan's identity, sometimes even forgetting it. At times, they conversed as if they were genuine friends. This was quite pleasant. Yet Gu Qingwan felt it might not last long. In recent days, Luo Chen had been muttering to himself, filled with suspicion. Luo Chen had found it peculiar. What was Gu Qingwan truly doing here? She had initially claimed to come to teach him the ways of cultivation. Yet, since her arrival, she had not mentioned anything about instructing him. Of course, Luo Chen was not one to pester her. If she chose not to teach, he would not bring it up. However, why did she visit him every day? Each morning, Gu Qingwan appeared promptly in Luo Chen's courtyard. Whatever Luo Chen did, she followed suit. Sometimes, in a moment of spontaneity, she would even squat beside him to help wash dishes. Essentially, wherever Luo Chen went, Gu Qingwan followed. Of course, occasionally she would leave Shenyun Peak, primarily because, as the Supreme Emperor, she had to meet with various sects in Nanqingzhan Prefecture since she had recently emerged from seclusion. Gu Qingwan visited the heads of the major sects and returned immediately after. Apart from that, she has been constantly with Luo Chen. In recent days, Luo Chen has grown increasingly suspicious that Gu Qingwan might be harboring some ulterior motive. One morning, after finishing her breakfast, Gu Qingwan leaned back in her chair, satisfaction written across her face as she gazed at her empty plate. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Luo Chen and said, "For lunch, let's have that braised pork knuckle you made last night, shall we?" Having spent over 10 days with Luo Chen, her daily habits had begun to mirror his. and she found herself pondering what to have for lunch immediately after breakfast. Luo Chen, seated beside her, looked at Gu Qingwan with a peculiar expression and replied, "Who eats pork knuckle every day? We would have to travel all the way to Yunxian town to sell it, which is quite a hassle." After spending so much time together, Luo Chen no longer felt the same trepidation around Gu Qingwan, and his speech had become more casual. Upon hearing Luo Chen's response, Gu Qingwan immediately expressed her discontent. "What does it matter? You have nothing to do all day anyway. This afternoon, let us take a stroll in Lincian town. It's not far. It only takes about 10 minutes for me to take you back and forth." Luo Chen twitched his mouth at her claim of 10 minutes, thinking it would take an entire afternoon. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Gu Qingwan with an odd expression. "Wanting to eat pork knuckle is just a pretext. I think you're craving those candied hawthorns. If you want those, I can make them for you right here, and I assure you they will taste even better. So there's no need to go to Yunxian town." The previous afternoon, Luo Chen had taken Gu Qingwan to Yunxian town, where they bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorns. Initially, Gu Qingwan had refused to eat them, but soon she was enjoying them more than anyone else. After dinner, she had mysteriously disappeared for a few minutes, returning with 2 skewers of candied hawthorns, and they each had one. Listening to Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan had indeed experienced his culinary skills firsthand over the past few days and had no doubts about his words. She nodded enthusiastically and said, "Great. I'll help you out." Luo Chen regarded Gu Qingwan with a peculiar expression but remained silent, though internally he was muttering, "What on earth is this person here for? Always thinking about food. At this rate, it feels like this place on Shinyun Peak will be completely devoured by her." Hearing Luo Chen's inner thoughts, Gu Qingwan snapped back from her excitement and felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, for the past 10 days, she had done little else but eat. However, she thought it unfair to blame herself when Luo Chen's cooking was so delectable. Moreover, his meals contained profound essence, being both delicious and beneficial for cultivation. Who could resist such temptation? Nevertheless, Gu Qingwan felt she needed to showcase some of her own skills. Otherwise, that little rascal might genuinely believe she was merely here to indulge in food and drink. Clearing her throat, she adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Of course. We must not forget our serious matters. Over these days, I have observed your daily routine and tailored a sword technique specifically for you. Let us practice swordsmanship." "Practice swordsmanship?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "This isn't necessary, is it? My swordsmanship is quite formidable." Chapter 21, The Little Casanova. Luo Chen was not boasting. Years ago, the system had provided him with numerous sword manuals, all of which he had mastered long ago. Moreover, he possessed a sword technique mindset, sword intent, which he had also perfected. Although he had never attempted to apply sword intent to those manuals, nor had he witnessed their full potential, he believed they must be commendable. After all, he had yet to encounter any sword techniques that surpassed his own. Of course, Luo Chen was not arrogant. He understood there were always greater talents beyond his own, and his lack of exposure over the past decade on Shinyun Peak may have contributed to his limited perspective. Yet, he believed his techniques, if not the strongest, were undoubtedly top tier. Therefore, he saw no need to practice swordsmanship with Gu Qingwan. He would rather spend that time making candied hawthorns. In reality, Gu Qingwan did not genuinely intend to teach Luo Chen sword techniques. She merely wanted to dispel his notion that he was here to indulge. Moreover, she had previously promised to enhance Luo Chen's abilities, a matter well known throughout the Yaoqi Holy Land. After spending nearly half a month with him, eating and drinking daily without imparting a single technique, what would the disciples enamored with Luo Chen think? As for Luo Chen's inner musings, Gu Qingwan paid them little mind. She believed in Luo Chen's swordsmanship, especially since he was the only one who successfully crafted a saint-level pill on his first attempt. However, swordsmanship differed from alchemy. Alchemy was a series of steps with limited learnings from others, primarily reliant on one's innate talent. Swordsmanship, on the other hand, could be learned from others, and insights could be gained from observing various techniques, none of which were unwelcome. Particularly, the sword technique Gu Qingwan was about to teach Luo Chen was not an ordinary one. It was created during a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. It could be said to be among the strongest sword techniques in the entire Nanjing Zhan province. Seeing Gu Qingwan rise, Luo Chen quickly interjected, "How about we skip this? I'm just a mortal. Sword techniques require spiritual power to wield. Without it, even the mightiest techniques would be ineffective." Gu Qingwan recognized that Luo Chen was merely avoiding the lesson and was seeking excuses. She did not hold back and shot him a stern look, saying, "With me here, acquiring spiritual power will be a matter of time. Now let us learn sword techniques." After stating this, Gu Qingwan felt a wave of resignation. This little rascal truly was something. If others knew she was personally teaching sword techniques, they would be clamoring to join. yet he consistently found ways to evade her. It was as if she was the one begging him to learn. Seeing Gu Qingwan's determination, Luo Chen had no choice but to comply. He quickly cleaned up the tableware, cleared the courtyard, and set up a small stool in the corner. Gu Qingwan stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a long sword that glimmered with a silvery light. "Are you ready?" Gu Qingwan asked Luo Chen, feigning interest. Luo Chen nodded vigorously. "Ready, ready." How boring. Gu Qingwan, having endured Luo Chen's various inner musings over these past days, had developed a much stronger tolerance. Thus, she merely muttered "little rascal" under her breath and chose not to dwell on it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingwan began to demonstrate the fundamentals of her sword technique. She refrained from using spiritual power, simply showcasing the basic movements of the technique. As she moved, Luo Chen's expression shifted from one of boredom to one of brightness. Gu Qingwan, while demonstrating, noticed the change in his demeanor and couldn't help but smile subtly. A sense of pride swelled within her. "So what do you think, you little rascal? My swordsmanship is far superior to anything you've learned, isn't it?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gu Qingwan suddenly paused. For reasons unknown, being in the presence of this little scoundrel always stirred her emotions. Shaking her head to dispel these errant thoughts, she focused intently on demonstrating her sword techniques to Luo Chen. Soon enough, Gu Qingwan was met with an array of exclamations from Luo Chen. "Wow! Oh! Hiss! TSK! TSK!" If these awe-filled cries had emerged from anyone else, Gu Qingwan would have remained unaffected. After all, Luo Chen, despite his outward demeanor of a well-behaved child, held a rather mischievous inner monologue. These exclamations were, in fact, his genuine sentiments, indicating that her swordsmanship had garnered his heartfelt admiration. This realization filled Gu Qingwan with joy, an inexplicable delight. She pondered why she felt this way. After all, as an empress, it was entirely reasonable to receive praise for showcasing a technique she had devised during her ascension to the imperial realm. Yet, she could not shake the happiness that enveloped her, transforming her previously stoic expression into a radiant smile, one that was hard to suppress. Truly magnificent. Hearing another heartfelt compliment from Luo Chen, the corners of Gu Qingwan's exquisite lips curled upward. Magnificent? Indeed, this technique was born from her breakthrough into the imperial domain. Embodying grandeur and majesty, this little rascal had undoubtedly never witnessed such an awe-inspiring sword style before. Just as Gu Qingwan prepared to demonstrate an even more impressive move, she caught another thought from Luo Chen. "TSK, TSK, what on earth did Gu Qingwan eat to grow so beautiful? Being beautiful is one thing, but her figure is quite astonishing. I never noticed it when she wore that loose white robe. How can it be so voluptuous?" Huh. Gu Qingwan was completely taken aback upon hearing his thoughts. When she turned to look at Luo Chen, she realized, to her horror, that this little scoundrel had been staring unabashedly at her backside. In an instant, her flawless face and fair neck flushed a deep crimson. Stopping abruptly, she bit her lip and shot an indignant glare at Luo Chen, who was still fixated on her. Little lecher. Chapter 22. 10 sticks. Just 10 sticks. Seeing Gu Qingwan halt, Luo Chen immediately sprang to his feet, clapping his hands in feigned admiration as though he had witnessed a breathtaking masterpiece. However, Gu Qingwan knew it was all a charade. From the very beginning, this scoundrel had not been paying attention to her swordplay, but had instead been ogling her figure. Little lecher. Flushed with embarrassment, Gu Qingwan glared at Luo Chen, her teeth clenched. "I haven't finished demonstrating the sword technique yet." Luo Chen blinked, momentarily confused. "Oh, it's not over yet? Why didn't you say so?" He promptly returned to his previous position, urging her, "Please, continue." "Continue?" Gu Qingwan bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds before turning to Luo Chen, her face still flushed. "Then you better pay attention, do you hear me?" With a serious expression. Luo Chen nodded vigorously. Of course. I will pay close attention." Hearing his words, Gu Qingwan felt an urge to rush over and tug at his ear, demanding to know if this little lecher had truly been watching her swordplay. Just where had his gaze wandered? Yet, such words could not be spoken aloud. Ultimately, with her cheeks still aglow, she decided not to look at Luo Chen any longer and resumed her demonstration. However, this time, Gu Qingwan found herself completely flustered by Luo Chen's presence, her movements growing stiff and awkward, devoid of the fluidity she previously possessed. Now she resembled a novice disciple rather than the grand master she was. Her swordplay had lost its majestic flair, resembling more the play of children than an imperial technique. But that was fine, for Luo Chen still had not been watching her swordplay. As for where he was looking, TSK, so perky. If I don't have 7 or 8 children, it would be an injustice to such a generous figure. This hermit, cooped up in his seclusion, never steps outside. How does he maintain such a physique? And this slender waist. The proportions are absurd. How can the bottom be so ample while the waist is so slim? And the upper part? Seems a bit lacking. Lacking? Gu Qingwan's thoughts strayed far from her swordplay as she waved her sword aimlessly, listening to Luo Chen's musings. Upon hearing that, she felt puzzled. What was lacking? What on earth was this little scoundrel babbling about? Just then, Luo Chen's thoughts continued. If 7 or 8 is lacking, it should be 10. 10 children would never go hungry. Gu Qingwan paused, glancing down momentarily, and suddenly understood what Luo Chen was insinuating. With her face already flushed, she felt utterly exposed by his words. Her sword vanished from her grasp, and in the next instant, she appeared beside Luo Chen, seizing his ear with her delicate hand, and exclaimed, "You little rascal, were you even watching my sword techniques?" Luo Chen grimaced, gritting his teeth as he protested, "Yes, I really was. Please let go." "Not a chance." Gu Qingwan retorted indignantly. "What do you mean you were watching? Demonstrate to me how I taught you the sword technique moments ago." "Surely not. The Empress is so fearsome, she even noticed I was just pretending to watch." Gu Qingwan wanted to scold him. "What do you mean fearsome? You were practically leaning over me to gawk. Anyone not blind could see where your gaze lingered. Little scoundrel. Little lecher." While Luo Chen grasped Gu Qingwan's delicate hand, attempting to persuade her to ease her grip, he said earnestly, "I promise to pay attention from now on. I will be completely focused. I absolutely will." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Gu Qingwan scoffed, "If you want to watch, then I don't feel like teaching anymore. Who would want to demonstrate for this little scoundrel?" He felt the need to comment on everything, remarking on this and that. Moreover, the most crucial part was that he did so in his thoughts, leaving her unable to confront him. Releasing Luo Chen's ear, Gu Qingwan walked over to a nearby lounge chair, seated herself, crossed her legs, and sipped her tea, her face still flushed. She gazed off into the distance, avoiding eye contact with Luo Chen and refusing to engage him in conversation. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. At present, Gu Qingwan bears little resemblance to an empress. Rather, she resembles a neighborly older sister. Luo Chen stood in place, rubbing his ears, acknowledging that Gu Qingwan's reprimand was rather severe. Observing her current demeanor, he reflected that perhaps he had indeed crossed a line earlier. It was rather inappropriate of him to have been so distracted while she was demonstrating her swordsmanship. Gazing at her instead of focusing on the technique, any fool could see his lack of decorum. Hearing Luo Chen's inner thoughts, Gu Qingwan let out a soft huff, pleased that he understood. Furthermore, she mused, there was no necessity for such distant observations. In the future, she would ensure to look more closely. However, she could not entirely fault herself. After all, with a figure as splendid as hers, it was only human nature for him to glance. "Well, you little rascal. If you wish to gaze, then gaze," she thought, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Standing nearby, Luo Chen, somewhat awkwardly, attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "How about I make you some candied hawthorn?" Before he could finish, Gu Qingwan, deliberately avoiding his gaze, raised her teacup and turned her face away, blushing as she said, "Be quiet. I do not wish to speak with you right now." Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen insisted, "I mean it. I will make you some." As his words lingered in the air, Gu Qingwan, who had been feigning disinterest, immediately turned her head towards him, nodding eagerly. "Yes, yes." Seeing her enthusiasm, Luo Chen could not help but smile. Indeed, candied hawthorn worked wonders. Upon noticing the smile on his face, Gu Qingwan's exquisite features flushed a delicate pink as she raised her chin and declared, "I want 10 skewers." As they descended the mountain, Luo Chen remarked, "No, that is too much. Consuming too many is detrimental to your teeth." Gu Qingwan, upon hearing this, grew impatient and hurried after him, retorting, "What does that matter? I am an empress, not an ordinary person." "That may be so, but an empress must also exercise moderation. One cannot succumb to greed, as you previously taught me." "What greed? It is merely 10 skewers. I do not care. I want 10 skewers. You hear me, you little rascal? I want 10. Let go. That hurts. Stop pulling my ears." "Fine, 10 skewers it is." The scene shifted as they walked down the path of Shinyun Peak, Gu Qingwan with her hands clasped behind her back, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident. Yet, occasionally, when Luo Chen turned to speak with her, she would suddenly remember, her enchanting face and delicate neck blushing once more, internally chastising him as a little lecher. Gu Qingwan's desire for candied hawthorn led them to seek out hawthorn trees. And Luo Chen recalled that at the foot of Shinyun Peak, there were several hawthorn trees bearing fruit at this very moment. Having spent her time at the summit, Gu Qingwan had not ventured down, and even Luo Chen's small vegetable garden was merely 100 meters down from the top. As they reached the base of the mountain, Gu Qingwan expressed her sentiments, In my era, Xinyun Peak was a formidable place, ranking among the top 3 in the Yaoqi sacred land. Now, it appears entirely desolate. The overgrown grass and neglected cultivation facilities were a testament to this neglect. Although Luo Chen was diligent and enjoyed tidying up, it was impossible for him alone to maintain the entire peak, resulting in its current state of disrepair. He walked ahead, without looking back, and reassured her. But now that you have returned, the Yaoqi sacred land will thrive once more. Many disciples will surely join, and by then, I can relocate. It will quickly regain its former glory. Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow at Luo Chen's back. No need for that. This place is just fine for you. You seem to have grown accustomed to living here, and with your vegetable garden and various belongings, moving would be quite a hassle. Luo Chen said nothing in response, acknowledging the attachment he had developed for this place. Before long, they arrived at several red hawthorn trees, laden with clusters of ripe fruit resembling oversized grapes. Luo Chen surveyed the trees and pointed to a few clusters. Let us pick these 3. They should suffice for about 10 skewers. Gu Qingwan, eager to gather all the hawthorn, raised an eyebrow and complained, why only these? We should take them all. Luo Chen retorted, these are best when freshly picked. Why not come back whenever you want more? Are you planning to eat them all in one day and not want any tomorrow? Realizing the logic in his words, Gu Qingwan conceded and proceeded to pick the clusters Luo Chen had indicated. Meanwhile, Luo Chen circled the trees, examining the fruit. Gathering a few clusters of hawthorn did not take long, especially with Gu Qingwan's eagerness. After a few moments, she held 2 clusters, urging Luo Chen, let us go. What are you looking at? Luo Chen, still inspecting the trees, replied without turning, just a moment. I want to see which fruit is the best to take back for seeds. Seeds? Gu Qingwan asked, her curiosity piqued. What for? Luo Chen smirked, to plant trees. Of course. At this rate, I feel 10 skewers will hardly suffice for you. If we plant more trees, I can make you some every year. And if you tire of them, the trees will still look lovely when they bear their bright red fruit. Every year for me? Gu Qingwan blinked, her expression softening as she tilted her head, gazing at Luo Chen with warmth. I could never grow weary of such sweet treats. With a gentle smile, she approached him. But Luo Chen, engrossed in his examination, only offered a distracted response. Seeing his nonchalance, Gu Qingwan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Standing beside him, she remarked, you really know how to plant trees? Without looking back, Luo Chen proudly declared, of course. If I couldn't, how would I have cultivated the vegetable garden above? It's no joke, I've mastered the art of planting through the system's teachings. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan suggested eagerly, then let us plant some now, together. Luo Chen shook his head firmly. No, hawthorn trees require a different process. We need to nurture the seedlings before planting them. Gu Qingwan, bewildered, could only nod in understanding. So when can we plant them? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and concluded that, regardless, it was too late for this year, and they would have to wait until spring next year. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced back at Gu Qingwan, saying, however, even if we plant them next spring, it will still take time for them to grow into trees, require fertilization, and eventually bloom. By the time you wish to taste the fruits of our labor, it will likely be 2 or 3 years from now. 2 or 3 years. Gu Qingwan stood frozen, staring blankly at Luo Chen. Would she still be alive in 2 or 3 years? She firmly believed she would be. She had faith that this little rascal before her would save her and surely restore her health. Instantly, a radiant smile graced Gu Qingwan's face as she declared, 2 or 3 years it is. Life ahead is long. Luo Chen, momentarily taken aback, turned to observe Gu Qingwan more closely before returning his attention to the hawthorn tree, replying, of course. Soon, he selected several plump, sweet hawthorns to take back for cultivation. Gu Qingwan followed closely behind him as they made their way back up the mountain. Initially eager to devour candied hawthorn, Gu Qingwan, after picking a few hawthorns, found herself less impatient and content to walk back with Luo Chen. On their return journey, a few chickens clucked and scurried past them. Upon seeing these chickens, Gu Qingwan abruptly halted. Luo Chen, slightly startled, explained, these are the chickens I raised. He had tended to various small animals on the mountain, and chickens were among them. Originally, Luo Chen had hoped to gather some free-range eggs. But with the chickens roaming freely, he had lost track of where they laid their eggs, and had since neglected them. Gu Qingwan stood in place, her mind elsewhere. The appearance of these chickens was of little consequence. What truly captivated her was how they resembled phoenixes. Chapter 24. A significant presence at the Yaoqi sacred land? Before Gu Qingwan could examine them closely, the chickens had vanished from sight. Gazing in the direction they had disappeared, she blinked in astonishment. When she regained her senses, she found Luo Chen standing before her with a peculiar expression, asking, "Do you want to eat? If you do, you'll have to catch one yourself." I'm unable to. Over the days, Luo Chen had discovered that Gu Qingwan was quite the foodie, eager to sample everything. Returning to reality, Gu Qingwan pouted at Luo Chen. "That's not it. I just suddenly remembered something. Let us hurry back and make candied hawthorn." With that, Gu Qingwan headed toward the peak. Fortunately, Luo Chen's profound aura had influenced the chickens and ducks that lived alongside him, likely causing some transformation. Perhaps they had awakened a bloodline, evolving from ordinary chickens to ones with phoenix blood. True dragons and phoenixes evoke awe. They are among the most elite of beings. Even Gu Qingwan had only glimpsed a real phoenix from a distance once. Yet, many creatures possess dragon or phoenix bloodlines. In the upper realm, some immortals enjoyed dragon meat. But those dragons were not true dragons. They were beings that had inherited the bloodline, like a carp that had cultivated for millennia and eventually transformed into a dragon after leaping the dragon gate. While these beings were dragons, they were not true dragons. And the difference was vast. The chickens she had seen earlier had likely awakened their divine phoenix blood due to Luo Chen's aura. If they could endure several tribulations, they might even become phoenixes, though not true ones. Gu Qingwan was merely astonished by the mystery surrounding Luo Chen's cultivation, as his aura was so potent it could awaken the bloodline of an ordinary chicken. This little rascal truly held an enigma. Upon returning to the courtyard, Luo Chen wasted no time and immediately began preparing to make candied hawthorn, while Gu Qingwan busied herself washing the hawthorn fruit. Their collaboration had grown remarkably synchronized over time. As Luo Chen stirred the sugar, he turned to Gu Qingwan, who was cleaning the fruit, and said, "Once you're done, bring the cleaned ones over." A few minutes later, as the rock candy melted and began to bubble, Luo Chen skillfully dipped string after string of hawthorn into the syrup before placing them on the prepared cutting board with a satisfying thud. The heat of the weather made it difficult for the candy to set, but that was easily remedied, as Gu Qingwan eagerly awaited her treat. Now, Gu Qingwan resembled a child at the kitchen door during a festive occasion, longing for a taste of meat. She was undeniably adorable. However, Luo Chen dared not voice this thought. Calling a great emperor adorable felt peculiar. Yet, even without words, Gu Qingwan sensed Luo Chen's thoughts and felt her cheeks flush. After living for over 10,000 years, it was rare to hear someone compliment her cuteness. As Gu Qingwan blushed and waited, Luo Chen continued crafting the next candied hawthorn and remarked, "Use some celestial magic to freeze these, then we can eat them right away." Minutes later, both Luo Chen and Gu Qingwan reclined in the rocking chairs in the courtyard. Gu Qingwan held a half-eaten candied hawthorn, lying back with an expression of bliss as she gazed at the sky, her long, fair legs crossed over one another, her dainty toes playfully swinging her crystal heels. She bore no trace of a majestic emperor. Luo Chen, lounging beside her in a similar manner, had only consumed 2 of his hawthorns. "Tomorrow, I'll make you strawberry ones," he stated after taking a bite of his third candied hawthorn. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan swallowed her mouthful and turned to Luo Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can we really make them with strawberries?" Without even glancing at her, Luo Chen replied, "Of course, you can make this with any fruit you like." Gu Qingwan's eyes lit up at his words. "Then let us make them now." She sprang up from the rocking chair, practically bursting with eagerness to eat. There was no denying it. Luo Chen's candied hawthorn was simply delectable. It was 100 times more delicious than those she had bought in Yunxian town. No, 1,000 times. Gu Qingwan couldn't fathom why the method to make candied hawthorn was so simple, yet Luo Chen's version tasted heavenly. Moreover, the candied hawthorn contained Luo Chen's aura, making it truly the most delicious treat in the world, a sentiment Gu Qingwan felt was not an exaggeration. Listening to her, Luo Chen rolled his eyes and replied, "There are still 8 more strings, so finish those before you start asking for more." Gu Qingwan, hearing this, became anxious. "I can finish 8 strings in no time. Let us go. Otherwise, I'll run to Yunxian town right now to buy some strawberries." Luo Chen chuckled helplessly at her enthusiasm. At this moment, Gu Qingwan bore no resemblance to an emperor. She was entirely a little foodie. Reclining in the rocking chair, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and teased, "If you eat so many candied hawthorn, won't you skip dinner? I was planning to make sweet and sour ribs tonight." Upon hearing the words sweet and sour ribs, Gu Qingwan was once again filled with excitement. This dish was her utmost favorite. Why say utmost? Because all the dishes prepared by Luo Chen were her favorites. Yet, if she had to choose one among those favorites, it would undeniably be the sweet and sour ribs. In that moment, Gu Qingwan resembled a child, frozen in place. Grappling with a dilemma, she genuinely yearned to try something new, but her desire for sweet and sour ribs was equally strong. Observing her predicament, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly from the depths of his heart. Looking at Gu Qingwan before him, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not as if you won't get to eat it tomorrow. There are plenty of days ahead." His words left Gu Qingwan momentarily stunned, standing still for a few seconds. When she regained her composure, her expression transformed from one of fervor to one adorned with an inexplicable smile. Eventually, she reclined back into her chair, gazing at the sky. Her smile enigmatic as she softly murmured, "Indeed, there are many days ahead." Noticing that Gu Qingwan no longer clamored for strawberry candied hawthorns, Luo Chen placed the half-eaten skewer of candied hawthorns aside, preparing to doze off for a while. He was not particularly hungry for lunch, while Gu Qingwan savored her treat. As Luo Chen drifted into a light slumber, a sudden chime echoed through the air. Awakening groggily, he looked around, puzzled. Has a significant figure arrived at the sacred land of Yaoqi? Coming to his senses, Luo Chen sought Gu Qingwan, but found her absent from a nearby lounge chair. However, upon turning his gaze to the opposite side, he raised an eyebrow, a strange look crossing his face as he asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 25. This one. Gu Qingwan stood beside Luo Chen, holding a skewer of the half-eaten candied hawthorns. It seemed she too was taken aback by the unexpected chime. The two exchanged glances, each wondering about the other, until Gu Qingwan, with a hint of unease, directed her gaze towards the main hall of the sect and said, "It seems the Qinghu Empress has arrived." The Qinghu Empress? Luo Chen blinked in surprise. Having traversed to this realm for a decade, he had heard of her only sparingly, primarily from individuals within the sacred land of Yaoqi. Given that he rarely ventured beyond its bounds and was immersed in the life of a mortal cultivator, there was little need to familiarize himself with outsiders. The Qinghu Empress was one of the few names he recognized, primarily due to her immense renown. She and Gu Qingwan belonged to the same era, and in their time, they were equals in fame. However, in the present day, the Qinghu Empress overshadowed Gu Qingwan significantly. After all, Gu Qingwan had secluded herself for millennia, and aside from those within the sacred land, most had nearly forgotten her. In contrast, the Qinghu Empress had never retreated into solitude, reigning over Nanjing Zhanzhou for countless years, her reputation growing ever more illustrious. What intrigued many about the Qinghu Empress was her title, which had persisted for millennia. She was the most coveted figure among all men in Nanjing Zhanzhou. The reason this title did not belong to Gu Qingwan was simple. Although Gu Qingwan was peerlessly beautiful, exuding an unmatched grace, her cold demeanor and lofty aura rendered her seemingly unattainable to most. Gu Qingwan was akin to the most distant star in the sky, perpetually out of reach, evoking only admiration from afar. The distance she created instilled a sense of despair in many, who would not dare to even dream of being close to her. The Qinghu Empress, however, was different. As for the Qinghu Empress's appearance, Luo Chen had never laid eyes on her. Such prominent figures rarely visited the sacred land of Yaoqi, and even if they did, someone like Luo Chen, who spent his days secluded in the mountains, would not have the chance to see them. However, it was easy to surmise that she must be stunning, possessing beauty on par with Gu Qingwan. While Luo Chen was lost in thought, Gu Qingwan had finished the last of her candied hawthorns and declared, "You should go too." "Go where?" Luo Chen looked at her in confusion, uncertain about what she meant. Gu Qingwan had already seized his collar, lifting him as if he were a small chick, and made her way toward the main hall of the sect. As they walked, Gu Qingwan maintained a stoic expression and said, 10 days ago, the Qinghu Empress ascended to the imperial realm. Her visit to the sacred land of Yaoqi likely concerns two matters. One is to discuss matters regarding the secret realm, and the other is to showcase her swordsmanship to me. I will take you to witness the Qinghu Empress's swordplay. Once we reach the main hall, you must refrain from speaking out of turn. Just sit beside me, observe intently, and learn well. Gu Qingwan desired to impart some knowledge to Luo Chen, wishing to gift him something. Though he could concoct pills of saintly quality, even she wished to bask in his brilliance. She had initially considered bestowing upon him celestial techniques and divine artifacts, but reconsidered, realizing that he was currently masquerading as a mortal and could not even fly, let alone wield items that required spiritual energy. The only thing she could offer him were some techniques. Yet, recalling the events of that morning made her blush, as they were rather embarrassing, especially with this little rogue silently judging her. Thus, she thought it best for him to simply observe the Qinghu Empress's swordsmanship, for she was a master of the blade, surpassing Gu Qingwan even in ancient times. Luo Chen, still bewildered by Gu Qingwan's words, blinked in confusion. Witnessed the Qinghu Empress's swordplay? Indeed, he mused, the swordplay is less significant than seeing what the Qinghu Empress looks like. Just what kind of beauty could be deemed the dream of all men in Nanjing Zhanzhou? She must be extraordinarily beautiful, perhaps even surpassing Gu Qingwan. As Luo Chen pondered these thoughts, Gu Qingwan, having sensed his musings, suddenly hesitated about bringing him along. However, it was now too late to have regrets, as she had already led him to the peak where the main hall of the sect stood. Before the main hall, a large crowd had gathered, comprising elders, disciples of the sacred land of Yaoqi, and disciples from Qianqing Mountain. It was a sea of people. As Gu Qingwan descended with Luo Chen, both the disciples of the sacred land of Yaoqi and those from Qianqing Mountain knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Empress of Yaoqi." The moment Gu Qingwan touched the ground, her demeanor transformed to that of a being of purity, untouchable and frigid, a stark contrast to the more approachable Gu Qingwan in the courtyard. As she landed, an alluring voice emerged from the throng in the distance. "It has been a long time, Qingwan." Any man would find it impossible to withstand such a voice. It was exquisitely charming, rendering one weak at the knees. A rhythmic click of stiletto heels echoed through the grand hall, accompanied by a voice that tantalized to the core. Luo Chen immediately caught sight of the beautiful Fox Empress approaching him. She was truly breathtaking, a real vision of beauty. Her long, wine-red hair was elegantly styled, exposing her alluring neck. Her captivating eyes, high-bridged nose, and sensuous crimson lips were mesmerizing. Most striking, however, were the pair of fluffy fox ears adorning her head. A testament to her heritage, her father was a renowned general of the fox tribe, while her mother belonged to the human race. It was no wonder she was the dream of every man in South Qingzhou Prefecture. A mere flirtatious glance from her could elevate one's blood pressure to the brink of fainting. Yet, for Luo Chen, it was a different story. She's just average. Although her beauty rivals that of Gu Qingwan, I still prefer Gu Qingwan above all. Gu Qingwan was the epitome of perfection, the unrivaled goddess. Despite the consensus that Gu Qingwan was an unattainable star, her demeanor towards Luo Chen was not as frigid as one might expect. Thus, Gu Qingwan reigned supreme. Soon, Luo Chen had completed his mental comparison of the two most beautiful individuals in South Qingzhou Prefecture. Upon hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, Gu Qingwan felt a flush rise to her cheeks and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "Why do you, little lecher, have to like her?" Nevertheless, a barely perceptible, exquisite smile graced her lips. Luo Chen found no attraction in the overtly provocative appearance of the Fox Empress. Just look at what she wore. While Gu Qingwan's skirt had slits that reached her thighs, the Fox Empress's gown had slits that nearly reached her waist. Luo Chen definitely did not appreciate such ostentation. Wait, that's not right. Just as Gu Qingwan had intended to greet the Fox Empress, Luo Chen's inner monologue caused her to pause. What is not right? Oh, there are even black stockings, and they're one piece. Gu Qingwan thought, this is quite something. As Gu Qingwan silently reprimanded the little lecher once more, she turned her attention to the Fox Empress who had now arrived before her. A fragrant breeze wafted through as Gu Qingwan, maintaining an impassive expression, addressed the bowing crowd. No need for formalities. Having said that, Gu Qingwan and Luo Chen passed by the Fox Empress without a word and proceeded toward the front of the hall. The Fox Empress was not surprised by Gu Qingwan's demeanor. If Gu Qingwan were to engage her in conversation, that would indeed be a rarity. Instead, her gaze was fixed on Luo Chen, standing beside Gu Qingwan. The serene atmosphere of the Yaoqi sacred land belied the turbulent undercurrents sweeping through the southern regions of the prefecture. A new alchemist had emerged from Yaoqi sacred land, capable of concocting holy-level elixirs, a fact that had spread throughout South Qingzhou. The leading sects of the southern region were now investigating this alchemist, but the results were unsatisfactory. They could only conclude that the alchemist was exceedingly young and extraordinarily handsome, resembling a celestial being. Previously, he had been an ordinary person, spending 10 years in Yaoqi sacred land without any notable achievements. This information was met with skepticism, as many speculated whether this was part of a grand scheme set by Gu Qingwan millennia ago. Upon seeing Luo Chen for the first time, the Fox Empress was certain that he was the infamous alchemist named Luo Chen. His striking appearance alone was enough to make that deduction. Moreover, Yaoqi sacred land had only one male disciple, and Gu Qingwan, known for her cold demeanor, would never allow an ordinary person to stand so close to her. Following Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen found her attitude towards him unsurprising. He was aware of the rivalry between Gu Qingwan and the Fox Empress. They were true adversaries, sworn enemies. Although the Wandan Pavilion and Yaoqi sacred land had been at odds for millennia, it was merely a matter of petty tricks. Neither Yaoqi sacred land nor Gu Qingwan regarded Wandan Pavilion as a worthy opponent. The only one who could match Gu Qingwan was the Fox Empress, Su Lian. Upon reaching the prepared golden dragon throne, Gu Qingwan elegantly brushed aside the ethereal white silk sleeves and took her seat. Luo Chen, understanding the situation, made his way to stand beside the Lord of Yaoqi. Once Gu Qingwan was seated, a dazzling golden light enveloped Su Yan, who also ascended to her throne. The two empresses sat across from each other, their expressions devoid of emotion. In truth, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian represented two extremes. Gu Qingwan was clad in simple garments, embodying grace, while Su Lian was adorned in resplendent attire, exuding charm and allure. Gazing at Su Lian from her position, Gu Qingwan, the mistress of Yaoqi's sacred land, spoke without a hint of emotion. You are here regarding the matter of the secret realm, are you not? Listening to Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, reclining on her throne, revealed a bewitching smile. You haven't changed a bit. You always get straight to the point. Since we're on the subject, I won't beat around the bush either. The two strongest clans in this secret realm are Yaoqi's sacred land and Qiancheng Mountain. For both of us, we are each other's greatest opponents. However, we need not view each other as enemies. If we cooperate, we can become an unstoppable force and emerge as the ultimate victors. Upon hearing Su Lian's words, Gu Qingwan replied, her expression unchanged. Very well, Yaoqi's sacred land will collaborate with Qiancheng Mountain. The moment Su Lian brought her party from Qiancheng Mountain, Gu Qingwan understood her intentions. Yet, Gu Qingwan already had her answers. She was merely curious as to why Su Lian, having ascended to the rank of emperor and once considering her a sworn enemy, would personally come to negotiate for this secret realm. It indicated the significance of this matter. Su Lian must be privy to some vital information regarding the secret realm. Gu Qingwan was unaware of the specifics surrounding the secret realm. Over the past millennia, Yaoqi's sacred land had declined and fallen out of the ranks of the strongest sects, leaving many matters beyond its reach. Conversely, due to Su Lian's influence, Qiancheng Mountain remained among the strongest sects and was likely privy to certain secrets. However, such matters could not be discussed in this setting. They could be inquired about later. For now, the discussion remained ongoing. Gu Qingwan's agreement came swiftly. Su Lian felt no surprise. After a charming laugh, she looked toward Gu Qingwan. However, although it is a collaboration, there must still be a hierarchy. How will the treasures obtained from the secret realm be divided? If there are disagreements within the secret realm, whose voice will prevail? These matters must be addressed beforehand. At last, Gu Qingwan focused her gaze on the cunningly smiling Su Lian. What you are truly concerned about is the unfinished competition from a millennium ago, isn't it? Listening to Gu Qingwan's words, Su Lian raised her head, revealing her exquisite chin, and gazed at Gu Qingwan, declaring, indeed, today we shall complete that unfinished duel. Whoever emerges victorious shall command the other. Gu Qingwan frowned slightly, responding, how can we engage in a contest now? We are both emperors. If we truly fight, half of southern Xinjiang prefecture would fall, not to mention the imminent secret realm. Any injury incurred would be a significant loss. Gu Qingwan was reluctant to engage in combat. The duel from a millennium ago was a clash of swords, and Su Lian was a passionate sword practitioner. After 10,000 years, her swordsmanship had undoubtedly reached extraordinary heights. Conversely, Gu Qingwan had spent a millennium in seclusion solely to break through her realm, and aside from the sword technique, she comprehended upon reaching the emperor level. She had made no further advancements in swordsmanship. Su Lian's confident proposal suggested she was assured of surpassing Gu Qingwan in sword skills. Moreover, Gu Qingwan was not a true emperor in the conventional sense. If they were to fight, her strength would be revealed. Until Luo Chen had resolved her demonic heart, Gu Qingwan would not engage in battle. It seemed Su Lian had anticipated Gu Qingwan's reasoning. As soon as Gu Qingwan finished speaking, Su Lian promptly suggested, there is no need for a grand battle. Let us each demonstrate our strongest sword technique. The superiority will be evident, and it will also allow the disciples present to grasp the essence of sword intent. Wouldn't that be better? Upon hearing Su Lian's words, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Gu Qingwan's eyes. She had anticipated this. This was precisely why she had brought Luo Chen along. Gu Qingwan surmised that Su Lian would opt for this method of competition, hence Luo Chen's presence. If it were to be such a contest, Gu Qingwan was exceedingly confident in the sword technique she had developed upon her breakthrough to the emperor realm. In terms of technique alone, she believed she would never lose. Thus, after Su Lian finished speaking, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Gu Qingwan's lips as she raised her chin and responded, very well. Su Lian could hardly contain her excitement. Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's agreement, she instantly appeared in the center of the Grand Hall's plaza. After exhaling a breath of stagnant energy from within, she began to execute her sword technique. As Su Lian initiated her technique, the hint of cunning in Gu Qingwan's gaze vanished, replaced by astonishment. Su Lian was formidable. Chapter 27. Diminished. The scope shrinks as Su Lian unleashed her technique. Everyone immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of Dao. With a single move, the world transformed. The serene and peaceful Yaoqi sacred land was replaced by a battlefield filled with glimmering blades and flashing swords. This chilling display of sword light instilled a sense of excitement among the surrounding disciples. This was sword intent, something countless sword practitioners yearned for in the lifelong pursuit of all swordsmen. Gu Qingwan gazed at Su Lian, executing her every move in the plaza's center. Her eyes filled with shock. Sword intent, whether in the past or present. Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had possessed it since their ascension to the semi-emperor level millennia ago. However, Su Lian before her was not employing any mental techniques or spiritual power. She was entirely relying on her movements to manifest sword intent. Frankly speaking, Gu Qingwan could not achieve such a feat. It was exceedingly challenging. To trigger sword intent without any spiritual power or mental techniques, solely through technique, could only imply one possibility. Su Lian's swordsmanship had reached a transcendental level. Gu Qingwan inhaled sharply, realizing just how immensely Su Lian had grown over the millennia. She feared that she was no longer Su Lian's match. A sense of nostalgia washed over Gu Qingwan. So much had transpired over the past 10,000 years. Though Su Lian had once been her sworn enemy and true rival, Gu Qingwan had consistently kept her at bay. Whenever Su Lian was on the verge of catching up, Gu Qingwan would advance further. Now, however, she acknowledged that she was certainly not a match for Su Lian. The sword technique she had created upon breaking through to the Emperor realm could not compare to Su Lian's current skills. Gu Qingwan felt a lingering sense of inadequacy in her sword technique, unable to pinpoint where it fell short. Regardless, it was clear that she could not evoke sword intent without relying on spiritual power. She had lost. In truth, Gu Qingwan had contemplated this outcome. She had squandered too much over the past millennium. Initially, she had felt confident, but now it seemed there was no chance left. Gu Qingwan accepted her defeat with grace. Feeling no lingering attachment to the events of a millennium ago, many things had faded with time. As for the significance of the upcoming secret realm, she felt a twinge of regret, but ultimately deemed it inconsequential. After all, she had just emerged from seclusion, entirely ignorant of the secret realm, and her strength was not that of a true emperor. Though she possessed the emperor's realm, she could not fully harness the strength that came with it. Thus, from every angle, it ultimately relied on Su Lian. Therefore, Su Lian was the principal player, and Gu Qingwan held no objections. Subsequently, Gu Qingwan ceased to dwell on the contest and instead adopted an appreciative and learning mindset, determined to observe closely. Perhaps she could glean insights to fill the gaps in her own sword technique and elevate her skills. Su Lian's swordsmanship was dazzling, resplendent, and vibrant. Much like her very essence, each technique was both magnificent and overwhelming, embodying an unstoppable momentum. It was truly remarkable. Gu Qingwan could only feel this singular sensation as she beheld Su Lian's swordplay. If Su Lian were to channel her mental techniques and unleash all her spiritual power, a single strike could potentially shake the entire southern Qingzhan prefecture. As she watched, Gu Qingwan recalled something. Was that scoundrel Luo Chen paying close attention and earnestly learning? After all, she had brought him here so he could observe and learn diligently. With this thought, Gu Qingwan discreetly glanced at Luo Chen, who stood beside her. At that moment, he was fully engrossed, observing intently and occasionally displaying a contemplative expression, completely absorbed in the display. Seeing this, Gu Qingwan felt a slight sense of relief. She had feared that Luo Chen would once again fixate on inappropriate distractions. Now, not hearing any of his thoughts, she assumed he was genuinely studying. With that in mind, Gu Qingwan could not help but let out a soft huff. When she demonstrated her sword technique, that rascal's eyes had wandered, either fixated on her or on other inappropriate areas, showing no seriousness whatsoever. Yet now, he was fully engaged in Su Lian's sword technique. While Gu Qingwan pondered this, Su Lian had already concluded her demonstration. The captivating sword intent dissipated, leaving the surrounding disciples with expressions of regret, lamenting their own lack of wisdom. Had they been a bit more astute, they could have gleaned a fragment of the powerful sword intent, greatly enhancing their own realms. What a pity! As Su Lian sheathed her sword, she looked towards Gu Qingwan, seated upon the emperor's throne, her expression radiating uncontainable pride, and spoke with a gentle smile. It is your turn now. Gu Qingwan shook off her astonishment, preparing to take the stage. Although it is certain that she cannot surpass Su Lian, Gu Qingwan nonetheless feels compelled to take the stage. Surrendering simply because the opponent is formidable is not in her character. At this moment, Gu Qingwan fervently hopes that the little rascal, Luo Chen, will refrain from uttering any embarrassing remarks. For some reason, she finds herself easily unsettled by his words and actions. With her swordsmanship already inferior to that of Su Lian, any distraction could lead to a most unfortunate spectacle. As Gu Qingwan prepares to enter the arena, she suddenly hears Luo Chen's thoughts from behind her. It's small. Small? She is momentarily taken aback, confusion etched upon her face. What does he mean by small? However, having learned from past experiences, Gu Qingwan quickly grasps the implication. Upon regaining her composure, she feels a surge of anger, cursing Luo Chen 1,000 times in her mind for being such a lecherous little rascal. This scoundrel hasn't even properly observed Su Lian's swordplay. Instead, he seems preoccupied with more salacious observations. What does he mean by saying Su Lian is small? If Gu Qingwan's figure could be described as perfect, then Su Lian's physique could only be termed as exaggerated. How could such a voluptuous form possibly be considered small? Just as Gu Qingwan's breath becomes slightly labored from her rising indignation, Luo Chen's thoughts echo in her mind again. Yes, it's truly small. The framework of this sword technique is limited. Chapter 28. What is heaven and earth worth? The framework of this sword technique is limited? Gu Qingwan wonders if her ears are deceiving her, or if Luo Chen's mind has truly gone awry. She is well aware of the origins of Su Lian's sword technique. It is known as asking heaven, acquired by Su Lian during a secret realm exploration. This technique is of imperial grade, signifying one of the highest levels accessible to cultivators in the lower realm. The essence of this technique lies in its audacity to question the heavens, and the grandeur Su Lian displayed while demonstrating it was evident to all. After millennia of cultivation, Su Lian has thoroughly mastered asking heaven, infusing it with her own insights, thereby amplifying its inherent might. Now, with her profound understanding, this sword technique has reached an unparalleled level of awe-inspiring brilliance. If such a technique is deemed limited, then what could possibly be considered grand? This little rascal truly speaks with unbridled audacity. Nevertheless, Gu Qingwan does not hold any ill will towards Luo Chen. After all, he is merely a child, brimming with youthful brashness. In Gu Qingwan's eyes, he remains but a child. Furthermore, Luo Chen has not shouted his thoughts aloud. He merely shares them internally, which is harmless enough. Just before stepping onto the stage, Gu Qingwan glances back at Luo Chen, hoping he might offer some praise for her own swordplay. Even a naive remark akin to his previous comments would suffice. Deep down, she feels a tinge of grievance. After all, she had taken the time to teach him her technique that very morning, yet he barely acknowledged it. His evaluation of Su Lian's swordplay, albeit amusing, at least indicates that he had been paying attention. Why is it that he can earnestly observe Su Lian's technique while neglecting her own? Although her swordplay may not rival Su Lian's, it is still formidable, deserving of his attention. Regardless, it is certainly worthy of this little rascal's study. Gu Qingwan casts a meaningful glance at Luo Chen, signaling him to pay attention to her technique and not to be distracted. However, to her dismay, he remains fixated on Su Lian, lost in thought. Despite his unwavering focus on Su Lian, there is no hint of desire in his gaze. His eyes are clear and pure, devoid of any base intentions, as pristine as the sacred waters of the Jade Pool. Seeing that Luo Chen is oblivious to her presence and not offering any acknowledgement, Gu Qingwan decides against voicing her thoughts in such a public setting and strides towards the center of the arena. Su Lian, unperturbed, remains where she is, gazing at the approaching Gu Qingwan. With a raised eyebrow, she provocatively inquires, "What does the Empress of the Jade Pool think of my sword technique just now? Or does she, as before, find my technique, like myself, rather petty?" With that, Su Lian tilts her head slightly, challenging Gu Qingwan. The nature of their relationship is shrouded in mystery to the outside world. They have become rivals, enemies even, with onlookers believing that these two extraordinary figures are simply vying for supremacy. Neither yields to the other, ultimately escalating into a bitter enmity. Yet, few are aware of the origins of their discord, which stemmed from a conflict long ago when both were merely disciples of their respective sects, having just begun their journey into cultivation. In truth, Su Lian has nearly forgotten the cause of their quarrel, uncertain of who was right or wrong. However, she will never forget how fiercely she had argued, mercilessly berating Gu Qingwan for what felt like an eternity. Throughout that tirade, Gu Qingwan remained expressionless, silent in the face of her accusations. Finally, when Su Lian grew weary of her own words, Gu Qingwan coolly retorted, "Those from humble origins are truly sharp-tongued and petty, lacking in decorum." Gu Qingwan's haughty demeanor, her unyielding pride, and the disdain radiating from her very being conveyed an attitude that made Su Lian feel as though even the air they shared was tainted. To this day, Su Lian vividly remembers that encounter. The image of Gu Qingwan's expression ignites a simmering rage within her. It is the most sensitive point in Su Lian's heart. While Gu Qingwan and Su Lian share the commonality of being empresses and the strongest figures in the southern Xinjiang continent, their backgrounds starkly contrast. From the moment Gu Qingwan stepped into the realm of cultivation, she has been a beacon of attention. Her breathtaking beauty and unparalleled talent have made her the dream of countless admirers. It could be said that Gu Qingwan has faced no obstacles in her life, sailing smoothly through every challenge, a star that shines brilliantly in the heavens, destined to be revered. In stark contrast, Su Lian is the product of a union between a human and a fox, a lineage that has brought her only endless humiliation and scorn. In a world that places immense value on bloodlines and legitimacy, being neither fully human nor entirely fox is deemed the most contemptible state. When she first entered her sect, even a bowl of clean rice was something she had to beg for. The resources necessary for cultivation were frequently withheld from her, what others may acquire with ease. Su Lian must strive tirelessly to obtain. The effort Su Lian expends to ascend to the rank of emperor is manifold compared to that of her peers. She is particularly sensitive to any insinuations of her being petty or lacking in refinement. What constitutes refinement, one might ponder. Had she possessed it, she would have surely perished from hunger within mere weeks of entering the sect. The haughty demeanor of Gu Qingwan, who looks down upon everyone, is precisely what Su Lian finds most intolerable. Even though she understands that Gu Qingwan's disdain is not directed solely at her, it is universally applied. At this moment, Gu Qingwan furrowed her brow as she regarded Su Lian. She was acutely aware of what Su Lian was alluding to. Regarding past events, Gu Qingwan believed her actions were justified, despite the relentless barrage of acerbic remarks directed at her by this individual, akin to the tirades of a shrew. Was she not entitled to respond? Even if time were to rewind, Gu Qingwan would certainly speak her mind. Yet now, she found herself at a loss for words. How should she evaluate this situation? Should she declare that Su Lian's swordsmanship is lacking? The bystanders are not blind. If she criticizes it, her own performance will be all the more embarrassing when her techniques are demonstrated. However, Gu Qingwan's pride would never allow her to concede to Su Lian. As Su Lian regarded Gu Qingwan with a challenging gaze, Gu Qingwan felt increasingly cornered. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her ear. Indeed, there is an air of pettiness. What do the heavens matter? They are of no consequence. Chapter 29. One must maintain humility. Luo Chen, a master swordsman who had already honed the various sword techniques and mental disciplines bestowed by the system to perfection, discerned the essence of Su Lian's swordplay after just a few moves. He recognized the core of her technique. Some sword arts are rooted in emotion, others in righteousness, and some serve the greater good of home and country. Yet Su Lian's style is founded upon wildness. What audacity lies in questioning the heavens? If one dares to embrace such boldness, then let it be embraced fully. What do the heavens matter? If one cultivates under such a mindset, the potency of this sword technique will surely ascend to unprecedented heights. As Luo Chen's thoughts echoed in Gu Qingwan's mind, she stood frozen in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. Her heart even skipped a beat. What audacious words! What do the heavens mean? As the foremost swordswoman from a millennium ago, Gu Qingwan quickly began to contemplate the implications of Luo Chen's words. If she were to wield her sword under such a mindset, a revelation dawned upon her. Luo Chen's assertion could equally apply to her own sword techniques. At last, she comprehended what her swordsmanship had been lacking, the commanding presence of who else could compare. However, Luo Chen's critique was aimed at Su Lian and did not wholly translate to her own style. Gu Qingwan's swordplay is not characterized by wildness, but rather by pride. Thus, she must discern the situation and adapt accordingly. As the most formidable individual from the southern Xinjiang prefecture, Gu Qingwan swiftly reinterpreted Luo Chen's words to suit her own style. Yet, at this moment, it remained merely a notion. Whether it would prove effective was uncertain. Gu Qingwan genuinely wished for Luo Chen to observe her closely and offer guidance. More accurately, to provide her with insight. With this thought, she cast a lingering glance at Luo Chen, her eyes filled with profound astonishment. At that moment, Luo Chen's gaze remained fixed upon Su Lian, his thoughts evidently elsewhere. What a remarkable prodigy he is. But, she pondered, is there further guidance? Upon hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, Gu Qingwan prepared to listen intently. However, Su Lian's figure is truly astonishing. I once thought Gu Qingwan was the epitome of beauty, yet compared to Su Lian, she pales in comparison. Could she bear 20 children? And those fox ears, are they real or merely an illusion? If they are real, does that mean she possesses 4 ears? Is she transformed? Surely. An emperor could alter any part of their body, so why deliberately reveal a pair of azure fox ears? Could it be a form of role-playing? Goodness. It's not merely acting, it's a true embodiment. This is delightful, quite delightful. A moment later, Gu Qingwan's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Luo Chen. This little lecher. After just 3 remarks, he has lost all decorum. What does he mean by bearing 20 children? 10 or 8 would suffice. Moreover, such a physique would be a burden in battle. Indeed, a hindrance. After glaring at Luo Chen and realizing he was oblivious to her, Gu Qingwan scoffed and turned her attention back to Su Lian. Her icy gaze intentionally flickered over Su Lian's bosom. Indeed, she had not paid much attention before, but now, at this proximity, it was undeniably extravagant. Little lecher, what does it matter whether such attributes are larger or smaller? As for Su Lian's azure fox ears, Gu Qingwan was somewhat aware of their origins. At this moment, Su Lian observed Gu Qingwan with a peculiar expression. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Does Gu Qingwan have a problem? Why does she keep glancing at Luo Chen, who stands beside the emperor's throne? Though Gu Qingwan's demeanor is perpetually cold and unyielding, Su Lian could discern that she was not truly engaged with the situation at hand, her mind wandering elsewhere. What was the purpose of her repeated glances at Su Lian's bosom? Had she been in seclusion for millennia and developed some ailment? Just as Su Lian was poised to deliver another provocation, Gu Qingwan, having turned back, lifted her chin slightly, revealing the familiar haughty expression that Su Lian recognized all too well, and remarked, "Indeed, there remains an air of pettiness." Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's words, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. This is regarded as petty? Su Lian was equally taken aback by Gu Qingwan's sudden remark. However, swiftly regaining her composure, Su Lian let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Diminishing others will not elevate your own stature, O Empress. Pray tell, what exemplifies grandeur? There is a saying, if one is handsome and others call them ugly, they remain unfazed. Yet, if one is unattractive and others echo the sentiment, that is when anger arises. Su Lian's swordsmanship is undoubtedly the finest in southern Xinjiang prefecture, its momentum capable of swallowing mountains and rivers." Gu Qingwan's comment to Su Lian seemed a mere act of bravado. After all, this individual, who had long been crowned the best, surely could not endure the sensation of being eclipsed upon emerging from seclusion, could she? As Su Lian prepared to respond with a cutting remark, Gu Qingwan, maintaining her impassive expression, walked towards the center of the square and asserted, "Dare I inquire, what do the heavens matter? You have already ascended to the rank of emperor, transcending the bounds of celestial laws. Why question the heavens when we have already trampled their rules beneath our feet? What do the heavens signify? We are, after all, emperors." Gu Qingwan slightly altered Luo Chen's words as she spoke. The vulgarities that lingered in Luo Chen's mind, such as "what does heaven and earth matter?" were certainly too shameful for Gu Qingwan to utter. After she finished her statement, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Not a single sound could be heard, as everyone was taken aback by Gu Qingwan's words. Su Lian stood frozen, her alluring red lips slightly parted, her face a canvas of shock. This was something Su Lian had never anticipated. Wow, so Gu Qingwan is aware of this too. Impressive. So cool, it must be my Gu Qingwan. Luo Chen, listening to Gu Qingwan's proclamation, felt a surge of excitement. Her expressionless delivery was undeniably captivating. In that moment, he found himself somewhat in awe of Gu Qingwan. "Oh, so impressive. Sister, step on me." However, this incident made Luo Chen realize that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. He had assumed he was the only one to notice, only to discover that Gu Qingwan had effortlessly seen through it as well. Henceforth, he must remain humble and seek guidance, rather than feeling overly proud after learning a few mediocre sword techniques from the system. Humility is essential in life. Chapter 30. The Art of Swordsmanship. Luo Chen's thoughts were fully captured by Gu Qingwan's attentive ear. Having prepared to showcase her swordsmanship, Gu Qingwan felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Internally, she scoffed. "When did I become part of your family?" Of course, both were disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land, thus they were indeed akin to family. Yet, Luo Chen's phrasing always struck her as peculiar. As for Luo Chen's assertion of his prowess, Gu Qingwan felt a tinge of embarrassment, for she had discerned nothing herself, merely reiterating Luo Chen's words. Nevertheless, since this little rascal claimed her as family, it was only fitting to use his words to impress Su Lian, right? With this thought, Gu Qingwan suddenly felt emboldened. Let this little rascal continue to think of her as an old woman. This time, they were even. Su Lian remained stunned. her mind still reeling from Gu Qingwan's earlier remarks. Gu Qingwan's words had struck her like a bolt of enlightenment, instantly elevating her understanding of swordsmanship several levels. However, being astute, Su Lian sensed something amiss, not with Gu Qingwan's statement, but with Gu Qingwan herself. Gu Qingwan should not possess such strength. While demonstrating her sword techniques, Su Lian had been subtly observing Gu Qingwan, eager to witness the expression of disbelief on her former rival's face. How satisfying it would be to see her old enemy display such a look of inadequacy. In truth, Gu Qingwan's demeanor did not disappoint Su Lian. Although her face remained expressionless, Su Lian could still detect the shock radiating from Gu Qingwan. If Gu Qingwan had always possessed such abilities, she would not have worn that expression. Setting aside speculation, realistically, Gu Qingwan had secluded herself for millennia to focus on breaking through to the Emperor realm, leaving her little time to hone her sword skills. With both she and Gu Qingwan being of comparable talent, and Gu Qingwan having neglected her sword practice for a millennium, how could Gu Qingwan possibly surpass her? Yet those words had undeniably escaped Gu Qingwan's lips. After a few moments of contemplation, Su Lian's captivating eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Could it be this fellow Luo Chen? While observing Gu Qingwan, she had inadvertently glanced at Luo Chen. His demeanor had genuinely irked her. Everyone around, even Gu Qingwan, appeared astonished. Yet this Luo Chen displayed a rather unimpressed expression. What perplexed her even more was how Gu Xinyan frequently glanced at Luo Chen for no apparent reason. Could it truly be Luo Chen? It seemed implausible. Speculations about Luo Chen's identity had circulated widely. The denizens of the Xianling continent believed him to be either a hidden master or a reincarnated emperor. After all, how could an ordinary inner disciple of the Yaoqi produce a holy grade elixir? However, upon meeting Luo Chen in person, Su Lian dismissed such notions. In this world, appearances can be deceiving. Age cannot be discerned by looks alone. As long as one's cultivation level exceeds their age significantly, their appearance remains youthful. For instance, both she and Gu Qingwan had transcended to the Emperor realm, existing beyond the confines of worldly rules, appearing as young women in their 20s or 30s. Yet, the truth of one's bone age cannot be disguised. Luo Chen's bone age was barely a century, easily discernible to Su Lian. This Luo Chen was certainly not a hidden master who had cultivated for millennia. And as for being a reincarnated being, absolutely not. For even reincarnated individuals emit a distinct aura of their past lives. While this aura is generally subtle, Su Lian, being an emperor, could detect it from their close proximity. Luo Chen clearly did not possess such traits. This Luo Chen was merely a novice who had recently embarked on the path of cultivation. His remarkable achievements in alchemy could only be attributed to either an inherited legacy or being a child of destiny, accomplishing in a mere decade what took others millennia. Regardless, it was impossible for Luo Chen to excel in both alchemy and swordsmanship to such an extent. Su Lian felt utterly bewildered, despite lacking any evidence to support her suspicion that Gu Qingwan's words had originated from Luo Chen. Yet, she instinctively doubted Luo Chen, much like a woman's intuition. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan collected her thoughts, and in that moment, the entire Yaoqi sacred land shimmered with ethereal light. A wave of transcendent, sacred energy surged forth from her being. Previously, Su Lian's sword intent lingered in the sacred grounds, but this newfound aura instantly dispersed it. Su Lian gazed at Gu Qingwan in awe. This was before any strikes had been made. She hadn't even drawn her sword. Merely the force of her presence had manifested sword intent. Su Lian found her breath quickening. At that moment, as Gu Qingwan gathered her sword intent, a jade sword materialized in her hand. Yet, instead of hastily wielding it, she turned her gaze towards the distant Luo Chen and softly remarked, "Watch closely." Upon being singled out by Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen promptly nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, Master Ancestor. I will diligently learn." Meanwhile, Su Lian furrowed her brow slightly, encouraging Luo Chen to study hard. Could it genuinely be this fellow? No, that is not right. Is it an illusion? Gu Qingwan paid no mind to Su Lian. Her sole desire was for Luo Chen to appreciate her swordsmanship and offer her some guidance. Although Luo Chen remained silent, she was certain that he would understand her intentions, for she could hear his thoughts. In the next moment, Gu Qingwan began to showcase her sword techniques. With just a single initial move, she captivated everyone present. Beyond the ethereal and sacred aura she exuded, there lay another sentiment of lofty superiority, as if everything in the world paled in comparison to her presence. In her midst, others felt like mere grains of sand or wild grass, utterly insignificant, while Gu Qingwan stood as the vast galaxy itself. Even Su Lian, for a fleeting moment, entertained such thoughts, only to swiftly dispel them. Alarmed, Su Lian realized the terrifying essence of Gu Qingwan's sword intent, which could even affect someone of her stature as an emperor. Gu Qingwan, while executing her initial move, sensed the potency of her sword intent, and her heart swelled with joy upon witnessing the expressions of those around her. Indeed, it was effective. Subsequently, she discreetly glanced at Luo Chen, eager to discern his reaction. Was it one of satisfaction or dissatisfaction? However, just as she turned to look, Luo Chen's thoughts reached her ears. Gu Qingwan is extraordinarily beautiful. Why focus on swordsmanship when beauty is so captivating? Chapter 31. The Copper of Shou Mountain, the material of the Xianyuan sword. Having spent considerable time with Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan felt her inner strength grow significantly. Upon hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, her cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. If Luo Chen chose not to watch, so be it. There would be ample time in the future. For now, Gu Qingwan was determined to execute the sword techniques she had been mentally rehearsing. In the next instant, she officially commenced. As spectators beheld Gu Qingwan's first strike, subsequent moves radiated an increasing sense of arrogance, akin to high mountains and flowing water, or the purest spring and winter snow, leaving onlookers feeling like mere country folk gazing up in awe. Ultimately, as Gu Qingwan concluded her display, the verdict of the contest was already settled in the minds of all present. After she sheathed her sword, Gu Qingwan approached the astonished Su Lian and, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired, "Who do you believe has triumphed?" As if it were obvious. The answer was clear. Gu Qingwan had not only won, but had also elevated her swordsmanship to new heights. Su Lian stood there, momentarily dazed, before finally responding with gritted teeth, "Of course, it's you." Su Lian was not one to shy away from defeat, especially considering that a millennium ago, she had always fallen just short in her contests against Gu Qingwan. Therefore, she readily admitted her loss. Gu Qingwan merely glanced at Su Lian without uttering a word. First, her victory was largely due to Luo Chen. Gu Qingwan was not one to flaunt others' merits for her own glory. Second, her character did not lend itself to cruelty in victory. Thus, after a brief look at Su Lian, Gu Qingwan declared, "Then it is settled." Su Lian nodded, "Indeed. Additionally, regarding the matters of the secret realm, you may not be fully aware yet." As Gu Qingwan prepared to disperse the surrounding crowd, Su Lian raised an eyebrow. Shifting the conversation, let us postpone this discussion for a few days. I must enter seclusion immediately and will reside in the Yaoqi Holy Land for the time being. Whether or not she entered seclusion was secondary. What truly mattered was Su Lian's desire to ascertain whether this matter was indeed connected to Luo Chen. If the discussions regarding the secret realm concluded swiftly, Su Lian would have no reason to linger at the Yaoqi Holy Land. Gu Qingwan did not ponder deeply on Su Lian's statement. After all, Su Lian was a sword enthusiast who had recently gained insight into her techniques and was understandably eager. Discussing the secret realm would require time and could not be resolved in a brief meeting. Moreover, Gu Qingwan had little interest in such matters at the moment. After all, dinner was approaching, and she was eagerly anticipating sweet and sour ribs. If their discussions extended late into the night, there would be no chance for her beloved dish. Thus, Gu Qingwan turned to Lingyin, the Yaoqi Holy Master, and instructed, "Please arrange accommodations for the Qinghu Empress." Lingyin promptly nodded and approached Su Lian, gesturing for her to follow. "Qinghu Empress, please come with me." As Su Lian departed with her disciples from Qianxing Mountain, she cast a lingering glance back at Luo Chen, convinced that this young man held secrets. Luo Chen watched Su Lian leave, but his mind was preoccupied with one thought. What would it feel like to touch Su Lian's fox ears? While Luo Chen was lost in thought, a melodious voice, akin to the sweetest songbird, interrupted him. "Everyone has left. Did you not get enough of the view?" Startled, Luo Chen turned to see Gu Qingwan with her arms crossed, an amused expression on her face. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. Gu Qingwan, undeterred, seized the back of Luo Chen's collar and, much like when they first arrived, whisked him towards Shenyun Peak. Along the way, Gu Qingwan casually inquired, "Did you learn anything just now?" Luo Chen, bewildered, replied, "Huh? Learn what?" Gu Qingwan's lips twitched as she suppressed the urge to toss him aside, finally responding with some irritation, "Did you learn my sword techniques?" Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly laughed again before quickly asserting, "Of course. Your swordsmanship is truly unparalleled, unmatched in the world, akin to the vast stars, and reminiscent of the boundless seas." Before Luo Chen could finish his sentence, Gu Qingwan shot him a sharp glance and retorted, "Silence. You haven't even been paying attention." Yet, she was not genuinely upset. She had already discerned the path of the sword techniques she had just executed, which harmonized beautifully with her cultivation. In her heart, Gu Qingwan was immensely grateful to Luo Chen. Nevertheless, she could not rely solely on him. After all, she was an emperor in her own right, and such dependence would not do. Upon returning to Xinyun Peak, as was customary, Luo Chen began preparing dinner while Gu Qingwan assisted with the seasonings. The sweet and sour ribs were indeed a delight to Gu Qingwan's palate. That night, under a canopy of twinkling stars, Gu Qingwan lay comfortably in the old rocking chair, her eyes gently closed, savoring the evening breeze that caressed her face, a moment of pure bliss. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's thoughts echoed in her ears. Damn it, we always agree that I cook while she does the dishes, and yet she never holds up her end of the bargain. What kind of emperor is she, seriously? No sense of honor at all. Just wait until I train for a few decades and surpass her. I'll make sure to pin her down on that chair and give her a good smack for every time she skips out on the dishes. In the preceding sentences, Gu Qingwan exhibited no signs of displeasure. Rather, she found Luo Chen's mutterings to be quite amusing, a delicate smile gracing her lips. However, upon hearing his final remark, a faint blush crept across her exquisite visage. She turned her gaze slightly, opening her eyes to behold Luo Chen, who was busily washing dishes with his back turned to her. Internally, she scoffed, "Humph, you little lecher." Subsequently, Gu Qingwan chose to avert her eyes from him and closed them once more. Time passed, and a light blanket was draped over her. Without opening her eyes, she recognized it was Luo Chen who had covered her. After laying the blanket, he yawned and sauntered towards the room, ready for slumber. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, a thought crossed his mind. Surely, a great emperor wouldn't catch a cold even without a blanket, right? No. This old woman is unlikely to catch a cold under any circumstances. I hope she doesn't think I'm a fool when she wakes up. Luo Chen muttered as he closed the door behind him, preparing for sleep. Gu Qingwan did not open her eyes nor remove the blanket. Instead, she shifted her position in the old rocking chair. It seemed she hadn't truly slept in quite some time, so she resolved to rest here tonight. The little rascal indeed showed some concern for others. In the early morning, Luo Chen arose from his bed. Instinctively glancing outside, he noted that Gu Qingwan was no longer in the chair, leaving only a blanket behind. He understood that she had gone to join the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land for their morning practice and would soon return for breakfast. This was a daily routine. After getting out of bed, Luo Chen prepared to freshen up and cook. As he swung open the door and stretched lazily, a notification chimed in his mind. Yesterday's mortal value, 3,000. Reward, copper of Shoshan, stored in the host's Qianquan bag. What? Copper of Shoshan? The material for the legendary Xinyuan sword? Chapter 32. Could this lad have questionable inclinations? Luo Chen was not particularly well versed in mythological tales, but he did know that copper of Shoshan was used to forge the Xinyuan sword. The system had provided him with numerous texts on weapon crafting. These tomes detailed the methods, materials, and techniques involved in the creation of the Xinyuan sword. Immediately, Luo Chen retrieved a hefty, yellowish piece of copper from his spatial bag. It resembled a large gold ingot, measuring an arm's length and quite weighty. He hefted the copper of Shoshan in one hand, contemplating whether to forge a Xinyuan sword himself. After all, he possessed the knowledge of the methods, materials, and techniques necessary. Most importantly, he had already mastered a book titled Craftsmanship provided by the system. He was indeed capable of crafting the Xinyuan sword. However, he deemed it unnecessary, for he already owned a Xinyuan sword. Approximately 4 or 5 years ago, one morning, much like today, the system informed Luo Chen that he had completed a stage of his task and rewarded him with a Xinyuan sword. Of course, whether it was the genuine article or merely a replica was uncertain. Regardless, it was exceptionally sharp. During the initial days of receiving it, Luo Chen wielded it daily. And in that brief period, not a blade of grass exceeding half a meter remained on the Xinyun Peak. Yet, Luo Chen was not particularly concerned about weapons at this point. Strength was paramount. What use were weapons? Even a 3-year-old child with a kitchen knife could be easily subdued. Thus, Luo Chen believed in the necessity of strengthening himself first. After playing with the Xinyuan sword for a few days, he had relegated it to his spatial bag, where it gathered dust, never to be touched again. Hence, receiving such a remarkable piece of copper of Shoshan did not inspire him to forge a Xinyuan sword, for he questioned its utility. As Luo Chen pondered the weight of the copper of Shoshan in his hand, he felt somewhat bewildered. However, what perplexed him even more was the realization that his mortal value had reached a staggering 3,000 yesterday. Reflecting on his activities from the previous day, he began to piece together the reason. He had engaged in numerous endeavors, but the most notable was foraging for hawthorn at the foot of the mountain and subsequently bringing it back for cultivation, not to mention the arrival of the Qinghu Empress. In hindsight, Foraging for hawthorn and cultivating it could be likened to the spring planting and autumn harvest typical of mortals, a quintessentially human endeavor. As for his encounter with the Qinghu Empress, Luo Chen considered it a form of learning, albeit without gaining any substantial knowledge, as he had been too preoccupied with her alluring legs. It was these two instances that likely contributed to the significant increase in his mortal value. Upon this realization, Luo Chen felt a twinge of shame. He had spent a decade here, only now grasping the intricacies of the system. Recalling the previous days when he earned a mere 100 or 2 in mortal value, he felt exasperated. After all, who among mortals merely ate and slept daily? With that in mind, what should he do today? Perhaps he could tend to the vegetable garden below? Luo Chen had a small garden, though he rarely attended to it. As a master of the Shinong technique, he planted with ease. A simple hole dug and a couple of seeds tossed and sufficed to ensure their survival. There was no need for constant fertilization, watering, or care. He would simply plant the seeds and return when they had grown, ready to harvest. As Luo Chen contemplated, a light sound echoed from the courtyard. Turning to see who had returned, he casually remarked, "Why are you back so soon today?" However, before he could finish his statement, he halted, for the newcomer was not Gu Qingwan, but rather the Qinghu Empress, Su Lian. Today, Su Lian looked exceptionally beautiful in a black lace coat, exuding the same enchanting grace she had displayed upon their first meeting. Luo Chen dared not gaze at her with the same intensity he reserved for Gu Qingwan, as he was familiar with Gu Qingwan and knew she would only scold him lightly. However, Su Lian's fierce reputation was well known, even to someone as oblivious as Luo Chen, who spent his days on Shenyun Peak, indulging in leisure. Immediately, Luo Chen bowed respectfully and said, "Master Ancestor has gone to the main hall to impart teachings to the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land." He pondered how Su Lian had emerged from her seclusion so swiftly. Su Lian blinked her captivating eyes, approaching Luo Chen as she spoke seductively, "Little brother, what is that you hold in your hand?" The first part of her statement was irresistibly alluring. Any ordinary man might have faltered. Yet, before she could finish, she caught sight of the substantial copper of Shoshan in Luo Chen's grasp. Her voice and expression shifted to one of seriousness, her face displaying a look of suspicion. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not yet stowed the copper of Shoshan away. Observing Su Lian's astonishment, he understood that she recognized the extraordinary nature of the copper of Shoshan he held. There is no need to elaborate on this matter. Putting aside the fact that this is something provided by the system, it is worth noting that this copper from Shoshan is indeed a material for the Xianyuan sword. Su Lian, being an emperor, can naturally discern a hint of truth. However, she remains unaware of what copper from Shoshan is or what the Xianyuan sword signifies. As Luo Chen casually puts away the copper, he chuckles and says, "I just happened to stumble upon this peculiar stone and thought to make something of it." Stumble upon it? Nonsense. Su Lian doubts this claim, questioning whether such a perfectly square piece could truly be found by the roadside. This must have come from Gu Qingwan, right? Although Su Lian only caught a glimpse of the yellowish metal in Luo Chen's hand, she was immediately captivated by an overwhelming aura of sacredness emanating from it. This aura was terrifying, as if it could effortlessly dispel all malevolence in the world. When did Gu Qingwan acquire such a powerful item? And why did she bestow it upon this fellow so readily? Su Lian was perplexed, but decided to set her curiosity aside. For her main purpose in coming here was to clarify yesterday's swordplay matters. Just as she was about to inquire, Luo Chen had already turned to head towards the kitchen, saying, "Why don't you take a seat for a while? My master will return after her lesson, and I'll prepare breakfast." There was no need for Luo Chen to show deference to Su Lian, as he was not beholden to her. Even Gu Qingwan, should Luo Chen truly be displeased, would have to placate him with soft words to avoid going hungry later. Standing there, Su Lian observed Luo Chen, who seemed indifferent to her presence as he turned away, raising an eyebrow slightly. This lad, could he possibly have an unusual disposition? Chapter 33. What extraordinary artifact is being crafted here? Su Lian was not like Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan had never placed much value on her appearance, nor used it to her advantage. However, Su Lian was different. With a youth like Luo Chen, who was barely a century old, a mere flirtatious glance from her would send them clamoring to win her favor. But she had never encountered someone so dismissive of her charms. Is this a game of feigned disinterest? Just as Su Lian regained her composure and was about to follow Luo Chen into the kitchen, a voice devoid of emotion interrupted her. "What brings you here?" Startled, Su Lian turned to see Gu Qingwan standing behind her, gazing at her with an impassive expression. Meeting Gu Qingwan's eyes, Su Lian raised an eyebrow and replied, "I came to discuss matters regarding the secret realm." Upon hearing Su Lian's words, A flicker of disdain crossed Gu Qingwan's otherwise expressionless face. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. I permit you to accompany Luo Chen, but do not ask him anything. Furthermore, do not apply your usual tactics to him. Otherwise, it will be a matter of life and death. With that, Gu Qingwan disregarded Su Lian entirely and proceeded towards the kitchen. Gu Qingwan had already suspected that Su Lian had perceived the connection between Luo Chen and the swordplay after noticing her glance at him before leaving yesterday. Throughout the night, Gu Qingwan contemplated whether to expel Su Lian to prevent their encounters, yet ultimately refrained. The reason for this was simple. Gu Qingwan felt she lacked the right to make decisions on Luo Chen's behalf. She was not anyone significant in his life. Whoever wished to befriend Luo Chen or vice versa was entirely their own affair. Luo Chen was not her possession. How could she confine him? However, as the ancestor of the Yaoqi Holy Land and a friend of Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan believed it was her duty to protect him. How many had perished at the hands of Su Lian? Gu Qingwan had witnessed countless prodigious talents and renowned figures yearning for Su Lian's affection, only to find themselves unable to even touch her fingertips, ultimately losing their lives. Su Lian and Gu Qingwan were fundamentally different. Gu Qingwan was akin to a vast star, utterly unreachable, her icy demeanor and haughty gaze repelling all from a distance. In contrast, Su Lian resembled a red rose blooming nearby, enticing yet elusive, leading one to believe they were on the verge of possessing her, only to find themselves toyed with, leaving them smiling even in their demise. Moreover, Luo Chen was a bit of a lecher. It was likely that with a few sweet nothings, he would eagerly rush to serve her. As for Gu Qingwan's desire for Su Lian to remain silent, she had her reasons. After these past few days of interaction, Gu Qingwan realized that sometimes Luo Chen himself was unaware of his own capabilities. The previous sacred grade elixir was a prime example of this. Gu Qingwan surmised that this might relate to Luo Chen's cultivation, as he had been internally contemplating the need to masquerade as a mere mortal. Since he was pretending to be an ordinary person, he must not reveal his true identity. Perhaps her presence had already disrupted Luo Chen's training. However, Gu Qingwan truly had no other choice, as she could not comprehend why she was able to hear Luo Chen's thoughts. Since reversal was impossible, she chose not to dwell on it. But she would certainly not allow outsiders to disturb Luo Chen's cultivation. Thus, she insisted that Su Lian remain silent, acting as if she were mute. If Su Lian dared to utter anything superfluous, Gu Qingwan would not hesitate to confront her. Even if she was not yet a true emperor and not a match for Su Lian, she would stand firm as stated before. There would be no retreat. Su Lian, observing Gu Qingwan's retreating figure, raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed she had never witnessed Gu Qingwan care for anyone so deeply. Gu Qingwan, so proud and lofty, dismissive of all, was now fiercely protective? Previously, Su Lian had thought Gu Qingwan to be a deity, one who only accepted worship from mortals without opening her eyes to their suffering. After breakfast was prepared, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian took their seats. Luo Chen, however, did not join them for the meal. Instead, he scurried to the side of the bagua furnace to tinker. While cooking, he suddenly recalled what he needed to create, thus setting about crafting the necessary tools. Meanwhile, Su Lian, glancing at the rice porridge before her, curiously took a spoonful, only to be struck with astonishment. The essence of the Dao. Did Luo Chen create this? Gu Qingwan, like the lady of the house, gently stirred the porridge in her jade bowl, taking her time. Observing Su Lian abandon her spoon to gulp down the porridge, Gu Qingwan scoffed at her lack of sophistication. As Luo Chen prepared to start crafting his tools, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Gu Qingwan, asking, "Master, do you have any matters to attend to today?" Luo Chen mused that since Su Lian had mentioned discussing something about the secret realm yesterday, these significant figures might engage in discussions that could last all day. Thus, he assumed Gu Qingwan would be unavailable to accompany him today, granting him the freedom to act on his own. Gu Qingwan, sipping her porridge with an impassive expression, replied, "No, as usual, I will do whatever you do." Luo Chen blinked and glanced at Su Lian, who, without lifting her head, stated, "I will join you both." Upon hearing the words of the two individuals, Luo Chen nodded slightly without uttering a word. The presence of one more or one less person made no difference to him. After acknowledging them, Luo Chen proceeded to attend to his own affairs. He retrieved the copper from Shoshan and promptly cast it into the bagua furnace, igniting it to commence the forging process. A few seconds later, Gu Qingwan, who had been silently sipping her porridge, suddenly paused in astonishment and swiftly turned her gaze toward the bagua furnace. What on earth was being forged? Meanwhile, Su Lian was equally bewildered. She had previously encountered the copper from Shoshan and sensed its sacred aura. However, Once the copper was tossed into the furnace, that divine energy was unleashed in its entirety. The entire Yaoqi sacred land was enveloped by this overwhelming sacred aura. In an instant, the Yaoqi sacred land underwent a dramatic transformation. All flora and fauna were bathed in this divine energy, undergoing rapid ascension. The potency of this sacred aura was truly formidable. What incredible artifact was this fellow crafting? It seemed to possess a holy grade quality. At that moment, Luo Chen was half buried in the furnace, hammering away, utterly oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding around him. Chapter 34. What is happening? Gu Qingwan and Su Lian stared in disbelief at the phenomena surrounding the Yaoqi sacred land. The entire landscape was shrouded in a misty haze, with clouds swirling in a breathtaking display. The sacred aura permeated the area, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to being suspended in a sea of clouds. This divine energy slowly infiltrated Gu Qingwan and Su Lian's bodies, evoking an indescribably pleasant sensation that made them both involuntarily sigh in delight. Bathed in this sacred aura, their spiritual powers surged with remarkable vigor. Luo Chen seemed to be forging an extraordinary divine weapon. Could it be that he also possessed the skill to forge artifacts? Gu Qingwan was taken aback. While she was aware of Luo Chen's alchemical abilities, she had been completely unaware of his talent in forging. Su Lian, too, was at a loss. What exactly was Luo Chen capable of? Although both alchemy and forging revolved around the furnace, they were fundamentally different crafts, akin to the distinction between swordsmanship and knife techniques. However, there was no time for contemplation, for the heavenly tribulation had arrived. As the Yaoqi sacred land was bathed in radiant hues, dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead. These ominous clouds amassed with astonishing speed. Mere moments ago, the skies had been clear, but now they threatened to descend upon the mountain peaks of Yaoqi. Lightning crackled within the clouds. As seasoned emperors who had weathered countless tribulations, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were all too familiar with this heavenly trial. The lightning within those clouds was far from ordinary. It was the manifestation of the heavenly Dao's power. Gu Qingwan, stunned by the ever-thickening tribulation, gritted her teeth, thinking, that little rascal didn't even give a warning before forging such a thing. Yet, she also realized that Luo Chen might not comprehend the magnitude of what he was creating. In the next instant, pure white light radiated from Gu Qingwan, and she soared into the air, charging toward the dark clouds. There was no time for hesitation. She must protect Luo Chen. Otherwise, the relentless strikes of the tribulation could damage the furnace and injure those within, or worse, cause Luo Chen to perish beneath its fury. Gu Qingwan did not wish for Luo Chen to die. After all, if he were gone, her own survival would be in jeopardy. Su Lian, momentarily stunned by the impending tribulation, quickly downed her bowl of porridge, feeling a surge of energy as she ascended into the air. However, midway through her ascent, she suddenly returned to her previous position. After finishing the last of the porridge, she soared into the sky once more. At this moment, Su Lian and Gu Qingwan stood back to back, perched atop the radiant clouds of Yaoqi, gazing up at the looming tribulation. Who would have thought that one day I would stand shoulder to shoulder with you? Su Lian mused with a soft smile as she regarded the impending tribulation. Gu Qingwan, unwilling to engage with Su Lian, maintained a stoic expression and coldly replied, if you don't want to help, then don't. Su Lian chuckled lightly, retorting, a good person cannot bear all the burdens alone. Just as Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged words, the thunder clouds unleashed a sudden rumble. As a flickering bolt of lightning struck down toward the furnace below, Su Lian was the first to charge toward the silver lightning. Their speeds were astonishingly swift, colliding in an instant. Su Lian's face bore no fear. She was already an emperor, transcending the laws of the universe, and this tribulation would not harm her. Yet, in the moment of collision, a look of terror crossed Su Lian's face as the silver lightning crashed into her chest, causing her to plummet several meters. Observing the gaping hole in her intricate black attire, Su Lian's expression shifted from casual to one of shock. Regaining her composure, Su Lian called out to Gu Qingwan above. What on earth is that guy forging? This is a sacred tribulation. Gu Qingwan, unfazed and focused, did not even glance at Su Lian. As another bolt of lightning struck down, she unleashed her full power, piercing it through with a single sword strike. Unlike Su Lian, Gu Qingwan had sensed from the onset that this was no ordinary tribulation. Though she could not articulate why, she simply felt that anything associated with that little rascal was bound to be extraordinary. Therefore, Gu Qingwan had been fully committed from the beginning. After concluding her actions, she coldly stated, let's go eat. Su Lian was momentarily taken aback, observing Gu Qingwan's aloof demeanor, and with a huff, She refrained from further argument and once again soared toward the tribulation. After a little over half an hour, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were slightly breathless, their chests rising and falling. Meanwhile, the clouds of the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate. Finally, it is over. I must see what terrifying artifact that fellow has forged, Su Lian declared before descending. While Gu Qingwan maintained her composed exterior, her heart was filled with elation. A supreme divine weapon was about to be born in the Yaoqi sacred land. This was an unparalleled opportunity for the Yaoqi sacred land to etch its name in history. In the future, when others spoke of this divine weapon, they would undoubtedly reference its birthplace. This was a contemporary marvel, and the reputation of the Yaoqi sacred land would echo for generations to come. Soon, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian landed behind the Bagua furnace, observing Luo Chen, who was half buried in the furnace. The sight was rather unseemly. Su Lian twitched her lips at the scene before her and could not help but arch an eyebrow, asking, "Is this how your family forges pills as well?" Gu Qingwan was utterly perplexed by Luo Chen's actions. However, she felt she could surmise a few things. After all, Luo Chen was merely masquerading as a mortal, which might explain his inability to manipulate things from afar. But wait, which mortal concocts elixirs in such a manner? Gu Qingwan was baffled, yet soon lost her curiosity as Luo Chen emerged from the Bagua furnace, cradling a pile of items in his arms. Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were momentarily dazed. Had he not just been refining a single item? Upon regaining their senses, excitement surged within them, sparked by the extraordinary phenomena produced during the refinement process, coupled with the impending heavenly tribulation. They were eager to discover what kind of unparalleled divine weapon Luo Chen had created. However, upon discerning the contents of Luo Chen's embrace, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were rendered speechless. What on earth was this? 3 pitchforks? 3 slender rods? Chapter 35. What are you playing at? Luo Chen now resembled a farmer, holding 3 pitchforks that were nearly as tall as he was. If these pitchforks could indeed be deemed weapons, what purpose did the slender rods serve? Gu Qingwan, with a confused expression, inquired, "What are these slender rods for?" Luo Chen, taken aback, then proudly proclaimed, "Fishing rods. Surely you have fished before, right? If not, your lives must be exceedingly dull." Fishing rods? Gu Qingwan and Su Lian stared, bewildered, at the fine fishing rod in Luo Chen's hand. At that moment, Luo Chen tossed all the items onto the ground, picked up a fishing rod, and, while waving it in front of Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, boasted, "Look how long and resilient it is. Even if I catch a 20-pound fish, it won't snap." He then began to twirl the fishing rod in circles, turning to the utterly astonished Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, exclaiming, "Let me demonstrate a windmill." Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. Watching the scene unfold, Gu Qingwan's lips twitched in disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Lian's ample bosom was rising and falling dramatically. Both women were infuriated, furious. They were not unfamiliar with fishing rods. Rather, they could hardly believe that Luo Chen, wielding materials imbued with such divine essence, had fashioned 3 fishing rods. Gu Qingwan endeavored to maintain a neutral expression and a calm tone, asking, "And what about the pitchfork?" Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen discarded the fishing rod and picked up one of the pitchforks, earnestly explaining to Gu Qingwan, "This is a fish spear. Naturally, it can be used to spear fish, and if we encounter a foolish deer in the mountains, it can also be used to spear that. Shall we depart?" Luo Chen continued, oblivious to Gu Qingwan's incredulity. Hearing his words, Gu Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "You want to spear a deer? You must be the foolish one." Initially anticipating a magnificent artifact, she was now confronted with mere fishing rods. Even if they were divine-grade fishing rods, they were still just fishing rods. Yet, she felt no right to be upset, as the materials belonged to him. Subsequently, Gu Qingwan returned to the dining table and sipped her now-cold congee, saying, "You can go by yourself." Her mood had soured. What had once brought her joy now felt utterly lackluster. Luo Chen, looking bewildered, replied, "Wait. I've crafted both the fishing rod and the fish spear. We each have a set. Fishing will be so much fun." Without even glancing at him, Gu Qingwan continued to sip her congee, expressionless. "No, I'm not in the mood. You go alone." However, Luo Chen was relentless. He planted the fish spear into the ground, approached Gu Qingwan, and grasped her smooth, delicate arm, insisting, "That's precisely why we should go. Losing ourselves in the act of fishing is truly delightful. When have I ever deceived you?" Gu Qingwan slightly turned her head, casting a glance at Luo Chen, and coldly snorted, remaining silent. Yet internally, she thought, "You little rascal, haven't you deceived me on numerous occasions?" Unable to resist Luo Chen's persistent persuasion, Gu Qingwan finally relented, her lips forming a reluctant smile as she shot him a glare. Fine, but wait until I finish eating. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen grinned broadly and stepped aside to wait. Their exchange elicited a look of disbelief from Su Lian. Did Luo Chen really just take Gu Qingwan's arm? And she wasn't he angry? No reaction whatsoever. This couldn't he be the proud Gu Qingwan they knew, the one who believed even the air would tarnish her presence, allowing a man to pull her arm? And she was swayed? Such a self-centered person, convinced by a mere boy to partake in what she deemed a trivial activity? What had that look in her eyes been earlier? A hint of fondness? Su Lian was momentarily stunned, left at a loss for words. Soon after, Gu Qingwan finished her meal, rose, and expressionlessly asked Luo Chen, "Where are we going to fish?" Seeing her done, Luo Chen retrieved the fishing rod and spear from the ground, handing them to Gu Qingwan with a smile. "There's a small stream at the foot of Shinyun Peak, my exclusive fishing spot, guaranteed to yield plenty." Listening to Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan frowned slightly and scoffed. "You always speak such odd things." As she reached out to take the fishing rod and spear, she told Su Lian, "You should head back first. I'll accompany him fishing in the morning and will meet you in the afternoon to discuss the secret realm." However, just as Gu Qingwan's hand was about to touch the fishing rod and spear, Su Lian swiftly seized them, her delicate hands grasping Luo Chen's offerings, and said, "Let us go together. I have nothing planned this morning anyway." Su Lian's curiosity about the relationship between Gu Qingwan and Luo Chen grew. Logically, Gu Qingwan shouldn't he be acting this way? While Luo Chen was handsome, many exceptional individuals had pursued Gu Qingwan in her past. Of course, Luo Chen's looks were strikingly remarkable, but Gu Qingwan was not one to judge solely by appearance. As for Luo Chen's prowess, that was even less likely to be the reason, considering that during her time as a quasi-emperor, many emperors from other regions had come to pursue her. Not to mention the celestial beings who sneaked down from the heavens to seek her affection. Su Lian's curiosity was piqued immensely, seeing Su Lian also wanting to join. Luo Chen had no objections, as he had crafted a set for her when making the fishing rods and spears. He readily relinquished his hold, intending to fetch another pair for Gu Qingwan. But just as he let go, he suddenly heard Su Lian let out a soft huff, followed by a loud crash as she fell to the ground. That brief huff nearly left Luo Chen spellbound. Before the scene before him, Luo Chen felt as though his soul had departed. Su Lian lay on the ground with a fishing rod in her hands, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, cut high at the waist, presented themselves before Luo Chen. Especially with the expression on Su Lian's face, a mixture of fear and pain, she truly appeared pitiful. Gu Qingwan cast a cold glance at the prone Su Lian and, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "Have I not warned you against using those tricks on Luo Chen? After all these years, your methods have become increasingly clumsy. Or perhaps the men of Nanking are indeed so lacking in intelligence that they can be bewitched by such tactics." "What tricks? The beauty trap? On me? Come on, let's enjoy it." "Hey, old woman, I advise you not to meddle. If she escapes, where will I find black stockings in the future? Let us wait until she finishes her beauty trap before discussing anything. This is exactly my cup of tea, Gu Qingwan." Hearing Luo Chen's inner thoughts, Gu Qingwan silently cursed the little lecher 1,000 times before turning to glare at him. "Hand it over. Do you still wish to go fishing? If you dawdle any longer, I shall not accompany you." Returning to his senses, Luo Chen was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Fishing, fishing." He picked up the fishing rod and spear and handed them to Gu Qingwan. With a cold snort, she accepted them and turned to leave. However, just as she was about to turn around, a soft exclamation escaped her lips. Gu Qingwan, like Su Lian, found herself prone on the ground, her long, shapely legs gleaming white. "Luo Chen, what are you two playing at? 3 updates today, with another one tonight. Is it too much to ask for a few recommendation votes?" Chapter 36. How adorable. May I touch it? Gu Qingwan lay on the ground with the fishing rod, her face filled with astonishment. She had entered a peculiar space where Luo Chen and Su Lian were absent, and she was no longer in the Yaoqi sacred land or Shinyun Peak, but rather by a tranquil riverbank. In the distance, a solitary boat floated in the river's heart. A figure donning a straw hat and clad in a raincoat was fishing alone. As Gu Qingwan gazed at this figure, waves of tranquility and melodic Dao essence gradually filled her being. Gu Qingwan was horrified to realize that her strength was increasing. The power of an emperor does not simply grow at will. An emperor stands beyond the realm of heaven and earth, atop the continent. If they desire to become stronger, there is but one path, the path of Dao. Only by comprehending the Dao can one grow stronger. And now Gu Qingwan distinctly felt her strength augmenting. The essence of heaven and earth within this space was the Dao. She was utterly certain that if she could comprehend it all, Her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Yet at that moment, a mocking voice echoed in her ears. "Oh, Yaoqi Empress, what posture is this? Are you attempting to entice someone?" As soon as this voice sounded, Gu Qingwan was taken aback and instantaneously exited the peculiar space, only to find Su Lian standing and Luo Chen looking bewildered. A blush crept onto Gu Qingwan's exquisite face as she picked up the fishing rod and hurried down the mountain, muttering, "I was just caught on something." With that, Gu Qingwan hastily departed, feeling utterly embarrassed. The posture she had assumed was directly facing Luo Chen, and now he had begun commenting on her appearance again. However, this mattered little. Gu Qingwan's astonishment at the fishing rod lingered. That extraordinary space must have been the spirit of the artifact. What remarkable level of crafting skills did Luo Chen possess to create a fishing rod capable of enhancing an emperor's power? But did Su Lian not notice that spirit? Or perhaps her fishing rod did not contain one. Su Lian had been the first to encounter it, yet she was the first to regain her composure. If she had also discovered the spirit, surely she would not have stood up so quickly, right? Had it not been for Su Lian calling out, Gu Qingwan might have fully immersed herself in that experience. With that thought, Gu Qingwan suddenly paused, the blush that had just faded from her beautiful face reappearing. Could it be that the little rascal had purposely created that for her? Well, after all, she and that little rascal were family. Family must have certain privileges. At that moment, Su Lian and Luo Chen strolled leisurely behind, with Su Lian's fishing rod also containing a spirit. She had indeed noticed it earlier, but she could not enter the spirit's space due to the fundamental contradiction between her Dao and that of the spirit's realm. The moment her consciousness entered, she was immediately expelled. Unaware of what lay within the spirit's space, Su Lian only felt a terrifying aura emanating from it. Even her emperor-level consciousness was forcefully expelled. Curiosity piqued. She contemplated asking Luo Chen about the spirit in a hushed tone. She wished to inquire about this spirit and also about the sword technique from the previous day. Though Gu Qingwan had already warned her to remain silent and not ask about anything, who was Su Lian? What was her status? Would she allow Gu Qingwan to dictate her actions? That would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, if Su Lian had heeded Gu Qingwan's words, they would not have become deadly enemies a millennium ago. Just as Su Lian turned to pose her question, she suddenly noticed Luo Chen intently studying the fox ears atop her head. Indeed, Luo Chen had resumed his scrutiny of her fox ears, and his curiosity was insatiable. However, Su Lian's expression darkened almost instantaneously. Everyone has things they wish to keep private, and for her, it was those ears, or more precisely, her fox lineage. From a young age, she had endured endless humiliation for being half fox, half human. She could still vividly recall the time shortly after entering Qianqing Mountain to cultivate, when a senior sister had yanked her fox ears, throwing her into a muddy pit. As Su Lian lay in that mud, bewildered and unaware of her supposed offense, the senior sister stood on the bank, mocking and viciously proclaiming that Su Lian should not entice her suitor, uttering words that would remain etched in her memory forever. "You filthy mongrel, no one will ever love you. They only wish to toy with your body, you disgusting wretch." At that time, Su Lian had only just begun her path of cultivation, her fox-like features not fully concealed. Reflecting on the discrimination and injustice she had faced for those very traits, she could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing helplessly in that muddy pit throughout the night. Su Lian could not comprehend why others treated her with such malice. She had done nothing wrong, had not enticed anyone's suitor, nor would she ever wish to. She simply yearned to grow stronger. After a night of tears, as dawn broke, she resolutely gripped one of her ears with one hand while brandishing a small knife in the other, intending to sever her fox ears. Blood streamed down from her scalp, instantly coating her entire face. Fortunately, at that moment, Grandmother Qinglan of Qianqing Mountain happened to pass by and, witnessing the situation, immediately intervened to stop Su Lian. Seeing the pitiable state of Su Lian, she ultimately took her as a disciple. Su Lian would never forget that night when her master, Grandmother Qinglan, wept hoarsely, reduced to a figure of tears and blood. Softly, Su Lian consoled her, saying, "These ears are so lovely. If others do not appreciate them, that is their affair. But you cherish them." From that day forth, Su Lian's journey in the realm of cultivation began to find its true course. Moreover, the fox ears that belonged to her lineage were always visible, not only as a homage to her master, but also as a reminder of that night's humiliation. These fox ears ultimately hardened Su Lian's heart. Not everyone is aloof like Gu Qingwan, shining like distant stars, entirely uninterested in mundane matters. In her earlier years, Su Lian had yearned for affection, Yet upon witnessing the multitude of suitors professing their love while subtly revealing disdain for her ears, she finally comprehended her standing. Regardless of her strength or status, among these antiquated cultivators, she would always be regarded as a hybrid of impure blood. Those ears became the one thing Su Lian wished to keep from prying eyes. Now, under the unwavering gaze of Luo Chen, she felt a surge of murderous intent. The secrets of the realms, collaborations with the Yaoqi sacred land, and the reputation of a superlative alchemist, all of it paled in significance. What mattered now was her desire to eliminate Luo Chen, akin to how she had once reduced a certain senior sister to mere fragments. What are you staring at? Su Lian's voice lacked the previous allure, offering only a chilling warning. Perhaps, at this moment, the true essence of Su Lian was revealed. Luo Chen, who had been fixated on her ears, remained oblivious to the impending doom, still excitedly exclaiming, "Your ears are so adorable. Are they real? May I touch them?" Su Lian. Huh. Thanks to the kind brother for the 100 book coins, and to Ming AI for the 100 book coins as well. Much appreciation. This concludes today's 3 updates. Please cast your votes. Chapter 37. What does age have to do with it? Su Lian gazed incredulously at Luo Chen. His expression resembled that of a person who adores small animals, suddenly encountering a delightful kitten. Su Lian had been gripped by murderous thoughts, her body aglow with a crimson hue, intending to act immediately. However, gazing at Luo Chen's expression, particularly the clarity and affection in his eyes, she discerned no trace of revulsion. This was the first time she encountered such warmth from another, aside from her master. Previously, most who beheld her fox ears could barely conceal their disdain, let alone express fondness. Now, Su Lian felt somewhat flustered, like a child unsure of how to respond. But just as Luo Chen assumed her silence indicated acquiescence. Reaching out to touch her ears, a sharp sound echoed through the air. With a swift motion, Su Lian's delicate hand struck his away. Luo Chen, taken aback, had yet to utter a word when Su Lian, biting her silver teeth in irritation, glared at him and exclaimed, "Who do you think you are?" "I am the Fox Empress, the strongest in southern Qingzhan Prefecture. Do not provoke me, or even if you are connected to that Gu Qingwan, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Depart." Su Lian's words were fierce, yet whether it was due to her stunning appearance or the absence of true malice in her heart, she appeared far from intimidating, resembling merely a petulant neighbor. With a haughty snort, she seized her fishing rod and turned to leave, leaving Luo Chen in a state of bewilderment. Why did she suddenly exhibit such fury? Surely, she could have simply expressed her disagreement. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow as he observed her hastening departure. This Su Lian seemed transformed. The previous enchantress, who captivated with a mere glance or smile, was now replaced by someone altogether different, her voice chillingly cold. It was as if she had undergone a metamorphosis. Luo Chen, perplexed, could not grasp the change, and with a resigned sigh, he picked up his fishing rod while muttering, "Women are truly capricious." By the stream at the foot of Shinyun Peak, 3 individuals were engaged in fishing. Luo Chen and Gu Qingwan sat together while Su Lian distanced herself, lost in her thoughts, gazing vacantly at the lake. "What is wrong with her?" Gu Qingwan inquired, casting a curious glance at Su Lian, who sat far off in contemplation. The sight of Su Lian now evoked a sense of familiarity in Gu Qingwan. Having known Su Lian for quite some time, Gu Qingwan recalled that before, she had not possessed the beguiling demeanor that now characterized her every word and gesture. In her earlier days, Su Lian was simply a strong-willed individual whose intentions were transparently evident, a person of unadulterated spirit. However, after several encounters, she had evolved into the beguiling figure she now presented, forever adorned with a seductive smile, her voice an irresistible allure, yet concealing profound intricacies beneath her beautiful facade. Gu Qingwan could not fathom what Su Lian had experienced during that transformation. Her nature was such that she rarely concerned herself with anyone or anything beyond her own interests. Presently, Su Lian's demeanor mirrored that of her earlier self, unguarded and devoid of ulterior motives. Luo Chen had no time to engage with Gu Qingwan, for he had caught a fish. As he reeled in, he merely offered perfunctory responses to her. Gu Qingwan observed Luo Chen's demeanor and shook her head with a resigned smile. Ultimately, as she had mentioned earlier, her character was not one to concern herself with others. As long as Su Lian bore no hostility towards Luo Chen, she would harbor none against her. Quick, quick! Bring the basket. A big fish is on the line." Luo Chen shouted excitedly, lifting his rod. Gu Qingwan, momentarily startled, quickly set down her own rod to assist him. Once Luo Chen had caught a sizable fish, he proudly held it aloft, displaying it to Gu Qingwan, exclaiming, "Look, am I not impressive?" As she beheld Luo Chen's exuberance, A subtle, almost imperceptible warmth graced Gu Qingwan's face, but it swiftly faded, returning to her usual impassive demeanor. Yes, impressive. Having known Luo Chen for quite some time, this was the first instance she had witnessed such a joyous smile upon his face. The two individuals then engaged earnestly in fishing. However, their states were entirely contrasting. Luo Chen danced with joy upon catching a fish, brimming with excitement, while Gu Qingwan sat quietly gazing at the lake's surface. Gu Qingwan held little interest in fishing. Her tranquil presence was primarily to accompany Luo Chen, and secondarily to savor the essence of the fishing rod spirit. Of course, there was another person present, Su Lian. Yet, Su Lian was irritable. Like Gu Qingwan, she had no fondness for fishing and was unable to enter that realm of spiritual essence. The path of this spiritual space was completely alien to her, leaving her utterly rejected. Each time Luo Chen caught a fish, he would rush over to Gu Qingwan, asking, "Do you see how impressive I am? Am I not strong?" While Luo Chen's shamelessness was one thing, the more crucial aspect was that Gu Qingwan responded with enthusiastic encouragement. "Impressive, impressive. Strong, strong." Su Lian, feeling exasperated, wished to question Gu Qingwan. "Have you fallen ill? Where has the lofty Gu Qingwan, who deemed everyone else worthless, gone?" Overwhelmed by her own frustrations, Su Lian could no longer remain there. She carelessly tossed her fishing rod aside and coldly remarked, "What a useless endeavor, devoid of any meaning. You two are insane." With that, Su Lian stepped into the air and vanished from sight. Given the serene ambience of the canyon beneath Shun Yun Peak, Luo Chen and Gu Qingwan could still hear her distant voice. Observing Su Lian storm off, Luo Chen blinked in bewilderment before turning to the equally curious Gu Qingwan, asking, "At your age, shouldn't she have outgrown such behavior? Why does her temper seem to flare so suddenly?" Gu Qingwan, taken aback, curiously replied, Outgrown what?" However, as soon as she spoke, realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed crimson. She then glared at Luo Chen, indignantly exclaiming, "Cultivators do not concern themselves with such matters. What does age have to do with it?" Moments later, a cry of distress echoed from the ravine as Luo Chen exclaimed, "It wasn't my fault. Let go, it hurts. It truly hurts." Chapter 38. Altering another's work is like adding unnecessary flourishes. On the riverbank, Luo Chen sat rubbing his ears, grumbling. "You could have just spoken without resorting to violence." Gu Qingwan, observing his current state, couldn't he help but retort, "Then next time, speak like a normal person. Now you understand the pain, don't you? Will you dare to do it again?" Luo Chen grimaced through his gritted teeth, replying, "I want dare. I want dare." After Gu Qingwan's admonition, she gazed at Luo Chen's pained expression with a slight frown. She hadn't even used much force. This little rascal was far too delicate. With a disdainful curl of her lip, Gu Qingwan reached out, feeling a pang of sympathy, intending to massage Luo Chen's sore spot, but was met with his defiant thoughts. "It doesn't hurt. If you don't show some pain, will you let go? Will you dare to do it again?" Gu Qingwan. Su Lian had not strayed far. She now perched upon a precipice above the stream. Sitting at the edge, she kicked off her high-heeled shoes, her alluring feet clad in black silk, swaying at the cliff's edge. Su Lian gazed vacantly at the sky, her nose suddenly tinged with a hint of sorrow. She found herself missing her master. In this world, the only one who genuinely cared for her was her master. However, 3,000 years ago, her grandmother Qinglan had perished after a failed attempt to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm, leaving Su Lian bereft of the warmth of affection. Ever since that day, she had not known what it was like to feel cherished. Reflecting on her past, Su Lian let out a self-deprecating smile. How different their fates were, despite being of the same kind. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, especially when compared to Gu Qingwan, intensifying her feelings of despair. Gu Qingwan had been adored and revered since childhood, treated like a precious gem by all. In contrast, Su Lian was met with fear and trepidation. What stung the most was that those who sought Gu Qingwan wished to take her home as a beloved wife, treating her with honor and respect. Yet, those who desired Su Lian sought mere gratification, viewing her as nothing more than a plaything, a concubine to satisfy their lust. Yet, it was not the titles of wife or concubine that troubled Su Lian. Rather, it was the question of why she was viewed as so lowly in the eyes of others. Why was Gu Qingwan regarded as pure as snow, elevated above all, while Su Lian was likened to a debased courtesan? Both she and Gu Qingwan were emperors. Both had undertaken heroic deeds to save the world. Both were virtuous. Why then? Was she perceived so disdainfully? Was it because she bore a trace of fox blood? Was her beauty a curse, rendering her unworthy? Such thoughts had seldom crossed Su Lian's mind before. For millennia, She had built an impenetrable fortress around her heart. Yet today, a single remark from Luo Chen shattered that fortress, unleashing a torrent of painful memories. In that moment, Su Lian felt akin to the young girl cast into the mud centuries ago, feeling utterly wronged. However, unlike that girl from a millennium past, the current Su Lian would never weep again. At that very moment, the sounds of Luo Chen's cries and Gu Qingwan's indignant rebukes drifted from the riverbank, further aggravating Su Lian's irritation. She contemplated leaving altogether, but ultimately, a white jade flute appeared in her hand. The Qingwan jade flute, one of the heirlooms left to her by her grandmother. As her grandmother, on the verge of dissipating into the ether, trembled as she wiped Su Lian's tears. She softly assured her that if she ever missed her, she could play the jade flute, and her spirit would return to visit. Though such words were meant to comfort a child, Su Lian held them dear. Regrettably, when her grandmother attempted to teach her a cherished melody, young Su Lian had been disinterested, focused solely on gaining strength, and thus had learned only the first half of the tune, unable to recall the latter part. This remained one of Su Lian's greatest regrets. With the jade flute delicately poised by her alluring lips, the hauntingly beautiful melody began to resonate beneath Shinyun Peak. The tune was exquisite, a symphony of nature's resonance, its enchanting notes lingering in the air. Strangely enough, the ethereal quality of the music, played by such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, felt entirely fitting. In an instant, Su Lian appeared as if she had shed her heavy makeup and unveiled a pure, innocent demeanor. The initial segment of the melody was delightful, yet the latter half took an unexpected turn. At that moment, a voice of disdain emerged from below. What is this? Is the first half by the same composer as the latter half? Altering someone else's work carelessly is akin to adding unnecessary embellishments. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, visibly indignant. The first half was quite pleasant, but then the style abruptly shifted, becoming lackluster. As someone who had mastered the system UE, Luo Chen immediately sensed something amiss. Beside him, Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen with curiosity and said, "Oh, you understand this?" With a hint of pride, Luo Chen replied, "Of course. While I may not compare to you in combat, I possess exceptional skills in this area." Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Oh, really?" Over the past few days, she had observed Luo Chen indulging in food and sleep, seeing nothing that suggested a connection to music. Noticing her disbelief, Luo Chen smirked and said, "I'll play a piece for you this afternoon so you can witness my prowess." Before he could finish, a gentle sound interrupted from behind, and Su Lian's urgent voice followed. "How did you discern that the two halves of the composition are different?" Luo Chen turned in surprise to find Su Lian standing right behind him. As a man, the first thing he noticed was not her face, but rather her bare feet, delicately resting on the ground. He swallowed hard. But when he noticed the jade flute in her hand, his mind snapped back. Could it be that the piece was? Luo Chen reacted swiftly. Raising his head to meet Su Lian's serious gaze, he extended his thumb and, pushing forward emphatically, declared, "That piece was simply exquisite, akin to the sound of jade shattering or lotus flowers weeping. Truly, it is the greatest melody I have ever heard. Marvelous. Simply marvelous." Chapter 39, Sister, have you considered drumming? Gu Qingwan observed Luo Chen with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. This guy certainly changed his demeanor with lightning speed. Coming back to her senses, Gu Qingwan stood up, appearing behind Luo Chen, and tugged at his collar, drawing him into her embrace. She then addressed Su Lian. "He is a child, not very perceptive. He didn't know that was your piece. He didn't mean any offense. The 1,000-year-old seven-colored lotus from the Yaoqi sacred land is about to mature, and I will arrange for one to be sent to Qinqing Mountain." Su Lian raised an eyebrow at Gu Qingwan. Was this a sign of humility or an apology? It seemed neither, yet it was the first time Su Lian had witnessed Gu Qingwan defending someone else. Nonetheless, Su Lian remained unfazed and replied coolly, "You should keep the heirloom of the Yaoqi sacred land for yourself. I have no interest in it, nor am I angry." With that, she turned her serious gaze to Luo Chen, who had been pulled into Gu Qingwan's embrace, and asked, "Are you truly knowledgeable in music theory?" Luo Chen felt immensely comfortable. Gu Qingwan was tall and wore elegant high-heeled shoes, and being held by her made him feel a delightful softness at the back of his neck, an exquisite sensation. It was so pleasant that he thought, if I could rest like this, I could sleep for 3 days and nights. This is too comfortable. Huh? I want to sleep. I want to doze off again. Gu Qingwan, noticing his sudden silence, wondered if he had been rendered speechless. However, upon hearing his too clear thoughts, her face flushed crimson, and she playfully tugged at his ear, scolding, "Others are asking you questions." Snapped back to reality by her grip, Luo Chen quickly replied to the slightly irate Su Lian, I know a little, just a little. Unlike Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen felt he should behave more cautiously around Su Lian. Su Lian frowned slightly and asked, "Can you recreate a piece from just a few melodies?" Recreate a piece from a few melodies? Luo Chen looked at her in confusion, struggling to comprehend. What did she mean? Seeing his bewilderment, Su Lian clarified. What you said was correct. This piece was created by my master long ago, but I only learned the first half. I haven't studied the latter half. I've only heard my master perform it once, and I've forgotten most of the melody, remembering only a few tunes. Realizing the implications of her words, Luo Chen blinked and said, "So, in simpler terms, you can only hum a couple of lines from the latter half, but you've forgotten the main melody. Is that right?" Su Lian nodded eagerly, confirming, Yes, that's it. Can you do it?" Luo Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, it's quite simple. Go ahead and hum, and I'll prepare to play." Reluctantly, he stepped out of Gu Qingwan's embrace and retrieved a black jade flute from his spatial pouch, given to him by the system. Named Qinlong. However, just as he took out the flute, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said to Su Lian, "Wait. Are you sure your piece is better suited for the flute? It seems more appropriate for the guqin, don't you think?" Upon hearing his words, Su Lian's eyes lit up and she nodded with excitement. "Yes, my master played it on the guqin, but I've only learned the flute. Do you play the guqin as well?" Initially skeptical, Su Lian now genuinely believed in Luo Chen's extraordinary musical knowledge. With a hint of pride, Luo Chen replied, "Of course. Do you think I was just boasting earlier?" As he spoke, he pulled out a guqin from his pouch, settling down on the stone by the water, placing the instrument on his lap. This guqin, also a gift from the system, was named Qin Yun. Once he was ready, Luo Chen looked at Su Lian and said, "You hum first, and then I'll play a rough version. If you find any notes that sound off, make a note of them, and we can adjust accordingly." Su Lian nodded eagerly, clearing her throat before beginning. Yay, Luo Chen was utterly stunned. From the second note she hummed, he felt something was amiss. What was this? Could someone please inform him what on earth this was? It was utterly devastating. Quickly, let it be destroyed. Let us all cease to exist. What is this? Luo Chen struggled to contain his frustration. If it were not for the fact that the one making those sounds was Su Lian, and if it were not for her stunningly beautiful visage, those adorable fox ears, and most importantly, the striking black stockings adorning her legs, Luo Chen would truly be inclined to strike her on the head with his guqin. Ultimately, after Su Lian finished her antics, she stared at Luo Chen, who was left completely dumbfounded, and at Gu Qingwan, who had already retreated to a considerable distance. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Lian's face, and then she pursed her lips and said, "Did you not hear clearly? Shall I repeat myself?" Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at Su Lian and remarked, "Sister, do you truly believe you are humorous? Is this a matter of clarity and hearing? If you genuinely enjoy music, have you considered drumming? It merely requires proper timing." Though Luo Chen's words were delivered with tact, he suspected that Su Lian might still take offense, so he discreetly tucked away his guqin, prepared to make a swift escape towards Gu Qingwan if necessary. However, to Luo Chen's surprise, Su Lian did not react with anger. Instead, after standing there in a daze for a moment, she sighed with a sudden air of despondency, saying, "You have no way either?" In truth, Su Lian had sought the expertise of numerous music masters previously, but the outcomes were invariably the same as now. The only difference was that those masters did not engage in as much dialogue as Luo Chen. They merely knelt, bowed their heads, and begged for forgiveness. Observing Su Lian's suddenly pitiable demeanor, Luo Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he was not so easily swayed. Luo Chen was not one to be moved by such tactics. With that, he carefully sidestepped Su Lian, who seemed lost in thought, and returned to his fishing. His sense of security primarily stemmed from Gu Qingwan's presence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luo Chen stole a glance back at his previous position, and with a firm resolve, he stood up and said, "You are quite bothersome, constantly presenting yourself in such a woeful manner. Being beautiful does not make you exceptional. Fine, I shall assist you." As previously mentioned, Luo Chen was not a particularly warm-hearted individual, but he was certainly not cold-hearted either. Within his capabilities, he was willing to lend a hand if it meant he could help. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such affection from all the female disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land. Luo Chen was a rather emotional person, the type who would be moved to tears by a touching scene, yet could also be infuriated by a film depicting historical injustices. He was not the kind to casually contemplate violence or act as a heartless egotist. Luo Chen was simply an ordinary person, a mortal. While fishing, he turned back to look at Su Lian 7 or 8 times, each time finding her sitting despondently in the same spot. Luo Chen admitted to himself that he was indeed susceptible to such displays. "I shall help. It is certainly not for the sake of your stockings. Chapter 40. Not a word less. Su Lian was momentarily stunned, sitting in silence as she gazed at Luo Chen. She had not intended to feign distress. Upon hearing Luo Chen's admission of helplessness, she felt a profound disappointment, particularly that sensation of hope followed by despair, as if her strength had been entirely drained. It was as if she had lost all interest in everything, sitting there in a daze, reminiscing about past events, especially those involving her master, which only deepened her melancholy. Perhaps it was true that Su Lian's beauty was so striking that even a slight indication of sadness would evoke pity in others. Now coming back to her senses, Su Lian looked at Luo Chen with a dazed expression. Help me? How exactly will you assist? On the other hand, Gu Qingwan, sitting beside Luo Chen, observed him quietly, her face revealing no surprise at his sudden declaration. Instead, her expression was one of curiosity, intrigued by how Luo Chen intended to help. As someone able to hear Luo Chen's inner thoughts, Gu Qingwan had been privy to his musings, particularly one thought that ignited her irritation. Fine, let us assist her. If it ultimately fails and Su Lian becomes enraged, I'm not concerned. After all, the old woman will certainly protect me. Gu Qingwan silently scolded Luo Chen for being shameless, demanding her assistance while calling her an old woman. At that moment, Su Lian's captivating eyes seemed to spark with light. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, approaching Luo Chen with excitement, asking, "How will you help? What do you need me to do?" Luo Chen set aside his fishing rod and replied earnestly, "Your master must have cherished more than just this one piece of music. Surely there are other scores that remain?" Su Lian shook her head slightly, saying, No. My master never allowed anyone else to play her pieces. The scores are all kept in her heart. And even if there were scores, they were likely destroyed during a previous heavenly tribulation. Luo Chen's lips twitched in frustration at the inconvenience of it all. Nonetheless, he quickly raised an eyebrow and said, "Your master must have favored renowned pieces, correct?" After a moment of surprise, Su Lian nodded eagerly. "Of course. My master rarely plays her own compositions." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. Then it will be easy. When we return at noon, please list the pieces for me." Luo Chen exuded confidence, while Su Lian still appeared perplexed, asking, "But how exactly will you assist?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "I first need to hear what kinds of pieces your master enjoys, to understand her preferences, and then I can gradually fill in the missing notes. It's quite complicated. And as a novice in music theory, you wouldn't grasp it now. You'll understand once we return." Listening to Luo Chen, Su Lian remained confused. "You can reconstruct it note by note just by knowing what my master usually enjoys." Luo Chen nodded matter-of-factly. Indeed, a person's musical style reflects their character, unique and unmistakable. Understanding their personality offers a direction for exploration. Regarding this area of knowledge, Su Lian truly had no understanding. Despite Luo Chen's clear explanations, she still felt lost. However, she did understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This principle had been her guiding creed throughout her years. To gain something, one must be willing to give something in return. Thus, Su Lian looked at Luo Chen and with determination raised her chin, saying, "You must have conditions as well. State them, and if I possess it, or if Qianqing Mountain has it, I will provide it immediately. If I do not have it, nor does Qianqing Mountain, then you shall wait a few days while I procure it for you." Had it been anyone else standing before her instead of Luo Chen, Su Lian's nature would have prompted her to sway her enchanting figure, flashing a captivating smile, and sweetly asking, "What is it that you desire?" Most men, upon encountering such a sight from Su Lian, would surely be lost in fantasies, invigorated by the prospect, only to find themselves helplessly ensnared in her charms. However, for Luo Chen, Su Lian suddenly felt disinclined to adopt that pretentious demeanor. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she did not wish to present herself in such a manner before him. Su Lian could not quite articulate why, but nonetheless, she was determined to refrain from such behavior with Luo Chen. As Luo Chen listened to her words, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Conditions? Of course there are conditions. Am I to assist you without recompense? If I were to do so, people might mistakenly believe I am doing it for the sake of your stockings." He continued, "I've had my conditions in mind for quite some time. If you refuse, I will not assist you." Beside them, Gu Qingwan felt a wave of exasperation. This little lecher seemed incapable of straying from his obsession with stockings. Was such an item truly that captivating? Although Luo Chen insisted it was not for the stockings, his gaze nonetheless involuntarily flickered in that direction. Su Lian, who had been observing him intently, naturally caught sight of that glance. She felt oddly out of sorts today. Under normal circumstances, Su Lian would surely be playfully giggling, unabashedly revealing herself, perhaps even playfully leaping into the air, drawing circles on Luo Chen's face with her delicate foot while charmingly proclaiming, "As long as you help me successfully retrieve the musical score, anything goes." But now, Su Liyin hesitated, discreetly covering her beautiful legs with her skirt. And with a serious expression, she addressed Luo Chen. "The most formidable treasures of Qiancheng Mountain are the pure heart snow lotus and the South Green Long Sound. Surely, you have heard of them. Choose one." Upon seeing her cover herself, Luo Chen realized that Su Liyin had caught him staring, and for a moment, he felt a bit embarrassed, caught in the act. As for what she mentioned, the pure heart snow lotus and the South Green Long Sound, Luo Chen had never heard of them. However, he was undeterred, as he had his own desires. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. "Let me state this clearly. There will be no bargaining. If you are unwilling, then we need not discuss it further." Su Liyin responded with utmost seriousness. "Very well, just tell me. If it is within South Greenjiang Prefecture, I will return it to you within half a month. If it is in another province, I will retrieve it within a year." Gu Qingwan, seemingly fishing for information, was also curious about what Luo Chen was after. It appeared to be something quite extraordinary. Luo Chen exhaled deeply, then extended a finger, declaring loudly, "Let me touch your fox ears." After uttering this, he paused momentarily, then changed his mind, raising his finger to 3, quickly amending, "No, that is too trivial. For such a demanding task, it must be at least 3 times. One less, and we shall not proceed." Gu Qingwan. Su Liyin. Chapter 41. How did this fish start to resemble a dragon? Both Gu Qingwan and Su Liyin were utterly bewildered. Luo Chen had been so adamant earlier, and now he was dismissing the pure heart snow lotus entirely. Just moments prior, both Gu Qingwan and Su Liyin had speculated that whatever Luo Chen desired must be a supreme treasure. After all, he had shown no hesitation at the mention of a pure heart snow lotus, indicating it must be an exceedingly rare and coveted item. Su Liyin had fully prepared herself for Luo Chen's exorbitant demands. Yet now, his sudden proclamation left both her and Gu Qingwan in utter shock. "Huh. Touch 3 times." Su Liyin stared blankly at Luo Chen, realizing that his gaze had, unbeknownst to her, fixated entirely upon her ears. This abrupt shift made her ears twitch involuntarily. When Luo Chen noticed this, his heart melted at how adorable she looked. Seeing her ears move because of his gaze, Luo Chen felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Su Liyin, who had never experienced blushing before, now found her exquisite cheeks tinged with a delicate crimson. "Quickly, just say yes," Luo Chen urged, standing with his hands on his hips, his tone suggesting he might leap forward at any moment. For a moment, Su Liyin felt utterly at a loss. Her ears, which she found most detestable, were now being admired so fondly by someone. She stood there like a child unsure of her misdeeds, flustered and bewildered. "Will you agree or not?" Luo Chen pressed again. How could anyone refuse a stunning beauty adorned in stockings? Not that it had anything to do with the stockings. How could anyone refuse such a breathtakingly beautiful fox maiden? The key was that it was genuine, and they even moved. Regaining her composure, Su Liyin, her face still flushed, averted her gaze from Luo Chen and, biting her lip, conceded, "The pure heart snow lotus and the South Green Long Sound, I will give them to you." As soon as Su Liyin's words left her lips, Luo Chen did not allow her a moment's respite, promptly rejecting her offer. "No, I want to touch your ears. Let us not discuss anything else." Hearing Luo Chen's swift and resolute refusal, Su Liyin could not suppress a scornful retort in her heart. Has this guy lost his mind? He'd rather touch her ears than accept the pure heart snow lotus and the South Green Long Sound? Was he truly that enamored? After a moment of silence, and with her face nearly flushed to the roots of her neck, Su Liyin stammered, "Just once." But before she could finish, Luo Chen exclaimed, "No, it must be 3 times." Su Liyin could not comprehend the difference between allowing him to touch her ears once versus 3 times. Yet suddenly, she found herself unwilling. It felt inexplicably shameful. In fact, Su Liyin thought that if Luo Chen had suggested touching something else, she might have agreed. But for her ears, she resolutely refused. She did not understand why she felt this way, but she simply could not acquiesce. Just once, her face, already crimson, avoided Luo Chen's gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Standing opposite her, Luo Chen found it hard to hear her, watching Su Liyin stubbornly insist on just once. Luo Chen's initial determination began to waver. The key was that he was frightened. He feared that if he pressed her too hard, he might end up with nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen gritted his teeth and declared, 2 times, 1 for each ear. That is my final offer. If you utter another word of negotiation, I will go fishing." Seeing Luo Chen's sudden urgency, Su Liyin, having already turned a shade of red, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Why was he so anxious? Finally, She pursed her lips and averted her gaze, conceding, fine. Upon hearing Su Liyan's agreement, Luo Chen was filled with excitement. You've said it. You are a great emperor. You must not go back on your word. Su Liyan, blushing even deeper, silently cursed under her breath. What was there to retract? It was just this peculiar request from this odd fellow. With that, Luo Chen immediately declared, let us go now. He began to dash up the mountain, leaving Su Liyan standing there, bewildered, and asking, where are we going? As Luo Chen darted back several meters, he turned to the still-standing Su Liyan and urgently exclaimed, of course, we need to return to complete the melody. All the books on the piece are in my house. So hurry and follow me. With that, Luo Chen sprang away again. Su Liyan stood frozen for a moment, then discreetly glanced at the bewildered Gu Qingwan beside her before hastily departing, her cheeks flushed. This marked Su Liyan's first experience of shyness, even embarrassment. In front of Gu Qingwan, Gu Qingwan remained rooted in place, staring blankly in the direction Luo Chen had vanished. Once she regained her composure, she inwardly cursed. What kind of person is this? Having spent considerable time with Luo Chen, she was accustomed to his leisurely pace, making this sudden burst of speed all the more surprising. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. While it could be said that Luo Chen was a bit of a rogue, he had merely intended to touch Su Liyan's ear. Yet, his eagerness did give off a rather dubious impression. Ultimately, Gu Qingwan muttered a curse at the little rascal, surveyed her surroundings, and, with a resigned shake of her head, began to tidy up. With Luo Chen abandoning fishing, Gu Qingwan found little purpose in remaining there. Moreover, in his haste, Luo Chen had left behind his fishing rod and spear. She also began to pick up the items Su Liyan had carelessly discarded, all while scolding the little rascal in her mind. After all, these rods were of supreme quality, and the presence of spirit tools within them meant they certainly could not be left lying around. Once she had gathered the fishing gear, Gu Qingwan checked the fish baskets belonging to herself and Luo Chen. Her own basket was empty, as she had released the fish she had caught earlier. On the other hand, Luo Chen's basket was brimming with fish. Crouching in front of it, Gu Qingwan peered inside, intending to keep the largest fish for Luo Chen to take home, thinking the rest could be released since neither of them could eat too much. However, upon peering inside, she suddenly froze. Why are there fish with dragon scales in here? Indeed, these carp had sprouted dragon scales. To be honest, Gu Qingwan was not overly surprised by this phenomenon, having seen a chicken with phoenix bloodline on Xinyan Peak. She contemplated whether it was the potent aura of the sacred path that Luo Chen had released while crafting his fishing rod earlier that had caused this. The aura was overwhelmingly rich, bathing the entire Yaoqi sacred land. Could this be the reason for the fish's transformation? Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why the fish she had caught earlier bore no such scales. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Qingwan, and her face registered shock. Luo Chen had always boasted about each fish he caught, proudly presenting them to her. Back then, she had merely indulged him, exclaiming how amazing he was. However, not a single fish had scales at that time. Realizing this, Gu Qingwan gasped. Could it be that the fish caught by Luo Chen were awakening their dragon bloodline? What kind of terrifying cultivation is this little rascal undertaking? In a room on Xinyan Peak, Luo Chen and Su Liyan sat on the floor facing each other, with a slight blush still lingering on Su Liyan's face from earlier. It had been quite an embarrassing moment. Luo Chen, however, was not paying attention to Su Liyan, focusing instead on organizing the sheet music. Can you recall anything else? He asked without lifting his head. Su Liyan remembered several pieces her master favored, and Luo Chen began to sift through them. Luo Chen's room housed a compilation of all the renowned melodies in the world, essentially serving as a grand music library for the Xianling continent. As for how Luo Chen came by these masterpieces, it was thanks to the little junior sister and senior sister from Yaoqi sacred land who had procured them for him. Luo Chen was cherished like a precious gem in Yaoqi. Even if he wished for stars, everyone would find a way to grant his desires, let alone musical compositions. Su Liyan thought deeply and finally nodded. I remember these, though there may be others. We would need to check the records of Qianxing Mountain. Hearing her words, Luo Chen shook his head. No need to trouble yourself. This is more than sufficient. With that, he stacked the sheets of music together and slowly opened them, remarking with a hint of nostalgia, it is evident that your master was a gentle soul. Luo Chen's words momentarily stunned Su Liyan, but she quickly regained her composure. Nodding enthusiastically, of course. My master is the kindest person in the world. No one is better than her. After that, Su Liyan opened up, recounting her master's kindness and various anecdotes from the past with clarity and detail. As she spoke of her master, her face radiated joy, her once cunning eyes now sparkling with happiness, resembling a child eager to showcase their most cherished possession in hopes of receiving validation. She even reminisced about trivial matters, like when her master took her to enjoy sweet cakes years ago. Luo Chen listened quietly, observing Su Lian's delight. It was clear she held deep affection for her master. Watching her, Luo Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Having traversed a decade in this realm, he too occasionally missed his family during the quiet hours of the night. As Su Lian continued her stories, she suddenly realized she had perhaps shared too much. After all, she had only known Luo Chen for a day. Why divulge such personal matters? When she glanced at him, however, she was taken aback by his expression. Was he empathizing with her? It struck her that perhaps she and Luo Chen shared similar experiences. At that moment, Luo Chen also shook off the melancholic thoughts and resolved to look forward. He then turned to Su Lian and said, "Let me play these melodies and find my rhythm." Su Lian immediately sat upright, eager to listen. Luo Chen positioned his chin and took a deep breath, allowing himself to immerse in the gentle melodies. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression solemn and serious as he cast a deliberate glance at Su Lian. While Luo Chen had previously been somewhat frivolous, his current demeanor made Su Lian marvel at how handsome he looked when earnest, especially with his gentle, jade-like aura. He seemed like a divine being, untouched by worldly filth. As Luo Chen gazed at Su Lian, his eyes inadvertently flickered back to her dark silk stockings. Damn. Almost lost my composure. He hastily averted his gaze, striving to refocus his mind. Su Lian naturally noticed Luo Chen's earlier gaze and demeanor. The blush that had just faded reappeared on her exquisite face, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she slightly rose, shifting from sitting with her legs crossed in front of her to kneeling on the mat, discreetly tucking her beautiful legs behind her. As she moved, Luo Chen couldn't help but glance again. While the black stockings were no longer visible, he caught a glimpse upward along her waist. Goodness, almost lost composure again. After a while, the room was finally graced with the ethereal sound of the zither. The melody was harmonious and enchanting, flowing like water, utterly exquisite. This divine music emanated from the room, resonating throughout Shenyun Peak and the Yaoqi sacred land. The flora of Yaoqi swayed gently to the melody, and the trees rustled softly, as if all the beings in Yaoqi were accompanying Luo Chen in a celestial symphony. It was truly marvelous. Having returned from the foot of the mountain, Gu Qingwan reclined in an old rocking chair, holding a cup of tea. Her long, fair legs were elegantly crossed, exuding an air of leisure. Sipping her tea, she gazed at the sun rising in the sky. Listening to the captivating zither, a smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, "To evoke such a pure and untainted essence, Luo Chen must indeed be such a person." Perhaps the black stockings were merely an illusion. The music abruptly ceased. Gu Qingwan clenched her teeth and retorted, "It's not an illusion. You little lecher." The following day, Luo Chen engaged in no other activities but to assist Su Lian in restoring the piece of music. Gu Qingwan, after spending a short while, left for Yaoqi, which awaited her attention. Luo Chen could not remain with her, as his focus was on helping Su Lian, making her solitary presence there rather dull. She deemed it more prudent to attend to matters within the sect during this time. Gu Qingwan felt somewhat derelict in her duties as the sect leader, having spent so much time with Luo Chen. Yet, to be honest, she relished the tranquility and leisure of these days. With her departure, Luo Chen felt a weight lifted, primarily because he no longer needed to cook for her. He could fully concentrate on restoring the music with Su Lian, snacking lightly when hunger struck. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the dawn of the second day. Luo Chen and Su Lian had been alone in the small room for nearly 12 hours. Su Lian's eyes were slightly red, as though she had been crying. Luo Chen's eyes were also reddened, but from fatigue. Those 12 hours were not in vain. For Luo Chen had indeed helped Su Lian recover that familiar melody, albeit just a brief segment. Judging by the current progress, it would take at least 7 or 8 days to restore all of Su Lian's master's compositions. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was Luo Chen's capability to replicate the music. Perhaps due to her past experiences, Su Lian was inherently suspicious and rarely trusted others. Yet, upon hearing that distant yet familiar tune, an indescribable emotion welled up within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. However, she restrained herself, not wishing to disturb Luo Chen, who was diligently assisting her. After tuning the last note, Luo Chen flexed his sore wrist and muttered, "What a loss, what a loss. A significant loss indeed." Su Lian, curious, inquired, "What do you mean by loss?" Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen replied, "Of course. It's a loss when I've only played a few notes. I initially thought it would only take 2 or 3 days, but your master's skills are quite formidable. At this rate, it will take at least 7 or 8 days, and I'll have to burn the midnight oil." Su Lian was taken aback, her face flushing once more, and she dared not meet Luo Chen's gaze. Instead, she lowered her head and softly said, "You could take some time during the day. I'm not in a rush. You don't have to stay up all night." In reality, during the night, Su Lian had watched Luo Chen's tired eyes and felt a pang of compassion, urging him to rest. However, Luo Chen was utterly unyielding to her pleas. Listening to Su Lian, he raised an eyebrow and declared, "How can that be? If it takes 7 or 8 days to work overnight, then not working overnight would mean it would take a month to finish." Hearing Luo Chen's words, the blush on Su Lian's cheeks deepened, reaching her fair neck. Lowering her head completely, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, murmuring sweetly, "You must truly like it to this extent." Unbeknownst to her, her tone had grown exceptionally gentle when speaking to Luo Chen. He nodded emphatically, "Of course. Who wouldn't like it? That would be madness. How about you let me have a little touch first, just to get a taste?" At Luo Chen's words, Su Lian trembled. Her face flushed as she looked up at him, flustered. That won't do. We agreed to wait until it's done." Seeing her refusal, Luo Chen pouted and thought, "Well, good things are best saved for last." After stretching his body, he prepared to begin again. Su Lian, truly unable to bear it any longer, immediately stood up and said, "Oh, you need to rest. Look at how exhausted you are. Please, listen to me and take a break. I'm not in a hurry. Don't wear yourself out." In truth, Luo Chen was feeling somewhat fatigued. The Qin was particularly sturdy, and having played all day, his fingers were beginning to ache. Nevertheless, Luo Chen remained seated, raising an eyebrow at the standing Su Lian, and said, "Then you should give me a little extra. I'm truly at a loss here. Such a tiring task for just a few notes is too unfair. You should give me a little more." Standing, Su Lian found Luo Chen both amusing and exasperating. She silently cursed him in her heart. This fellow truly knows how to take advantage while feigning innocence. Here she was, genuinely concerned for him, urging him to rest. And yet he turned around to extort her. However, this time, Su Lian simply blushed and avoided Luo Chen's gaze. She reached out her delicate hand to pull him up and softly said, "All right, get up and go rest." Hearing her words, without needing her assistance, Luo Chen sprang up and proclaimed, "You said it. No takebacks." Watching Luo Chen's excited demeanor, Su Lian let out a helpless chuckle, rolling her eyes at him before saying, "Sister is the great Empress. She won't deceive you. Now go rest." Luo Chen stood up, stretching lazily and gazing out the window in astonishment. "Is it already bright outside?" As Su Lian turned to look out the window, she replied, "I told you so. I've been urging you to rest. Go on now." After blinking, Luo Chen walked toward the door, saying, "I'll be back soon." Su Lian paused, following him and asking, "Are you going to wash up? I can help you." Luo Chen, however, did not turn back and replied, "No, I'm going to cook. Gu Qingwan should be back soon for a meal. I'll prepare it and then sleep." Su Lian was taken aback, her brows slightly furrowed in evident displeasure as she said, "Must you cook for her every day? Why should you? You're already so exhausted. Don't do it. When she returns, I shall explain everything to her." Luo Chen paused, turning to look at Su Lian, who had suddenly come to his defense, and he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "No, primarily, I am preparing a little for you as well." Su Lian blinked, her displeasure momentarily replaced by shyness, and she directed her gaze elsewhere, saying, "Sister is not hungry. You should go to sleep." With that, she gently pushed Luo Chen towards the room, eager to get him to rest. Luo Chen twitched his lips and turned back to Su Lian, stating, "No. The main reason is that I am also hungry. I didn't even have breakfast yesterday, just a few snacks. If I lie down without eating, will I be able to get up again?" Su Lian was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Oh, in that case, I forgot." However, it was not long before Su Lian recalled something, her awkward expression vanishing as she smiled at Luo Chen, saying, "Then, sister will help you. You must try my cooking later." Hearing Su Lian's words, Luo Chen walked outside, looking at her in surprise. "Ah, you can cook?" Su Lian's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, "Sister has also come from a difficult background. Do you think everyone is like Gu Qingwan, pampered from childhood?" At this point, Su Lian suddenly blushed as she added, "However, it has been a long time since I last cooked. If it doesn't taste good, you must not laugh at me." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, promptly assuring her, "How could I? I am not that kind of person." His earnest tone amused Su Lian, who was about to joke but didn't have the chance as Luo Chen had already stepped outside, stretching lazily under the sun, saying, "If it doesn't taste good, just let me touch it a bit more." Su Lian was taken aback, inwardly rolling her eyes, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, a soft chime echoed in Luo Chen's mind. Yesterday's mortal value, 12,890. First time exceeding 10,000. Reward. True Extreme Saint Silk has been issued to the host's spatial bag. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Over 10,000. That's quite a lot. He quickly understood the reason. His behavior yesterday was undeniably reminiscent of a mortal. Black silk. Who wouldn't want that? Beast-eared girls. Who wouldn't be tempted? And he had stayed up all night. Who among mortals doesn't indulge in nocturnal revelry? Ultimately, what mattered was not the actions themselves, but the mindset, the desire to attain something. Luo Chen reflected on his previous disinterest in everything. That was not playing the role of a mortal, but of a sluggard. Over 10,000 mortal points. Black silk is eternally divine. As Luo Chen collaborated with Su Lian to prepare breakfast, he decided to forego cooking entirely, opting instead to assist her by tending to the fire. Su Lian truly had a knack for cooking. From the moment she wielded the knife to chop vegetables, Luo Chen recognized her talent. However, he dared not glance too long, focusing instead on the firewood. Su Lian's figure was quite captivating, and every slight movement emphasized her most alluring features. He dared not look, fearing he would be unable to sleep later. Breakfast was not overly complicated, and within a few minutes, a variety of small dishes and white porridge graced the table, all appearing delectable. Su Lian, gently moving about, looked at Luo Chen and said, "Hurry, try my cooking. If you like a particular dish, let me know, and I will make it for you again tomorrow." Earlier, Su Lian had felt slightly uncomfortable cooking, as everything in the kitchen was tailored to Luo Chen's height. Su Lian's height was the same as Gu Qingwan's, but unlike Gu Qingwan's lower heels, Su Lian wore stiletto heels, making it somewhat uncomfortable to bend over. After Su Lian finished cooking, Luo Chen did not immediately eat, but got up and walked towards the now empty stove, saying, "Wait, just a few minutes more." Curious, Su Lian stood behind him, asking, "What else are you making?" At that moment, Luo Chen began to prepare sugar syrup, intending to make candied strawberries he had planned for Gu Qingwan yesterday. However, he had been too excited, and, with Gu Qingwan leaving, he and T made them. Since he had promised, he couldn't go back on his word. Thus, before sleeping, he would prepare 10 skewers for her to enjoy whenever she returned. Making candied strawberries was quick, taking just a few minutes. As he stirred the sugar syrup, he casually remarked, "I'm making candied strawberries for our ancestor. They are delicious." After that, Luo Chen dipped a skewer of strawberries in the syrup and placed it on a prepared tray, saying, "Quick, freeze it with your celestial energy." Upon hearing that Luo Chen was making it for Gu Qingwan, Su Lian's expression soured, yet she complied, freezing the syrup on the candied strawberries. Luo Chen, holding the completed skewer, turned to Su Lian with a smile, saying, "You should try it. It's truly delicious." However, after glancing at the candied strawberry in Luo Chen's hand, Su Lian turned her head away, snorting softly, "What she likes, I will never like." Observing Su Lian's demeanor, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed there was quite a significant conflict between Su Lian and Gu Qingwan, but that was of no concern to him. Luo Chen was kind-hearted, but being kind did not equate to meddling. He wouldn't be like those characters in films who meddle unnecessarily. After all, he had no knowledge of what transpired between the two in the past. Besides, even if he did, he wouldn't say much. Both were formidable figures, emperors in their own right. What need did they have for a minor character like him to worry about them? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen set down the candied strawberry and shifted the conversation, saying, "You enjoy sweet dumplings, right? I can make them quite well, though it's a bit troublesome. I'll prepare some for you after I wake up from my nap today. I assure you they'll be delicious." Luo Chen's words took Su Lian by surprise. She had merely mentioned it casually while speaking of her master the day before, not expecting Luo Chen to remember it. Standing behind him, Su Lian gazed at Luo Chen's back, her eyes filled with an unparalleled tenderness. It was akin to the way Luo Chen looked at her ears. Her heart felt as though it would melt. "All right," she responded softly. After Luo Chen finished making the candied strawberries for Gu Qingwan, he rushed to the dining table to devour his breakfast. With a casual compliment about the deliciousness of the food, he promptly retired to his old rocking chair in the yard for a nap. Even in the summer, the breeze in the yard was refreshing. Within half a minute, Luo Chen was snoring lightly, utterly exhausted. Observing how quickly he had fallen asleep, Su Lian realized just how fatigued Luo Chen had been the previous day. After moving Gu Qingwan's chair over, Su Lian reclined on it and produced a fan. She gently gazed at the sleeping Luo Chen, creating a soft breeze with her fan. Time passed, and a faint sound echoed in the yard. Su Lian remained still, her expression tender as she continued to fan Luo Chen. But her voice turned icy as she commanded, "Wash the dishes." Gu Qingwan. Chapter 45. "Oh, are you anxious?" Gu Qingwan watched the slumbering Luo Chen, then turned to see a plate of candied hawthorn on the table. Her previously displeased demeanor transformed into one as gentle as Su Lian's. She approached Luo Chen, bending slightly to observe him before a subtle smile graced her lips as she softly asked, "When did he fall asleep?" While fanning him, Su Lian replied, "He just dozed off." With a flick of her delicate wrist, a shimmering aura enveloped Luo Chen, blocking out external sounds. Following this, Su Lian stretched languidly on her recliner, exuding an irresistible charm. She resumed her previous posture, her head tilted against the chair, gazing at Gu Qingwan, who had taken a seat at the dining table. In a melodious tone, she teased, "Oh, you remember to come back for breakfast every morning?" Su Lian's words carried a hint of sarcasm, but Gu Qingwan chose to ignore her. After sipping her porridge, she frowned. "Didn't T. Luo Chen make this? Then I want to eat it." With that, she reached for the candied hawthorn, eagerly taking a bite. The moment the sweetness hit her palate, a flicker of joy broke through her cold exterior. While Gu Qingwan declared she wouldn't eat breakfast, Su Lian felt no displeasure. After all, it was prepared for Luo Chen. She arched an eyebrow at Gu Qingwan, who was engrossed in her candied hawthorn, and inquired, "What is up with Luo Chen? He should be quite powerful, yet he acts like an ordinary person." During the night, Su Lian had entertained doubts about Luo Chen's authenticity. After all, he was someone whose mere existence could incite heavenly tribulations. Why then did he succumb to fatigue so easily at night? Upon noticing the redness in Luo Chen's eyes, her heart ached, leaving little room for further speculation. Listening to Su Lian, Gu Qingwan continued enjoying her candied hawthorn, seemingly oblivious to her words. Su Lian, reclining, frowned, "I'm talking to you." At this, a sly smile appeared on Gu Qingwan's stunning face. She rose, arms crossed, and approached Su Lian's recliner, looking down with an air of superiority. "Oh, so you wish to know about Luo Chen? Why should I tell you?" From her reclined position, Su Lian observed Gu Qingwan's expression, sensing a flicker of danger in her captivating gaze. Gu Qingwan readily perceived this threat, but remained unperturbed, responding with an arrogant smile. "What? You've spent an entire day with Luo Chen and haven't asked him about it. Now you come to me?" The hint of murderous intent in Su Lian's eyes quickly faded, and she laughed lightly. "Oh, I've only known Luo Chen for a day. How could I have time to ask such things? I was mistaken earlier. If you know, just share." Her tone and demeanor echoed her earlier charm, enticing yet playful. However, facing Gu Qingwan, Su Lian's allure fell flat. In an instant, Gu Qingwan stepped forward, her foot pressing down on the gently swaying recliner. As her foot made contact, Su Lian's facade crumbled, her expression darkening as she attempted to rise. Yet, just as she did, Gu Qingwan leaned in closer, their breathtakingly beautiful faces mere centimeters apart. "Do you realize you've only just met Luo Chen? Do you know how long I've known him? And do you understand that I can have you leave at any moment? This is the sacred land of Yaoqi. Like this chair beneath you, it belongs to me. I allowed you to sit here out of generosity, but if I decide otherwise, you must vacate immediately. Do you understand?" Gu Qingwan delivered her words with a stoic expression, each syllable deliberate. In response, Su Lian's body emanated a vibrant crimson glow. Simultaneously, Gu Qingwan radiated a pure white light. They stood poised, locked in a fierce gaze. After an indeterminate time, the crimson glow surrounding Su Lian dissipated, and with a flirtatious smile, she reclined back into her chair, saying, "As it stands now, who can tell what the future holds?" Gu Qingwan's white glow also faded as she withdrew her leg from Su Lian's chair and turned back to her previous seat, remarking, "The future? How long do you plan to stay here? Do you think I'll allow you to linger?" Su Lian's smile faltered, yet before she could respond, Gu Qingwan resumed her seat, crossing her enticing long legs, and said, "Luo Chen's fatigue stems from the fact that his cultivation differs from ours." "Differ?" Su Lian raised an eyebrow, her confusion evident. Gu Qingwan leisurely popped another candied hawthorn into her mouth before continuing, "He isn't cultivating immortality. He is following the path." "Following the path?" Su Lian furrowed her brows, pondering. "Isn't that something one pursues after reaching the Emperor realm? Is Luo Chen also at that level? Yet, he doesn't exhibit any spiritual energy fluctuations." Gu Qingwan shook her head gently. "Following the path doesn't require one to be at the Emperor realm. It's simply that those at that level can no longer grow stronger through conventional cultivation, only through the path. There are many things I don't fully understand, but I advise you not to question Luo Chen." Su Lian raised an inquisitive brow. "Oh." Casting a sidelong glance at Su Lian, Gu Qingwan continued, "Everyone has their own secrets. Unless he chooses to share, pressing for answers will only breed annoyance." Su Lian arched her delicate brows and chuckled lightly. "Is that so? I don't believe he would harbor any dislike towards me." Gu Qingwan, with an expression devoid of emotion, finished the last of her candied hawthorn skewers, unhurriedly reaching for another. Is that so? When Luo Chen awakens, I shall inform him that you, Su Liyan, are curious about his abilities, and I'll inquire on your behalf. I, too, am eager to hear. However, as soon as Gu Qingwan's words fell, Su Liyan bit her lip and retorted coldly, "Hey, don't be so glib." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan tilted her head slightly, raising an eyebrow at Su Liyan and teasingly said, "Oh, are you anxious? What are you pretending for?" Chapter 46. Huh? Have I become the villain? Su Liyan suddenly realized that in this world, there were two individuals she found utterly perplexing. One was the slumbering Luo Chen beside her, whose mere presence made her inexplicably shy. The other was the perpetually expressionless Gu Qingwan. From the moment they met, Su Liyan had never quite understood Gu Qingwan, who always spoke little and maintained a stoic demeanor. Yet each word seemed to strike at the heart of the matter, leaving Su Liyan feeling particularly uncomfortable. Ultimately, Su Liyan ceased her pretenses and let out a cold snort, stating directly, "Let us discuss the matter of the secret realm." While munching on a candied hawthorn, Gu Qingwan replied, "I have long been prepared to listen attentively. This should have been discussed yesterday, but that little rascal suddenly became fascinated with your ears. So it was postponed. This secret realm, in short, is a grand formation, unlike any ordinary array." Su Liyan no longer glanced at Gu Qingwan and slightly turned her body, gazing tenderly at the peacefully sleeping Luo Chen. A grand formation? Uncommon? Gu Qingwan pondered Su Liyan's words, pausing her chewing momentarily before raising an eyebrow. "How is it uncommon? I am familiar with formations, though not the strongest. I can confidently say I possess exceptional knowledge." Without even sparing Gu Qingwan a glance, Su Liyan declared, "It is entirely different from the formations we previously knew. They are two distinct realms." Su Liyan's assertion caused Gu Qingwan to furrow her brows. "Are you implying that you comprehend it?" Su Liyan replied bluntly, "Of course not. No one in Nanqingzhan Prefecture understands it, but I have found someone who does. Do you know who the last emperor to transcend and ascend to the upper realm from Nanqingzhan Prefecture was?" After a moment of surprise, Gu Qingwan raised her eyebrows. "Emperor Xianming." Upon uttering this, Gu Qingwan gazed at Su Liyan incredulously. "How could you possibly know Emperor Xianming? He transcended 30,000 years ago. Back then, neither you nor I existed, let alone the Yaoqi Holy Land and Qiancheng Mountain." A faint smile appeared on Su Liyan's lips. "Emperor Xianming hails from the Xinghan Pavilion, and I have already made arrangements with the pavilion master, Lai Yang. He will bring Emperor Xianming to Yaoqi Holy Land to teach us about this secret realm's formation. However, celestial beings from the upper realm are not permitted to descend to the lower realm without permission. Emperor Xianming is coming secretly and can only stay for 3 days. Whether we can learn anything in that time depends on our own fortunes. Calculating the days, he should arrive at Yaoqi Holy Land soon. Thus, this is a collaboration between Qiancheng Mountain, Yaoqi Holy Land, and Xinghan Pavilion." Xinghan Pavilion? Emperor Xianming? Listening to Su Liyan, Gu Qingwan furrowed her brows in suspicion. Since this secret realm is a grand formation, anyone capable of breaking the formation could monopolize all the treasures within. Why would Xinghan Pavilion choose to collaborate with us? This means they would relinquish their advantages and share the spoils. At this juncture, Su Liyan turned her gaze towards the sleeping Luo Chen and, with a bewitching smile on her exquisite face, asked, "What do you think?" Surprised by Su Liyan's alluring demeanor, Gu Qingwan paused for a moment before raising an eyebrow. "What did you promise Lai Yang?" Su Liyan tilted her head slightly. "There are some matters I never explain, but to prevent any misunderstandings in the future regarding Luo Chen, I will clarify once. I never make promises to others. I merely understand what these insufferable men desire. I wink at them, and their imaginations run wild. I beckon them with a finger, and they rush to serve me." Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, and after a brief silence, her expression turned skeptical. "That doesn't add up. If that were the case, Qiancheng Mountain and Xinghan Pavilion could simply collaborate without needing Yaoqi Holy Land. Why do you insist on partnering with me?" At that moment, Su Liyan again gazed at the sleeping Luo Chen with an impassive expression. "Because I do not trust these insufferable men. Emperor Xianming cannot enter the secret realm. What use is there in relying solely on Lai Yang? This is the first time a secret realm requiring sacred objects to enter has appeared in Nanqingzhan Prefecture. I am not willing to take risks alone, so I would rather have another share the treasures to ensure our safety." Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow at Su Liyan, finding this to be quite in line with her character. Su Liyan seemed to trust no one. Gu Qingwan was about to voice her thoughts when suddenly, she froze, gazing towards the horizon. Su Liyan mirrored her reaction. "Is it here?" Both Gu Qingwan and Su Liyin sensed a formidable surge of spiritual energy rapidly approaching, a terrifying force only possessed by celestial beings from the upper realm. Or more accurately, celestial essence. After staring at the sky for a moment, Gu Qingwan quickly looked down at Su Liyin and said, "Wake that little rascal up. We must attend the lesson together." Su Liyin was taken aback and frowned. He has only just fallen asleep. Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth. A celestial being from the upper realm is here to teach. How many people would dream of such an opportunity? This is a tremendous fortune. Merely seeing such a being is a stroke of luck. When can he sleep if not now? Hurry and wake him. Su Liyin furrowed her brows, recognizing the validity of Gu Qingwan's point. However, as she looked at the peacefully slumbering Luo Chen, she felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he had only just fallen asleep for less than an hour, right in the midst of deep slumber. As Su Liyin hesitated, Gu Qingwan, unable to wait any longer, gritted her teeth, directly removing the barrier Su Liyin had set earlier, and then nudged Luo Chen. "Wake up." After shaking Luo Chen a few times, he groggily opened his eyes, clearly reluctant. "What is it?" Luo Chen was somewhat grumpy upon being awakened. "Why am I being called up so soon after falling asleep?" Seeing Luo Chen's unwilling expression, Su Liyin felt a twinge of concern and quickly comforted him softly. All right, it's fine, sleep on, sleep on." As she spoke, her delicate hand gently caressed Luo Chen, before turning a discontented gaze towards Gu Qingwan. "He is so tired right now. How could he absorb anything? It would suffice for the two of us to attend, and I can relay everything to him upon our return tonight." Gu Qingwan, upon hearing Su Liyin's words, was even more irate. What we discuss cannot compare to what a celestial being from the upper realm imparts. Indulging him in such a manner is ultimately detrimental. Should he later realize that he has missed a lesson from a true immortal of the upper realm, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you. In response, Su Liyin asserted with conviction, "The future is the future. I do not wish for him to despise me in the present." Observing that reasoning with Su Liyin was futile, Gu Qingwan could no longer contain herself as Luo Chen, in a state of drowsiness, seemed on the verge of drifting off again. She swiftly extended her delicate hand, seizing Luo Chen by the ear, and exclaimed, "Awaken! The true immortal of the upper realm has arrived to impart knowledge." This sudden tug eradicated Luo Chen's grogginess. "Ouch, ouch. I'm up. I truly am awake. Please let go," he cried out in distress. Just then, with a sharp clap, Su Liyin's hand was forcefully removed from Luo Chen's ear. Her face was adorned with indignation as she admonished Gu Qingwan. "Must you incessantly pull his ear? He is a man, and a man's pride is paramount. Such actions in public will tarnish his dignity." As she spoke, Su Liyin gently enveloped Luo Chen in her embrace. Half awake, Luo Chen rubbed his ear while nodding repeatedly. "Exactly, it hurts so much." Hearing his words, Su Liyin immediately leaned down and asked, "Does it hurt? Let me soothe it for you." Gu Qingwan, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat dazed and, regaining her composure, bit into her candied hawthorn skewers with frustration. Have I become the villain? Chapter 47. Is it so difficult to simply rest at home? At this moment, a line of dark figures appeared on the horizon. Emperor Xianming and his entourage were approaching. Gu Qingwan shot a glare at the still sleeping Luo Chen and said, "All right, if you are awake, freshen up a bit before heading to the main hall of the sect. No need to rush. The true immortal of the upper realm is grand and will not begin teaching immediately. You can stroll around before it starts." After speaking to Luo Chen, she turned to Su Liyin, who was still attending to Luo Chen's ear, and urged, "You too, hurry along. This is a splendid opportunity. Summon the elders of Qianxing Mountain to gather in the hall and listen to the lesson from the true immortal of the upper realm." With that, Gu Qingwan departed. Su Liyin, however, was in no hurry. Looking down at Luo Chen in her arms, she softly inquired, "Shall I help you wash your face?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo Chen quickly replied, No, I can wash my face myself." Hearing his words and noticing his drowsy state, Su Liyin could not resist gently ruffling Luo Chen's hair before taking to the air, heading towards the main hall of the sect. After Luo Chen splashed water on his face, he noticed a few remaining skewers of candied hawthorn on the table and promptly gathered them all. Clutching one skewer in hand, he sauntered down the mountain towards the main hall of the sect. As for the lesson from the true immortal of the upper realm, he felt no inclination towards it. What significance did the true immortal hold for him? Luo Chen's primary concern was avoiding Gu Qingwan's ear-tugging. As he ambled along, taking his time, it took him over 2 hours to reach the summit of the Yaoqi sacred land. Initially, he thought that the lesson from the true immortal must have concluded, only to find that it had yet to commence. It appeared that the welcome ceremony had just wrapped up. as he observed the female disciples of Yaoqi's sacred land finishing their dance. Truth be told, Luo Chen felt somewhat displeased. His senior sisters were serious cultivators, not entertainers. Their arrival was sufficient without the need for a performance. People are reciprocal. The disciples of Yaoqi's sacred land treated Luo Chen as a treasure, a family member, and he regarded his senior sisters in the same light. However, despite his dissatisfaction, there was little he could do. For not everyone could simply lounge around and grow stronger like himself. Life is rife with inconveniences. Upon reaching the square in front of the main hall, the departing female disciples greeted Luo Chen with radiant smiles, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had seemingly already entered the hall and taken their seats. After exchanging pleasantries with the departing disciples, Luo Chen hurriedly made his way inside. Within the hall, a buzz of whispered conversations filled the air. The entourage from Qianqing Mountain occupied the right side, while the disciples from Yaoqi's sacred land sat on the left, all kneeling on cushions. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had not taken the central seats, evidently reserved for Emperor Xianming. However, Luo Chen did not see the emperor and wondered where the true immortal of the upper realm had gone. As soon as Luo Chen entered, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian immediately noticed him. Gu Qingwan gestured to the empty seat beside her, inviting him to sit next to her. Su Lian also had a seat available next to her, but she was more direct, calling out softly to Luo Chen, "Come, sit here with your sister." Both women wore expressions of uncontainable anticipation. However, after briefly glancing at the two, Luo Chen turned and made his way to a corner. He had no desire to sit in such a conspicuous spot. He preferred to find a secluded area where he could discreetly doze off. Uncertain of how long the true immortal's lecture would last, he hoped it wouldn't drag on like a tedious monologue from last life as superiors. Gu Qingwan, observing Luo Chen retreating to the corner, bit her lip in frustration. This little rascal was squandering such a splendid opportunity. It was truly exasperating. Meanwhile, Su Lian blinked at Luo Chen, her full, enticing lips pursed slightly before she rose and followed him to the corner. This was the grand hall of Yaoqi's sacred land, and she was not the host, so there was no need for her to remain at the front. Furthermore, Su Lian was inherently someone who acted according to her own desires. She simply wished to sit beside Luo Chen. As soon as Luo Chen settled down, Su Lian joined him, taking a seat beside him. "Where's Emperor Xianming?" Luo Chen mused, crossing his legs and yawning while surveying his surroundings. Su Lian, gently smoothing Luo Chen's tousled hair, replied softly, "After the performance, he went to change clothes. He will be here shortly to begin the lecture." Su Lian noticed that Luo Chen had hastily come without properly arranging his hair and attire. Luo Chen nonchalantly nodded, responding, "Oh." Gu Qingwan, overhearing Luo Chen's thoughts, let out a resigned sigh. "Oh well, if he chooses not to learn, so be it. After all, Luo Chen is already quite strong. There will be ample opportunities in the future, and I will create more chances for him." Eventually, Emperor Xianming arrived, prompting everyone to rise and greet him. Luo Chen, however, remained seated cross-legged in the corner, too disinterested to even glance his way. Su Lian also remained seated, observing Luo Chen, who was persistently yawning, and could not resist softly suggesting in his ear, "Why not rest your head on your sister's lap?" Initially, Luo Chen, who had been fighting fatigue, suddenly perked up at her words, glancing at Su Lian and then at Gu Qingwan, who had shifted from kneeling to sitting with her knees bent to one side. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chen had noticed that Su Lian had donned an entirely new outfit, complemented by a pair of exquisite black stockings adorned with intricate embroidery. "Wonderful, wonderful!" Luo Chen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he nodded fervently. Observing his enthusiasm, a faint blush crept onto Su Lian's stunning visage. Eventually, Luo Chen reclined onto Su Lian's lap, unable to suppress a contented sigh. The comfort was overwhelming. As Su Lian regarded the scene before her, she playfully admonished, "You little rascal, lie still and rest, but do not fidget." With a hint of embarrassment, Luo Chen grinned sheepishly, having struggled to contain his excitement. Once he settled into a comfortable position, he closed his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber. However, sleep eluded him as the great Emperor Xianming commenced his lecture. The voice of this celestial being resonated with an echo, rendering it impossible for Luo Chen to find peace. Frustration mounted as he lay half awake, forced to listen to the Emperor's discourse on array formations. Luo Chen had mastered the arrays provided by the system 9 years prior. He had achieved unparalleled proficiency with the Dao Heart of the array. As he listened to the great Emperor's teachings, he could not help but feel vexed. Is this the caliber of instruction we are subjected to? Why not simply rest at home instead? Luo Chen's inner thoughts echoed in Gu Qingwan's ears. Taken aback, She pondered the implications of his words. Could it be that Luo Chen possessed knowledge of array formations? Moreover, his tone suggested a distinct disdain for the celestial being. In the past, Gu Qingwan might have dismissed Luo Chen's assertions as mere bravado, but after his recent accomplishments in alchemy and swordsmanship, she began to wonder if he truly possessed such abilities. Though Gu Qingwan's nature was proud, she was also cautious. Regardless, she resolved to inquire further later that evening. For now, it was prudent to pay attention to the Celestial's lecture. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, resting on Su Lian's lap, curiously inquired, "Why is there suddenly a personal lecture?" He had been asleep during the mention of the secret realm and remained unaware of the developments. As Su Lian gently stroked his hair, she replied softly, "It pertains to the secret realm. This particular one involves a grand array, and only that celestial being comprehends it." Intrigued, Luo Chen asked, "Then why aren't you attending?" With a gentle laugh, Su Lian responded, "Sister can hear it clearly from here." Luo Chen nodded earnestly, while Su Lian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully scolded, "Do not move about." Realizing he had been caught, Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly, but remained silent. As he lay on Su Lian's lap, the noise from the great emperor made it impossible for him to sleep, leaving his mind to wander aimlessly. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked Su Lian, who was attentively listening, "Sister, do you have gray stockings?" Surprised, Su Lian looked down at him, bewildered. "I don't think so." Luo Chen expressed his disappointment. "What a pity. Gray would look lovely, even brown would suffice. And white? Well, that may not suit your style. Perhaps Gu Qingwan would be a better fit." Contemplating his words, Su Lian mused, "I don't believe I've ever seen those colors you mentioned." Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen proposed, "Would you wear them? If you wish, I could make them for you. But first, I need to perfect my tune. I can't sleep well if I can't find the right notes." Blushing furiously, Su Lian thought to herself, "This mischievous rascal is always preoccupied with that matter." Nevertheless, she nodded slightly. "If you make them, I shall wear them." "But can you truly craft such things?" With a hint of pride, Luo Chen replied, "What do you think? I am quite the polymath. I not only can sew, but can also design garments." After declaring this, he sprang up and scrutinized Su Lian, then promptly stated, "Sister, give me your leg." "What?" Su Lian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet, compelled by Luo Chen's earnest gaze, she instinctively extended a delicate leg. Luo Chen wasted no time. He grasped Su Lian's ankle with one hand and removed her shoe with the other. The sudden movement caused Su Lian to lose her balance, nearly toppling backward. However, as an adept being, she quickly regained her composure, covering her luscious lips with a hand. Nearby disciples of Qian Chung Mountain glanced curiously at Luo Chen, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they swiftly turned their attention elsewhere, unable to behold the spectacle. At that moment, Su Lian's face turned crimson as she retracted her long, beautiful leg and glared at Luo Chen, who was now examining her high-heeled shoe. "You little rascal, you should have informed me beforehand." "Sister, look, this shoe needs modification. We could add a few black ribbons at the back to tie around your ankle for added allure." As Luo Chen spoke, he returned to his previous position on Su Lian's lap, holding the shoe aloft for inspection. Inwardly, he marveled at the physiques of these cultivators. Noting how Su Lian's height and figure were striking, with her delicate ankle easily encircled by his hand, did their ability to fly somehow prevent them from walking? Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan sat expressionless, absorbing the great emperor's lecture, while her hand discreetly moved behind her. Moments later, a satisfied smile graced her face. "In this regard, I have not lost to Su Lian." At this juncture, Luo Chen, still inspecting Su Lian's shoe, remarked, "If we are to change the shoes, then the outfit must also be altered. The upper half could feature a black lace jacket, snug-fitting and with cutouts, while the lower half is quite satisfactory, though the slits are rather excessive, reaching the waist. I believe it could be slightly." Before he could finish, Su Lian interjected, "Let's design it like Gu Qingwan's." Reaching the legs, "It's getting chilly, and I shall not wear such things in the future." Luo Chen blinked in confusion, wondering if the weather was turning cool. It was the height of summer, after all, and far too early for such thoughts. What did the emperor have to fear from the chill? Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion, feeling that the attire was rather unsuitable. However, since Su Lian expressed a desire for a change, that made it even better. After a moment of musing, fatigue once again enveloped him. After yawning, Luo Chen felt a tinge of impatience. When will this bird-like immortal leave? I might just fall asleep right here. In front, Gu Qingwan, having heard his unvoiced thoughts, turned her head slightly, concerned, wishing to check on Luo Chen. Yet, he remained in the corner, lying down, completely out of sight. Gu Qingwan contemplated whether this celestial being could pause for a moment so she could return Luo Chen to rest. That little rascal seemed genuinely exhausted. she felt somewhat aggrieved, as her intentions were solely for his benefit. However, halting the Celestial's discourse was not something she could simply request, especially given that her aim was merely to ensure one person's rest. This immortal had come down from the upper realm specifically to teach. She could not be so ungrateful. The Emperor Xianming was thoroughly engrossed in his lecture and would not be interrupted. She decided to let that little rascal endure a bit longer. After all, he must be quite comfortable nestled in Su Lian's embrace. At that moment, Luo Chen lay contentedly on Su Lian's lap, enjoying a state of comfort, aside from his sleepiness. The Emperor Xianming continued his incessant chatter. Luo Chen listened half-heartedly, but soon he sensed something amiss. It seemed that, either intentionally or unintentionally, the Emperor was subtly targeting Gu Qingwan. After hearing a few more remarks, Luo Chen frowned slightly and sat up, craning his neck to look toward the center. Targeting Gu Qingwan. This displeased Luo Chen immensely. Chapter 49. What on earth is happening? Gu Qingwan held a special significance for Luo Chen. He believed she was the only person capable of a genuine connection with him. In essence, they were both solitary souls. Although Luo Chen was cherished in the Yaoqi's sacred land, adored by all, the loneliness he felt was known only to himself. As an outsider in this world, he understood that some things were beyond others' comprehension. During the quiet of night, that feeling of isolation would rise unbidden. Gu Qingwan experienced a similar solitude, stemming from her character. She was too proud and too aloof. Perhaps having been raised like a treasured jewel, she had never faced significant setbacks and had traversed life amid a dazzling glow, making her less inclined to engage with others. Or perhaps she simply deemed it beneath her. Luo Chen could not ascertain whether Gu Qingwan felt lonely, but he understood that she must have endured considerable hardship. Transforming the Yaoqi's sacred land from a mediocre sect into the most formidable one had been solely her endeavor. Surely, at times, she too must feel a whisper of loneliness, right? Over the brief period of their acquaintance, Luo Chen had come to regard Gu Qingwan as family in his heart. They had developed a tacit understanding on a profound level. A mere glance or a subtle gesture from Gu Qingwan would allow Luo Chen to intuit her intentions, and vice versa. He relished this unspoken connection, this understanding that transcended words. Regarding Gu Qingwan's character, Luo Chen found himself quite fond of it. To clarify, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Take today's events as an example. Gu Qingwan had been quite assertive, yet Luo Chen recognized her intentions were for his benefit. Throughout their days together, Luo Chen had also discovered another facet of her personality. Regardless of how she treated others, her demeanor toward him was not solely domineering. Gu Qingwan was capable of caring for others, albeit her concern lacked the fervor exhibited by Su Lian. Some individuals had a more subdued nature, extending care in a more understated manner. In the initial days of arriving at Xinyun Peak, Gu Qingwan had put on airs, but soon she resembled an unassuming neighborly sister, devoid of guile. At times, Luo Chen felt as though he had acquired a daughter, as she trailed behind him, asking countless questions and requesting various snacks. Now, with someone so significant to him being subjected to ridicule by others, Luo Chen's irritation reached a boiling point. He struggled to comprehend the situation. It seemed, during the Emperor Xuanming's lecture, Gu Qingwan had momentarily lost focus, which led to the Emperor accusing her of disrespect. Now, his words dripped with sarcasm, compelling Gu Qingwan to respond to his queries, which she could not answer. The Emperor then resorted to veiled insults. Luo Chen's anger stemmed from the fact that if the Emperor's criticisms were valid, it would be one thing. He understood that Gu Qingwan needed to excel in this secret realm to restore the Yaoqi's sacred land to its former glory. Su Lian was able to sit beside Luo Chen and engage in conversation because she did not particularly care about this secret realm. Over the millennia, she had not entered seclusion. She had participated in every secret realm event and consistently emerged with the most valuable treasures. As Qianqing Mountain remained one of the strongest sects in Nanqing Zhanzhou. But Gu Qingwan was different. As a proud individual, witnessing her former sect's decline from its pinnacle would naturally compel her to pay close attention to the lecture. If the Emperor Xuanming's teachings were entirely correct, Luo Chen could tolerate his sarcasm. However, the crucial point was that they were not. Luo Chen could discern that the Emperor was the type who was only half-educated and full of contradictions. Listening to him was utterly exasperating, while Gu Qingwan, already displeased with the Emperor's implicit targeting, felt a wave of warmth arise upon hearing the new students from Jingpu. Her earlier distraction had stemmed from pondering how to return Luo Chen to his rest, and she had felt a hint of grievance, especially when she thought of how others were mocking her while Luo Chen lay comfortably in Su Lian's embrace. Yet now, that grievance dissipated like mist. However, regarding Luo Chen's inner voice, She could not help but scoff silently. That little rascal often muttered nonsensical thoughts in his heart. Feeling exceedingly displeased, Luo Chen, upon hearing the Emperor Xianming commence another round of torment, could not help but glance at Su Lian and inquire, how long will he continue this? It's maddening. Yet before Luo Chen could finish his sentence, Su Lian swiftly covered his mouth with her delicate hand and gently pulled him into her embrace, whispering, "No need for such talk. He is a true immortal from the upper realm, a formidable individual. Even if you dislike him, you must endure." With his mouth covered, Luo Chen blinked in surprise. In the center, Gu Qingwan, hearing his thoughts, felt a surge of tenderness wash over her exquisite face. "With your words, dear sister, I shall not feel wronged." At this moment, Su Lian gazed into Luo Chen's eyes, blinked as if she had divined something, and then softly reassured him, "However, there is no need to fear. Unless a true immortal descends from the heavenly gate, they cannot wield powers beyond the imperial realm here in the lower realm. Therefore, I shall protect you." After finishing her words, Su Lian released her delicate hand that had been covering Luo Chen's mouth. Listening to Su Lian's words, Luo Chen wore a peculiar expression and asked, "Oh, is that so?" Su Lian smiled gently, her gaze warm as she replied, "I would never deceive you, dear brother. If anyone dares to harm you, even a true immortal from the upper realm would not intimidate me. This is the lower realm, not the upper realm. As long as I am here, no one in Nanjing Prefecture can lay a finger on you." Seeing the tenderness in Su Lian's expression and hearing her soothing words, Luo Chen was moved to the point of tears. "Sister, you are too kind," he exclaimed, nearly crying. With a hint of a smile, Su Lian pursed her lips. But before she could speak, Luo Chen abruptly stood up from her embrace, glaring furiously at the center of the hall. "You old hag, are you done yet? Are you some kind of yin-yang person, speaking in riddles here? If you can teach, then teach. If not, get lost. You can't even understand your own nonsense. And yet you come here to instruct others. If it were me, I would have flipped the table long ago." Su Lian sat there, bewildered. What just happened? In the silence that followed Luo Chen's outburst, the entire hall was stunned. After a few seconds, nearly everyone turned to look at him. Luo Chen stood in the corner, visibly displeased, staring at the center of the hall. This was his first encounter with Emperor Xianming. He had not paid much attention when the emperor arrived while he was seated. Emperor Xianming appeared as a middle-aged man, dignified and imposing even without anger. He now looked astonished, staring at Luo Chen in disbelief, as if struggling to accept that Luo Chen had directed those words at him. Beside Emperor Xianming stood another middle-aged man, Liang, the current master of Xinghan Pavilion. After Luo Chen's outburst, Su Lian quickly regained her composure and gently tapped Luo Chen's shoulder. When he turned to see her blushing and glaring at him, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Did I get a bit too carried away?" he wondered. It seemed he had indeed been too brash. Although Su Lian had reassured him that Emperor Xianming could not harm him due to her presence, he realized he could not act recklessly. It was akin to dining at someone else's home. The host might kindly urge you to eat more, but you cannot literally seize the whole platter. Luo Chen stared at Su Lian, stammering, "Sister, you won't go back on your word, will you?" With a flushed face, Su Lian playfully rolled her eyes at him and replied, "I merely want you to return my shoes." Earlier, Luo Chen had held onto Su Lian's shoes, unwilling to give them back, while she had been too shy to reclaim them directly. Little did she know that Luo Chen would stand up with her shoe in hand. Now, everyone could see that one of her feet was bare while her shoe was in Luo Chen's possession. Though Su Lian had never cared much for her reputation, having been the subject of much gossip in Nanjing Prefecture, this was different. Luo Chen was genuinely holding her shoe. Anyone witnessing this might leap to conclusions about their relationship. Luo Chen, realizing his oversight, looked down at the shoe in his hand and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly crouched down to help Su Lian put on her shoe. Once he stood up, he remarked with satisfaction, "Sister, your feet are so delicate." Su Lian, already flustered from having Luo Chen assist her, was rendered speechless by his comment. Blushing, she glared at him. "Focus on your own matters." Hearing her words, Luo Chen turned back to Emperor Xianming and declared, "Is that all you've got? Are you here to flaunt your prowess or truly teach? Do you feel neglected in the upper realm, coming down here to act superior? Does anyone here even comprehend what you're saying?" After Luo Chen finished speaking, the members of the Yaoqi sacred land, who were kneeling beside Gu Qingwan, chorused, "We didn't understand." They had been displeased with Emperor Xuanming's veiled remarks aimed at Gu Qingwan, and now with Luo Chen standing up for her, they naturally voiced their agreement. The people from Qianxing Mountain initially hesitated to respond, but upon glancing at Su Lian beside Luo Chen, they too chimed in, "We didn't understand." They might not know what had transpired in the past days, But the connection between Luo Chen and Su Lian was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Emperor Xianming and Liang, seated at the center, were both bewildered. While Yaoqi's sacred land was of little concern to Liang, he was puzzled by how Su Lian had suddenly aligned herself with them. This young man, who was rumored to be a super genius in alchemy, was audaciously confronting his ancestor, a true immortal. What had transpired between them in that corner? Why had Luo Chen been holding Su Lian's shoe? Liang had been searching for Su Lian amidst the lesson, but with his ancestor present. He could not probe further and had to endure sitting quietly beside Emperor Xianming. Now, his mind was filled with questions. Emperor Xianming, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated someone would dare speak so boldly to him. However, given his status, he could not lower himself to quarrel with a mere youth. With a stoic expression, he turned to Gu Qingwan and asked, "Is this how Yaoqi's sacred land trains its disciples?" Gu Qingwan sat at a distance, stunned. From the moment Luo Chen had stood up to speak, she had been rendered speechless, unable to fathom that he would so boldly defend her. Gu Qingwan paid no heed to the Xianming emperor, her gaze instead fixated on the visibly irate Luo Chen. Was Luo Chen defending himself? As Gu Qingwan momentarily lost her train of thought, Luo Chen strode toward her, addressing the Xianming emperor with a loud voice. "Stop with your cryptic remarks. It was I who insulted you. If you have grievances, come at me directly, not at Gu Qingwan. What? Do you only dare to bully women? Why not try your hand at me instead?" Hearing Luo Chen's words and witnessing his approach, Gu Qingwan's heart fluttered, her breath quickening. Was this the sensation of being protected by another? As Luo Chen reached her, he raised an eyebrow at Gu Qingwan, who remained seated, still somewhat dazed. As if lost in thought. "What's the matter? Is my strawberry candied hawthorn not to your liking?" Upon regaining her composure, Gu Qingwan's face suddenly blossomed with a radiant smile that could dim the very heavens. "It's delicious, exceptionally so, sweet enough to warm the heart," she replied. Luo Chen, upon hearing her words, retrieved the few skewers of candied hawthorn he had brought and placed them before her, raising an eyebrow. "If it's so good, why didn't you finish them all?" After a brief pause, Gu Qingwan pouted slightly, looking a bit aggrieved. "It was them. They didn't give me a heads up. I hadn't finished eating when they arrived." How annoying. Gu Qingwan's demeanor resembled that of a child who had been wronged, returning home to find comfort from her parents. Her tone and expression were utterly endearing. The Xianming emperor and Liang watched the scene unfold with expressions of disbelief. What was this peculiar atmosphere? Chapter 51. Take it seriously. As Luo Chen's thoughts echoed in her mind, a faint blush graced Gu Qingwan's proud and exquisite features. "Pinch my face, you little rascal." After handing the candied hawthorn to Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen declared, "Move a bit further back. I'll handle this." Gu Qingwan, after blinking in response to Luo Chen's command, obediently stood up and offered her mat for him to sit upon. Once seated, she positioned herself behind him. Gazing at his silhouette, Gu Qingwan pressed her full, red lips together. This sensation of being protected was entirely new to her. As someone who had always been regarded as the epitome of excellence, Gu Qingwan had always borne the weight of expectations alone. Everyone believed she was naturally capable and required no assistance, merely content to look up to her. Having never experienced protection from others, Gu Qingwan had always been the one shielding others from the storms of life. She never saw anything wrong with this, nor did she perceive it as undesirable. It was simply her nature. Yet, the sight of Luo Chen standing before her stirred something deep within her heart. Unbeknownst to Luo Chen, who was now seated cross-legged on the mat, Gu Qingwan was lost in her thoughts. At that moment, Luo Chen, visibly displeased, looked up at the Xianming emperor in the center of the hall. "Stop the idle chatter. You're the one I insulted. I'll say it again, you're incapable. Don't pull other matters into this. Do not wield your status as a heavenly immortal over me. Let us take this outside to the plaza and each set up a grand formation. Let us see who wins and loses. It'll be evident. Hurry up. I'm eager to return and sleep." Luo Chen's words were audacious, seemingly disregarding the Xianming emperor's stature. The onlookers from Qianqing Mountain were stunned. Was this disciple from the Yaoqi sacred land a bit too arrogant? Meanwhile, the elders and senior sisters of Yaoqi's sacred land gazed at Luo Chen with admiration, enchanted by his newfound commanding presence. The Xianming emperor regarded Luo Chen with a cold smirk. "What is your status compared to mine? You, a mere child, dare to..." But before he could finish, Luo Chen interjected, "You lack the courage." The Xianming emperor shook his head in disbelief, his voice cold. "You, a junior," Luo Chen cut him off again. "You're cowardly." The emperor's irritation peaked. "What? I'm cowardly," Luo Chen replied. "Trash." The Xianming emperor glared at Luo Chen, his teeth clenched. "What did you say?" Luo Chen continued. "Old trash. A great waste. Your wife is at home with another man. As Luo Chen prepared to escalate his insults, the Xianying Emperor could no longer restrain himself, glaring at Luo Chen and shouting, "Fine, let us go." The mindset of a heavenly immortal is not easily disturbed, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him. Every word from this brash individual riled him. Even though heavenly immortals are transcendent beings, being insulted to such an extent was unbearable. Seeing the Emperor's reluctant agreement, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Shall we? Let us begin outside." The Xianying Emperor, teeth gritted, retorted, "There is no need for a true formation. You, a nameless junior. Face me, a heavenly immortal. If I truly engage you, regardless of the outcome, I would be ridiculed. Since you believe your formations are unparalleled, let us merely demonstrate a simple formation." "A demonstration?" Luo Chen pondered for a moment before nonchalantly nodding. "As long as we can compare." The demonstration would serve as a prelude to the actual formation, akin to a preliminary course before delving into the intricacies of true formations. For Luo Chen, it mattered little. He simply sought a contest. Observing Luo Chen's confidence, the Xianying Emperor let out a cold huff. In truth, the Xianying Emperor feared engaging Luo Chen in the type of formation he had just mentioned. Those who ascend to the heavenly realm are not only powerful, but also exceedingly cautious. If they weren't, they would have been eliminated long ago. Luo Chen's audacity was unnerving, as it raised questions about the wisdom of such bravado without true strength. Most importantly, everything that Luo Chen just mentioned is indeed correct. Of course, the matter concerning his wife is an exception. The Xianying Emperor refers to Luo Chen's claim of his own ignorance, while he pretends to be profound. In reality, the Xianying Emperor has only been studying this type of formation for less than a century. His purpose for coming here to teach is not merely due to the blazing sun. That is merely a pretext. The Xianying Emperor intends to use this opportunity for Gu Qingwan and the others to assess the validity of their research. Therefore, he is reluctant to take risks by competing with Luo Chen in this type of formation. However, when it comes to the most fundamental aspect of formations, drawing the formation diagram, the Xianying Emperor is undeniably confident. After all, he once embarked on his path through formations. He is certain he will not lose in drawing the formation diagram. "If you lose, quickly apologize to Gu Qingwan," Luo Chen declared with a lift of his chin. The Xianying Emperor, however, coldly retorted, "If you lose, I shall have your tongue cut out." Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were momentarily taken aback, wanting to urgently interject that this was unacceptable, but Luo Chen, unfazed, replied, "Fine, let us begin." In the next moment, the Xianying Emperor presented the formation diagram on a game board, instantly conjuring an image of the board above the Grand Hall. At that moment, the Xianying Emperor and Luo Chen commenced their match. The entire hall held its breath, intently observing the scene on the game board above. Their chess-playing speeds were polar opposites. The Xianying Emperor moved rapidly, quickly revealing the embryonic form of a formation, while Luo Chen took his time, even yawning. Generally speaking, the quicker one plays, the stronger their prowess. Nonetheless, everyone believed that Luo Chen, having displayed such confidence earlier, must possess considerable skill. However, half a minute later, the situation began to shift. The Xianying Emperor's formation had taken shape, revealing its deadly intent. Meanwhile, Luo Chen appeared to be lost. What was Luo Chen doing? Farming? Damn it, this is a loss. Luo Chen's thoughts suddenly penetrated Gu Qingwan's mind. Hearing his thoughts, Gu Qingwan's heart tightened. A loss. Indeed. It truly seemed like a loss. Gu Qingwan, being knowledgeable about formations, observed the situation above and realized Luo Chen was indeed at a disadvantage with every move. If Luo Chen possessed such limited skill, he would inevitably lose within 2 minutes. Today doesn't feel like a day for mortals, does it? This day is for naught. I won't grow stronger at all. What a complete loss. I can't help that old woman for nothing. Ultimately, it's all for her. I must see her in white silk at least once. Such beautiful long, fair legs, they shine so brightly. It would be a pity not to see her in white silk. Gu Qingwan. Now is not the time to be thinking about such matters. Focus, will you? Do you still want to keep your tongue? Chapter 52. Gu Qingwan felt as though she were about to faint. During such a critical moment, he was still preoccupied with thoughts of legs. Focusing on legs while neglecting his own tongue? Given the current situation, Luo Chen would undoubtedly lose within minutes. Previously, when Luo Chen hesitated and made his move slowly, appearing inexperienced, Gu Qingwan was not overly concerned. She had grown somewhat accustomed to Luo Chen's nonchalant demeanor and trusted that he must have a backup plan. It was an inexplicable trust. Gu Qingwan believed in Luo Chen. However, after hearing his thoughts, Gu Qingwan truly felt dizzy. This guy seemed to have never considered the formation diagram at all, only indulging in those shameful, irrelevant thoughts. What was there to ponder about such matters? If you want to see it, I'll show you right now. But first, keep your tongue safe. Meanwhile, those around them, observing the scene unfolding in the sky, could readily discern that Luo Chen was on the verge of defeat. Initially, they believed that Luo Chen's seemingly slow moves would lead to a brilliant strategy, as he had displayed such confidence earlier, suggesting he was indeed a master of formations. It was understandable that they could not comprehend the layout of a formation master. However, the situation had changed. The Xianming Emperor's strategy was now evident. Akin to an army poised for battle, ready to launch an offensive. In stark contrast, Luo Chen appeared as a small village, with farmers preparing to till the fields. The difference was stark. At this juncture, Luo Chen was truly on the brink of disaster, and the situation seemed irretrievable. Kid, pay attention. Let me tell you why I can sit here and teach while you can only listen. The Xianming Emperor's voice resounded, echoing throughout the hall, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure among the audience. Meanwhile, Luo Chen sat cross-legged at a distance, seemingly unfazed, raising an eyebrow at the Xianming Emperor above. Following the Emperor's words, the game board erupted with activity, and the offensive began. The Xianming Emperor launched an attack. The board radiated a chilling intent, permeating the hall and instilling fear in the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land and Qianqing Mountain. The Xianming Emperor was incredibly powerful. With such an assault, it seemed that Luo Chen's chances of survival were about to collapse entirely. Yet at that moment, seated on the mat, Luo Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he placed his piece down. Check. As Luo Chen's piece landed, it was as if spring rain had fallen silently, instantly dissolving the Xianming Emperor's menacing aura. The audience felt as if they were enveloped in a refreshing breeze, experiencing immense relief. Witnessing this transformation, everyone was exhilarated. Luo Chen was indeed not the same as they had perceived earlier. The pieces scattered across the board suddenly sprang to life with Luo Chen's move. Behind him, Gu Qingwan was so thrilled by Luo Chen's action that she couldn't help but exclaim. He was incredible. However, everyone was somewhat puzzled about what check meant. It referred to the concept of check in chess. Luo Chen had spoken casually. However, in this world, there was no chess. Realizing this, Luo Chen paused momentarily. Gu Qingwan felt somewhat dazed. What was chess? What about mahjong? And what was this landlord game? Most importantly, focus. You little rascal, what nonsense are you thinking now? You haven't won yet. You've merely turned the tide slightly from the previous disadvantage. The Xianming Emperor stared at Luo Chen's piece that had landed in the center. Momentarily taken aback, but surprisingly, his expression did not betray shock. Instead, a smirk of pride crept onto his lips as he said, I guessed it. Guessed it. Whether it was the excited disciples, or the anxious Gu Qingwan, or even the daydreaming Luo Chen, all were momentarily stunned. The Xianming Emperor slightly raised his head and coldly remarked to Luo Chen, I anticipated this move from the very beginning. I have been wary of you since the outset. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald trouble. Your confidence in challenging me only led to random moves. Worse than a beginner who has only studied for 100 days. Only a fool would believe in such normalcy. The great Emperor Xianming had always been on guard, and now it appeared that he grinned and said, Do you really think you can defeat me with such trivial cleverness and tricks? Youngster, observe closely what true righteousness looks like. With a series of crisp sounds, several of Xuanming's pieces were swiftly placed on the board. At that moment, a sudden dragon's roar echoed forth, and an aura of golden light enveloped the great emperor, resembling a colossal dragon coiling in the air. The gentle breeze created by Luo Chen's previous move was instantly dispersed, vanishing without a trace. It was over. It was utterly over. Gazing at the chessboard, Gu Qingwan concluded this in an instant. Luo Chen was destined to lose. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the great emperor's recent moves, Luo Chen's face registered disbelief. Impossible. How could such a subtle maneuver be detected? I refuse to believe it. This cannot be true. He stared at the chessboard, murmuring in disbelief. At that moment, his fists were clenched tightly, and his expression was filled with panic, fear, and helplessness. Observing Luo Chen's anxious gestures and expressions, the great emperor could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, Young man, you do possess some talent. But your youthful arrogance and such a reckless opening. Whom do you look down upon? Even if you were to play seriously, you would not stand a chance against me. The great emperor was elated, oblivious to the fact that he was merely triumphing over an unknown novice, yet he couldn't help but revel in his delight. The entire hall echoed with his hearty laughter. At this moment, Gu Qingwan, observing the irreversible state of the game, glanced at Luo Chen, who was utterly dazed by the chessboard, especially noting the panic, fear, and helplessness etched upon his face. A pang of sympathy welled up within her for Luo Chen. However, Moments later, she suddenly wore a gentle smile and reached out her delicate hand to gently ruffle the back of Luo Chen's head. Life is often like this. Not everything goes as one wishes. But fret not, dear brother, for I shall ensure you remain unharmed. Silently, Gu Qingwan rose and appeared before Luo Chen. The moment to draw their swords had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lian had also appeared right in front of Luo Chen. Just then, the disciples present sighed softly in resignation, shaking their heads, convinced that the outcome was already sealed. Yet, the once panicked and bewildered expression on Luo Chen's face suddenly dissipated. He slightly raised his gaze to meet the arrogant, laughing great Emperor Xianming. A peculiar smile began to curl at the corners of Luo Chen's mouth. What are you laughing at so foolishly? Your next move is aimed at the point of the wind, followed by a connection to the intercepting point, correct? Luo Chen's voice rang out calmly. The great emperor, caught in his raucous laughter, suddenly felt as though someone had gripped his throat, halting his mirth abruptly as he stared in disbelief below. This young man had seen through his strategy. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian turned to look at Luo Chen. Astonished, just as Luo Chen was about to utter more, he was startled by the sudden appearance of the two before him. Huh, when did you two come to stand in front of me? They are quite alluring, one like a peach, the other like an oversized peach. But wait, why are they here? Luo Chen gazed, bewildered, at Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, who had drawn their swords. Gu Qingwan held a sword shimmering with a pure white light, while Su Lian wielded a sword of crimson and azure hues. Both women looked at Luo Chen with curiosity. Had he truly spoken those words just now? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen suddenly realized, could they be here to protect me? Indeed, they must be here to safeguard me. He felt a wave of gratitude. But the question remained. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen inquired, what brings you two to my side? Do you really think I will lose? Don't you trust me? Huh. This isn't merely a matter of trust. It's about imminent defeat. Although Luo Chen had predicted the great emperor's subsequent move, it seemed futile. The momentum had shifted, and there was no turning back. Yet, seeing Luo Chen's confident demeanor, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian suddenly grasped something profound. There was still a chance to win. Of course, neither Gu Qingwan nor Su Lian could discern how victory might be achieved in this situation. From their perspective, Luo Chen was bound to lose. After a few more moves from the great emperor, Luo Chen would undoubtedly be defeated. If anyone unfamiliar with Luo Chen had heard him claim he could win, they would surely think him mad. However, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were fully convinced of his capabilities. Therefore, despite their inability to see how he might turn the tables, both were willing to believe in him. Whatever Luo Chen asserted, they would accept. Su Lian was the quickest to react, swiftly sheathing her sword and kneeling beside Luo Chen with a playful smile. Oh dear. Sister must have grown restless after staying in the corner for too long and wanted to stretch a bit. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan, regaining her composure, glanced at Su Lian with a huff of disapproval before promptly sheathing her sword and gracefully seating herself on Luo Chen's other side, hastily chiming in, yes, yes. We just needed to move around a little. Such childlike words would hardly convince Luo Chen. However, that matter could wait. The great emperor paid no heed to Luo Chen, nor to the conversation between him and the two young women. His focus was solely on the chessboard. Luo Chen's earlier statement had indeed tightened the great emperor's chest momentarily. But after swiftly reassessing the board, he sighed in relief. It was impossible. This young man was merely putting on an act. Victory was assured. In the next moment, the great emperor coldly addressed Luo Chen. So what if you predicted my strategy once? With just a half-incense stick of time, I shall extinguish you. The great emperor was not one to dally. He was decisive by nature. Those who could transcend the ordinary were invariably resolute. As victory loomed near, engaging in idle chatter would likely lead to their downfall. With that, the great emperor initiated his assault. The offensive of the Xianming emperor was exceptionally fierce. Just as everyone believed that Luo Chen would be easily scattered like loose sand, he deftly placed two pieces with a sharp clap, instantly countering the emperor's ferocious assault. Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, as well as the Xianming emperor and Liang above, felt a jolt in their hearts. What a stroke of genius. However, upon witnessing his attack thwarted, the Xianming emperor revealed no sign of distress. Instead, he coldly raised his gaze to Luo Chen and remarked, you may defend once. But can you defend 100 times? I possess over 100 methods to defeat you. In the next moment, the Xianming emperor surged with renewed vigor, golden light radiating from him as the speed of his piece placements became exceedingly fierce. The sound of pieces striking the board echoed violently. With each piece he placed, his menacing aura intensified, causing the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land and Qianqing mountain to tremble uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, upon sensing this, waved their hands to dispel the oppressive killing intent surrounding their disciples. Yet, both were profoundly shaken by the overwhelming pressure. Indeed, they marveled at the prowess of a true celestial from the upper realm. If the killing intent from merely the formation diagram was this terrifying, a real grand formation could likely ensnare and annihilate an emperor. Could Luo Chen truly prevail? Despite their belief, the pervasive malice left Gu Qingwan and Su Lian feeling anxious. Then, to their utmost astonishment, the Xianying Emperor's assault faltered, ineffective. Luo Chen had not performed any new tricks. It was those two pieces that had effortlessly intercepted all of the Emperor's attacks. What had initially been perceived as a stroke of genius was now revealed to be a terrifying maneuver. Those two pieces had completely countered every offensive move. Cold sweat began to bead on the Xianying Emperor's forehead as he quickly scanned the board for a solution. A few seconds later, a glimmer of realization lit up his face. He had found it. Yet, just as he prepared to make his move, Luo Chen's voice rang out calmly. To entrap and obstruct, water nourishes wood. The Xianying Emperor froze, his face a mask of horror. Once again, he had been red, but quickly regaining his composure. He gritted his teeth and surveyed the board anew, ready to place another piece. Again, Luo Chen's voice echoed. Stars accompany the celestial origin. The Xianying Emperor was utterly dumbfounded. He was once more seen through, every step of his completely exposed. It felt as if he were an unadorned courtesan, flaunting herself without shame. At that moment, Luo Chen stood and suddenly, clap, 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 a dazzling and intricately profound sequence of 28 pieces landed on the board. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Those knowledgeable in formations understood that placing 7 pieces simultaneously marked one as a master, 15 pieces distinguished a genius, while 20 pieces were the rarest of legends. Yet, Luo Chen had placed 28 pieces. The Xianying Emperor was left dumbstruck. 28 pieces. Even he had only managed 19. At that moment, Luo Chen raised his head slightly toward the Xianying Emperor, a proud expression adorning his face, and declared, "Old man, pay close attention to this move. Offense, defense. The pattern has changed." Chapter 54, The Spirit Pearl. As Luo Chen's words fell, the 28 pieces on the table radiated a brilliant silver light. The overwhelming killing intent that had permeated the hall was instantly dispersed by a surge of terrifying Dao essence. This essence burst forth from the board, enveloping everyone in its formidable presence. Before anyone could fully appreciate its depth, the grand chessboard image above the hall abruptly vanished. It was over. Luo Chen's placement of 28 pieces had decisively concluded the formation. Now, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the terrifying Dao essence sweeping through remained. "I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." A voice suddenly broke the stillness. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld Luo Chen standing in place, yawning. His expression bore no hint of excitement. He appeared as nonchalant as ever, as if the earlier display of 28 pieces had never occurred. As if he hadn't just triumphed over the Xianying Emperor with his formation prowess. After speaking, Luo Chen turned and strode toward the exit of the hall. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian watched him, mesmerized by his retreating figure. Just moments ago, Luo Chen had looked so handsome. Coming back to their senses, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian suddenly had a thought. Would Luo Chen really return to his quarters? He seemed so exhausted that he might just fall asleep on the way. Almost in unison, they dashed after him. However, just as they had moved half a meter, Su Lian abruptly stepped in front of Gu Qingwan, tilting her head slightly with a mischievous smile, and said, "I'll take Luo Chen back. You still need to oversee things here. Besides, the Xianying Emperor should apologize to you, right? After all, it was Luo Chen who helped you win this." With that, Su Lian turned and swiftly embraced Luo Chen from behind, pulling him into her arms as they exited the hall together. Gu Qingwan watched their disappearing figures with a cold snort, then turned her attention to the Xianying Emperor, who sat slumped in the center of the hall, raising an eyebrow and stating, "This child of mine has been spoiled by me, and his actions are a bit arrogant. I shall have a word with him when we return." Though it appeared as if Gu Qingwan was apologizing, none in the hall felt that she was genuinely contrite. Her tone and proud demeanor suggested otherwise, as if she were determined to elevate her status. In simpler terms, Gu Qingwan was merely putting on an act. Meanwhile, the Xianying Emperor, gazing at the now dull chessboard, found himself at a loss for words, indifferent to Gu Qingwan's earlier demeanor. Once Gu Qingwan finished speaking, she turned to Lingyin and instructed, "See our guests out." The Yaoqi sacred lord immediately rose, addressing the Xianying Emperor with an impassive expression, "Xianying Emperor, please." At Xinyan Peak, morning arrived. Luo Chen stifled a large yawn as he stood at the door, stretching lazily in the sunlight. After being carried back by Su Lian, he had fallen asleep midway. It wasn't he that he was overly fatigued. Rather, Su Lian's soft and delicate form had lulled him into slumber almost instantly. He had slept soundly from the previous afternoon until dawn. Ding. Yesterday's mortal value, 1800. Special achievement completed, stabbing for a friend. Reward, 1 spirit pearl. Reward has been placed in your spatial pouch. Listening to the system's cheerful notification, Luo Chen was momentarily bewildered. Mortal value? And quite a bit at that. Upon reflection, he realized it made sense. Who said mortals couldn't learn formations? Who decreed that mortals must toil in the fields daily? Unexpected delight. Luo Chen initially thought it was fortunate enough not to be deducted, yet he unexpectedly achieved a special accomplishment upon entry. However, the courtyard remained eerily quiet. It had always been this way. Each morning, Luo Chen would awaken to a tranquil yard. Yet, since Gu Qingwan's arrival, that tranquility had shifted. Truth be told, Luo Chen greatly favored the latter state, relishing the vibrancy of life. Previously, he had little choice, but now, with Gu Qingwan's presence, even though they seldom exchanged words, the mere feeling of companionship was something Luo Chen cherished immensely. However, where had Gu Qingwan wandered off to? It was not unusual for her to be absent at times, as she occasionally had matters to attend to. But what about Su Lian? In fact, last night, Luo Chen had risen in the middle of the night to use the restroom. While in that moment of solitude, a sudden epiphany struck him regarding Master Gu Qingwan's musical score, and he found himself grasping a deeper understanding. He could hardly wait to compose that melody. After stretching his limbs in the courtyard, he reclined in the old man's rocking chair. After a day of rest, he was not particularly hungry and decided to take his time before preparing a meal. As he lay there, his curiosity piqued. He retrieved the spiritual orb that the system had just given him. A small, azure orb the size of a fist appeared in his palm. Examining it closely, Luo Chen furrowed his brow. What was the purpose of this object? The system had a peculiar habit of providing items without any explanations, simply depositing them into his spatial pouch. Much like Luo Chen's beautiful master, who would bestow gifts without checking whether he had already utilized previous ones. The system operated on the same principle, leaving Luo Chen to decipher their usage on his own. With the orb set aside, Luo Chen then took out the reward he had received yesterday, True Extreme Holy Silkworm Silk. After receiving it, he had been too eager to cook, and fatigue had overtaken him, leaving him little time to examine it. Upon hearing its name, he realized it could be used to make garments and was undoubtedly exceptional. Wearing such items would surely bestow immense strength, perhaps even enabling him to shatter stones with ease. However, he had no immediate plans to venture out, rendering it seemingly useless at present. As he contemplated the delicate, gossamer silk in his hand, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had returned to the courtyard, their bamboo baskets filled with an array of vegetables. They noticed Luo Chen smiling foolishly at the silk. For a moment, both paused, and a faint blush crept onto Su Lian's exquisite face, mirrored by Gu Qingwan's reaction. Little lecher. Thinking of such things the moment you wake up. Chapter 55. The essence of the Emperor's heart. As Gu Qingwan and Su Lian made their entrance, Luo Chen looked up, curiosity dancing in his eyes. What brings you two back? Su Lian smiled coyly, lifting her basket slightly. We went to the vegetable patch to gather some greens. Their excursion had startled them, for the patch was brimming with treasures of unparalleled quality. No wonder Luo Chen's dishes had previously carried such profound essence. In addition to his prowess, the ingredients were anything but ordinary. Although Gu Qingwan had previously accompanied Luo Chen to the patch, she had only ventured to the entrance, deterred by the difficult terrain. However, upon entering today, she discovered that the vegetables Luo Chen cultivated were imbued with the truths of the universe. From a distance, they appeared as mere ordinary vegetables, but only upon closer inspection could one discern their profound essence. Luo Chen, observing the vegetables in their baskets, promptly stood. What would you like to eat? Allow me to prepare it. Before he could finish, Gu Qingwan's face flushed slightly. You were exhausted yesterday. Let me handle breakfast today. Luo Chen regarded her skeptically. Can you cook? If not, perhaps Su Lian and I should take over. Hadn't I heard that this woman couldn't cook? Is she suddenly eager to use me as a test subject? What if it turns out inedible, and I can't even scold her for it? Gu Qingwan had initially felt a twinge of shyness. She had never cooked before, and the prospect of preparing a meal for Luo Chen made her feel inexplicably embarrassed. However, upon hearing Luo Chen's inner thoughts, her bashfulness evaporated. She shot him a playful glare, asserting, I will cook. Even if it's terrible, you must eat every last bite. With that, she turned and headed towards the stove, leaving Su Lian chuckling at her back. It was amusing to witness Gu Qingwan, who was usually so proud. asking for assistance in the kitchen like a shy girl. Luo Chen stood there, bemused by Gu Qingwan's graceful figure. What just happened? Why is she suddenly upset? Perplexed yet unconcerned, Luo Chen decided it was better not to ponder too deeply. After all, he had no desire to cook. He returned to the old man's rocking chair, once more scrutinizing the true extreme holy silkworm silk in his hand. As he lost himself in thought, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were secretly observing him. Both felt their cheeks warm at the sight of Luo Chen in his current state. Knowing he was likely lost in thoughts of a rather risky nature, Su Lian, however, was less bothered by it. What was there to be shy about? Dressing her brother in black silk was hardly a scandalous notion. As for Gu Qingwan, she felt a genuine blush creeping over her. She had heard Luo Chen's thoughts yesterday, and the idea of him wanting her to wear such attire was mortifying. Yet, deep down, Gu Qingwan had already decided to indulge him just this once. Reflecting on yesterday's events, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she prepared to cook alongside Su Lian. One piece for her. And this one is for Su Lian. Listening to Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan couldn't help but grit her teeth slightly. He truly was a little lecher. Still not forgetting Su Lian. Curiosity piqued within Gu Qingwan. Was he working so quickly? Such a task should be rather intricate, shouldn't it? At this moment, breakfast was finally ready. With Su Lian's assistance and the simplicity of the meal itself, it turned out to be quite presentable. After placing the breakfast on the table, Gu Qingwan glanced at Luo Chen, who was still fiddling with the silkworm silk, her cheeks flushing slightly. She approached him and said, "It's time to eat. What are you working on? Is there any for me?" Gu Qingwan thought it better to take the initiative rather than wait for Luo Chen to seek her out. That way, she wouldn't feel too passive. She hoped it wouldn't be overly extravagant, just something simple would suffice. It certainly shouldn't resemble that item on Su Lian's leg, but she imagined that something made in a morning wouldn't be too extravagant. Luo Chen paused, looking up at Gu Qingwan, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, how did you know? There's also something for the sect master. After Su Lian placed the last dish of vegetables on the table, she walked towards Luo Chen, her brows knitting slightly in dissatisfaction as she said, "What sect master? I told you to call me sister. Sect master feels too distant. What is it? Hurry and give it to me." Luo Chen chuckled and replied, "All right, Sister Su." He then turned to fetch the items. "Here, this fishing line is for you. And this one is for Sister Su. My fishing line is incredibly strong and elastic. No matter how big the fish, it won't snap." Gu Qingwan. Su Lian. At the dining table, Gu Qingwan gazed at Luo Chen with a stoic expression and said, "Try it." Remembering what had just transpired, she felt utterly embarrassed. What had she been thinking? Luo Chen looked at the spread of dishes with disbelief, unable to believe that Gu Qingwan had prepared them. Although Su Lian had been guiding her, the meal was exceptionally well done. Observing Luo Chen's astonished expression, a hint of pride crept into Gu Qingwan's otherwise composed demeanor. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, she maintained her cool facade, coldly saying, "Stop staring and eat quickly, it will get cold." Luo Chen quickly nodded and took a bite. Moments later, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Master, is this really your first time cooking? Stop joking. This is too delicious." Gu Qingwan, unfazed, continued to eat while saying, "If it's good, eat more." She was eager to hear Luo Chen's true thoughts. That was what truly mattered. This old woman is extraordinarily talented at cooking. It must be fake. Upon hearing this thought, Gu Qingwan finally felt elated. Though Su Lian had assisted her greatly, she had completed the cooking herself. It was rare to hear Luo Chen's thoughts align with his words, and her mood brightened significantly. As she picked up some vegetables to offer him, another thought entered her mind. With such cooking talent and a good physique for childbearing, she is the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother. Simply perfect. As they continued to eat, Gu Qingwan noticed Luo Chen was nearly finished. A glimmer of gold flashed in her hand, revealing a thumb-sized transparent vial containing a drop of golden liquid. Gu Qingwan casually said, "Here, take this and use it." Su Lian, who had finished eating and was preparing to clear the dishes, displayed a look of horror upon seeing the vial's contents. Luo Chen was busy savoring the last remnants of his plate, determined to give Gu Qingwan the respect her first cooking deserved. Hearing Gu Qingwan's words, he looked up in confusion at the object she was offering, his expression peculiar as he asked, "What is this?" Gu Qingwan expressionlessly finished the last spoonful of congee, casually replying, "It's my Imperial Heart's essence blood." Chapter 56. Is this a moment for tears? Imperial Heart's essence blood? Although Luo Chen had played the part of a mortal in the Yaoqi sacred land for the past decade, it did not mean he merely ate and slept. In his leisure, he read extensively to understand this unfamiliar world. Presently, Luo Chen could be likened to a grand encyclopedia of the immortal spirit continent. He might not grasp everything he read, but he recognized the significance of the names he encountered. The Imperial Heart's essence blood was undoubtedly one of the most precious substances in the lower realms. To state it rigorously, the world of cultivation has no definitive most precious. However, if one were to survey 100 cultivators in the lower realms, 99 would declare the Imperial Heart's essence blood as the most valuable. The reason for this is that it can only be extracted from the bloodline of an emperor. Upon reaching the Emperor realm, it would take at least 10,000 years to produce a single drop of Imperial Heart's essence blood. In the lower realms, those who could ascend to the Emperor status are exceedingly rare, often the most extraordinary individuals over the course of millennia. Luck, strength, talent, and effort all must align. Lacking any one of these, one would never become an emperor. Generally speaking, upon becoming an emperor, one has already set foot on the path to the upper realms. If they fully realize their Dao, they can transcend the mortal coil and ascend to the upper realms. Typically, after attaining emperor status, with their innate gifts, they can fully realize their Dao in around 7 or 8,000 years. Thus, Imperial Heart's essence blood is nearly non-existent in the lower realms, or rather, it is something only seen in the upper realms. The pressing question is that Gu Qingwan has only just become an emperor. This Imperial Heart's essence blood must be her origin blood. Upon becoming an emperor, there are 2 drops of origin blood within her imperial meridians, which complement each other. These 2 drops of origin blood are proof of Gu Qingwan's arduous journey from a novice cultivator to becoming an emperor. The origin blood can be considered one of the trump cards of an emperor. It embodies the fortune, vitality, celestial alignment, and various other aspects of Gu Qingwan's journey as an emperor. If that sounds complex, to put it in Luo Chen's words, it represents Gu Qingwan's very life. An emperor has transcended the confines of the world and can achieve longevity, no longer bound by the limits of lifespan. However, this does not mean that an emperor cannot die. They can still perish if killed. Yet, as long as the Imperial Heart's essence blood exists, even if they die, they can be reincarnated. This is the legendary reincarnator. 1 drop of Imperial Heart's essence blood ensures reincarnation, while the other allows for rapid enhancement of strength after rebirth. Furthermore, when approaching the Emperor realm, one does not need to experience near-death struggles to battle heaven and earth. With just a drop of Imperial Heart's essence blood, they can directly break through from quasi-emperor to emperor. Su Lian gazed at the drop of Imperial Heart's essence blood on the table, her shock lingering. Upon her first glance, she realized it was Gu Qingwan's Imperial Heart's essence blood. It is crucial to understand that for an emperor, Imperial Heart's essence blood is immensely valuable, yet for others, it does not hold the same significance. Of course, it is not useless. Rather, it is merely less meaningful compared to its value to the emperor themselves. Imperial Heart's essence blood can be used to forge divine artifacts and refine elixirs. A single drop can elevate an emperor-grade elixir directly to a saint-grade. There are myriad uses, as having Imperial Heart's essence blood can enhance countless things. However, the question remains, who would use the precious blood of the Emperor's heart for a mere pill? What pill could possibly deserve it? Does Luo Chen even require such a thing? If that were the case, it would be somewhat justifiable. Although the blood of the Emperor's heart is exceptionally valuable to an emperor, upon reflection, it is not as dire as it seems. After all, one becomes an emperor, and generally speaking, it is quite rare for even a single emperor to emerge from a continent every 10,000 years. Previously, in Nanxingjian Prefecture, the quasi-emperor was already the strongest. As long as the emperor refrains from reckless actions and diligently seeks enlightenment, there should be no significant issues. Eventually, after 10,000 years, the essence of the emperor's heart will coalesce anew, identical to the primordial blood. If Luo Chen truly needs it, Su Lian mused, she would be willing to provide it. Perhaps women tend to be more sentimental. Some matters can be resolved in just a few days. However, Gu Qingwan's subsequent words left Su Lian utterly bewildered. Gu Qingwan, as if presenting something trivial, finished her last spoonful of porridge, set down her bowl and spoon, and, with an expressionless gaze directed at the now completely dazed Luo Chen, remarked, "You enjoy alchemy and crafting. Using this next time will significantly enhance the quality of your creations. Just ensure they are useful and refrain from making items like fishing rods." Hearing Gu Qingwan's words, Su Lian curled her lip in disdain. Clearly, it was understood. Luo Chen had no need for the blood of the emperor's heart. It was merely Gu Qingwan's insistence on offering it. Su Lian could only think one thing about Gu Qingwan's actions, utterly foolish. Su Lian believed that a woman should embody tenderness and thoughtfulness, first understanding what Luo Chen likes. desires, and yearns for, and then wholeheartedly fulfilling those needs, becoming the most considerate person. Yet now, Luo Chen had not even expressed a desire for this precious item, and Gu Qingwan had presented it without hesitation. Such presumptuous behavior seemed to only burden Luo Chen psychologically, serving little purpose. Gu Qingwan was indeed arrogant to the core, excessively domineering. Losing interest, Su Lian rose to clear the dishes. Luo Chen stared blankly at the blood of the Emperor's heart on the table. Is this old woman out of her mind? Why would she suddenly give me something so precious? Have we really become that close? Is it just because of that trivial incident yesterday? Initially, Gu Qingwan wore a faint, hopeful expression, much like when she anticipated Luo Chen to praise her cooking. She longed to hear and see Luo Chen's joyful reaction, like a child exuberantly exclaiming, perhaps even showering her with flattering compliments. Although Gu Qingwan knew those sweet words would be insincere, they would at least indicate that Luo Chen was genuinely happy. This was the outcome Gu Qingwan most desired, especially since she had pondered throughout the night on what to gift Luo Chen. Since it was meant for him, it had to be the very best. She wished to see Luo Chen's ecstatic reaction upon receiving her gift, believing that such a moment would validate all her efforts. However, upon hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, a complex swirl of emotions surged within Gu Qingwan. Feeling wronged, infuriated, and resentful, all at once, she found it hard to maintain her composure. Just as Luo Chen was about to speak to Gu Qingwan, he looked up and was taken aback by her expression. Why do her eyes look a bit red? What is this expression? Is she about to cry? Chapter 57. Have I erred? Where have I gone wrong? Gu Qingwan felt quite aggrieved. She had presented her finest offering, something genuinely useful to Luo Chen, yet this little rascal showed no appreciation. Not only did he fail to acknowledge her gesture, but he also questioned the depth of their relationship. What kind of relationship was he expecting? Must it resemble Su Lian's, where one rests their head on the other's lap to be deemed close? As for Luo Chen's final thought, it nearly drove Gu Qingwan to the brink. A trivial matter? So, in this little rascal's eyes, what she considered significant was of no consequence. Observing Luo Chen's demeanor, Gu Qingwan snorted coldly and immediately turned away, declaring, "Do you want it or not? If not, then forget it." Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Regaining his senses, he promptly gathered the blood of the Emperor's heart, and, with a grin, said to Gu Qingwan, "Of course I want it. Such a precious item, I've longed for it in my dreams." "Thank you, master." The greedy expression on Luo Chen's face made Gu Qingwan snort again, muttering, "What a glutton." However, she was relieved that he accepted it. Subsequently, Gu Qingwan rose, preparing to leave. After all, this little scoundrel would soon be off composing music with Su Lian, which had nothing to do with her. Gu Qingwan was thoroughly irritated and wished to depart. She waved her hand dismissively. "No need to cook for me at noon. I won't be coming." Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's words, Luo Chen realized she was upset. He understood that his earlier lack of enthusiasm had been apparent to her. Empathizing. He thought that if he were to gift something to Gu Qingwan or Su Lian and they showed disinterest, he would surely feel annoyed as well. Yet, seeing Gu Qingwan angry left Luo Chen feeling somewhat at a loss for how to respond. He had never had to placate anyone before, nor did he know how. His usual disciples never held any grievances against him. After some contemplation, Luo Chen finally nodded, saying, Oh, you just say oh? Can't you see I'm clearly unhappy?" Gu Qingwan exclaimed. "As your master, can't you utter a few kind words?" At that moment, Gu Qingwan wished she could walk over to Luo Chen and twist his ear. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to do it and turned to leave. Just then, Luo Chen's voice called out behind her, "I plan to make sweet and sour ribs for lunch." Gu Qingwan paused, not turning back, but raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, has she really gotten angry? I start off with a strong move, and she doesn't even react? All right, how about a braised carp as well? Tomato scrambled eggs, white-cut chicken, crispy roast goose, steamed pork, and mapo tofu, all one serving each." Luo Chen's voice echoed behind Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan stood still refusing to turn around. Her teeth clenched in frustration. This little rascal was clearly taking advantage of her. But it was futile. As long as he didn't say anything nice to her, there would be no forgiveness. Although, to be honest, Gu Qingwan was uncertain about what exactly she was upset about. In the past, if she had given something to someone and they expressed disinterest, she would have had no reaction. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then scram. Gu Qingwan would never harbor even the slightest grievance against others, but ever since her arrival at the Shenyun Peak, she has felt an incessant surge of anger each day. Indeed, Gu Qingwan found herself in a state of irritation, to the extent that she couldn't even articulate what Luo Chen could say to soothe her. At present, she simply wished to ignore him. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. This morning, she had been experimenting with a new flavor of candied hawthorn. Upon hearing Luo Chen mention it, Gu Qingwan swiftly turned her head towards him, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she inquired, "What new flavor?" Observing her reaction, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk, raising an eyebrow as he revealed, "Kiwi flavor." Gu Qingwan's heart momentarily skipped a beat at his words, her breath quickening. Kiwi. Just the thought of it sounded delectable. Luo Chen, basking in his triumph, thought to himself, "Look at that. Can I not entice you? I have 1,000 ways to persuade you to come back for lunch." Upon catching wind of his thoughts, Gu Qingwan's excited expression faltered slightly, a hint of crimson gracing her exquisite features. Faced with Luo Chen, she felt utterly powerless. This little rascal had her firmly in his grasp. Finally, Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth and declared, "I will return for lunch. If there are no kiwi candied hawthorns, you shall see how I deal with you." Hastily nodding his head in compliance, Luo Chen responded with exaggerated deference, "Yes, yes, esteemed ancestor. I will ensure everything is in order for your return." Though their exchange suggested otherwise, it was apparent that Luo Chen had emerged victorious. With that, Gu Qingwan turned to leave, but just as she was about to take off, Luo Chen called out, "Esteemed ancestor, wait a moment." Gu Qingwan furrowed her brow, glancing down at Luo Chen, wondering what this little rascal was up to now. Unlike before, Luo Chen's demeanor was serious as he looked up at her and said, "Esteemed ancestor, I have something to discuss." Noticing the grave expression on his face, Gu Qingwan paused and descended back to him, looking down from her elevated position. With a slight frown, she asked, "What is it? Is there something troubling you?" Unbeknownst to her, her tone had softened considerably, laced with genuine concern. Witnessing her earnestness warmed Luo Chen's heart, and he replied earnestly, "Esteemed ancestor, you've been cooking all morning. You must be exhausted. Are you feeling unwell? Let me have a look." "Exhausted? What do you mean?" Gu Qingwan shook her head in confusion. "I'm not unwell. Besides, how could standing tire me?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Chen realized that his question seemed rather nonsensical. He quickly added, "Esteemed ancestor, you were cooking for the first time this morning. You didn't accidentally burn yourself, did you? Your hands are so delicate and beautiful. We must avoid any scars." Gu Qingwan, now entirely bewildered, retorted, "I am an emperor. How could I possibly burn myself? What are you talking about? Are you unwell?" Luo Chen pondered that this query seemed equally absurd. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Gu Qingwan suddenly had an epiphany. Was this little rascal attempting to express his affection in a peculiar manner? With that realization, a smile crept onto her stunning face. And she mused to herself, perhaps he has a semblance of conscience after all. She was no longer angry. Reflecting on it, she realized she was rather easy to appease. Raising her chin slightly, she looked at Luo Chen with a gentle smile and said, "Do you finally understand your mistake? It's good that you do. Remember it for next time. I won't be angry with you this time." Luo Chen stood there, looking perplexed. "I made a mistake? What did I do wrong?" The words he uttered left Gu Qingwan momentarily speechless. It seemed he had not genuinely acknowledged his fault. In the next moment, Luo Chen hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, I was wrong." Gu Qingwan, observing his demeanor, understood that this fellow had no intention of admitting any fault. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and demanded, "What is it that you need? Just say it directly." Luo Chen stood awkwardly, mumbling, "Well, it's not really anything important." Gu Qingwan recognized his hesitance and sensed that he indeed had something on his mind, but if he chose not to speak, so be it. After lingering in thought for a moment, she pursed her lips and declared, "If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave." In the distance, Su Lian, who was squatting by the sink washing dishes, observed Luo Chen and Gu Qingwan with a bemused shake of her head. Sometimes, Gu Qingwan truly lacked insight. Just as Gu Qingwan prepared to depart, Su Lian suddenly appeared in front of her. Startled, Gu Qingwan instinctively took a step back, asking, "What are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, Su Lian grinned slyly, then playfully smacked Gu Qingwan on the backside. This sudden action provoked Gu Qingwan, who was already in a foul mood, causing her to draw her sword and glare at Su Lian, demanding, "What on earth?" However, before she could finish, Su Lian turned to the bewildered Luo Chen and teased, "It seems your ancestor's backside is injured. Would you like to take a look?" "Huh?" Luo Chen stared at Su Lian in disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure. He then turned to the still stunned Gu Qingwan and said, "Esteemed ancestor, you appear to be looking rather unwell lately. Perhaps that old fellow upset you yesterday. Why not sit down and let me take a look? You know, I have a knack for healing." Meanwhile, Su Lian eagerly chimed in, Yes. Before I met Luo Chen, I had heard of his skills. In truth, Su Lian had never heard of Luo Chen's abilities, and she was quite uncertain about his intentions. Yet she understood that he wished for Gu Qingwan to remain and allow him to examine her. Su Lian found it puzzling why Luo Chen would want to treat Gu Qingwan, an emperor who had long transcended the constraints of the earthly realm. What ailment could she possibly have? Regardless, Su Lian felt it was sufficient to grasp Luo Chen's intentions. Gu Qingwan, meanwhile, finally regained her composure. Could it be? With this thought, Gu Qingwan responded, "Well, I suppose I am feeling a bit unwell. Please, take a look." With that, she settled onto a lounge chair, extending her delicate wrist, as pure as jade. Luo Chen dutifully squatted beside her, producing a silk cloth he had prepared in advance to cover her porcelain wrist. Su Lian reclined in another chair, stretching her graceful limbs and curiously glancing over at Luo Chen. She was genuinely intrigued by what Luo Chen intended to do. After all, from Su Lian's perspective, given the relationship between Gu Qingwan and Luo Chen, what was there that could not be directly stated? Why resort to such peculiar pretenses? Wasn't that even more suspicious? At that moment, Gu Qingwan remembered something, observing Luo Chen squatting beside her, taking her pulse. She suddenly recalled Luo Chen's previous inner thoughts, clearly remembering that he had once said in his heart that only after they became truly familiar and their relationship deepened would he help her with her ailments again. So, had this fellow internally acknowledged their bond? In an instant, Gu Qingwan's resentment dissipated. Perhaps Gu Qingwan was not one to hold grudges. Or perhaps she was simply someone easily satisfied. Regardless, as she watched Luo Chen attentively checking her pulse, she found herself devoid of any displeasure. This was far more effective than any flattering words he could offer. After a while, Luo Chen put away his handkerchief. His thoughts resonated in Gu Qingwan's ears, leaving her genuinely curious. Since they both acknowledged their close relationship, what was there to be embarrassed about? Moreover, what was the treatment method? While Gu Qingwan was lost in thought, Su Lian, seeing Luo Chen finish, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What are you doing? Is this also a form of treatment?" As Luo Chen raised his head to respond, Gu Qingwan turned to Su Lian with a hint of pride and said, "It's pulse-taking. Through the pulse, one can discern the state of the body." Observing Gu Qingwan's smug expression, Su Lian scoffed, thinking, what was there to be proud of? It was merely a matter of having known Luo Chen half a month longer. It didn't make her an expert. After putting away his silk handkerchief, Luo Chen addressed Gu Qingwan. "Well, the elder is still the same. Due to prolonged seclusion, there are some minor issues. However, they are just minor problems, and a bit of medication should suffice." This was merely an excuse Luo Chen concocted, and Gu Qingwan recognized it as such. Therefore, she promptly nodded, "All right. Then prescribe me some medicine. I shall take it now." Seeing Gu Qingwan's swift agreement without further inquiry, Luo Chen felt a sigh of relief. He immediately retrieved the prepared elixir. Gu Qingwan stared at the pill in Luo Chen's hand, momentarily taken aback. This doesn't seem like the last one." At that moment, Luo Chen felt a surge of nervousness. Hearing the slight tension in his voice, Gu Qingwan's beautiful face softened. This little rascal had put thought into it. Meanwhile, Su Lian observed the serious demeanor of Gu Qingwan and Luo Chen, catching sight of the holy great elixir in Luo Chen's hand. For a moment, Su Lian felt disoriented. Was Gu Qingwan's condition merely a minor issue? Surely, she couldn't be afflicted with a serious illness. Chapter 59. Is it really that difficult? Gu Qingwan, maintaining composure, gazed at Luo Chen after receiving the holy great elixir and inquired, "Should I take it directly?" Luo Chen promptly nodded, yes. Gu Qingwan had complete faith in Luo Chen. Without hesitation, she placed the elixir into her mouth. Instantly, a vast essence surged throughout her body, and the sensation of comfort made her involuntarily hum twice. The sound sent a shiver down Luo Chen's spine, yet he had no time to indulge in the moment, swiftly instructing, "Extend your wrist, I will take your pulse again." Returning to her senses, Gu Qingwan immediately extended her delicate wrist. Of course, she didn't need to rely solely on Luo Chen. She was also fully attuned to her own body. Half a second later, it was done. The demonic heart was struck by an overwhelming wave of essence, rapidly shrinking. Luo Chen, while taking her pulse again, sensed this change as well. However, the elixir did not eradicate Gu Qingwan's ailment entirely. He noticed some remnants still lingered. But that was inconsequential. Another pill, or at most two, would undoubtedly resolve the issue. After assessing Gu Qingwan's condition, Luo Chen slightly nodded. "There are still minor issues. Just take 2 more pills, and after this effect wears off, in about a month, I will prepare another." Internally elated, Gu Qingwan maintained a calm exterior, merely nodding. That would be much appreciated. Meanwhile, Su Lian was secretly astonished. What was Gu Qingwan's situation? One holy great elixir was insufficient, and she needed 2? Moreover, judging by Luo Chen's tone, It seemed as if crafting holy grade elixirs was as simple as kneading clay. Just like a chef, even if one excels in their signature dish, they cannot guarantee that every attempt will achieve perfection, right? Su Lian was aware that Luo Chen could concoct holy grade elixirs. Yet it wasn't as if they could be produced at will, was it? Gazing at the now standing Luo Chen, Su Lian was utterly awestruck. What level of alchemist was this young man? As Su Lian contemplated Luo Chen, he had already turned his gaze to her, asking, "Shall we go?" "Go where?" Su Lian looked at Luo Chen, puzzled. He pointed towards the room, appearing quite anxious. "Of course, to compose music. I had a revelation last night, and I cannot wait any longer." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Su Lian inwardly scoffed, her face slightly flushed. What did he mean by being unable to wait? His phrasing was rather odd. With a rosy hue on her cheeks, Su Lian hesitated to meet Luo Chen's gaze, saying, "Just wait a moment. My sister and I have something to discuss with you." Gu Qingwan, observing Luo Chen's demeanor, bit her lip in silence. This little rascal was truly impatient. Something to discuss? Upon hearing Su Lian's words, Luo Chen took a seat at the dining table and curiously asked, "What is it?" Earlier that morning, Su Lian and Gu Qingwan had conferred about having Luo Chen teach them the formation techniques. Given Luo Chen's remarkable strength, if he could impart some knowledge, their chances in the upcoming secret realm would be nearly guaranteed. Now, it was a matter of whether Luo Chen was willing to teach. After all, Su Lian had heard Gu Qingwan mention that Luo Chen was posing as an ordinary cultivator, and she wondered if requesting him to teach would hinder his own cultivation. Regardless, Su Lian and Gu Qingwan spoke candidly. If Luo Chen was willing to teach, it would be ideal, but if not, that was also acceptable. Soon, Su Lian and Gu Qingwan exchanged their thoughts, and Luo Chen understood their intentions. Previously, he had been somewhat oblivious to what the Emperor Xianming intended to accomplish at the Yaoqi Holy Land. Upon grasping the situation, Luo Chen, under the expectant gazes of Su Lian and Gu Qingwan, nonchalantly nodded and replied, "Of course, it's not a problem. However, when do you plan to venture into the secret realm?" Seeing Luo Chen's prompt agreement, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian expressed their excitement, stating, "The timing for the secret realm's opening is rather uncertain, but it should be soon, at most a year, and at least half a year." Listening to their words, Luo Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. Indeed, they were ancient beings who had lived for over 10,000 years. Half a year? Was that considered soon? He promptly raised an eyebrow and remarked, "That is still quite a while. No need to rush." Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Su Lian shot him a playful glance, but ultimately decided to follow him into the house. For the next few days, Luo Chen accompanied Su Lian in composing music. However, after a few days, Luo Chen felt it was necessary to impart some knowledge about formations. Since Gu Qingwan had no particular engagements unlike Su Lian, who was focused on music composition, she seized every opportunity to inquire while Luo Chen was cooking. Whenever Gu Qingwan posed a question, Su Lian would join in, and the two of them resembled a pair of incessant inquisitors. Luo Chen found himself perplexed by their multitude of questions. Even during meals, their chatter continued unabated, making it exceedingly noisy. Luo Chen had hoped for some tranquility while dining, but the two of them persisted with their inquiries, each vying to contribute. Given their stature, Luo Chen felt compelled to respond patiently. Reflecting on the situation, Luo Chen decided he should teach them a bit more, allowing Gu Qingwan and Su Lian to contemplate independently, thus reducing their incessant questioning. After all, incessant inquiries would only delay his chances with Su Lian. At midday, Luo Chen had spent the entire morning teaching Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. The two of them hardly resembled students, each reclined in a lounge chair, legs crossed with an air of nonchalance, while a small table between them held tea and snacks. Meanwhile, Luo Chen stood before them, a small board behind him displaying various formation diagrams. Throughout the morning, Luo Chen felt nothing short of exasperated. The two women lounged comfortably, seemingly oblivious to his frustrations. Luo Chen was on the verge of a breakdown. How could such basic concepts be so difficult to grasp? As the hours passed, it became evident that neither of them had comprehended the material. Luo Chen contemplated the absurdity of it all. Had he not stepped in to teach, they might still be floundering under the guidance of the previous Emperor Xianming, who had only managed to convey a fraction of understanding over 3 days. Luo Chen, parched from his exertions, noticed the two reclining figures enjoying their leisurely comfort. His mental state was fraying, and his irritation was clearly visible on his face. Gu Qingwan, attuned to his unspoken grievances, understood his silent complaints, while Su Lian, though unable to hear his thoughts, could still perceive his annoyance. Truthfully, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian felt quite aggrieved themselves. The concepts Luo Chen was teaching were entirely foreign to them, and even Gu Qingwan, who possessed a foundational understanding of formations, struggled to comprehend. Su Lian was even less equipped to grasp the material. They had genuinely attempted to learn. Yet the complexity of the subject matter was daunting, far beyond their previous encounters. As they observed Luo Chen's current demeanor, both women hesitated to pose further questions, fearing that continued inquiries might prompt him to abandon the lesson entirely. After a moment of silence, Luo Chen, attempting to maintain a friendly demeanor, asked, "So, do you both understand now?" Taken aback, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged glances before nodding obediently, affirming, "Yes, we understand." Luo Chen paused, then broke into a radiant smile, proclaiming, "That is truly wonderful." However, internally, he thought, what utter nonsense. They haven't understood a thing. Gu Qingwan, sensing Luo Chen's inner turmoil, awkwardly suggested, "Well, it's nearly noon. Shall we prepare lunch?" Luo Chen, "You sit and take a break. I'll handle it." Su Lian immediately chimed in, Yes. Let us cook while you rest." The two women rose swiftly, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, and hurried away. Luo Chen, feeling somewhat defeated, sank into Gu Qingwan's chair, taking a few deep breaths to calm his frayed nerves. "How fragrant," he mused. "I haven't seen the older woman using any perfume or carrying any fragrance pouches. How does she always smell so delightful?" Upon hearing Luo Chen's thought, Gu Qingwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she approached the stove. Luo Chen, seated in his rocking chair, contemplated aloud, "Why don't I accompany you both into the secret realm instead? Given the current circumstances, it's evident that if they continue at this pace, it will take years for them to grasp even the basics. By then, the secret realm will have long since opened." However, as soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, Gu Qingwan's expression hardened. "Absolutely not," she replied, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Su Lian, who typically indulged Luo Chen, echoed Gu Qingwan, stating firmly, "No way." Luo Chen, feeling dissatisfied with their resolute responses, protested, "What's the harm? I could assist you both. It would surely be more effective than self-study." Washing vegetables, Su Lian gently countered, "The secret realm is not a mere amusement. This level of the realm is something we have never encountered before and will undoubtedly be perilous. This time, we will assess how formidable this realm truly is, and perhaps next time, we can bring you along, all right?" Gu Qingwan, maintaining her stern demeanor, added, "The secret realm is extremely dangerous. If you were to carelessly injure yourself, we would be heartbroken." It was clear that Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were determined not to include Luo Chen in their expedition to the secret realm. The realm they were about to enter was of a level never before encountered by Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. Everything remained shrouded in mystery. While Luo Chen certainly possessed formidable abilities, he was merely feigning mortal cultivation, and venturing into such a place would inevitably expose his true strength. However, beyond this concern, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian felt that Luo Chen's prowess was not particularly high. Though his skills in alchemy and swordsmanship were unparalleled, they had yet to witness the depth of his cultivation. Achieving such accomplishments at a mere 100 years of bone age could be deemed a gift from the heavens. Yet, the path of cultivation requires one to tread steadily, for there are no shortcuts in the realm of immortality. A mere century of bone age, even for a prodigy, would not lead to a substantial level of cultivation. Listening to Su Lian's words, which resembled those used to placate a child, Luo Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "I am well aware of the dangers. It is precisely because of those dangers that I wish to accompany you. If the secret realm were safe, do you think I would willingly join you in this venture? Do I not find comfort within the sanctity of Yaoqi? It is simply that I fear you might inadvertently disrupt the formation, leading to mishaps. You think I would not be pained if you were to suffer an injury?" Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged glances, blinking in surprise. A gentle smile graced their faces, their lips curving upwards. Yet, once she regained her composure, Gu Qingwan turned to Luo Chen and stated, "If it is a matter of danger, it is still unacceptable. Both of us are emperors. What peril could possibly befall us?" Despite her words, the mirth in her expression did not wane. Su Lian, nodding in agreement, added, "Indeed, we are both emperors. What could possibly go wrong?" Seeing that the two were adamant about not allowing him to join, Luo Chen merely pouted, feeling indifferent to the situation. He reclined in a chair, adopting a posture of indifference. Time passed, and just as lunch was nearing completion, the sky abruptly darkened, not with storm clouds, but as if it had lost all color. The sun, the clouds, and the azure expanse above all transformed into a gray hue. Before Luo Chen could comprehend the situation, an ancient chime resonated through the air. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian looked up in astonishment at the celestial spectacle unfolding above them. The emperor of Nanjing Prefecture had passed away. As the mournful bells tolled, the sky remained gray. All three of them, Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, and Luo Chen, understood the gravity of the moment. The emperor's demise was a significant event. After exchanging glances, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, both having lived for over 10,000 years, exhibited little emotional reaction, having witnessed countless farewells and experienced the loss of loved ones. The death of the emperor stirred no profound upheaval within them. It seems we must head to the imperial city, Gu Qingwan remarked, her expression impassive as she continued to stir the vegetables. Su Lian, placing a prepared dish aside, furrowed her brow and mused, speaking of which, the royal family has maintained a favorable relationship with Qianqing Mountain. They are likely to encounter difficulties now. I believe I may need to stay with the royal family for a while. Gu Qingwan turned her gaze to Su Lian, intrigued. Is it truly that troublesome? Su Lian nodded slightly. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. I was aware that the emperor was nearing his end when I arrived at Yaoqi, but I did not anticipate his passing would occur so swiftly. With the emperor gone, the Wandan Pavilion will likely seek to elevate Prince Jing to the throne. If he succeeds and becomes the new emperor, this secret realm could very well bring us unforeseen complications. Gu Qingwan frowned, contemplating Su Lian's words. Is the Wandan Pavilion truly that powerful now? With a sardonic smile, Su Lian replied, you have been sequestered for too long. Over the past millennium, the Wandan Pavilion has quietly risen to become the most dominant force in the region. Every major sect, save for Qianqing Mountain, has formed alliances with them. Currently, 7 out of 10 factions in Nanjing Prefecture are under their influence. Gu Qingwan gazed at Su Lian, perplexed. How has this transpired? When I was last present, the Wandan Pavilion was but a trifling clown. How could it have gained such prominence during my absence? Su Lian's voice grew tense. That is a question for you to ponder. Back in the day, Yaoqi oppressed Qianqing Mountain, discarding valuable resources instead of allowing them to share in any spoils. Throughout this millennium, I have merely been a quasi-emperor. Even with my strength, could I truly contain the vast power of the entire Nanjing Prefecture? The Wandan Pavilion has used elixirs as leverage to consolidate their influence, and for a millennium, I have managed to keep Qianqing Mountain among the ranks of the strongest sections. As she spoke, Su Lian's frustration became palpable, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, seemingly unfazed by the conversation, reclined in his rocking chair, hands clasped behind his head while gazing at the sky. The emperor, the Nanjing Prefecture, or rather, the entire lower realm. If one were to ask which sect was the strongest or which power was the most formidable, the answers would vary across continents. Yet, when it came to authority, the royal family reigned supreme. The royal family transcended all sects and powers. Each state boasted a royal lineage, though not all were governed by formidable beings. The reason for the royal family's superiority lay in their connection to the upper realm. To put it simply, they had backing. The role of the royal family in the lower realm was one of mediation. Each continent possessed formidable forces, such as the Yaoqi sacred land from millennia ago or the current Wandan Pavilion. When one continent is dominated by an overwhelmingly powerful force, it becomes a dire threat to the other sects within that region. Everyone seeks to curry favor with this dominant power, while those who do not may find themselves suppressed, leading to adverse effects on the entire continent, or indeed, the entire lower realm. In the past, should Qianqing Mountain have faced annihilation, there would have been no one to intervene. The reason such a fate did not befall them was twofold. Gu Qingwan was not the type to eradicate completely. During their time together, Luo Chen sensed her nature. At times, she appeared as a lofty deity observing the world below, devoid of earthly concerns, yet at other times, she embodied the innocence of a young girl. In her earlier days, Gu Qingwan could never have committed such acts of total destruction. The second reason was the presence of the royal family, which would not allow the Yaoqi sacred land to act with impunity. The royal family's strength was bolstered by the fact that every millennium, a true immortal from the upper realm descended to safeguard the royal lineage. Should anyone within the continent dare to challenge the authority of the royal family, they would essentially be provoking the upper realm, inviting the true immortal to intervene and suppress them. This celestial being was not like the Xianming emperor, who could not wield his full strength due to his covert descent into the lower realm. In the realm of the royal family, the true immortal of the upper realm can wield their full power. This true immortal also monitors for any unauthorized descents to the lower realm, similar to the actions of the Xianming emperor, who disrupts the order below. Anyone caught will face immediate justice and be sent back to the upper realm. It is worth noting that Qianqing Mountain once received considerable blessings from the royal family. Otherwise, how could it have thrived amidst the formidable Yaoqi sacred land? As for Su Lian's assertion that the royal family would soon face difficulties, Luo Chen understood the implications. The true immortal of the upper realm has only the two aforementioned missions, and aside from these, they must adhere to order and refrain from interfering in the lower realm. It seems that the lineage of the human emperor may soon vanish. The current Prince Jing is very likely to usurp the throne, and such matters are beyond the jurisdiction of the true immortal. Additionally, as Prince Jing is supported by the Wandan Pavilion, if he were to ascend as the new emperor, life would not be easy for both the Yaoqi Sacred Land and Qiancheng Mountain. However, such matters are not Luo Chen's concern. He was merely pondering how long it would take for them to reach the imperial city. Suddenly, Luo Chen turned to Su Lian, who was setting the dishes on the dining table, and inquired with curiosity. After placing the dishes down, Su Lian thought for a moment and replied earnestly, "Well, it will take at least a month. We need to go and assess the situation first." Luo Chen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, is it really going to take that long?" Seeing Luo Chen's expression, Su Lian couldn't help but giggle. "Why not join my sisters and me?" Luo Chen was indeed inclined towards this idea. He longed for an outing, especially to the bustling imperial city. He had always been restless, yearning to explore outside, but had no one to accompany him. Even his beautiful master never took him out, and the sisters at Yaoqi Sacred Land rarely ventured beyond its confines. Even when they did, it was always on official business, making it inconvenient for Luo Chen to tag along. Now, however, accompanying these two would pose no problem. Should anything arise, he could simply hide behind them, safety assured. Just as Luo Chen nodded in agreement, Gu Qingwan, who had just finished serving the last dish, frowned slightly and remarked, "He's a bit unruly. He might disrupt decorum." Hearing Gu Qingwan's words, Luo Chen immediately protested, "What do you mean, I'm unruly?" Gu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that while Luo Chen often grumbled internally, his external demeanor was quite earnest and, one might say, trustworthy. However, hearing his inner thoughts daily had caused her some confusion. Moreover, Gu Qingwan was genuinely concerned for Luo Chen's safety. The death of the human emperor would not only summon forces from South Xinjiang province, but also invite representatives from royal families across other continents to pay their respects. Noting Gu Qingwan's silence, Luo Chen realized he needed to persuade her if he wished to accompany them to the imperial city. He understood her character well enough. She responded better to gentle persuasion than to forceful arguments. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen lifted his gaze to Gu Qingwan and said, "Oh, sister, please let me go. I promise I won't cause any trouble." This was the first time Luo Chen had addressed her as sister, causing Gu Qingwan to shudder slightly. A faint blush gracing her exquisite face. His plea instantly softened her resolve, and she feigned aloofness as she shot him a mock glare, saying, "Fine, fine. You can go this time, but you must listen to me." Luo Chen eagerly nodded. Yes, I promise. You're the best, sister." His words made Gu Qingwan's cheeks flush even deeper, and she quickly admonished him, "Stop being so charming and come eat." Chapter 62. Arrival at the imperial city during dinner. Luo Chen remained silent, focused on his meal. He had already spoken in abundance earlier that day and felt little inclination to continue. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian engaged in discussions regarding the human emperor's passing. Would the true immortal of the upper realm remain indifferent if Prince Jing sought to usurp the throne? Gu Qingwan, while taking a bite of vegetables, expressed her confusion. "Isn't this a matter for South Xinjiang province? Why wouldn't the upper realm intervene?" Su Lian shook her head decisively. "This pertains solely to the lower realm. The upper realm has no jurisdiction. Moreover, the situation is complicated because the human emperor did not issue a formal decree before falling ill, only verbal instructions, which are not even binding. Only a few ministers are privy to those instructions, yet they remain silent. Thus, if Prince Jing aspires to become the next human emperor, it cannot be deemed an act of usurpation." Gu Qingwan arched an eyebrow. "No formal decree?" Su Lian nodded slightly. The human emperor's illness was abrupt. He fell into a coma over a month ago without warning. Now, it is quite troublesome. With the Wandan Pavilion's backing, the royal family will likely support Prince Jing's ascension, making it nearly unstoppable. Our only course of action is to delay his coronation until the secret realm opens. If we can safely enter the secret realm, then nothing else will matter. Luo Chen, who had been quietly eating, suddenly raised his head, his mouth full, and mumbled, "Could it be that the human emperor was poisoned, leading to his sudden demise?" However, as soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, Gu Qingwan, while placing a portion of vegetables into his bowl, shot him a disapproving glare. "Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Focus on your meal." Su Lian also placed some vegetables in Luo Chen's bowl, and upon seeing his disgruntled expression, she couldn't help but chuckle before turning her attention back to Gu Qingwan. However, It is possible that the royal family suspects foul play but lacks evidence. Yet, such matters are moot now. He is already deceased. Our priority is to prevent Prince Jing from ascending until after we navigate the secret realm. Otherwise, once he becomes the emperor, the royal family will have the authority to interfere with the secret realm. Listening to Su Lian, Gu Qingwan nodded thoughtfully. It seems I shall need to stay there for a while. After speaking, Gu Qingwan cast a glance at Luo Chen, her normally indifferent eyes softening as she observed him intently focused on his meal, a hint of tenderness gracing her lips. How old are you? And yet you still manage to get rice stuck on your face. With that, Gu Qingwan reached out with her delicate hand to remove a grain of rice from Luo Chen's cheek, her starry eyes playfully chiding him. Focus on your meal. By evening, a resplendent golden flying vessel hovered above Shenyun Peak. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged exasperated glances as they observed Luo Chen below, who was busily hauling boxes out of the courtyard, nearly clearing the entire space. Shaking their heads in resignation, they confirmed that Luo Chen had gathered all the necessary items before Gu Qingwan waved her hand, causing everything to be transported onto the flying vessel. Meanwhile, Su Lian descended into the courtyard, embraced Luo Chen, and carried him back onto the vessel. With that, Gu Qingwan waved her hand, creating a spatial wormhole at Shenyun Peak, and the flying vessel swiftly entered the wormhole. They set off towards the imperial city. Inside the wormhole, darkness enveloped them. But the vessel was adorned with various small lights, casting a warm glow over the magnificent craft. On this journey to the imperial city, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian brought only a few companions. Gu Qingwan was accompanied by the holy master of the Yaoqi sacred land, Lingyin, while Su Lian had by her side her direct disciple, Lingxian. If there were no unforeseen events, Lingxian was destined to become the next ruler of Qianqing Mountain. Dressed in plain garments, Lingxuan's demeanor was entirely different from that of Su Lian. She appeared cold and unyielding, silently meditating beside Su Lian without diverting her gaze. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was seated with Lingyin, an old acquaintance. Given that his master was often away, he frequently turned to Lingyin whenever he needed assistance. Known for her kindness, Lingyin was beloved by everyone in the Yaoqi sacred land, and her juniors had nothing but praise for her. Luo Chen, in moments of privacy, fondly referred to her as sister, though he maintained a respectful demeanor in public. As Luo Chen and Lingyin engaged in casual conversation in a corner, Su Lian and Gu Qingwan were engrossed in their own discussion. Sister, is there anything delicious in the imperial city? Luo Chen inquired curiously, leaning toward Lingyin. With a gentle smile, Lingyin replied, when I heard from our ancestor that you would be accompanying us to the imperial city, I anticipated your appetite. This afternoon, I had someone fetch a book about the city's culinary delights. Peruse it and jot down what you wish to savor. If our ancestor has no other engagements, I shall take you out to dine. A radiant light flickered in Lingyin's hand, revealing a book titled Culinary Chronicles. Grinning like a mischievous friend, Luo Chen leaned closer and teased, Sister, you are truly wonderful. Whoever marries you will surely be blessed. Their familiarity allowed Luo Chen to act without formality. Startled by his playful nudge, Lingyin gasped, but upon noticing that Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were still preoccupied with their conversation, she relaxed, her cheeks slightly flushed. With a playful pinch on Luo Chen's cheek, she chuckled, little glutton. In the distance, Su Lian and Gu Qingwan appeared to be engaged in serious discourse. Yet, in their hearts, they simultaneously thought, little lecher. After traversing the spatial wormhole for 3 days, they soon arrived at the imperial city of Nankingzanzhao. During this time, Luo Chen had simply eaten and slept, as cooking on the flying vessel was impractical. He did not collaborate with Su Lian on music, as she and Gu Qingwan were preoccupied with various matters. Luo Chen was unperturbed. The composition was nearing completion, and a day or two more would suffice. Their discussions on significant matters took precedence. As a bright light emerged from the spatial wormhole, the flying vessel soared forth. Having not seen sunlight for a while, Luo Chen was eager to rush out and marvel at the splendor of the imperial city. However, just as he reached the door, he was abruptly restrained by 2 hands. Su Lian grasped his wrist, while Gu Qingwan held onto the back of his collar. Turning around in confusion, Luo Chen saw Gu Qingwan looking down at him with a stern expression, saying, slow down, don't fall. Chapter 63. This emperor's waist is quite impressive. Luo Chen pouted, feeling as though he was being treated like a child. Once Su Lian and Gu Qingwan released him, he hurried to the front of the vessel. Gazing down, he was met with an expanse of white. It wasn't snow. Rather, the entire imperial city was draped in white cloth. The rooftops were covered, and white ribbons adorned the trees. Even the townsfolk donned white garments. The imperial city, already vast, resembled a skyline city on Earth, stretching infinitely in all directions, now entirely shrouded in white. Initially, Luo Chen had hoped to witness the city's grandeur, but that was now obscured. Nevertheless, he was content, for his purpose was to indulge in culinary delights. As the vessel glided gently, it eventually approached the palace gates, where Gu Qingwan retracted the flying vessel, and the four descended towards the palace entrance. The royal family was already aware of Gu Qingwan's arrival, and as soon as they landed, a young eunuch came to guide them. Throughout the journey, the group spoke little, and Luo Chen was surrounded by the sound of weeping. He wondered how long these mourners would continue, recalling the toll of the funeral bells he had heard at the Yaoqi's sacred land, ringing 999 times daily until the emperor was interred. This palace is enormous, far surpassing the Forbidden City by dozens of times. Compared to here, the Forbidden City seems almost like a mere outhouse. As Luo Chen admired the surroundings, he couldn't help but reflect on the grandeur. Hearing his thoughts, Gu Qingwan cast a curious glance his way. The Forbidden City? Is that the palace from the continent where this little rascal hailed? It was evident that Luo Chen was not from Nankingzhan's. However, the royal palace of this state was merely standard-sized, not particularly grand. Gu Qingwan was puzzled. These matters should have been straightforward. Disciples of the Yaoqi's sacred land had their information recorded upon joining, name, origin, and even familial details. Yet, Luo Chen's master, Yin Luoli, was known for her unconventional ways, often disregarding norms. Coupled with the gentle nature of the current holy master, Ling Yin, who rarely held grudges, Luo Chen had been placed on Shinyun Peak without any information recorded. To uncover more about Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan realized she would need to inquire with Yin Luoli. Yet, she was not particularly invested, as she held no disdain for Luo Chen, regardless of his origins. Throughout the journey, Luo Chen remained silent, following closely behind Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. Although he often acted casually around them, he understood the importance of decorum in such esteemed surroundings. Even if trouble arose, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian would surely protect him, yet he was determined not to become a burden. He was aware of this responsibility. As they approached a grand hall, summoned by the sharp calls of the eunuchs, Luo Chen's group finally entered. Inside, noblemen clad in white knelt, ranging from elderly men to young children. Upon their entrance, the assembly recognized Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, simultaneously prostrating before them, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Yaoqi Empress and the Qinghu Empress." Gu Qingwan and Su Lian regarded the kneeling crowd with impassive expressions, choosing not to respond, instead directing their attention to one side of the hall, where stood a woman of remarkable grace. Luo Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to her. It was not due to any inappropriate intentions, but rather because she stood out distinctly amidst the assembly. The onlookers were draped in mourning garments. Yet this woman wore her own attire, her face veiled by a thin gauze, revealing only a pair of beautiful, yet emotionless eyes. Although her face remained concealed, the contours suggested she was an exquisite beauty. However, one could never be certain, much like a mask that might unveil an unexpected visage. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged a slight nod with the woman, a gesture of acknowledgement. The woman appeared haughty, casting a brief glance at them without uttering a word or making any move. Initially, Luo Chen was uncertain of her identity, but her demeanor led him to a conclusion. She must be one of the celestial beings protecting the royal family. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian paid little mind to this celestial figure. Having acknowledged her presence, they chose not to linger. Despite her celestial status, both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were emperors in their own right, bearing the same esteemed dignity, and if all went well, they too would transcend to the celestial realm. There was no necessity to curry favor with this otherworldly being, particularly given the lack of any direct connection. This was unlike their previous encounter with Emperor Xianming, where they had sought his assistance in imparting knowledge. It was akin to borrowing money from a neighbor. One would not barge in uninvited, reclining on their sofa and expecting them to serve tea and hand over a sum of money. At that moment, Luo Chen noticed a young girl standing beside the celestial figure, possessing an exceptionally delicate appearance, a quintessential beauty, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. Her youthful visage belied an air of authority that seemed incongruous with her tender features. Beneath her white attire, she wore a ceremonial robe, unmistakably indicating she was one of the emperor's progeny. Remarkable, the emperor still has a daughter at such an age. I wonder what elixirs he has been consuming to maintain such vigor, Luo Chen mused, contemplating the palace's reputed restorative concoctions. Gu Qingwan cast a sideways glance at Luo Chen, silently cursing the mischievous boy who perpetually dwelled on frivolities. Yet, she had grown accustomed to his antics, understanding he merely indulged in idle thoughts. unbeknownst to the others. The aloof celestial being, who had previously remained impassive, suddenly raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting towards Luo Chen, who stood behind Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. Her expression transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. Redirecting his focus, Luo Chen regarded the grand sarcophagus before him. The lid was ajar, revealing the emperor within. However, the sarcophagus was elevated, its platform towering at least 2 meters high, while Gu Qingwan and Su Lian might be able to discern the contents. It was futile for Luo Chen to attempt a glimpse. Jumping might be an option, but it was hardly feasible. Yet, his curiosity burned to behold the emperor's visage. It was not out of morbid fascination. Rather, from a medical perspective, such sudden occurrences often bore strange explanations. I am desperate to see what this emperor looks like. He must have been poisoned, he thought. This height is excessive. If only I could catch just a glimpse, it would reveal whether he was indeed poisoned. If I could ascertain that, I would surely revel in the moment before the old crone. Gu Qingwan stood momentarily frozen. Recalling her earlier admonition to Luo Chen, when adults speak, children should refrain from interjecting. She cursed under her breath, realizing Luo Chen held a grudge. While she trusted him, she pondered how to facilitate his desire to see. Surely, she could not hoist him up herself. As Gu Qingwan deliberated her next move, a cold, expressionless voice cut through the air. Lan, lower the sarcophagus so these esteemed empresses may pay their respects to the emperor's final countenance. The young girl beside the celestial being promptly replied, "Yes, master." However, before she could proceed, the celestial figure interjected coldly, "I have instructed you not to call me master." Lan paused, a hint of disappointment crossing her features, before turning towards the sarcophagus. Gradually, the sarcophagus descended, lowering to a height where Luo Chen could finally see inside. As he gazed upon the emperor, covered by a golden silk quilt, he immediately recognized the truth. As Luo Chen's thoughts echoed in his mind, both Gu Qingwan and the celestial being exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Luo Chen stood beside the sarcophagus, scrutinizing the emperor's face, which was devoid of color. A frown creased his brow as he assessed the situation, his silent musings audible to Gu Qingwan nearby. Her brow furrowed slightly, confirming his suspicion of poisoning. Yet, who could have dared to harm the emperor under the watchful eye of a celestial being? Moments later, the sarcophagus was raised to its previous height, and Lan, turning to Gu Qingwan and her companions, said, "Accommodations have been arranged for you, esteemed empresses. You shall reside in the palace for the time being. As the emperor's funeral rites will commence in 20 days, I kindly request your presence to bid him farewell." Gu Qingwan and Su Lian nodded in agreement. Their intentions aligned with this arrangement. As the eunuchs escorted them away from the spirit hall, the previously silent celestial being suddenly addressed Luo Chen. "You are Luo Chen, are you not?" All present, including Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, and Luo Chen, were momentarily taken aback. Luo Chen turned in confusion towards the proud woman draped in veils. "I am, but how do you know me?" he inquired, puzzled. The celestial being scoffed lightly. "Your name is known throughout South Qingzhan Prefecture. Just 20 days ago, you were refining in the sacred Yao Pool." Yet, before she could continue, Gu Qingwan stepped protectively in front of Luo Chen, raising her chin defiantly. "I am his grandmaster. What business do you have?" Not only Gu Qingwan, but Su Lian also silently positioned herself behind Luo Chen, enveloping him in her embrace. The two women formed a protective barrier around him. Luo Chen, caught in Su Lian's embrace, was utterly bewildered. The celestial being, confronted by this unexpected display, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that should she utter another word, these two would not hesitate to take action. Witnessing the shift in dynamics, the celestial being's icy demeanor softened slightly, revealing a flicker of astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure, stating, 20 days ago, the Empress of Yaoqi emerged from seclusion and accepted a mortal as her disciple, a fact well known throughout South Qingzhan Prefecture, and I am certainly aware of it." As the celestial being from the upper realm spoke, their words flowed with a deliberate cadence, pausing occasionally to gauge the reactions of Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. Satisfied that their statement was well received, the celestial being finally revealed, "I am Ji Qiongxiao." This introduction left Luo Chen somewhat perplexed. While Ji Qiongxiao was indeed a beautiful name, it was followed by an unsettling silence. Gu Qingwan shot a cold glance at Ji Qiongxiao before turning on her heel and departing the spirit hall with Luo Chen. Within the hall, the mournful cries resumed, echoing through the empty space. Ji Qiongxiao and Lan stood beside the emperor's coffin, gazing at the vacant entrance of the grand hall. "Do you know who that man is?" Ji Qiongxiao inquired, her voice devoid of emotion. Lan looked up at her. a hint of innocence in her response. Who? As Ji Qiongxiao turned to walk alongside the hall, she stated flatly, a remarkable individual, capable of concocting sacred-level elixirs. Furthermore, Gu Qingwan's heart, once tumultuous upon her emergence from seclusion, has now found tranquility, likely due to Luo Chen's influence. If you wish to avoid being torn apart by the impending storm, he is your only lifeline. Ling Lan followed suit, hastily asking, will he assist me? No. Ji Qiongxiao replied curtly. Then what should I do? Ling Lan pressed. Find a way, Ji Qiongxiao advised. Have you devised a plan, master? Ling Lan continued. Not yet. Ji Qiongxiao admitted. When you do, please inform me. Very well, Ji Qiongxiao concluded. In a resplendent courtyard of the imperial palace, Luo Chen sat upon a stone bench. His expression triumphant as he remarked to Gu Qingwan and the others. I spotted it at first glance. Impressive, isn't it? Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged affectionate glances at the excited Luo Chen. However, Gu Qingwan's curiosity piqued. Can we ascertain whether he was poisoned? Luo Chen shook his head slightly. No, the emperor was swathed tightly, revealing only his head. Just as Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were about to inquire further, they paused. Puzzled by the term zongzi, Luo Chen arched an eyebrow, pondering how to explain, before suggesting, it's a delicious treat. Perhaps I could venture out now to procure some ingredients and prepare it for you at noon. Surprised, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian immediately stood, exclaiming, then let us go together. As they prepared to exit, a young eunuch approached, announcing, esteemed empresses, the Northern King wishes to discuss important matters with you. Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian frowned slightly. The Northern King? We seem to have no prior connection. Noticing their silence, the eunuch cautiously added, the Northern King wishes to speak about the next emperor. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yet their eyes drifted towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen, taken aback, offered, you two should go. I'll manage to buy what I need myself. Gu Qingwan warned him. The imperial city is fraught with hidden dangers. Do not linger outside for too long. Return promptly. She then turned to Ling Yin. Stay with him and ensure his safety. Ling Yin nodded in agreement, while Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, and Ling Xian followed the eunuch. Luo Chen and Ling Yin made their way out of the palace. Just as they crossed the threshold, a soft voice called from behind. What a coincidence. Turning around, Luo Chen found Ji Qiongxiao and Ling Lan standing there. The cold demeanor of Ji Qiongxiao was accompanied by a dismissive snort, confirming her ability to discern his thoughts. Chapter 65, Help. Someone, save me. Luo Chen turned to see Ji Qiongxiao and Ling Lan behind him, puzzled by their unexpected presence. Weren't you two in the grand hall? He questioned, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he nodded. Indeed, what a coincidence. Ji Qiongxiao approached him, her expression impassive. Where are you headed? She inquired. Glancing at her, Luo Chen replied. I'm off to the market to buy some items for cooking. Ji Qiongxiao responded. Simply inform the kitchen supervisory office of your desires, and they will prepare it for you. Luo Chen blinked, replying, I understand, but the locals cannot replicate my culinary skills. Ji Qiongxiao shot him a surprised look before conceding. Very well, we shall accompany you to the market. While this seemed agreeable, Luo Chen sensed an underlying oddity in the situation. Nevertheless, with the path wide open, he could not refuse Ji Qiongxiao's company. Ji Qiongxiao was not one to conceal her thoughts, and after a few steps, she stated, Gu Qingwan's heart was once unstable, but is now at peace due to your influence, is it not? Taken aback, Luo Chen turned to her. How do you know? I am well aware of all affairs in Nanking, Ji Qiongxiao declared. When Gu Qingwan emerged from her seclusion, her overwhelming imperial presence swept through the entire region. As a celestial being, I perceive what others cannot. Upon our meeting, it was evident her heart had stabilized, clearly a result of your endeavors. Ji Qiongxiao had intended to mention the sacred level elixir, but recalling Gu Qingwan and Su Lian's reactions, she refrained. Listening to Ji Qiongxiao's words, Luo Chen nodded in astonishment. Quickly regaining composure, fortunately, it's merely a minor ailment that has been swiftly resolved. A minor ailment? Ji Qiongxiao scrutinized Luo Chen. In response, Luo Chen scoffed at her remark. You claim to know everything in Nanking, yet remain ignorant of how the emperor met his demise. Suddenly, Ji Qiongxiao inquired, earlier, I instructed Ling Lan to place the coffin down. Can you determine the cause of the emperor's death? Luo Chen's expression morphed into one of confusion as he turned to Ji Qiongxiao. What do you mean? Observing his bewilderment, Ji Qiongxiao reiterated. I have stated that I am aware of all matters concerning Nanking. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen replied, if you know everything, why are you unaware of the poison used? Ji Qiongxiao paid no heed to Luo Chen's light teasing, continuing instead, because I do not understand. I only know of poisoning. Yet I do not know the nature of the poison. Luo Chen blinked, conversing with Gu Qingwan, and could only sense that this woman was remarkably straightforward, to the point of causing one to feel uneasy. There was no hint of ambiguity. Her directness left Luo Chen somewhat perplexed as to her intentions. Coming back to reality, Luo Chen replied candidly, I am also uncertain. If it is merely a glance, there are no obvious characteristics to discern, so I can only speculate, which is rather imprecise. Moreover, the human sovereign currently presents only one face to me, making it difficult to deduce anything. Gu Qingwan nodded slightly, showing little reaction, and simply asked, what must be done to ascertain this? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen responded, at the very least, we must lift the golden silk cover and conduct a thorough examination of the body. If necessary, we may need to puncture the throat to draw blood, as well as inspect the diet and medicinal concoctions from the past month. All these must be checked. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan immediately nodded, tonight. I will take you to see the human sovereign's corpse, and tomorrow I will provide you with the details of the sovereign's diet and medicinal prescriptions. Listening to Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen was taken aback. Hey, I never said I would assist you. To which Gu Qingwan, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Wuxin. This heart technique is the culmination of my life study. With that, a book emerged in Gu Qingwan's hand, its cover devoid of words yet emanating a faint silver glow. Observing Gu Qingwan beside him and glancing at the book titled Wuxin, Luo Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Gu Qingwan was indeed exceedingly direct, offering it outright. However, Luo Chen looked at her with a hint of resignation, saying, no, you have lived for quite a while, being a true celestial from the upper realm for at least tens of thousands of years. Surely you understand that to request someone's assistance, one must make that person feel pleased, do you not? I am but a mortal, I cannot cultivate. What use is this heart technique to me? Gu Qingwan regarded Luo Chen with a puzzled expression. In that moment, it seemed she suddenly comprehended why Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had behaved in such a manner previously. Yet, she had no interest in delving into the intricacies of it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Qingwan fixed her gaze on Luo Chen and inquired, what is it that you desire? Faced with Gu Qingwan's earnestness, Luo Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, rendering him speechless. After a moment of pause, he replied with a resigned smile, I merely implied a sentiment. I do not desire anything, thus I will not assist you in this matter. Gu Qingwan blinked at Luo Chen before suddenly asking, why not? Luo Chen, with a furrowed brow, responded, why are there so many questions? I simply do not wish to help. It is akin to my aversion to cilantro or sweet tofu pudding. I simply do not want it, nor do I like it. There need not be any further explanation. Gu Qingwan paused for a second before inquiring, what is sweet tofu pudding? Luo Chen, taken aback, replied with a grimace. Sweet tofu pudding is sweet tofu pudding, a type of food, but it is rather unpalatable. Gu Qingwan nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then what is delicious? Luo Chen answered. Savory is delicious. Gu Qingwan continued. Why is savory delicious? Luo Chen explained, because savory dishes often include minced meat, chive flour sauce, and other accompaniments, pairing excellently with fried dough sticks and meat sandwiches in the morning. Gu Qingwan queried, what are fried dough sticks and meat sandwiches? Luo Chen retorted, do you have any other matters to attend to? Gu Qingwan replied, yes. Luo Chen urged, then please, go on. Gu Qingwan pressed, why do you not wish to help? Luo Chen thought to himself, help me, someone please. Regarding the ending of the previous chapter, some might have noticed the change. Initially, I intended for Gu Qingwan to also hear Luo Chen's thoughts, but after some reflection, I realized that if she could, Gu Qingwan would no longer be the most unique character. Furthermore, the previous plot involving Gu Qingwan would have to be repeated, which would be rather tedious. Thus, I reconsidered and made the alteration. I modified it a mere 30 minutes after posting the chapter, so not many likely saw it. Additionally, this change does not conflict with the earlier scene where Gu Qingwan instructed Ling Lan to lower the coffin for Luo Chen to examine the human sovereign's body. As I have already clarified in the previous and current chapters that Gu Qingwan is aware of Luo Chen's formidable medical expertise. Chapter 66. Are you angry? Luo Chen remained unresponsive, and Gu Qingwan, accompanied by Ling Lan, continued to trail behind him. Luo Chen paid little attention to Gu Qingwan, following Ling Yin as she led the way. It was evident that Ling Yin was quite familiar with the imperial city, being the sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred land. Having visited the imperial city numerous times before, the items Luo Chen intended to purchase were not many. He acquired some glutinous rice and a handful of red dates. After a brief contemplation, he also bought some salted duck eggs and some meat. Upon preparing to return, he happened to spot a few chickens. Observing the chickens, Luo Chen was suddenly reminded of a dish known as beggar's chicken. However, it seemed inappropriate to simply dig a hole and start a fire within the palace grounds. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. Heading to a small hill nearby the imperial city would suffice, especially with Ling Yin around, as she could easily transport him there in half a minute. Ultimately, Luo Chen purchased 2 chickens, had the vendor slaughter them, and then instructed Ling Yin to take him directly outside the city. He had brought along seasonings in his spatial pouch. After preparing both chickens, Luo Chen and Ling Yin would consume one, while the other 2 would be brought back for Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. As for Ji Qiongxiao and Ling Lan, the pair remained trailing behind Luo Chen. Throughout the journey, they exchanged not a word, silently following in his wake. However, Luo Chen was indifferent to their presence. He had no intention of assisting them, regardless of how long they lingered behind him. Before long, Luo Chen and Ling Yin arrived at a quaint hill outside the city. This small hill, adorned with verdant mountains and clear waters, bore no resemblance to the grandeur of the imperial city nearby, instead resembling a tranquil glade within the clouds and mountains. Luo Chen first gathered some spring water to soak the glutinous rice before beginning to prepare the beggar's chicken. He dug the earth, laid out lotus leaves, and seasoned the chicken, simultaneously marinating 2 pieces of raw meat. Ji Qiongxiao and Ling Lan stood on a large rock by the stream, watching with curiosity. However, in Luo Chen's eyes, they appeared somewhat foolish. Eventually, after placing the 2 large parcels of clay into the preheated pit, Luo Chen stretched, sitting quietly nearby to await the results. Ling Yin, meanwhile, enjoyed some snacks she had purchased earlier, quietly eating by the campfire and sharing a piece with Luo Chen whenever she came across something tasty. Ji Qiongxiao stood silently behind them, observing Luo Chen. Ultimately, she asked, "What would it take for you to assist me?" Hearing Ji Qiongxiao's voice from behind, Luo Chen sighed in exasperation, not even turning his head as he replied, "I have said it 1,000 times. I will not help, no matter the circumstances." Ji Qiongxiao remained silent for a moment before directly asking, "Why?" Luo Chen replied. And this time, without waiting for Luo Chen to respond, Ji Qiongxiao earnestly stated, "I have reflected on this throughout the journey, and I believe what you said earlier is incorrect." Listening to Ji Qiongxiao's words, Luo Chen turned around with a puzzled expression, pondering what had been on her mind. Ji Qiongxiao stood solemnly on a rock, gazing at Luo Chen, and spoke earnestly, "Every matter has its origin. You initially claimed your dislike for sweet tofu pudding was baseless. Yet ultimately you provided a reason, its unpalatable taste. That is indeed a reason." Luo Chen replied with disbelief. "You've thought all this way just to arrive at such a trivial notion? Are you out of your mind?" He continued, regardless of the circumstances. "You should communicate your reasoning so I may identify the issue at hand. Without your input, I remain in the dark. After all, we are not intimately acquainted, and I cannot conjecture your thoughts." Ji Qiongxiao, observing Luo Chen's confused expression, reiterated her point with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Luo Chen felt the urge to express his frustration. "You are aware that we are not close, correct?" Just as he was about to retort, Ji Qiongxiao blinked her eyes, seemingly preparing to speak again. Seeing her intent to continue, Luo Chen felt a genuine apprehension and quickly interjected, "All right, I concede. I don't wish to assist you because I want to avoid causing trouble for my ancestors and Sister Su. I am uncertain of your intentions, but they undoubtedly involve significant implications, and I do not wish to burden them. They have treated me well, akin to family. Family is to be protected, not harmed. Presently, I lack the means to safeguard them, and my utmost endeavor is to avoid hindering their peace." He implored her to consider the essence of family, hoping she would understand his reluctance to assist. "It is not that I refuse to help. Rather, my capabilities are insufficient. Do you comprehend?" However, upon hearing Luo Chen's heartfelt explanation, Ji Qiongxiao shook her head in bewilderment, declaring, "I do not understand." Luo Chen, typically a person of great patience, found his composure waning. What could be unclear about the concept of family? He exclaimed, "Consider your father. Did he not toil under the sun to provide for your sustenance and education? Was it not a laborious endeavor? Would you wish to add to his burdens?" Ji Qiongxiao blinked, seemingly lost in memories long past, and ultimately shook her head, relieved. Luo Chen thought, at last, this is the correct response. Yet, he soon realized his misjudgment. Her denial did not imply a lack of desire to avoid trouble. She clarified, "I do not know. My father is the human emperor and does not engage in manual labor." Luo Chen could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "I meant to convey that sentiment. Very well, your father is the human emperor. Let us consider your mother instead. Remember how she nurtured you, teaching you to read and write, preparing soup for you at night, fanning you when it was warm, and covering you with blankets when it was cold? Before he could finish, Gu Qingwan interrupted with her usual stoicism, stating, I do not know. I have no recollection of my mother. I grew up with other princes and princesses, cared for by wet nurses. I believe my mother had an affair with a guard when I was 4, and my father executed her. Luo Chen blinked in disbelief, apologizing. I'm sorry, I spoke without considering your circumstances. Gu Qingwan simply blinked, asking, why apologize? Luo Chen retorted, that is inconsequential. Let us return to the topic of family. Even if we disregard our parents, you are exceptionally talented. Surely, you must have a mentor? He continued. Think back to when you first entered your path of cultivation, how clumsy you were. Your mentor must have tirelessly guided you, for they too are a part of your family. However, Gu Qingwan interrupted yet again, maintaining her impassive demeanor. I am a rare genius. I have no mentor. Everything I have achieved, from cultivation to transcendence, has been through my own enlightenment. Luo Chen stood frozen, rendered speechless as he gazed blankly at Gu Qingwan. Observing his stunned expression, she inquired, are you angry? But I speak only the truth. Luo Chen's lips twitched, his chest rising and falling rapidly. This is absurd. He then asked, what about friends? Do you have no friends at all? Gu Qingwan replied, no. What about pets? No. Plants? No. Luo Chen stood there, utterly astonished, exclaiming, is it possible you have lived for thousands of years without any companionship? What then is the purpose of your existence? Gu Qingwan pondered seriously for a moment before replying. But I cannot simply choose to die, can I? Luo Chen found her reasoning to be rather compelling, yet frustrating. No, that is not the crux of the matter. I have been led astray by you. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Luo Chen decided it was best to refrain from further discussion. He turned and resumed his place by the fire, awaiting the arrival of the beggar's chicken. After approximately 20 minutes, Luo Chen extinguished the flames and allowed the coals to smolder for another 10 minutes. Finally, he retrieved 2 beggar's chickens, placing one in his spatial bag, while he struck the other with a wooden stick. The clay cracked open, revealing the lotus leaves within. A savory aroma of meat, mingled with the fragrance of the lotus leaves, wafted through the air, enticing both Gu Qingwan and Ling Lan, who stood atop the rock, causing them to swallow nervously. Master, it smells wonderful. Ling Lan turned to Gu Qingwan with an obedient expression. Luo Chen, overhearing this, felt no obligation to assist Gu Qingwan. But that did not mean he would refuse to share food. The chicken was merely a taste. They would primarily eat zongzi upon returning at noon. He beckoned to Ling Lan. Come here, I'll give you a chicken wing. Ling Lan hesitated, glancing at Gu Qingwan. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Your master will have some too. Come over. Ultimately, Ling Lan eagerly approached Luo Chen, who offered her a chicken wing and a large drumstick. Ling Lan, after receiving the food, sweetly expressed her gratitude before scampering back with a chicken wing in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, presenting the leg to Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan, after a moment of surprise, finally removed her veil with one hand and took a hearty bite without hesitation. As Gu Qingwan unveiled her face, Luo Chen observed discreetly, curious to see if she bore any resemblance to the infamous buck-toothed Jun. Of course, she did not. Her beauty was on par with that of Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. After a couple of glances, Luo Chen ceased his scrutiny. While she was indeed lovely, there was an air of innocence about her that he found somewhat amusing. Luo Chen and Ling Yin shared the remaining beggar's chicken, and it was noteworthy that despite his 10 years on Shenyun Peak, it was Ling Yin's first experience of Luo Chen's culinary skills. As she savored her meal, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed her praises repeatedly. For a chef, the greatest joy lies in witnessing diners relish their food and shower compliments, which brings immense satisfaction. Midway through their meal, Luo Chen discreetly watched Gu Qingwan and Ling Lan, who were devouring their food with remarkable speed, having already polished off the meat and now gnawing on the bones for flavor. Observing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. There's more here. If you wish to eat, feel free to join. For some reason, Luo Chen felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Qingwan after their earlier conversation. It struck him as amusing. Why should he feel pity for a true immortal from a higher realm? It was akin to a devoted fan on Earth, earning a mere 3,000 a month, feeling sorry for someone making millions. Yet, the situation felt slightly different. Listening to Gu Qingwan's words had left Luo Chen with an unsettling feeling. Ultimately, he was a soft-hearted individual. However, kindness aside, this matter was non-negotiable. This situation was distinct from his previous assistance to Su Lian, which was merely a personal inconvenience for him, accompanied by other reasons. Speaking of which, the composition he was working on was nearly complete. He needed to finish it promptly, but this time was different. If Luo Chen were to assist, it would implicate Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. This was not solely his affair. Thus, while he could share some food, that was where his goodwill ended. Initially, Luo Chen worried that Gu Qingwan might hesitate to partake, but clearly, he overestimated her. After he spoke, she promptly led Ling Lan over. Gu Qingwan's demeanor indicated that she was not one to shy away from food. She divided the beggar's chicken in half, taking away the portion with the torn-off legs and wings, and then split her share with Ling Lan, before quietly resuming her meal. Ling Yin, witnessing this exchange, blinked and then offered Gu Qingwan the chicken leg Luo Chen had given her. Gu Qingwan responded with a polite thank you and immediately took a bite, her adorable demeanor eliciting a gentle smile from Ling Yin. Luo Chen, in turn, offered his uneaten chicken wing to Gu Qingwan. After a glance, she accepted it and began to eat with gusto. Halfway through, Gu Qingwan suddenly seemed to recall something and looked up at Luo Chen. To be honest, Luo Chen felt a wave of anxiety. Whenever Gu Qingwan began to speak, he found himself in a state of confusion. Actually, your assistance won't cause trouble for Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. Rather, it would be beneficial for them. Gu Qingwan's expression was rather endearing. Her demeanor icy while her hands and mouth were smeared with grease, resembling a child. Luo Chen, bewildered by Gu Qingwan's statement, responded, "Huh?" She continued earnestly, "If we cannot identify the poison, the emperor will die a natural death. After the spirit departs on the 20th day, discussions will commence regarding the appointment of a new emperor, at which point the Prince Jing will be enthroned. Consequently, the ensuing secret realms, Yaoqi's sacred land and Qianqing Mountain, will be encumbered with layers of restrictions. If we can procure evidence of the emperor's poisoning, I can eliminate Prince Jing, and then Ling Lan will become the new emperor." After Gu Qingwan finished her explanation, Ling Lan nodded repeatedly, adding, "Yes, if I become the new emperor, I will definitely repay both of you." Luo Chen, perplexed, inquired, "Why does finding evidence of poisoning allow for the elimination of Prince Jing?" Gu Qingwan assured him, "It must have been Prince Jing's doing." Luo Chen, aware of some details due to Gu Qingwan and Su Lian's open discussions around him, realized they were indeed concerned about Prince Jing potentially causing trouble for Yaoqi's sacred land and Qianqing Mountain if he ascended to the throne. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen remarked, "Then why didn't you mention this earlier? Why waste time on irrelevant chatter?" Gu Qingwan looked at him earnestly. "I forgot." Chapter 68. Sister, do you have a tale? Gu Qingwan's assertion was delivered with conviction, leaving Luo Chen in a state of bewilderment. How could one forget such a thing? After contemplating, Luo Chen turned to Gu Qingwan. "Shall we proceed shortly?" Gu Qingwan, munching on her chicken frame, shook her head. "Not now, at this moment. Many are visiting the Spirit Palace to pay respects to the Emperor. At midnight, I will await you at Changhua Gate." Luo Chen, frowning, pondered the situation. On the surface, it appeared relatively straightforward. All he needed to do was draw blood to ascertain the poison. The remaining matters would be Gu Qingwan's responsibility. After deliberating both sides, he concluded that if it were merely this, he could assist Gu Qingwan and Su Lian without attracting trouble. However, something about the entire situation felt off. Luo Chen sensed an underlying unreliability, not due to the procedure itself. He couldn't foresee any issues arising from testing the poison, but rather from Gu Qingwan and Ling Lan. They continued to munch away at their chicken frames, and their carefree demeanor struck Luo Chen as untrustworthy. While Luo Chen remained pensive, Gu Qingwan suddenly remarked, "It's best not to let Gu Qingwan and Su Lian know about this." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Having finished her portion of chicken, Gu Qingwan turned to him. "Is there more?" Luo Chen, after dividing his share once more with Gu Qingwan, listened as she chewed. "I can see that Gu Qingwan and Su Lian overly indulge you. Perhaps they would not approve of you engaging in such matters." Upon hearing Gu Qingwan's words, Luo Chen's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Throughout their interactions, Gu Qingwan had struck him as somewhat dim-witted, yet this observation had altered his perception significantly. She was indeed correct. However, Luo Chen didn't think it was a substantial issue. After all, he was merely masquerading as a mortal, and being overly protected by Gu Qingwan and Su Lian seemed inconsequential. This only indicated that he was successfully playing his part as an ordinary person. With his current daily mortal value, after another 5, 6, or even 10 years, Luo Chen would return to his former self. He simply hadn't anticipated that Gu Qingwan would also perceive this. However, it must be said that at that time in the Spirit Palace, the way Gu Qingwan and Su Lian shielded themselves one after the other was evident to anyone who wasn't a fool. Luo Chen pondered briefly, realizing that this matter truly should remain unknown to Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. He turned his gaze to Ling Yin beside him. Surely, Ling Yin would relay everything to Gu Qingwan upon her return, wouldn't she? At that moment, Ling blinked at Luo Chen, aware of his thoughts, contemplating whether to inform the ancestor about this matter. Just then, Gu Qingwan's voice drifted in from the side, casually suggesting, "Should we eliminate her to silence her?" Luo Chen. Ling. Ultimately, Ling agreed not to disclose this matter to Gu Qingwan, not out of fear of Gu Qingwan's threat. As the master of the Yaoqi sacred land, Ling, though gentle in nature, was far from a person without opinions. One does not ascend to such a position without possessing a strong will. Ling believed that this was indeed for the best. As noon approached, Luo Chen tidied up the prepared glutinous rice and marinated meat before returning with Ling. He left the remaining beggar's chicken for Gu Qingwan and Ling Lan, who remained seated by the stream, showing no intention of leaving. As Luo Chen and Ling prepared to depart, Ling Lan looked at them with an endearing gaze and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother and sister." Luo Chen chuckled at the adorable Ling Lan, but chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan, without turning around, remarked, "Midnight, at the Changhua Gate." Upon returning to their residence in the palace, Luo Chen found Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had already arrived. Upon seeing Luo Chen, both greeted him with smiles. "Where have you been playing? You're only just back now?" As Luo Chen placed the beggar's chicken on the table in front of them, he nonchalantly replied, "I suddenly remembered a type of food, so I went outside the city to prepare it for you." He explained how he had broken the earth and cooked inside, mentioning that he was off to wrap zongzi. At noon, the courtyard of the palace was filled with 2 large steamers brimming with zongzi, some filled with red dates, others with marinated meat and salted egg yolk. Gu Qingwan took a bite of the red date zongzi, her face lighting up with happiness as she looked at Luo Chen and exclaimed, "Why didn't you make such delicious food before?" Su Lian, holding a marinated meat zongzi, took a bite and nodded in agreement, her face equally radiant. "This is truly delicious. Come here, let me hug you." Luo Chen, feeling a bit exasperated, thought it strange that such delicious food warranted a hug. Preferring the red date zongzi, he sat beside Gu Qingwan, unwrapped a piece, and mumbled, "Shall we finish eating and then compose music? We're just a step away from completion. It should be ready in a day or 2. Su Lian, caught off guard while enjoying her zongzi, suddenly seemed distracted, avoiding eye contact with Luo Chen as she replied, Let's wait a few days. The emperor is still in a state of meditation, and such melodies shouldn't be played in the palace." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Can't we use some sort of spiritual barrier to muffle the sound? Others wouldn't hear it." Su Lian, her gaze drifting, blushed as she responded. The emperor was quite fond of Qinqing Mountain back in the day. It would be best not to create such music within the palace at this time. Luo Chen contemplated and then suggested, "Then let's go outside the city. I noticed it was quite beautiful there with clear mountains and streams and plenty of small groves. Let us go there." The blush on Su Lian's exquisite face spread to her elegant swan-like neck. "Perhaps in a few days. I have matters to attend to," she stammered. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then we shall wait a few days. There's no rush." In truth, Su Lian had already recalled the final part of the melody. To be precise, she had completely remembered her master's composition 2 or 3 days prior. It was akin to a familiar old song that one momentarily forgets but suddenly recalls upon hearing a few notes. Su Lian's reluctance to finish the piece wasn't due to shyness, but rather a fear of whether Luo Chen would continue to pursue her as he did now after its completion. A complex emotion brewed within her. While Su Lian lowered her head and munched on her zongzi, lost in thought, Luo Chen leaned in mysteriously and asked, "Sister, do you have a tale?" Chapter 69. I haven't finished speaking yet. Luo Chen's question startled Su Lian, causing her to leap up in a fluster. Her stunning visage blushed like a ripe apple. In her panic, she dropped the zongzi from her hands. "What are you doing?" she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. From Luo Chen's reaction, it was clear, "You do have one." In the next moment, Luo Chen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Then sister, let me see it." Su Lian. The others in the courtyard stared at Luo Chen in astonishment. Su Lian, her face aflame, stuttered, "That kind of thing cannot be shown to just anyone." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression perplexed. "Just a glance, I won't touch it. Besides, sister, aren't we close enough for that?" Su Lian, utterly unable to meet his gaze, resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed, her exquisite face blushing fiercely. "Even if you're my brother, it can't be shown casually. It has to be on special occasions." Special occasions? What kind of occasions? Luo Chen inquired curiously. He realized he needed to learn more about the customs of the Fox clan, having only been familiar with human affairs for the past decade. What was this peculiar tradition? However, before Su Lian could respond, Luo Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear, followed by a loud yelp. What now?" "It hurts." At that moment, Gu Qingwan, gripping one of Luo Chen's ears, gritted her teeth and said, "Her tale is not something to be shown casually. You little lecher, are you truly this oblivious? Dinner is ready." With a sheepish grin, Luo Chen rubbed his ear while stuffing Zongzi into his mouth. "What the heck? If you're not going to say anything, why pull my ear?" Returned to her previous seat, her cheeks still flushed, her head bowed. Seemingly lost in thought and no longer interested in the Zongzi. That evening, and ventured out together, being two of the most powerful figures in and both esteemed emperors. The influx of visitors was overwhelming, nearly trampling the palace gates. Typically, anyone arriving in the royal capital would first visit the Empress and then proceed to pay their respects to the two emperors and, to avoid redundancy, all visits were collectively postponed until nightfall. Now, the courtyard was left with only, which was rather convenient as he wouldn't have to cook. With other matters to attend to that night, he simply collapsed into bed. In the dead of night, stealthily exited his room, carefully shutting the door behind him. Casting a glance towards the quarters of and, he noticed only a few lamps illuminating the space, suggesting that they had returned to meditate and cultivate. As tiptoed out of the courtyard and prepared to head towards, he suddenly found himself bewildered. Where on earth was? This was the royal palace. Not some tourist attraction with signs indicating where everything was. While he stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking around in confusion, a soft voice came from behind him. "It's over here." Turning around, he saw standing quietly behind him, her veil back in place, appearing even more enigmatic under the moonlight. Regaining his composure, quickly gestured for silence, whispering, "Shoo, my ancestor is here." However, before he could finish, turned and walked in another direction, saying, "It's fine, they can't hear us." Blinked in surprise, momentarily forgetting that was indeed a formidable celestial being. Following her closely, he curiously asked, "Do you think my ancestor and sister will have noticed my absence?" Replied softly, "No, no one is allowed to use divine senses within the palace. As long as they don't hear you or see you, you won't be discovered." Nodding in agreement, felt a sense of relief throughout their journey, and remained mostly silent. Her demeanor was naturally reserved, and he was keen to avoid any unnecessary conversation with her. It was, after all, somewhat of a headache to engage with her. Suddenly, halted, turning to face. "I have given thought to what you mentioned this morning." Perplexed, replied, "This morning? What did I say? Wasn't it about the current situation?" He was reluctant to engage further, but, undeterred by his disinterest, continued. "The only person related to me in this world is she considered family?" Raised an eyebrow. "Whether she is or not depends on your own perception. If you feel she is family, then she is." Nodded slightly, replying, "Then she is not." Was taken aback. Why not? It seemed counterintuitive to him. After all, her previous statement should imply that she did indeed consider her family. Resumed walking, her tone devoid of emotion, stating, "Because she has always troubled me." Despite his reluctance to engage, felt compelled to share his thoughts. Being family doesn't mean one has to assist the other, otherwise, it would simply be a matter of utility. Even mutual aid doesn't equate to family, those are friends. Listening intently, paused again, turning to look at him. Then what does family mean? Pondered carefully before responding. Family is a unique existence, a form of solace for the soul. When you feel exhausted, agitated, or overwhelmed, seeing them brings an instant sense of relief. He intended to elaborate further, but upon noticing his expression, he hesitated and then added, "Neither my ancestor nor sister has ever explicitly helped me. In fact, I've often been the one to assist them. Yet, I regard them as family because they hold a special place in my heart." As he contemplated how to articulate this feeling, had already turned and walked ahead, stating, "I understand now exclaimed, "I'm not finished yet." Eventually, followed to the entrance of the dignitaries who had gathered in the plaza before they had long since vanished, leaving only the palace's eunuchs and maidens. After a brief moment at the door, voice resonated from within, "You too, come out. I need to discuss something with you. Once you're out, close the door to prevent my father from being disturbed by the wind." As the eunuchs and maidens gradually assembled before the grand hall, led through a side entrance. Stealthily entering once inside, without wasting words, she set down the coffin and stepped forward to lift the golden silk cover and began his examination. Truth be told, felt a tinge of fear. Here he was, in the dead of night, uncovering a corpse. Who could withstand such a thing? Perhaps for those in the realm of cultivation, this was commonplace. Yet for who had recoiled under the covers after watching a horror film, this was exceedingly terrifying. He was aware of his own strength now. Even if there were real zombies in this world, he would surely manage. But knowing he could handle it didn't quell the fear. As he pulled back the cover, he found the emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, his complexion waxen, and the unmistakable scent of death wafting through the air. Dreaded the moment he bent down to inspect the Emperor's skin, fearing the eyes would suddenly open, and a bite would come his way. Wasn't he that how horror films played out? Are you frightened? S voice suddenly broke the silence, startling, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps, his face still etched with terror. However, once he regained his composure, he glared at her, retorting, "What are you talking about? I'm not scared." With a blink of her emotionless eyes, stated, "You were trembling just now." Gritted his teeth. "That was your fault for startling me." With that, he steeled himself and approached the coffin again, resolutely lifting one of the Emperor's arms and rolling up the sleeve to examine the skin closely. "Why deny it? Do you think it's shameful?" Observed him with a slight tilt of her head. As Luo Chen meticulously examined the Emperor's skin, he gritted his teeth and asserted, "I have already stated that I am not afraid." Gu Qingwan retorted, "Do you truly believe I would mock you?" Luo Chen insisted, "I told you. I am genuinely not frightened. It was your sudden voice that startled me." Gu Qingwan replied, "Oh, you are indeed afraid." Blushing slightly, Luo Chen abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Gu Qingwan's, biting back. "Could you please be quiet? Can't you see I'm occupied with important matters?" Gu Qingwan blinked and ceased speaking. Luo Chen scoffed, then resumed his careful scrutiny of the Emperor. Moments later, Luo Chen, seemingly deep in thought, nodded. The next instant, he retrieved a silver needle and proceeded to draw blood from the Emperor's throat. After placing a few drops into a small vial, he covered the Emperor with the golden silk once more and promptly declared, "Let us go. It's done." With that, Luo Chen led Gu Qingwan through a side door in haste. In the plaza before the Spirit Palace, Ling Lan was addressing a group of maidens and eunuchs with an air of authority. As Luo Chen and Gu Qingwan dashed out of the palace, Luo Chen glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quickly instructed, "Find me a secluded spot. I need to test this blood, and I will determine the results shortly." Gu Qingwan blinked at him before turning and leading Luo Chen in a specific direction, towards her palace. The courtyard was devoid of any presence, not even a flicker of candlelight. However, with a wave of Gu Qingwan's hand, the entire hall was illuminated. Luo Chen need not enter the hall. Instead, he settled in a small pavilion within the courtyard and produced the few drops of blood he had collected. He let a drop fall onto his fingertip, rubbed it, and brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff. After several seconds of contemplation, Luo Chen lowered his hand, taking a handkerchief to wipe his finger while furrowing his brow in thought. As Luo Chen pondered his finger, Gu Qingwan suddenly crouched down, her emotionless eyes now glimmering with an almost conversational quality as they blinked at him. After a brief moment of surprise, Luo Chen finally spoke, "Now that you can talk, what do you wish to say?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwan inquired, "What poison is it?" Luo Chen replied, "It is not poison, rather, it is a catalyst that triggers the toxins within the Emperor's body, specifically crafted." Gu Qingwan blinked, her large, beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. Luo Chen, noting her expression, scoffed. The Emperor's health was already failing. With age and accumulated fatigue, these factors drew out all the detrimental elements within him, leading to his sudden demise. Had he taken some medicine, he could have been saved. However, those around him were likely replaced by the Prince of Jing, deliberately stalling for time, resulting in the Emperor's death. Gu Qingwan nodded thoughtfully. "So how do we hold the Prince of Jing accountable?" Luo Chen responded, "Shouldn't you be asking yourself that question? Isn't my task merely to uncover the truth behind the Emperor's death?" Confused, Luo Chen added, "Shouldn't you be the one to determine if it was indeed the Prince of Jing?" Gu Qingwan replied earnestly, "Intuition." Luo Chen was taken aback. "Is this something one can rely on intuition for?" Observing Gu Qingwan's serious demeanor, Luo Chen forced a smile. "There is something I genuinely wish to inquire." Gu Qingwan blinked and said, "Go ahead, ask." Luo Chen cleared his throat. "Regarding this matter, did you have any concrete plans beforehand? For instance, now that you've sought my help and I've identified the issue, what are your subsequent steps? Have you not considered this?" Gu Qingwan blinked again and nodded seriously. "I haven't had the time to think. I didn't expect you to agree so quickly." Luo Chen was stunned. "Wait, so you two are here without a plan? What do you mean you didn't have time to think? I thought you were certain it was the Prince of Jing based on some evidence. I assumed once we discovered the cause of the Emperor's death, you could immediately make an accusation. But now it seems there was nothing at all. Based on intuition?" His chest rising and falling with agitation, Luo Chen's smile was beginning to falter, his eyes and mouth twitching. Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of a grin. "Then let me ask, if I had not assisted you, would you have been unable to ascertain the reason behind the Emperor's death? What would you have done next?" Gu Qingwan pondered for a moment before stating, "I would directly kill the Prince of Jing." Luo Chen exclaimed, "What? As a true immortal from the upper realm, You have no justification to slay a member of the royal family in the lower realm. Wouldn't you face punishment from the immortal kings? Gu Qingwan considered this seriously. The immortal kings cannot defeat me. Chapter 71. All right, I'll follow your lead. Luo Chen was taken aback, staring at Gu Qingwan, but soon regained his composure. Something felt amiss. He raised an eyebrow. If you're so formidable, why don't you simply go and slay the Prince of Jing right now? Why waste time talking here? If you kill him, you wouldn't face any divine punishment, would you? Gu Qingwan shook her head slightly. While there would be no punishment, I would likely be summoned back and no longer be tasked with guarding the royal family. I do not wish to return to the upper realm. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Gu Qingwan. Is that so? Being sent from the upper realm to guard the royal family in the lower realm must be a burdensome task, wouldn't you agree? Take Gu Qingwan as an example. After nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, followed by another 10,000 years of seclusion, she finally became an emperor. Even then, she must comprehend for several thousand years to transcend to the sacred realm and enter the upper realm. Yet, barely a few days after arriving in the upper realm, she is given a task to guard the royal family in Nanjing for 10,000 years. After all that effort to reach the upper realm, she is swiftly sent back to the lower realm. Who could endure such a fate? This must be a punishment reserved for those with poor reputation in the upper realm. Of course, Luo Chen had never been to the upper realm, nor had he encountered any literature depicting it, but he surmised that where there are people, social dynamics must exist. Given Gu Qingwan's character, it was likely that she had offended many in the upper realm, resulting in her being dispatched here. Otherwise, if Gu Qingwan were truly as powerful as she claimed, why would she be assigned to protect the royal family in the lower realm? Now, it appeared Gu Qingwan had become quite fond of her current situation, unwilling to return to the upper realm. Luo Chen contemplated this and began to suspect the reason. Perhaps Gu Qingwan had no friends in the upper realm at all. It seemed unlikely that anyone would desire to befriend her. Perhaps she had faced exclusion in the upper realm and, upon arriving in the lower realm, unexpectedly met another Na'vi individual, Ling Lan. Thus, they became two fools together. Moreover, regarding this matter, Luo Chen could discern that Gu Qingwan was not particularly concerned about the emperor's poisoning, nor was she intent on seeking justice for him. Rather, her desire was for Ling Lan to ascend as the next emperor. Gu Qingwan had experienced the warmth and coldness of human sentiment here, which perhaps contributed to her reluctance to leave. In that moment, Luo Chen suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Qingwan. Recognizing that the figure squatting before him was not a celestial being from a higher realm, but merely a pitiful soul, unloved and unwanted since childhood. Cursed be his empathetic nature. He mused, you encountered me by chance. Otherwise, there is no one else in this world who could assist you. As Luo Chen's mood shifted, he raised his gaze to Gu Qingwan and continued, the medicine administered to the emperor by the Prince Jing contains an exceedingly rare herb known as star. This herb exists only in legends, and a mere fraction is sufficient to produce significant effects. If you can procure star from Prince Jing, that will serve as evidence. You need not explain anything to the people of Nankingzhen Prefecture. Simply present the star, and when you confront Prince Jing and the celestial beings for retribution, you can clarify the situation with them. Gu Qingwan remained squatting in place, staring blankly at Luo Chen before nodding. Where can I find star? Luo Chen, slightly exasperated, replied. How should I know? You must search for it, perhaps in Prince Jing's treasury, or uncover any hidden treasure locations. We must investigate. After saying this, he intended to convey more to Gu Qingwan, but suddenly grimaced. Why are you squatting here as if I am bullying you? Can't you just sit beside me? Gu Qingwan blinked. Oh. Ultimately, she settled beside Luo Chen, lost in her thoughts. Luo Chen, disinterested in watching her, felt it was now her own affair. He had no desire to return to sleep, as he had just awakened with nothing to occupy his time. Thus, sitting here to enjoy the breeze seemed preferable. As he surveyed the palace courtyard, a peculiar feeling washed over him. After observing for a while, he finally comprehended the oddity. Wait, why are the flowers and trees here all dead? Luo Chen exclaimed, staring in bewilderment at the few barren trunks and the completely withered flower stalks. Upon hearing Luo Chen's call, Gu Qingwan snapped back to reality and turned to look at the trees and flowers, blinking before responding, I don't know. These things are difficult to keep alive. Luo Chen's expression darkened. What could possibly be so difficult about caring for these plants? In the imperial city, where the emperor's fortune and the human race's vitality thrived, flora in such a unique location should flourish effortlessly. In fact, it was indeed remarkable for anything to perish in such an environment. After pondering, Luo Chen turned to Gu Qingwan with a curious expression. How did you care for them before? Gu Qingwan blinked and replied, I boiled water every day and immediately watered them without fail. Luo Chen, who taught you to water trees with boiling water? Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen and said, Ling Lan. Luo Chen could guess the answer, but he was baffled as to why Ling Lan would suggest such a thing. What was her reasoning? Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen with utmost seriousness. Ling Lan said it's good for people to drink hot water, so trees should also drink hot water. I think it makes sense. Luo Chen. As midnight approached, Luo Chen, armed with a spade, was diligently turning the soil in the flower bed. While working, he gritted his teeth, lamenting. It's one thing for you not to understand, but why doesn't Ling Lan know either? Isn't she a princess? Shouldn't she have a mentor guiding her? How can she not grasp such a fundamental concept? Gu Qingwan stood quietly beside him, lost in her thoughts. After a while, Luo Chen called out, prompting Gu Qingwan to snap back to attention. The emperor has many children. Ling Lan was not favored at first, but due to my influence, the emperor gradually began to pay attention to her and arranged for a mentor. However, she was unwilling to learn, and I allowed her to be. Listening to this, Luo Chen planted the spade upright on the ground, propping one hand on it and the other on his hip, frowning. This one do. If you want her to become emperor in the future, sending someone so unprepared is a recipe for disaster. The entire Nanking's prefecture's multitudes will suffer as a consequence. You must heed my advice. Tomorrow, send her to the academy for her studies, and don't let her linger behind you all day. Gu Qingwan blinked, Her acquiescence seemed somewhat insubstantial, perhaps a reflection of her character. However, Luo Chen feared that Gu Qingwan would treat him in the same dismissive manner she did with Gu Qingwan. Agree today, forget tomorrow. He spoke earnestly, I'm serious. She's already 15 or 16. If she remains ignorant, it's terrifying to think of her as emperor. You must listen to me. Send her to the academy tomorrow. Do you understand? Gu Qingwan stood still, quietly observing Luo Chen until her scrutiny began to unsettle him. Finally, Gu Qingwan replied, all right. I'll do as you say. Chapter 72. Is it impossible to pass through? Seeing Gu Qingwan agree brought Luo Chen a sense of relief. If Ling Lan were to ascend to the throne with such knowledge, he would bear responsibility for any future calamities in Nanking's prefecture. Generally speaking, such calamities were rare, as the royal family had a cabinet in place. Even if the emperor were a fool, the cabinet would ensure the smooth operation of the prefecture. However, with Ling Lan's disposition, if she insisted on pursuing something, and with Gu Qingwan's backing, the cabinet might not be able to intervene. Thus, it was imperative for her to attend the academy and study diligently. Luo Chen then resumed turning the soil and replanting. Initially, he had no intention to speak, but after some contemplation, he decided to instruct Gu Qingwan on how to cultivate the flowers and plants while he worked. This time, Luo Chen was genuinely earnest, even more so than when he tended to the small vegetable garden in the Yaoqi sacred land. In that garden, he had been rather casual about planting, but he feared Gu Qingwan might not understand, so he approached the task with utmost seriousness, executing every motion with precision, fully embodying the essence of a skilled cultivator. Gu Qingwan stood quietly beside him, attentively listening to his instructions. Once everything was planted, Luo Chen straightened up and raised an eyebrow at Gu Qingwan. Did you understand everything I just did? Gu Qingwan looked at Luo Chen and earnestly nodded. I understood. Luo Chen had no doubt about her comprehension. While Gu Qingwan may have been simple-minded, she was far from foolish. Anyone capable of transcending the mundane to become extraordinary was no fool. How could she not understand wielding a spade after grasping the intricacies of profound cultivation techniques? It was merely that no one had taught her these matters before. And now that she had seen the process, she would naturally remember. Seeing that Gu Qingwan had grasped the concepts, Luo Chen exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and, after putting away the spade, glanced around before heading toward the palace doors. 2 large water tanks, also known as auspicious tanks, serve primarily as decorative symbols of good fortune rather than for their intended purpose of fire prevention, especially in the royal palace of this cultivation world where fire is hardly an issue. Approaching the tank, Luo Chen dipped a ladle into the water and, while heading towards the flower bed, instructed Gu Qingwan, who stood outside, from now on, use the water from here for watering. Never use boiled water. And even cooled boiled water is not acceptable. Only use the water from this tank, as well as pond water and rainwater, understood? Gu Qingwan nodded slightly, understood. As Luo Chen reached her side, he produced another ladle and handed it to her, saying, if you understand, then water the plants. Gu Qingwan nodded, all right. Luo Chen splashed a ladle of water casually and followed Gu Qingwan back to the tank. Upon reaching it, Gu Qingwan scooped some water, but instead of watering the plants, She removed her veil with one delicate hand and raised the ladle to her lips, beginning to drink. Luo Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" After Gu Qingwan took a sip, he snatched the ladle from her, bewildered. "Why are you drinking from that? It's just rainwater and not clean at all. You could fall ill. Didn't you say you should drink hot water? Why drink this?" Gu Qingwan blinked and replied, "I want to get sick. I have transcended." Before she could finish, Luo Chen retorted, "It's not just about getting sick. I can't explain it to you. People simply shouldn't drink from that tank. Even if you drink a little and nothing happens, you still shouldn't." Gu Qingwan blinked again, "Why not?" Luo Chen crossed his arms, "Because it's just not allowed. No questions asked. If you want to drink, go fetch well water. Although that might not be clean either. You could get some spring water from where we had the beggar's chicken." He instructed her to return with a whole bucket of water. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingwan agreed, "All right." A few moments later, after Luo Chen had watered the plants again, Gu Qingwan returned carrying a large bucket of water. Luo Chen set a kettle and a stove on the ground, then looked at Gu Qingwan, "Pour the water into the kettle and boil it." She nodded, "Okay." Initially, Luo Chen considered using the dead branches as kindling, but when he saw Gu Qingwan summon flames beneath the kettle with a wave of her hand, he let it go. Once he finished watering, the spring water was boiling. Gu Qingwan squatted beside the steaming kettle, looking somewhat lost as she gazed at Luo Chen. After putting away the ladle, he walked over to her, "Turn off the heat. Pour the water into a cup, then use your magic to cool it down. Don't let it get too cold. If it turns to ice, how can you drink it? It should be about the same temperature as the water in the tank." The summer nights are always fleeting. And before long, dawn broke over the horizon. Luo Chen sat on a stone step, sipping water while gazing off into the distance, much like the water in the tank. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning slightly, he glanced at Gu Qingwan. "It's different. This pertains to the advanced topic of human evolution." Gu Qingwan regarded him with a blank expression, though curiosity flickered in her starry eyes. Luo Chen continued, "Humans likely evolved from primates, perhaps a monkey that discovered fire, leading to our gradual transformation into humans. Thus, boiling water before drinking is a testament to our status as higher beings. Otherwise, we would still be monkeys." Gu Qingwan blinked. Intrigued, "Humans were monkeys before?" Luo Chen pondered, "I'm not sure if that applies here, but it's a widely held belief. It's not just about monkeys. From a civilizational standpoint, one must be cultured, you know? Just remember to always boil water before drinking. Trust me." Gu Qingwan nodded earnestly. "All right, I will listen to you." However, after finishing his cup of water, Luo Chen curiously glanced at Gu Qingwan and asked, "But what?" With a serious expression, Gu Qingwan looked at him and questioned, "Why were you scared back then?" Luo Chen replied, "You can't go back, right? Forget it, I'm going to sleep." Chapter 73. The Unbeatable Ultimate Combat Entity. Gu Qingwan sat quietly on a stone bench, observing Luo Chen's retreating figure, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding her tongue. Luo Chen left nonchalantly, quickly vanishing into the courtyard. However, a few minutes later, Gu Qingwan's eyes brightened as Luo Chen returned, walking towards her while saying, "The appearance and characteristics of the star-condensing grass are all on this paper. Just refer to it when you go looking." He placed the paper on Gu Qingwan's stone table and departed once more. Gu Qingwan quietly studied the paper, the ink still wet. In the following 2 days, Luo Chen did not seek out Gu Qingwan, nor did she come to find him. He spent his days alone in the courtyard, reminiscent of his time in the Yaoqi sacred land, solitary yet peaceful. Due to Gu Qingwan and Su Lian's busyness with numerous visitors, they would leave in the morning and return only at night, accompanied by Ling and Lingxian. The once lively atmosphere had turned abruptly quiet, and he found it difficult to adjust. As the saying goes, "I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the sun," while perhaps not entirely fitting. It conveyed his sentiment. After spending time with Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, returning to solitude felt quite jarring. However, it was not complete desolation, for they would still return for dinner each night, providing Luo Chen with a sense of purpose in preparing meals for them. Yet, he couldn't shake his worries about Gu Qingwan. Logically, he shouldn't be concerned for a true immortal, especially one whom even the celestial kings could not best. But something about her felt unreliable, and most importantly, there was no resolution in sight. Luo Chen's ultimate decision to assist Gu Qingwan stemmed not from any other motive, but rather from his desire to aid Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. If Gu Qingwan were unable to locate the Xingning grass, then Luo Chen's previous efforts in testing the Emperor's poison would have been in vain. Over the past few days, during the evenings when Gu Qingwan and Su Lian returned for dinner and conversation, Luo Chen discerned that, despite their status as emperors, they were powerless to intervene in royal matters. With only 18 days remaining, Once this time elapsed, the emperor would be laid to rest. And the new emperor would inevitably be the Qingwan. Gu Qingwan had mentioned that should the situation remain unresolved by the end, he would take direct action to eliminate Qingwan. However, matters are rarely as straightforward as they appear. Should Qingwan perish, Wandan Pavilion would merely seek another candidate. As southern Xinjiang Prefecture was nearly under their control, the situation was undoubtedly more complex than Gu Qingwan had envisioned. Luo Chen found himself burdened with concern. Alone, he prepared dinner and set the dishes on the stone table in the courtyard. As he gathered bowls and chopsticks, he calculated the time, realizing Gu Qingwan and Su Lian had returned. Once Luo Chen had arranged the utensils, he heard the familiar sound of their arrival. Upon seeing the spread on the stone table, Gu Qingwan quickened her pace and inquired, "Are there sweet rice dumplings today?" Seated at the table, Luo Chen picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, mumbling, "Can we really have dumplings every day?" Hearing his words, Gu Qingwan pouted slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction mixed with playful charm gracing her exquisite features. Soon, she sat beside Luo Chen and remarked, "Why shouldn't we enjoy delicious food every day?" Su Lian, rarely in agreement with Gu Qingwan, nodded vigorously, adding, "Exactly. Why can't we have delicious things every day? We can make them tomorrow." Watching the two, Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, chuckling. All right, tomorrow then." With Luo Chen's acquiescence, joy lit up the faces of Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, and together they began to savor the evening meal. Just then, the dishes on the stone table began to tremble slightly. The tremor was not reminiscent of an earthquake, but rather suggested the approach of some colossal entity. Moments later, Luo Chen heard a deep, resonant sound emanating from a great distance, akin to a titanic beast advancing toward the imperial city. As curiosity piqued within him, Gu Qingwan gazed expressionlessly in a certain direction and murmured, "They come swiftly." Su Lian, setting down her chopsticks with a huff, declared, "Let us go witness this legendary strongest battle construct of southern Xinjiang Prefecture." Gu Qingwan, maintaining her stoic demeanor, lowered her gaze to pick up a morsel of food, muttering, "Of course, it is meant to impress us. If we do not go, does that not imply we are afraid?" With that, Gu Qingwan soared into the air, followed suit by Su Lian. Luo Chen, seated at the stone table, was left in stunned silence. The strongest battle construct? Ah, the mechanized beast. The mechanized beast of the Huang family. Regaining his senses, Luo Chen sprang to his feet and called out excitedly to Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, who were ascending. "Wait. Take me with you. Quickly, take me with you." Their reaction was unexpected. Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian gazed down at the exhilarated Luo Chen with curiosity. Bringing Luo Chen along posed no issue, but how would they manage it? Gu Qingwan pondered, aware that the crowd would be substantial, filled with outsiders, making it impossible to carry Luo Chen as before by his collar. If it were to be a hug, a faint blush colored Gu Qingwan's flawless visage. Yet before she could decide, Su Lian had already descended behind Luo Chen, enveloping him in her embrace, and they ascended into the sky. Witnessing this, Gu Qingwan let out a cold snort. Luo Chen, oblivious to Gu Qingwan's expression, had no time to glance back, nor did he have the leisure to appreciate the softness that countless men envied. For the moment he was lifted into the air by Su Lian, he beheld the southern Xinjiang Prefecture, a pinnacle of human ingenuity in the lower realms. The perfect amalgamation of humanity's might and intellect. The arid dragon city, having undergone its 15th flawless upgrade, now stood as the dragon-shaped mechanized beast. Referred to simply as Arid 15, its title, the invincible strongest battle construct. Outside the imperial city, an immense dragon-shaped mechanized beast emerged. The city walls towered at approximately 10 to 20 meters, yet this colossal dragon-shaped construct measured an astonishing 70 to 80 meters. Its massive head loomed indistinctly within the ethereal clouds. The sheer size was overwhelming. As Su Lian carried Luo Chen aloft, he beheld Arid 15, the unparalleled battle construct of the lower realms, unmatched by anything else. Operating this mechanized beast required nearly 1,000 personnel, all of whom would be considered elders in smaller sects. Most crucially, the power source for Arid 15 stemmed from countless magic cores. Its primary energy came from 3 quasi-emperor grade magic cores, while its limbs, head, and tail drew energy from 428 royal grade magic cores. Additional components relied on tens of thousands of king grade magic cores. Not to mention, the mere presence of those 3 quasi-emperor grade magic cores was astonishing. For there were only 5 quasi-emperors in the entirety of southern Xinjiang Prefecture, excluding Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. With such terrifying power, Arid 15 could only sustain full power for 3/4 of an hour. In a sense, it was akin to a fleeting moment of immense potency. Yet, from another perspective, to possess such colossal energy, but only for 3/4 of an hour, implied an unfathomable force unleashed in every fleeting second. In that brief span, isekai'd 15 could obliterate anything. Luo Chen's extensive knowledge stemmed from the fact that Arid Dragon City annually released various data regarding its mechanized beasts, including the detailed performance of the formidable isekai'd 15. Unlike other sects, which kept their strengths hidden, Arid Dragon City was different. Though potent, the deployment of their mechanized beasts demanded an exorbitant number of magic cores. They could not afford petty squabbles. Thus, their strategy was to showcase their might outright, warning the denizens of southern Qingwan Prefecture against provoking Arid Dragon City, lest they find themselves utterly devastated. Every year, when the various data of the mechanical beasts are released by the Arid Dragon City, Luo Chen would always ask his senior and junior brothers from the Yaoqi sacred land to bring him a copy. Each year, Luo Chen would immerse himself in these volumes with fervor. After all, what boy does not dream of a Gundam? Of course, the Arid 15th generation mecha is not as fantastical as a Gundam. This is a world of cultivation where the sci-fi element is limited. However, that does not imply that it lacks aesthetic appeal. Particularly in terms of its exterior, one can observe its core and the enormous gears, exuding a rugged demeanor that enhances its imposing presence, akin to a colossal primordial beast, delivering a sense of oppression far beyond that of an emperor. Indeed, this creation is superior to any emperor in terms of materials and various other attributes, being exceptionally formidable. Previously, Luo Chen had only witnessed it in illustrations. Now, encountering the real thing left him utterly exhilarated. Quick, let us get a closer look, Luo Chen exclaimed with excitement. Though the Arid 15th generation mecha is immense, the royal city is equally vast, and from such a distance, Luo Chen could only discern its silhouette amidst the clouds, lacking detail. Wouldn't it be an absolute necessity to climb up and observe the intricacies? Seeing Luo Chen so animated, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged helpless glances. As Luo Chen and his companions approached the Arid 15th generation mecha, powerful figures throughout the royal city soared into the air, flocking toward the mecha. Presently, the royal city was a gathering place for a significant portion of the strongest cultivators from the southern Qingwan prefecture, as well as royalty from other continents. Everyone was headed toward the Arid 15th generation mecha. Moments later, when Luo Chen and his group halted 100 meters from the mecha, the sky around them was filled with various individuals. Gazing upon this giant beast, each face reflected sheer astonishment. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although the Arid 15th generation mecha is not a secret, and its design upgrades are illustrated annually and circulated throughout the southern Qingwan prefecture, few have had the fortune to witness it in person. The primary reason for this is the immense consumption it demands, not to mention its full power combat. Even a few minutes of operation at normal capacity would exhaust the financial resources of a small sect for an entire year. Even though the Arid Dragon City is one of the strongest sects in the southern Qingwan prefecture, it cannot afford to let this colossal beast roam freely. Consequently, in the millennium since the Arid 15th generation mecha was developed, it has rarely been seen in action, and it has never engaged in full power combat. Thus, few have beheld it. Nevertheless, no one questions the might of the Arid 15th generation mecha. After all, while the Arid Dragon City has never deployed it, they do possess smaller mechanical beasts, whose power is well known to all. It can be said that currently, there are 5 strongest sects in the southern Qingwan prefecture, each of which possesses absolute strength. None of these sects are mere pretenders to the title of the strongest. At this moment, Luo Chen was utterly awestruck by the immense Arid 15th generation mecha. Although he had previously seen it in illustrations and was aware of its detailed specifications, such as its height and length, those figures were merely numbers on a page. Whether it was 80 meters tall or 40 meters tall, the true scale was lost on him. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, he was completely overwhelmed by this behemoth. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were equally astonished. During Gu Qingwan's retreat, not only had the Arid 15th generation mecha not yet been developed, but the Arid Dragon City was also a mere minor player in the southern Qingwan prefecture. The sudden rise of the Arid Dragon City was attributed to the discovery of a tome on mechanical arts within a secret realm, propelling it to become one of the strongest sects in a mere few thousand years. This is why Gu Qingwan and Su Lian placed such importance on secret realms. They truly offer unparalleled opportunities for advancement. Gu Qingwan gazed at the Arid 15th generation mecha in disbelief, murmuring, "On the night I emerged from seclusion, Lingyin mentioned the Arid 15th generation mecha to me. I didn't take it to heart at the time, but now, Seeing it for myself and feeling the unparalleled spiritual energy emanating from within, I realize how terrifying it truly is. Su Lian, having previously encountered the arid 15th generation mecha, nodded slightly, stating, "Of course, if it were merely a faade, it would not be hailed as the strongest battle body by everyone. Trash, what a worthless thing. The arid dragon city is full of liars. They boast so much in their illustrations, yet this is the result? Rubbish." Gu Qingwan. Chapter 75. I must find Ji Qiongxiao. As they drew closer, Luo Chen was filled with a surge of frustration. Liars. All of them. The sensation the arid 15th generation mecha evoked in Luo Chen was akin to seeing a beautiful cover and thinking, "Wow, this girl is stunning," only to find that beneath the surface, it was a letdown. It was reminiscent of online dating, where the person on the other end appears flawless in photos. Yet in reality, they fall short. Now, the arid 15th generation mecha felt like that to Luo Chen. Every year, when the new illustrated volume from the arid dragon city was released, Luo Chen would promptly enlist his senior and junior brothers to bring him a copy. He was an ardent fan of the arid 15th generation mecha. His enthusiasm was boundless. The reason for such fervor stemmed from the fact that Luo Chen also had the ability to create mechanical beasts. He possessed a tome titled Mechanical Heart, granted by the system, which he had mastered long ago. This was many years ago, however. The absence of any mechanical creations atop the divine rhythm peak over the years could solely be attributed to the influence of the arid dragon city. Why? Because, based on those illustrations, the arid 15th generation mecha appeared to be overwhelmingly powerful. It was simply beyond belief. Perfect and invincible. Luo Chen could only describe it with those 4 words. In comparison to the arid dragon city, Luo Chen felt that his own mechanical beasts were utterly inferior. He felt like a complete failure. With such a remarkable entity like the arid 15th generation mecha before him, even his passion for creating mechanical beasts waned entirely. He felt utterly unmotivated. Thus, for all these years, Luo Chen had remained a fervent admirer of the arid dragon city. In fact, had it not been for the enchanting beauty of his master, he might have sought employment as a laborer in the arid dragon city. However, after witnessing the legendary arid 15th generation mecha with his own eyes today, Luo Chen's assessment boiled down to just 2 words. Trash. In those illustrated volumes and the promotional material from the arid dragon city, the arid 15th generation mecha conveyed an impression of possessing miraculous features. There were certain technologies that Luo Chen believed were utterly unimaginable, entirely non-existent. He even spent months racking his brain, unable to fathom how the arid dragon city could perfectly integrate these 2 technologies. The strength of those technologies is astonishing, comparable to a raw egg. Luo Chen felt that the people of Arlong City were truly impressive. However, upon closer inspection now, he was utterly disappointed. Perhaps his expectations had been too high. Or perhaps it was simply the exaggerated promotion of Arlong City. As Luo Chen glanced around, he identified 23 weaknesses. Moreover, some techniques were merely shifting problems from one place to another, far from the grandeur depicted in the brochures. In simple terms, Arlong City had been boasting excessively, and Luo Chen had fallen for it. Pathetically weak. Genuinely pathetic. This contraption is nothing but a rusted turtle, he thought. Utter garbage, the worst of the worst. Even if this thing could wreak havoc in the lower realms, it would still be trash. The images do not match the reality. Negative review. I will never trust photographs again. Luo Chen's mind was filled with scathing remarks, overwhelmed by a sense of shattered dreams. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan, standing nearby, bore a stoic expression. Yet her heart was tumultuous. The R-15 battle machine was garbage. Although Gu Qingwan was not versed in mechanisms, how could something deemed invincible in the lower realms be considered worthless? How could this be possible? At that moment, Luo Chen was utterly disinterested, yawning in Su Lian's embrace, having lost all excitement from earlier. He had no desire to observe this heap of scrap metal any longer. He simply wished to return for a meal. Naturally, he could not ask Su Lian to take him back, as she was not his personal chauffeur. Thus, he had no choice but to endure watching. Having lost interest in the R-15 battle machine before him, Luo Chen began to pay attention to what was behind him. Oh, so soft, so comfortable. Su Lian, who was enveloping Luo Chen, naturally sensed his change in demeanor. Her cheeks slightly flushed, she glanced around before whispering in his ear. "Don't move, you little rascal." Luo Chen turned slightly to gaze at her stunningly beautiful face, unable to suppress a grin. "Sister, do you have plans tonight?" Su Lian was indeed as radiant as the rumors suggested, even more beautiful in person. She shot him a playful glare, her cheeks reddening. "What are you up to?" Luo Chen leaned closer and murmured into her ear, "If you have no plans, hurry and finish the piece." There's just a bit left. Sister, you wouldn't want to be evasive, would you? Su Lian stiffened for a moment, tightening her embrace around Luo Chen, then gently chided him. Sister has never deceived you. It does seem I have no plans tonight. In truth, Su Lian had no engagements each evening. She merely wished to delay. However, upon reflection, how many days could she prolong this? It would be inevitable sooner or later, so why not tonight? Yet, as she gazed at the imposing R-15 battle machine, she remarked, but tonight might drag on for a while. Arlong City has brought the R-15 here to display their power to me and Gu Qingwan. Who knows what will transpire next? Luo Chen blinked, looking at Su Lian. Will they take action? Su Lian shook her head decisively. They will, but they won't engage in full force. This is the imperial city, and the emperor has yet to enter the mausoleum. Even for the sake of the people, they will not unleash their full might. The arrival of the R-15 is merely to bolster Wandan Pavilion. Bolster Wandan Pavilion? While Luo Chen pondered, Su Lian seemed to intuit his thoughts and continued. Gu Qingwan and I, as two emperors, have been subtly altering the situation in Nanning State. Moreover, with many sects visiting these days, Wandan Pavilion has developed a sense of crisis, hence the display of the R-15, aiming to intimidate both Gu Qingwan and me. Luo Chen furrowed his brows. Is that so? He contemplated whether to inform Gu Qingwan and Su Lian about the weaknesses he had just observed in the R-15 and suggest dismantling this flawed contraption. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it implausible. Although he perceived the R-15 as garbage, it was merely his subjective view. This machine was still formidable in the lower realms, or it would not bear the title of the strongest combat unit. Furthermore, time was of the essence. Luo Chen realized that merely speaking would not convey the details adequately and could lead to mistakes. The primary concern was that, despite being emperors, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian might still fall short against the R-15. This required the expertise of Ji Qiongxiao. Chapter 76. Lady Qian, may I have your autograph? Ji Qiongxiao is a true immortal from the upper realm, undoubtedly stronger than that old woman. Even if there are one or two errors, she can rectify them. However, can Ji Qiongxiao comprehend what I say in such a short time? She should be able to. Ji Qiongxiao may struggle with everyday matters, but she is undoubtedly a genius in cultivation and combat. But would Ji Qiongxiao be willing to assist? This matter seems unrelated to the royal family. Ji Qiongxiao has no reason to help. Luo Chen pondered quickly within his mind. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. When had this little rascal become so familiar with Ji Qiongxiao? Gu Qingwan discreetly observed Luo Chen, who was deep in thought. At that moment, a thunderous voice emanated from the R-15 battle machine. Arlong City, City Lord Qianji pays respects to the Yaoqi Empress and the Qinghu Empress. The voice, amplified by the machine's devices and infused with spiritual energy, was colossal and interspersed with mechanical noise. Not entirely clear, but enough to instill fear in the hearts of the crowd. Although the city lord of Arlong City, Qianji, spoke of greeting Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, she did not even deign to emerge from the R-15, displaying extreme arrogance. Of course, Arlong City indeed possessed the capital to be haughty. Gu Qingwan and Su Lian quietly regarded the towering behemoth before them without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the sky directed their attention towards Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, as well as Luo Chen. In truth, Luo Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention, being held while being watched was a novel experience. Now, as everyone observed Luo Chen nestled in Su Lian's embrace, they quickly deduced his identity. Yet, that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was how Gu Qingwan and Su Lian would respond, as everyone was aware of the R-15's purpose for being there. Simultaneously, the R-15 emitted a rumbling sound, proclaiming, recently, the R-15 has upgraded a component, now deemed perfect among perfection, and in Nanning State, there are no rivals. In the coming month, 2 emperors shall rise. However, before the R-15 could finish its statement, Gu Qingwan responded with an impassive expression, stop with the nonsense. We all know the truth. There's no need for this charade. Luo Chen blinked at the unfolding scene. Was a confrontation about to commence? Amidst the palpable tension, Gu Qingwan felt warmth in her heart as she listened to Luo Chen's inner thoughts. However, at this juncture, words would prove futile. The onlookers were rife with anticipation, caught between the presence of a peak emperor from the lower realm and the most formidable combat entity known. While it was understood that neither side would unleash their full might, excitement was nonetheless palpable. At that moment, atop a towering structure in the imperial city, a group of cloaked figures, led by the enigmatic Ji Yang, gazed intently at the unfolding scene. Within this constrained state of power, Gu Qingwan was destined to falter, and her defeat would be most humiliating. One among the gathering voiced his agreement, affirming that even if Gu Qingwan were an emperor, she would inflict little damage upon the archaic 15th generation mechanism unless she summoned her full strength. Conversely, should she be struck by it, the outcome would be exceedingly dire. Even if the mechanism appeared somewhat clumsy at reduced capacity, the spectacle of it pursuing Gu Qingwan like an insect would not bode well for her imperial dignity. Jiang, standing amidst the crowd, suddenly sneered, declaring that the clans aligned with them merely feared the title of emperor. He proclaimed that today would demonstrate that the era had shifted. The time when emperors could suppress all was long gone. As the imminent battle loomed, Gu Qingwan's words hung in the air, and after a brief silence within the archaic 15th generation mechanism, a thunderous roar akin to an engine erupted. The embedded magic cores began to pulsate with light, their activation generating a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that swept through the connections and seams of the mechanism. The sheer force from the simultaneous activation of thousands of magic cores flattened the surrounding hills, prompting the immediate deployment of a protective barrier within the imperial city. At this moment, it seemed as though everyone braced themselves for the impending upheaval. Yet, amidst this tension, Luo Chen, nestled in Su Lian's embrace, exclaimed with exuberance, "The archaic 15th generation mechanism is absolutely magnificent." His outburst drew bewildered gazes from the crowd, all caught off guard by this ill-timed proclamation. Su Lian, equally startled, quickly covered his mouth, urging him to remain quiet. However, Luo Chen firmly removed her hand and insisted, "Take me to the left shoulder of the archaic 15th generation mechanism." With a perplexed glance, Su Lian complied without further questions, swiftly carrying Luo Chen toward their destination. Upon arriving at the shoulder of the mechanism, Luo Chen promptly extricated himself from her hold and called out to the cabin door, "City Lord Qianji, I am utterly enamored with the archaic 15th generation mechanism. Would you grant me an autograph? I am your greatest admirer." As a fervent fan of the archaic 15th generation mechanism, Luo Chen was well aware of the main control room's location. His request left the onlookers in a state of confusion. What was he doing? What even was an autograph? The interior of the mechanism appeared equally bemused, and after a moment of silence, the cabin door swung open to reveal a strikingly elegant woman, Qianji, the lord of archaic Dragon City. With her long hair casually styled, revealing a graceful swan-like neck, Qianji bore a resemblance to Su Lian, albeit her attire was distinctly different. Clad in a polished black ensemble akin to a corporate executive, she exuded an air of competence and sophistication. A round pair of glasses adorned her left eye, connected by a slender silver chain, lending her an intellectual allure. However, Luo Chen was too preoccupied to notice these details. He promptly produced a brush and paper, presenting them to the bewildered Qianji. He then retrieved a wooden table from his spatial pouch and set it up, exclaiming, "I truly admire you. Please write your name for me, so I can frame it and hang it in my room for daily reverence." Qianji stared at Luo Chen, quickly deducing his identity as the renowned alchemist. Who wouldn't he enjoy being admired, especially by such an extraordinary talent? Although she found the situation odd, she reasoned that it would be harmless to comply. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, "Of course." As Qianji approached the wooden table with the brush in hand, Luo Chen interjected, "The archaic 15th generation mechanism is truly remarkable. However, the propulsion system's hind limbs are slightly imperfect, limiting its full potential. If 3 small gears could be added in the Longhui district to connect to the major drive gears, it would achieve perfection." Oh dear, I shouldn't speak out of turn. Surely, archaic Dragon City has already considered this and is in the process of upgrading, right? You want to hold it against me, will you, Lord Qianji? Qianji's hand froze in midair, her expression shifting to one of shock. She turned to observe Luo Chen's innocent demeanor, swallowing hard. Su Lian, standing protectively by Luo Chen's side, remained unaware of his intentions. However, she recognized that Luo Chen was always dependable in serious matters. As for his previous remarks, she couldn't comprehend them, but Qianji's reaction indicated that Luo Chen possessed knowledge of mechanical arts. Gazing at Luo Chen's profile, Su Lian tilted her head, realizing that this little rascal was indeed skilled in many areas. Qianji, still holding the brush, stammered, yes, we are already addressing that matter in archaic Dragon City. I didn't expect you to understand mechanical arts. Quite impressive." In truth, Qianji had initially found Luo Chen's comments bothersome, particularly the phrase about slight imperfection. She had been ready to retort, "What do you know?" In reality, many individuals, enamored by the archaic 15th generation mechanism, often offered unsolicited advice. Due to its significance, it was well known throughout the region garnering numerous admirers and sparking interest in mechanical arts. Yet, there were always those who, having studied for only a brief period, believed themselves to be experts. In the absence of pressing matters, one might consider composing a letter to the city of Huanglong, or perhaps sending a message stone, to express thoughts on the shortcomings of the Huang 15th generation machine and to share personal insights. How might one articulate such sentiments? To the untrained eye, it may seem merely entertaining, yet, to the knowledgeable, it is laughable. Huanglong City encompasses nearly all the masters of mechanical arts in the southern region of Qingzhantu. Can a novice, having studied for only a few years, truly comprehend its complexities? However, when Qianji heard Luo Chen's subsequent remarks, she was completely taken aback. This individual not only discerned the insufficient rear propulsion of the Huang 15th generation machine, but also proposed a solution that appeared, remarkably, to be feasible. Of course, for the sake of rigor, many aspects necessitate countless rounds of testing and adjustments before any declaration of certainty can be made. Nevertheless, there does seem to be merit in his insight. At the very least, the mere fact that he identified the propulsion deficiency in the Huang 15th generation machine at first glance was indeed impressive. After all, although the Huang 15th generation machine is annually promoted through brochures, the actual machine has never been showcased in its entirety. Only the most favorable details have been revealed. This individual, having observed the Huang 15th generation machine for only a brief moment, pinpointed its flaws, which speaks volumes about his acumen. Listening to Qianji, Luo Chen feigned delight and responded, "Thank you for the praise, City Lord. I truly admire you." Observing his demeanor, Qianji's lips twitched slightly. It was unclear whether he was being sincere or merely fortunate in his observations. She then lowered her head to continue inscribing her name. However, just as she completed the first stroke of the second character, Luo Chen suddenly interjected, "In the Xiaolong districts 3 and 4, as well as the Shanglong districts 17 and 23, both the power systems and protections are particularly inadequate. If the drive gears of the Xiaolong districts 3 and 4 were to be compromised, the tail system of the Huang 15th generation machine would malfunction, significantly impairing its operational capacity." Upon stating this, Luo Chen feigned alarm as he looked at Qianji and said, "Surely, City Lord Qianji has already considered such matters. Huanglong City must certainly be in the midst of upgrades. I truly speak out of turn. Sister, you aren't upset, are you?" Qianji stood frozen, her hands trembling slightly, her breath quickening. This individual, he was correct once again. Indeed, these points were among the weaknesses of the Huang 15th generation machine. Most critically, these vulnerabilities were known only to Huanglong City, having been derived from countless tests and experiments. How could he have discerned them so swiftly? At that moment, while maintaining an impassive expression, Qianji's voice quivered slightly as she replied, "No, I'm not angry. Nothing in this world is flawless. Everything possesses its imperfections, does it not?" Huanglong City is certainly open to more feedback. Simultaneously, Gu Qingwan approached Luo Chen. Initially, she was utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp Luo Chen's intentions. Observing Qianji's demeanor and actions, Gu Qingwan's enchanting features were etched with confusion. What exactly was transpiring? Meanwhile, Luo Chen grinned innocently and remarked, "How could it be? There is perfection in this world. The Huang 15th generation machine is perfect, as are my esteemed ancestor and sister Su. Is that not so?" Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were momentarily taken aback. Their faces subtly flushed. When did this little rascal become so sweet-tongued? Qianji, uninterested in Luo Chen's flattery, sought to suppress her flickering hopes and excitement. Her voice slightly trembling as she inquired, "How do you propose we resolve this matter? Huanglong City is indeed addressing it, but I would like to hear your perspective." Gu Qingwan interjected, "Regarding this issue, Huanglong City has long been aware. However, the reason for not making alterations is that the Huang 15th generation machine has reached the pinnacle of its technology. Many components are interconnected. It is not as simple as it may appear. It is not merely a matter of adding a shield where there are weaknesses or additional gears where necessary. Given that it is a mechanical beast, many components can be directly scrutinized, and due to weight considerations, it is impossible to simply attach armor here and there. If that were the case, the Huang 15th generation machine would resemble a cumbersome fortress, and the power core would require excessive augmentation. Such modifications are no longer feasible. Finding the delicate balance is the most challenging task. Yet, Luo Chen's proposal suggests he must have some solutions in mind, does he not? Luo Chen promptly nodded, "Indeed. All that is necessary is to decentralize the power systems in those areas. As for where to redistribute them." He paused. "Oh, such a simplistic notion must surely have been considered by Huanglong City long ago, right?" At this moment, Qianji's hand, holding the brush, began to tremble. Her gaze shifted from astonishment to determination. In her heart, a singular thought emerged. She must secure this young man, at any cost. Chapter 78. Battle? What battle? Coming back to her senses, Qianji's voice quivered as she said, "Of course, I had thought of that. Did I not just mention that Huanglong City is willing to listen to others' opinions? I would like to hear yours." Luo Chen feigned surprise, his expression exaggerated. Really? But such matters require diagrams and annotations. It's hard to convey everything verbally. Is it possible for City Lord Qianji to articulate it verbally? Qianji paused, and a moment later, she appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yes. What I meant to say is that once I finish writing my name, we can discuss this further. Would you be willing? Luo Chen eagerly nodded, absolutely. To be able to draw alongside the city lord whom I admire most deeply is a dream of mine. Nearby, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged peculiar glances. Luo Chen's act was so convincing that it left no room for criticism. Reflecting on it, this cheeky rascal had indeed been quite similar in demeanor when he interacted with the two of them previously. Listening to Luo Chen, Qianji nodded and then focused on hastily completing her name. However, just as she finished the final stroke of the last character and prepared to write the next, Luo Chen once more quietly interjected, in the long neck districts 3 and 6. At that moment, Qianji suddenly lost her desire to continue writing. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding the Huang 15th generation machine grew increasingly perplexed. What on earth were they doing? The Huang 15th generation machine had already been activated, its cores stirring with energy. Even in stillness, the energy consumed in a single second equaled that of an ordinary sect's expenditure for an entire day. Hadn't they been on the cusp of action just moments ago? Why were they still engaged in conversation? What was the meaning of this? Did writing 2 characters truly require such an extended duration? Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Simultaneously, atop a lofty tower within the imperial city, Ji Yang and his companions were equally confounded. What on earth was Qianji doing? What had transpired? Could it be that Gu Qingwan and Su Lian have bribed Qianji, causing her to betray us? A figure cloaked in black suddenly interjected. As soon as the words left his lips, expressions of agreement appeared on the faces of those surrounding him. This was the only conclusion they could draw at the moment. Ji Yang gazed into the distance at the colossal beast, the arid 15th generation machine, yearning to discern what Luo Chen and his companions were up to while perched upon its shoulder. However, the distance was too great, compounded by the machine's towering height, rendering even its outline invisible to him. As for probing with divine sense, that was utterly impossible given that 2 of the greatest emperors of Nanqingzhan Prefecture were present. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Ji Yang pondered for a moment before letting out a cold snort. That is impossible. Regardless of Gu Qingwan or Su Lian, Qianji would hold no interest in what they possess. After Ji Yang's statement, the onlookers exchanged cautious glances and tentatively inquired, what about the elixirs? No one in the lower realms dislikes elixirs, especially those of the sacred grade. After all, that young man is rumored to casually concoct sacred grade elixirs. Recalling the events at the Yaoqi sacred ground, Ji Yang couldn't help but grind his teeth, yet he quickly dismissed the notion. No. Nothing would entice Qianji more than enhancing the power of the arid 15th generation machine. I have promised her that I shall personally refine the piece of starfall iron we acquired in the secret realm to bolster the machine's strength. She will not betray us. Upon hearing Ji Yang's words, the crowd nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, for a woman whose mind was solely occupied with mechanical constructs, nothing besides matters related to the automatons would pique her interest. Meanwhile, on the shoulder of the arid 15th generation machine, Luo Chen had finished speaking, and Qianji gazed at him as if she were beholding a deity. The once formidable woman had transformed from a powerful CEO into an adoring fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, Luo Chen turned to Qianji with a smile. Sister, you should write something down. Coming back to her senses, Qianji glanced at the paper on the table, which bore only the character Qian, and promptly crumpled it into a ball. She tossed it aside and looked at Luo Chen, exclaiming, "Oh dear, little brother, your ideas are truly wonderful. They align perfectly with what we envision in Arid Dragon City. You are simply a genius. Since you love mechanisms, why not come to Arid Dragon City? Let's upgrade the Arid 15th together, shall we?" Luo Chen's expression grew peculiar at her childlike enthusiasm. Come back with you? Will there be black silk? Gu Qingwan cast a discreet glance at Luo Chen, inwardly cursing the little rascal for always thinking of such trivial matters. Luo Chen blinked innocently, replying, "Isn't that inappropriate? I am from the Yaoqi sacred ground, and my ancestor treats me exceptionally well." Standing behind Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan's gaze towards Qianji was filled with discontent. Although she knew that Luo Chen would not go with her, she remained unconcerned. Yet her dissatisfaction towards Qianji was palpable. Did Qianji truly believe she could manipulate things so easily? Realizing Luo Chen had someone like Gu Qingwan behind him, Qianji remained unfazed. Since Luo Chen was so fond of the arid 15th generation machine, she had her ways. With a radiant smile, Qianji addressed Luo Chen. You haven't seen the main control room of the arid 15th generation machine, have you? Allow me to take you there for a first-hand experience. This place has never been publicly disclosed. Only the true high-ranking officials of Arid Dragon City are permitted entry. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen eagerly nodded. Of course. Excitedly, Qianji led Luo Chen into the main control room, where two other women looked at Luo Chen and Qianji with puzzled expressions. Once inside, Luo Chen naturally took a seat in Qianji's place. As he settled in, he suddenly turned to Qianji and said, Sister, I just remembered something. If the arid 15th generation machine has an excess of spiritual power because of an abundance of magic cores needed to support its massive form. But these magic cores cannot be interconnected. At this point, Luo Chen paused, and Qianji looked eagerly at him. So, what then? What does that imply? A hint of mischief flickered across Luo Chen's face as he allowed the corners of his mouth to curl slightly, feigning surprise. Wait a moment, sister, I can't continue. Qianji was taken aback, her urgency palpable. Why not? Luo Chen promptly replied, because if the arid 15th generation machine grows stronger, it would surely engage in battles with my ancestor, who happens to be my favorite person. How could I assist you? As Luo Chen spoke, Gu Qingwan, who had been examining the main control room, appeared somewhat dazed, her exquisite features flushed as if intoxicated. Meanwhile, Su Lian raised an eyebrow. Luo Chen, quick to react, cheerfully added, of course, Sister Su as well. After his words, Su Lian's face turned slightly red, and she shot Luo Chen a playful glare. Qianji, uninterested in their banter, stood still for a moment before declaring with a serious expression, no way. How could that be? We are merely here for a leisure stroll. Battle? What battle? Do you even know what a battle is? The other two individuals in the main control room looked bewildered, quickly shaking their heads. No. What kind of battle? With whom? Chapter 79. Staying at the Yaoqi Sacred Ground. Is that all right? Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged glances at the absurd antics of the Arid Dragon City group, their expressions becoming rather peculiar. It seemed as though they had witnessed such rapid transformations in demeanor before. Meanwhile, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and remarked, Oh? Is that so? Aren't you supposed to? But before he could finish, Qianji angrily retorted, Nonsense. Who spread such rumors? Find the culprit, and I shall ensure they face dire consequences. We are merely testing the performance of the arid 15th generation machine. Testing the performance of the arid 15th generation machine? It was baffling how Qianji could utter such words without breaking into laughter. Luo Chen, wearing an odd expression, questioned, You are testing the performance of the arid 15th generation machine in front of the Imperial City? Qianji, nodding as if it were the most logical thing, replied, Of course. Arid Dragon City rarely ventures far. With the recent passing of the human emperor, we decided to bring the arid 15th generation machine along. We are genuinely just testing it. Observing Qianji's earnest demeanor, Luo Chen recalled a saying from Zhang Wuji's mother, The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. With Qianji's attitude, Luo Chen nearly believed her. Coming back to his senses, Luo Chen inquired, So, when do you plan to leave? Qianji paused for a moment, instinctively gazing towards a direction in the Imperial City. She was aware that Jiang from Wandange was located there. If she were to leave now, it would signify a complete rupture with Wandange. However, when she previously stated that she had not come here for a confrontation, her heart had already arrived at a conclusion. Collaborating with Wandange would yield components crafted from Starfall Iron, a treasure of the secret realms, exclusive to Jiang. The resilience of Starfall Iron is remarkable, and it is exceptionally lightweight. If the 15th generation of the Huang machine could be equipped with parts made from Starfall Iron, its performance would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. Such materials were the very essence of Qianji's aspirations. Yet, in comparison to Luo Chen, they paled into insignificance. If the issues Luo Chen had mentioned could be resolved, the enhancements to the Huang machine's performance would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect lay in Luo Chen's insights. The current state of the Huang machine mirrored that of 1 or 2 centuries past, having reached the pinnacle of technology during that era. Or rather, it represented the technological zenith of Huanglong City. Over the past 2 centuries, the improvements to the Huang machine had been limited to various replacement components, with no substantive advancements through other means. For someone like Qianji, who was entirely immersed in mechanics, the absence of a technological breakthrough and relying solely on upgraded materials was nothing short of a disgrace. Luo Chen's earlier remarks had illuminated a path for Qianji. Thus, when compared to Luo Chen, this extraordinary treasure, the mere few components of Starfall iron from Wandange were worlds apart. Soon, Qianji made her decision, looking directly at Luo Chen and declaring, "We shall depart shortly. Our purpose here is to escort the Emperor on his final journey. After paying our respects to the Empress, we will prepare to leave." Beside her, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian exchanged glances, the former's gaze towards Luo Chen growing increasingly tender. It had been over a month since she had come to know Luo Chen, during which he had resolved countless troubles for her. Without Luo Chen, she genuinely could not fathom how to address those challenges. Traditionally, Gu Qingwan had stood before others, safeguarding them. Yet now she found herself being protected by this mischievous boy. In that moment, she experienced an indescribable sensation. Being shielded felt rather delightful. Oblivious to Gu Qingwan's changing demeanor, Luo Chen continued to focus on Qianji, saying, "Is the Huang machine to remain here? This is the eastern gate of the imperial city, and many are waiting to enter." Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Qianji promptly replied, "Of course not. We shall leave immediately." With that, Luo Chen rose to vacate his seat, and Qianji took his place, issuing commands. Luo Chen stood alongside Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, quietly awaiting the next steps. This matter was half resolved, and the subsequent tasks appeared straightforward. Luo Chen felt a sense of relief, finally having the leisure to examine the main control room of the Huang machine. As Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze met Gu Qingwan's. What does that look from her? Gu Qingwan's gentle gaze remained unchanged, and after observing Luo Chen for a moment, she suddenly leaned slightly closer. Her breathtaking visage was mere centimeters from Luo Chen's nose. Gu Qingwan was indeed exquisite, no matter the angle. Whether from a distance or up close, her beauty was unparalleled. Her starry eyes, luscious lips, and finely sculpted face were each a marvel in their own right. But what was she intending to do? Luo Chen instinctively took a step back. Is it not preferable to remain in the Yaoqi sacred land? Gu Qingwan's lips parted, her voice laced with joy, anticipation, and a hint of dependence. Observing Gu Qingwan's current demeanor, Luo Chen was taken aback, thinking, of course. I want to be in the Yaoqi sacred land. Where else could I possibly go? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words and witnessing his bewildered expression, Gu Qingwan could not help but stifle a laugh, her eyes brimming with delight. However, before she could utter another word, Luo Chen felt something soft pressing against his back. Startled, he instinctively turned to see Su Lian's stunningly enchanting face. Her delicate chin rested against Luo Chen's shoulder, her captivating gaze fixed on him as she remarked, "We could also visit Qianqing Mountain, you know." At that moment, the Huang machine roared to life, its colossal frame pivoting and moving in the opposite direction. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Was it truly leaving just like that? One individual, observing the departing Huang machine, expressed dissatisfaction. "What is this? We came all this way and are not engaging in battle? Wasn't it said we would?" Before the individual could finish their sentence, a voice boomed from within the Huang machine. "So it was you spreading rumors. You've been caught." The seemingly immense Huang machine turned with remarkable swiftness, its core pulsating with energy as it pivoted to unleash a colossal strike. Chapter 8, Star Condensing Grass, Not Found. On the outskirts of the imperial city, the massive Huang machine stood still amidst a mountain range. Luo Chen was intently hunched over a table, charcoal pencil in hand, diligently sketching designs. He had promised Qianji that he would translate the aforementioned modifications into blueprints for the people of Huanglong City to review for enhancements. Luo Chen's drawing was swift and precise. Requiring no auxiliary tools, his hands alone were sufficient, producing work as meticulous as if measured with rulers. Qianji watched in awe as Luo Chen rendered the illustrations at an astonishing pace, akin to a printing machine, completing each page in mere seconds without a hitch. Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, and Qianji stood by in quiet anticipation, refraining from interrupting his concentration. After approximately 15 minutes, a stack of paper, thick as a thumb, emerged from Luo Chen's efforts. Gazing at the stack of designs in Luo Chen's hands, Qianji's mouth watered as she reached out to seize them. However, the moment her fingers brushed against the designs, Luo Chen swiftly concealed them behind his back. Qianji was taken aback, finally noticing Luo Chen's expression, which had transformed from that of a docile child to one slightly raised, marked by a mischievous grin. Observing this unexpected demeanor from Luo Chen, Qianji found herself momentarily stunned. "You cannot genuinely believe I would simply hand this over to you?" Luo Chen remarked, his chin slightly lifted. The appearance of Luo Chen rendered Qianji momentarily speechless. The next moment, Qianji raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you want?" Luo Chen held his head high and replied, "My request is quite simple. Take this and cease any opposition against us." He gestured with the stack of design blueprints in his hand. Qianji tilted her head slightly and looked at Luo Chen, saying, "Isn't it already obvious that I moved the arid 15th generation machine from the city gates here?" Luo Chen flashed a grin and remarked, "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have drawn these blueprints for you. So, shall we agree on this?" Qianji eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Agreed. Now, hand them over." After Luo Chen passed her the blueprints, Qianji immediately opened them, and as she examined the designs, a smile began to spread across her face. Standing beside her, Luo Chen noted, "These are merely a portion. However, it would be commendable if you could complete all modifications within 3 to 5 years. Once you finish, I shall provide you with more. I'll be at the Yaoqi sacred land, so feel free to come find me then." Qianji, unable to tear her gaze away from the blueprints, nodded repeatedly. All right. Ultimately, Luo Chen returned with Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. As they passed by the imperial city, the crowd had yet to disperse. Everyone had gathered around the eastern gate, engaging in curious discussions about the earlier events. Although they were unaware of the specifics between Arid Dragon City, Yaoqi's sacred land, and Qiancheng Mountain, it was clear that a rift had formed between Arid Dragon City and Wandan Pavilion. In the early morning, Luo Chen stretched lazily in the courtyard. The space remained desolate. And while he was still lost in dreams clutching his pillow, Gu Qingwan entered and crouched beside his bed, whispering in his ear that she wouldn't be returning for lunch. It seemed that following yesterday's events, numerous sect forces had arrived to pay their respects. Unbothered by the absence of lunch preparations, Luo Chen found himself at a loss for activities. Previously, he would have prepared breakfast for Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, tidied up afterward, and pondered what to have for lunch before heading to the market to buy supplies. Now that Gu Qingwan and Su Lian would not be returning, he felt a sense of idleness. Reclining in the rocking chair in the courtyard, gazing at the square expanse of sky, he found himself a bit bored. The system had not presented him with anything novel lately, leaving him uncertain of what to do. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen suddenly recalled something. He should check on Ji Qiongxiao. It had been 3 days. Had she discovered anything? After deciding, Luo Chen changed his attire and set off to find Ji Qiongxiao. Along the way, no one hindered him. His reputation had grown considerably in this area. Upon arriving at Ji Qiongxiao's courtyard, he found it eerily silent, the main gate tightly shut, leaving him uncertain if anyone was inside. Perhaps Ji Qiongxiao had gone out to investigate the Xingning grass. Standing before the gate, Luo Chen tentatively pushed it, and to his surprise, it opened slightly. Noting that it was unlocked, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity and peered inside. A quick glance revealed no one was present. After some thought, he decided to enter. He first checked the flower bed and was pleased to see Ji Qiongxiao had been following his instructions, watering the plants diligently each day. Most importantly, beside the previous stone bench, the water boiler he had left was still there, with warm water inside, and the charcoal beneath it was still intact. Luo Chen felt quite satisfied. Ji Qiongxiao may not excel in other areas, but she certainly listened to him. Should he wait for her here? After mulling it over, he decided to linger, taking the opportunity to inspect the courtyard and see if there was anything amiss in her daily life, which he could address later. After all, being idle was rather dull. Curiously, he began to stroll around the yard. As he wandered to a small pavilion, he suddenly spotted a figure seated inside. It was none other than Ji Qiongxiao, who seemed to be munching on something, having removed her veil, her cheeks stuffed. Upon noticing Luo Chen's arrival, she displayed no change in expression, merely greeting him with a faint "morning." Luo Chen, momentarily taken aback, replied incredulously, "Why didn't you come out when you were at home?" Ji Qiongxiao, still chewing, mumbled, "I forgot." Observing her, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you eating?" Ji Qiongxiao extended her hand, revealing a half-eaten raw potato. "Raw? Is this some unique training method?" Luo Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. After a brief pause, Ji Qiongxiao suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, "Is this edible?" Luo Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly responded, "It is, but it's best not to eat it raw. Moreover, it doesn't taste good that way. Why would you choose to eat this?" Ji Qiongxiao shook her head, offering no explanation. After some deliberation, Luo Chen took the half-eaten potato from her hand and promptly discarded it, saying, "It's better to cook this before eating. I'll prepare it for you at noon. You have no plans, right?" Ji Qiongxiao showed no displeasure at having her potato thrown away, simply nodding, "No plans." After stating that, she added, "I haven't found the Xingning grass." Luo Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. "I hadn't even asked yet." Ji Qiongxiao produced a piece of cabbage leaf from somewhere, took a bite, and stated, "You would have asked." Luo Chen sighed, Sorry about that. I've made some major revisions to this chapter, and for today, I'll only post one update. When I write the second update this afternoon, it just feels off. So I had to rewrite it. Outside the Imperial City, the massive arid 15th generation machine was stationed amid a mountain range. Luo Chen was intensely focused, leaning over a table and sketching with a charcoal pencil. He had promised Qianji that he would draft blueprints for the modifications discussed earlier, enabling the people of Arid Dragon City to review and implement the upgrades. Luo Chen's drawing skills were remarkable, requiring no tools other than his hands. The sketches appeared as meticulously crafted as those made with various measuring instruments. Qianji watched in awe as Luo Chen worked with astonishing speed, completing one drawing in mere seconds before moving on to the next, his pace unwavering. Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, and Qianji stood quietly nearby, hesitant to interrupt him. After approximately 15 minutes, Luo Chen neatly organized a stack of papers as thick as his thumb, gazing at the designs in his hands. Qianji's mouth watered as she reached out to grab them. However, just as her fingers brushed the blueprints, Luo Chen swiftly concealed them behind his back. Qianji was momentarily taken aback, finally noticing Luo Chen's face, which was no longer that of the obedient child from before. Instead, he held his head slightly high, adorned with a mischievous grin. Upon witnessing this expression from Luo Chen, Qianji was inexplicably stunned. "You can't possibly think I would just hand this over to you, can you?" Luo Chen remarked with a slight elevation of his chin. His demeanor left Qianji momentarily speechless, but she quickly arched an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you want?" Luo Chen replied, "My request is quite simple. Take this and refrain from opposing us." He gestured with the stack of design blueprints in his hand. Qianji tilted her head slightly, gazing at Luo Chen as she said, "Isn't it apparent that I moved the 15th generation machine from the city gate to here?" Luo Chen flashed a grin. "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have drawn these blueprints for you. So shall we agree?" Qianji eagerly nodded. Agreed. Just give it to me." After Luo Chen handed the blueprints to her, she immediately opened them, her excitement palpable as she beheld the designs, nearly bursting into laughter. Luo Chen stood nearby, stating, "These are merely a portion. It would be quite an achievement if you could complete them in 3 to 5 years. Once you finish, I shall provide you with more. After all, I'll be at the Yaoqi sacred land. You can come find me then." Qianji was so entranced by the blueprints that she could hardly tear her eyes away, nodding repeatedly. All right. Eventually, Luo Chen returned with Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. As they passed through the Imperial City, the crowd had yet to disperse. Everyone gathered around the eastern gate, engaging in curious discussions about the recent events. Although they were unaware of what transpired between Huanglong City, Yaoqi Sacred Land, and Qinqing Mountain, one thing was clear: Huanglong City and Wandange had severed ties. In the early morning, Luo Chen stretched in the courtyard. At that moment, a crisp voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Yesterday's mortal value, 1. Luo Chen had anticipated this, realizing he had been a tad too ostentatious yesterday. He hardly resembled a mortal. It felt as though he had wasted a day. Yet it was beneficial in alleviating some troubles for Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. The courtyard was unusually lively that morning. Typically, it would be empty by this hour, as Gu Qingwan and Su Lian would have already gone to meet various sect members. However, today, both remained in the courtyard, busy preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Luo Chen's awakening, Gu Qingwan glanced back and instructed, "Wash your hands. Breakfast is ready." Luo Chen, filled with curiosity, asked, "Aren't you going out?" Gu Qingwan shook her head. "No? There's no need to go out." "What does that mean?" Luo Chen pondered, bewildered, when Su Lian approached, carrying a basin of water. She dipped a towel into the warm water, ready to wipe Luo Chen's face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Chen snatched the towel and awkwardly wiped his face, questioning, "Why?" Su Lian took the towel from him, re-dipped it, and after wringing it out, handed it back while explaining, "The secret realm opened last night." "The secret realm opened?" Luo Chen gazed at Su Lian in confusion, as he had slept soundly and was unaware of any such occurrence. Upon hearing her words, Luo Chen looked up at the sky, where a shimmering golden portal loomed. This was the precursor to the opening of the secret realm. The process of opening a secret realm comprises 3 steps. The first involves the appearance of portals in various locations throughout the southern Xinjiang province. The second step entails announcing the conditions for entering the secret realm. The final step is the actual entry. Each step lasts for 3 days, meaning the conditions for entry would be revealed at midnight the day after tomorrow. Following that announcement, after another 3 days, everyone would be permitted to enter the secret realm. Of course, the conditions for entry were already well known. This opening was quite sudden. It had initially been expected to take several months, yet here it was, happening without warning. However, Luo Chen was not overly concerned about entering the secret realm. After all, he wouldn't be going. Both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian were in unanimous agreement that it was out of the question for Luo Chen to enter. What preoccupied Luo Chen's thoughts was Su Lian's ears. He had to act swiftly. Otherwise, once the secret realm opened and closed, he would be stuck for at least 2 months, and that would be unbearable for him. Returning to his senses, Luo Chen grasped Su Lian's delicate hand with earnestness, declaring, "After breakfast, we must swiftly complete that piece of music. We should have done it last night. We cannot delay any longer." Su Lian's exquisite beauty flushed a deep crimson under his firm grip. This time, she said nothing more than a soft nod, avoiding his gaze, whispering, "All right. Let us go after breakfast." As Gu Qingwan approached with breakfast, she let out a subtle scoff. "Hurry back after you're done. Someone is coming." After Gu Qingwan's statement, Su Lian turned to her and asked, "Do you have confirmed information?" Gu Qingwan, her expression stoic, nodded. "Once the portal appeared yesterday, the people from Taqing Lingzhou arrived and have now entered the southern Xinjiang province. They will reach the imperial city by noon." Su Lian raised an eyebrow. "Who exactly is coming?" Gu Qingwan replied directly, 3 great emperors and 3 quasi-emperors, all of them. Chapter 81. How can this be? At the dining table, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian continued their discussion regarding Taqing Lingzhou. Luo Chen refrained from further inquiries, yet from their discourse, he gleaned that the allure of the secret realm in southern Xinjiang province was simply irresistible. After all, the entry ticket required a sacred artifact. Finding anything of value within could lead to extraordinary consequences. Just as Huanglong City had discovered a manual for a suitable mechanism technique within an imperial-level secret realm, transforming from an inconsequential sect into one of the most formidable in merely a millennium. And this was a sacred-level secret realm. If anything was discovered within, it could indeed turn the world upside down. Hence, the people from Taqing Lingzhou were drawn in. However, for Gu Qingwan, Su Lian, and indeed all of southern Xinjiang province, the entry of Taqing Lingzhou individuals into this sacred-level secret realm was utterly unacceptable. This was the secret realm of southern Xinjiang province, and typically, only those from the province were allowed entry. Cross-province entry had never occurred. No matter what, they would absolutely not permit the people from Taqing Lingzhou to enter the sacred-level secret realm. However, relying solely on Gu Qingwan and Su Lian would likely not suffice. Even though Gu Qingwan's demonic heart had significantly diminished and could be cured with another pill. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that both Gu Qingwan and Su Lian are newly ascended emperors. While the 3 emperors of Taqing Lingzhou have been in their esteemed positions for over a millennium, with one even poised to transcend to the realm of the saint. If the intention is to prevent the inhabitants of Taqing Lingzhou from entering the secret realm, relying solely on Gu Qingwan and Su Lian would undoubtedly be insufficient. The assistance of Wandange is imperative. Yet, the mere mention of Wandange fills Luo Chen with dread. It is inconceivable that the old man Ziyang would cooperate with the Yaoqi sacred land and Xianqing Mountain. The issue transcends mere collaboration with Wandange. As it stands, should only the denizens of Nanqing Zhanzhou gain access to this sacred secret realm, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant advantage for the Yaoqi sacred land and Xianqing Mountain. Ziyang might even support the entry of Taqing Lingzhou's people into the sacred realm. This is highly probable. In fact, it is almost certain that Ziyang will act accordingly. In this predicament, Gu Qingwan and Su Lian find themselves utterly powerless, having resigned themselves to the worst possible outcome. Yet they remain determined to strive for whatever they can. After all, as the only 2 emperors of Nanqing Zhanzhou, they bear the weight of their region's honor. They cannot simply allow Taqing Lingzhou to bully them. Regarding this matter, Luo Chen is equally at a loss. 3 emperors, one of whom is on the brink of transcending to sainthood. What recourse does he have? Unless he seeks Ji Qiongxiao. But such matters are unlikely to fall within her purview. Thus, he chooses to remain aloof. Having finished his meal, Luo Chen wiped his mouth and gazed at Su Lian, who sat across from him. Initially, Su Lian had intended to converse with Gu Qingwan, but upon feeling Luo Chen's gaze, her demeanor shifted, and she blushed deeply. Gu Qingwan cast a stoic glance at the excited Luo Chen and the bashful Su Lian, before promptly stating, "Make haste and return." In a secluded gorge outside the imperial city, the gentle murmur of a stream flowed before them, while the small trees in the gorge swayed lightly, accompanied by the cicadas' chorus of midsummer. As the moment drew to a close, Luo Chen turned to the now bashful Su Lian, who had lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "This must be right, correct?" Su Lian, still looking down, replied in a voice as faint as a whisper, Luo Chen sprang to his feet, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Then I shall commence." Overcome with shyness, Su Lian found herself at a loss for words. Her head bowed, her silvery fox ears trembling involuntarily. Unable to resist the allure of those twitching ears, Luo Chen reached out, his hand brushing against them. Ah, how delightful. Just touch, but refrain from making any strange sounds. Ha ha ha. Of course, I shall be mindful. It smells so good. Do not smell. Approximately 3 minutes later, Luo Chen sat on the ground with a look of satisfaction, proclaiming, I knew this would be the best. At this moment, Su Lian's cheeks, neck, and even her arms had turned a rosy hue. Flustered, she appeared completely at a loss for what to do. After indulging in his delight, Luo Chen suddenly recalled something and inquired, By the way, sister, are you not of the Qinghu tribe? Why are your ears silver? Su Lian paused, pursing her lips as she explained. The Qinghu tribe refers to the lineage, not the color of the fur. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. After a brief silence, Su Lian stammered, It seems like I have only let you touch twice. Isn't there's supposed to be one more? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Seriousness etched on his face. Such matters cannot be indulged all at once. Do you take me for a fool? Su Lian was taken aback and shot him an indignant glare, playfully chastising. You treat this as some treasure. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly knelt before the seated Su Lian, a mysterious glint in his eye. Sister, may I truly not look at your tail? Eh? Su Lian froze, her demeanor shifting to one of panic as she shook her head vigorously. You absolutely cannot. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, an odd smile playing on his lips. Just a glance should pose no issue, right? Sister, show me. Su Lian lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Really? It is absolutely not allowed. It was evident that Su Lian was unable to resist Luo Chen's earnest pleas, especially after he sweetly called her sister and good sister. Dazed by his flattery, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before finally conceding, her voice barely audible. Then, just once. Luo Chen nodded vigorously. Yes, just once. As soon as he uttered those words, 6 enormous, fluffy, silver-white foxtails emerged from Su Lian's waist, each as large as Luo Chen himself. The sudden appearance of these tails was nothing short of spectacular. Awestruck, Luo Chen gazed at the sight before him. How beautiful! Hearing his admiration, Su Lian's face flushed crimson. And no, before she could finish her protest, Luo Chen could not help but embrace one of the silver tails, rubbing his face against its softness. Eyes squinted in bliss. It feels just as delightful as I imagined. With Luo Chen's embrace, Su Lian, still kneeling, froze entirely. Her face flushed as she glanced back at Luo Chen, who was nuzzling her tail. Tears glimmered in her enchanting eyes as she softly protested. How can you do this? It's so unfair. Chapter 82. The First Emperor, the Greatest Under Heaven. In the World Mountain, a colossal golden flying vessel led the way, accompanied by several smaller vessels, advancing majestically into the distance. Aboard this magnificent ship, 3 men and 3 women radiated a golden glow, signifying their mastery over the power of the heavenly way. They were all formidable beings of quasi-emperor status or higher. I have contacted Ji Yang of Wandange. He is willing to assist us in entering the secret realm, spoke a middle-aged man with a beard, his eyes gently opening. His pupils shone with a golden hue. This man was none other than the pure young emperor of Taiqing Lingzhou, who was on the verge of transcending to sainthood. After the pure young emperor spoke, a refined woman beside him merely closed her eyes slightly and coldly remarked, Ji Yang is cunning and untrustworthy. With our strength, we can seize what we desire without needing to unite. However, as the elegant woman finished her statement, a middle-aged man sitting opposite her opened his eyes expressionlessly. We must give some consideration to Nanqing Zhanzhou. Should we act without support and create a disturbance, other powerful factions from different regions may intervene. After this young man spoke, a boy in the corner, wielding a battle knife, grinned and directed an odd smile at the elegant woman. Foolish woman. As soon as the words of the young warrior wielding the battle knife fell, the lady, who had kept her eyes half closed, immediately opened them and turned to rebuke. Li Qiufeng, you, a mere quasi-emperor, repeatedly offend me. Do you truly believe this empress dares not to execute you? However, before she could finish her statement, Li Qiufeng grinned and retorted, Oh, the empress, how terrifying. Do you think I am incapable of killing you? Seeing the situation escalate, the most powerful pure young emperor present quickly interjected, Enough, cease the quarrel. Yet, Li Qiufeng disregarded the emperor's authority, turning to him with a smirk and declaring, And you, old man, the moment I ascend to the emperor's realm, the first thing I shall do is sever your head. The corners of the pure young emperor's mouth twitched slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and relaxed his grip. There was no way to deal with Li Qiufeng. After all, he was the prince of Taiqing Lingzhou, the next human sovereign of Taiqing Lingzhou. This was a matter declared by imperial edict, announced to the world. To act against Li Qiufeng would be to challenge the entire royal lineage of Taiqing Lingzhou. More importantly, it would involve the true immortal behind the royal family. If anything were to happen to Li Qiufeng, everyone aboard this flying vessel would be implicated. Meanwhile, a child's voice resonated from outside the vessel. Master, we have entered the territory of the southern Qingzhan state's imperial city. As the voice faded, Li Qiufeng, seated in the corner, rose and cast a cold glance at the 5 individuals around him, stating, "To remain in the same room as you despicable and contemptible people, breathing the same air, truly disgusts me. I shall not assist you in this matter. When it concludes, I shall return." With that, Li Qiufeng pushed open the door of the flying vessel, intending to leave. However, at the threshold, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back, regarding the 5 individuals with a peculiar, manic smile, and said, "My old man is nearing his end. Hurry up. If he dies before you ascend to the divine realm or remain in Taiqing Lingzhou, my first act as the human sovereign will be to slay you." Li Qiufeng's words incited a furious response from the 5 in the room, with the Puryong emperor unable to contain his wrath, exclaiming, "Taiqing Lingzhou's current status is thanks to us, you scoundrel." Yet, Li Qiufeng ignored their protests, stepping into the air and departing, leaving behind the declaration, "I, Li Qiufeng, keep my word." Li Qiufeng's exit left the 5 individuals exchanging glances, contemplating the potential of this audacious youth. Regret washed over them. They should not have shown leniency in the past. Ultimately, Li Qiufeng landed amidst the mountains outside the imperial city. The weight of his melancholy, frustration, and agitation rendered everything around him displeasing. Gazing at the endless mountain range, he felt compelled to draw his sword and cleave through it all. Just as he prepared to do so, he paused, sensing someone ahead. At that moment, Luo Chen and Su Lian were seated together, with Luo Chen resting against Su Lian. They were not alone. Gu Qingwan and Ling Lan were also present. The two had passed by when Luo Chen spotted them and invited them over. Su Lian's tail, of course, had long since been retracted, and her cheeks were still flushed. "Why are you out here instead of studying at the academy?" Luo Chen asked, frowning at Ling Lan. His fatherly demeanor was somewhat intimidating. Ling Lan, aware that her master was intent on sending her to the academy due to this very man, hid behind Gu Qingwan, fearfully responding, I had no classes this morning, so I asked my master to let me come out and play. I'll return for afternoon classes." She then tugged at Gu Qingwan's hand. Coming to her senses, Gu Qingwan nodded slightly, affirming, "It's true." Hearing this, Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." He then beckoned Ling Lan, saying, "Come, sit down. You will be the human sovereign one day, and a human sovereign must study diligently. You bear not only your own destiny, but that of countless beings in southern Qingzhan state. Do you understand?" Ling Lan nodded repeatedly. I understand. Luo Chen responded, "From your expression, it's clear you do not." After a moment's thought, he raised an eyebrow. "Shall I tell you the story of the first emperor?" Ling Lan clearly did not wish to listen, but fearing Luo Chen's authority, she ultimately complied and sat quietly beside him. Luo Chen, indifferent to her reluctance, recalled how, as a child, he too had resisted eating bell peppers, yet his parents had insisted. At this time, Gu Qingwan cast a glance at a massive stone in the distance and decided to sit beside Ling Lan. Luo Chen then began to narrate the tale of the first emperor, his voice vivid and impassioned. Even the shy Su Lian found herself captivated, her shyness dissipating as she listened intently. In the end, as Luo Chen concluded the tale, Ling Lan's cheeks flushed adorably. Clearly excited by the story of the first emperor's unification of the world and standardization of laws. Observing her enthusiasm, Luo Chen grinned. "So what do you think? Was the first emperor impressive?" Ling Lan nodded vigorously, about to speak, when suddenly a voice emerged from behind the stone, filled with excitement. "The first emperor. Number 1 under heaven." Chapter 83. What on earth are you doing? Hearing this voice, Luo Chen looked bewildered at the massive stone behind him. There stood Li Qiufeng, one hand raised with a slender battle knife, the other clenched into a fist, shouting with fervor. Neither Gu Qingwan nor Su Lian seemed surprised by Li Qiufeng's sudden appearance. In fact, they had sensed his arrival the moment he descended. Even Ling Lan had noticed, as Li Qiufeng made no effort to conceal his spiritual energy. However, the strongest among them, Gu Qingwan, chose to remain silent, and the rest followed suit. As for Gu Qingwan's silence, it stemmed from her indifference. Luo Chen, however, was completely oblivious. Looking at the back of Li Qiufeng, he was puzzled. Who is this? What does he want? Coming back to reality, Li Qiufeng gazed at Luo Chen with admiration, asking, "Sir, are you from the legendary dragon soaring 9 states?" In truth, Luo Chen had slightly altered the story of the first emperor. It was necessary, for in this realm of cultivation, recounting tales of battles involving hundreds of thousands would not engage these individuals seriously. In the region of Nanqing Zhanzhou, conflicts between tens of thousands of individuals essentially equate to a colossal confrontation between two great cities. The populace may ponder, is it merely 6 cities clashing? What significance does that hold? When viewed from a different perspective, it mirrors the Warring States period of Yamamoto Isoroku. The mere mention of the Warring States evokes a sense of grandeur, prompting individuals to envision their own equivalent era of strife. However, upon consideration of the numbers and scale, it becomes evident that this is akin to villagers from a handful of hamlets engaging in a brawl. While this may be a slight exaggeration, the essence remains intact. Thus, Luo Chen made minor adjustments, weaving tales of the first emperor riding the 9 dragons, employing celestial techniques to vanquish foes, and the Qin Empire sweeping across the 8 corners of the world, burning the heavens and boiling the seas, all to convey an image of magnificence. From the perspective of these individuals, it was as if Nanqing Zhanzhou had birthed a superlative emperor, conquering all known continents. Thus far, this narrative proved effective, leaving the audience in a state of rapt attention. Li Qiufeng interjected a question, snapping Luo Chen back to reality. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Taken aback, Li Qiufeng quickly introduced himself. "I am Li Qiufeng, hailing from Taiqing Lingzhou." After this introduction, Li Qiufeng noticed the peculiar expressions on Luo Chen and his companions' faces, prompting him to clarify, "Please, do not misunderstand. I am not like those others. I will absolutely not participate in their affairs." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "If you are not involved with them, what brings you to Nanqing Zhanzhou?" To this, Li Qiufeng shrugged helplessly. "My father insisted I come. I had no choice but to follow. But rest assured, they are one entity, and I am another." Listening to Li Qiufeng, Luo Chen raised his brows in acknowledgement. "Oh." With that, Luo Chen chose not to further engage with Li Qiufeng, as this place was not his domain. If he wished to stay, so be it. Luo Chen then turned to the flushed Ling Lan. "What insights have you gleaned from the tale of the first emperor?" Ling Lan excitedly raised her hand, exclaiming, Me? It's all about me." Luo Chen responded, "What do you mean, me? What do you mean?" The story of the first emperor illustrates that even the formidable first emperor, the eternal sovereign, relied on the strategies of several preceding monarchs. In simpler terms, you must diligently study to attain such greatness. Jiqiong Shao, who had been silent, raised an eyebrow. "I find this connection between study and the story rather tenuous." Ling Lan vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, very tenuous. "Brother, just say I need to study hard. But I believe that to become someone like the first emperor, studying isn't necessary. Once I command the royal family, I shall conquer all 36 states below." Her earnestness was endearing, yet it sent a shiver down Luo Chen's spine. Am I inadvertently raising a war fanatic? He pondered. I intended to instill the first emperor's commanding spirit, not a chant of me. Me, it's all about me. Meanwhile, Li Qiufeng concurred. Indeed, as a leader, knowing how to utilize talent is paramount. Furthermore, the story of the first emperor does not inherently relate to diligent study, although the intention is good. Merging the two is indeed rather forced. Luo Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing it was a bit contrived. It reminded him of his childhood when his parents would always tie every lesson back to the importance of studying. That's not right. Who are you? What business do you have here? Luo Chen frowned at Li Qiufeng, who quickly recognized his previous blunder and fell silent. Disregarding Li Qiufeng, Luo Chen turned his attention back to Ling Lan. That perspective is indeed precarious. The first emperor was not as you perceive. I believe it is necessary to recount the story of the first king of the Han dynasty. The group reacted with confusion. What is the first? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The first emperor is the first king of one lineage, and what I am about to narrate pertains to the second, Emperor Wu of Han. Following this, although the audience was baffled by the concept of 1 and 2, they settled down, eager to hear Luo Chen's tale. Approximately 15 minutes later, as the story of Emperor Wu concluded, Luo Chen regarded the quiet Ling Lan with a raised eyebrow. Do you comprehend now? Emperor Wu, who traversed the 8 realms, with his greatest general, Hua Tsubing, sealing off the Wolf's Den, was a remarkable emperor. Yet, in his later years, he earned a reputation for exhausting military resources. After years of warfare, his realm was left impoverished, ultimately leading him to issue a self-reproaching edict. Before Luo Chen could finish, Ling Lan interjected with enthusiasm. So this tells me not to pursue impoverished foes, and to avoid waging war on destitute lands. That isn't the point, Luo Chen thought. But it was commendable that Ling Lan recognized the folly of waging unnecessary wars. Perhaps this could be deemed a successful lesson? However, before he could contemplate further, Ling Lan and Li Qiufeng chimed in unison. We should target wealthy territories to sustain our campaigns. Luo Chen turned to Li Qiufeng, unable to contain himself. What exactly is your role here? I am attempting to educate these children, and you are creating chaos. Li Qiufeng, now aware of his faux pas, chuckled awkwardly. I shall refrain from speaking. Please, continue your narrative. Do you have more stories? Listening to Li Qiufeng, Luo Chen glared. You either listen attentively or leave immediately. Speak another word, and I shall kick you out. Li Qiufeng responded with a peculiar expression. Teacher, you may not be able to overpower me. Yet, with this statement, Ji Qiongxiao and Su Lian spoke in unison. I can. After exchanging glances, Li Qiufeng shrank back slightly, offering an awkward smile. I was jesting. Luo Chen smirked, glancing at Ling Lan before concluding. All right, we shall pause here for today. You must not merely listen to tales. You must comprehend the underlying spirit. This evening, write a reflection of 2,000 words on the first emperor and Emperor Wu of Han. Present it to me the day after tomorrow. If I find it satisfactory, I will share the story of Emperor Yang of Sui, a truly legendary figure. Initially disheartened by the expectation of a lengthy 2,000-word reflection, Ling Lan's small face fell. However, upon hearing that there would be a story, she immediately brightened, nodding vigorously and exclaiming, All right, definitely. Once fearful of Luo Chen, Ling Lan now found herself beside him, clutching his hand and saying in a soft voice, Brother, your lessons are much more interesting than those of the old men in the academy. I want to learn from you. Luo Chen, however, quickly dismissed her request, stating, That won't do. I have my own responsibilities every day, and I can't remain at the palace indefinitely. I must return to the Yaoqi sacred land. Hearing this, Ling Lan's expression turned sorrowful as she asked, Oh, when will you leave, brother? After a moment's thought, Luo Chen replied, Perhaps in a few days when the secret realm opens, I will return. Or I may wait in the palace for them to come back. It's uncertain. Noticing Ling Lan about to plead further, Luo Chen raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Let us not dwell on this matter for now. It's still early. We should focus on learning something else. At the mention of studying, Ling Lan's mood soured once more. Just as Luo Chen was about to speak, Su Lian suddenly announced, The people from Taiching Lingzhou have arrived. Earlier, Luo Chen had seen a fleet of flying boats passing by. Recognizing the futility of his presence in such matters, he nodded slightly and said, All right, then at noon. Su Lian, smiling at Luo Chen, remarked, No need to return to cook at noon. This matter may take some time. You should focus on teaching Ling Lan here. With that, she rose and flew towards the palace, leaving Luo Chen alone with the three others. Once Su Lian departed, Luo Chen turned to Ling Lan and reassured her, Don't worry, I won't teach you textbook knowledge. Those things are for your teachers to impart. I'm not interested in that. The so-called human emperor should be well-rounded in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, and artistry. Aside from academic knowledge, do you have any hobbies? Ling Lan pouted adorably as she pondered his question. After a moment, she looked at Luo Chen and declared, I like blades, like the battle blade that he has. She pointed to the slender sword in Li Qiufeng's hand. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, Why do you like blades? With utmost seriousness, Ling Lan replied, Because my master uses this kind of blade, so I like it too. I want to be like my master. Hearing her words, Ji Qiongxiao cast a blank stare at Ling Lan before stating, I am not your master. At Ji Qiongxiao's words, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing that she seemed to deny being Ling Lan's master in the presence of others. The reason behind this eluded him. Nevertheless, Luo Chen looked at Ling Lan with a serious expression and said, What I meant was, do you have any interests or hobbies, such as music, chess, calligraphy, or painting? I excel in those areas and can teach you. Ling Lan shook her head vigorously, stating, I don't like those. I just want to be like my master. Luo Chen mused, If you like blades, then so be it. After all, Ling Lan is destined to be the human emperor. Engaging in music, chess, and painting seems rather trivial for her. Finally, Luo Chen inquired, So how are you progressing with the blade techniques you learned from your master? Ling Lan, suddenly bashful, stuck out her tongue and admitted, My master taught me a lot, but I haven't learned anything at all. Nothing at all. Luo Chen stared at her in disbelief. She certainly did not strike him as a dim-witted individual. A glance at Ji Qiongxiao seemed to provide an explanation. The techniques Ji Qiongxiao taught must be exceedingly difficult, compounded by her reticence, which likely hindered effective instruction. However, that was of little consequence. Luo Chen was proficient in blade techniques as well. In fact, he felt his blade skills surpassed even his sword skills. He had a preference for blades. as most people's primary focus was on their red-eyed forms rather than their sword spirits. After all, most importantly, the system had gifted him a manual on blade intent, which encompassed everything from the basics to advanced mastery. Regardless, he was more than capable of teaching this little girl, Ling Lan. Just as Luo Chen was about to offer his guidance, Li Qiufeng interjected, raising an eyebrow and saying, "I'll teach you blade techniques. But you must have your brother share stories of the great emperors with me. How about that? I am the strongest blade cultivator in Taiqing Lingzhou." Luo Chen responded, Ling Lan looked at Li Qiufeng with confusion, asking, "Are you stronger than my master?" Li Qiufeng, fully aware that Gu Qingwan was a true celestial being from the upper realm, had sensed her profound aura upon their arrival. Yet, despite this knowledge, he proudly declared, "Your master is a true celestial from the upper realm. In a real battle, I would surely be at a disadvantage. However, if we were to compete without spiritual power or profound insights, as mere mortals, I would not be inferior to your master. I am the Taiqing sacred body." Hearing Li Qiufeng's assertion, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, the Taiqing sacred body? What exactly is that?" Of course, such details were not of utmost importance. What mattered was the notion of competing as mortals. That was familiar territory. Chapter 85. Worthless to even a dog. After Li Qiufeng finished speaking, he looked proudly at Luo Chen and the others, declaring, "Now, you all better watch closely." Without waiting for their interest, he drew his blade and began demonstrating his techniques. A quarter of an hour later, silence reigned. Luo Chen and the others remained motionless. After finishing his display, Li Qiufeng turned around with a smug expression and asked, "So, what do you think of my techniques?" However, he was quickly taken aback. Why was there no response from the three of them? What did this mean? Could it be that his blade techniques were not impressive? For Gu Qingwan, no matter the quality of Li Qiufeng's blade techniques, she would remain unfazed. As for Ling Lan, she was utterly perplexed. And Luo Chen, it appeared that this young man spoke with a certain arrogance, typical of someone from Taiqing Lingzhou. In that moment, Li Qiufeng found himself in an awkward silence. This reaction was entirely unexpected. He had anticipated that his demonstration would elicit applause from Luo Chen and the others. Why was there no reaction whatsoever? An uncomfortable silence lingered for a good 10 seconds before Luo Chen suddenly stood up, saying, "I need to return. I still have some concerns about my ancestors and fear something might go awry." Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Gu Qingwan blinked and remarked, "We should head back as well. It's nearly noon, and after lunch, Ling Lan needs to prepare for her afternoon at the academy." Listening to Gu Qingwan's words, Luo Chen immediately said, "Perfect. Then you shall escort me back. If I were to make the journey alone, I cannot fathom how long it would take." Gu Qingwan replied affirmatively. Ultimately, Luo Chen and his companions engaged in conversation as they soared towards the imperial palace, while Li Qiufeng remained frozen in place. What about me? What does this mean? Have I been rendered invisible? What on earth does this imply? After returning to the palace, Luo Chen parted ways with Gu Qingwan and promptly sought out Gu Qingwan and Su Lian. En route, he subtly inquired about the audacity of the people from Taiqing Lingzhou and Nanjing Zhanzhou and whether Gu Qingwan would intervene. The response mirrored Luo Chen's own thoughts. She would not intervene. The celestial beings of the upper realm only concerned themselves with the royal families within their own domains. Should other sects provoke the royal family or act against its members, even if it were merely a chicken within the palace that was maliciously slain, the upper realm would take notice. If it were otherwise, they would remain indifferent. The presence of those from Taiqing Lingzhou here was not a provocation against the royal family of Nanjing Zhanzhou. Hence Gu Qingwan was neither obligated nor inclined to intervene. It seems the constraints on celestial beings from the upper realm and the lower realm are quite extensive. Not only can they not involve themselves in such matters, but they are also prohibited from meddling in internal royal affairs. For instance, if one prince were to kill another, it would be deemed an internal royal issue, and thus, they could not intervene. After consulting Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen realized that he could hardly expect her assistance in this matter. Of course, why would he expect anything from her? She owed him nothing. His assistance to Gu Qingwan was merely to delay the ascension of the King of Peace, a collaboration where neither party was indebted to the other. Parting with Gu Qingwan, Luo Chen sought out Gu Qingwan and Su Lian, who were currently deliberating in the Royal Dragon Garden. Along the way, he encountered a familiar face, Li Qiufeng, who had returned alongside him. Upon seeing Li Qiufeng, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you also heading to the Royal Dragon Garden?" Li Qiufeng nodded vigorously, yet he felt an undercurrent of dissatisfaction with his impressive swordsmanship. He had anticipated that Luo Chen would exclaim in awe and kneel to request teachings. Instead, Luo Chen merely glanced at him before turning away. What did this mean? Did Luo Chen look down upon him? Consequently, Li Qiufeng directly asked, "What do you think of my sword technique from earlier?" Luo Chen, preoccupied and making his way briskly to the royal dragon garden, replied with a neutral expression, quite impressive." Li Qiufeng retorted, "That hardly sounds like a compliment." Gritting his teeth, Li Qiufeng continued, "By your demeanor, it seems you have some knowledge of sword techniques as well." Luo Chen replied, "I know a bit, but nothing compared to your prowess." Li Qiufeng clenched his teeth. Young men should learn humility and not be prideful of their talents. Although I am not much older, given your youthful appearance, I can still consider myself a senior. If you wish to learn sword techniques, I shall teach you well. However, as a condition, you must share your stories about the emperor. Before Li Qiufeng could finish, Luo Chen interjected, "All right, next time, next time." Having spotted the entrance to the royal dragon garden, he hurriedly made his way over. Li Qiufeng stood there, perplexed. What was the issue? If Luo Chen also practiced sword techniques, why did he remain unmoved upon witnessing his skills? It made no sense. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qiufeng concluded that Luo Chen likely knew nothing of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had entered the royal dragon garden, which served as the imperial garden, adorned with picturesque landscapes. Inside, Gu Qingwan, Su Liyan, and many others gathered in the expansive arena. There were numerous attendees, many of whom Luo Chen did not recognize. He glanced around and noticed Ji Yang was also present, albeit seated on the opposite side. Upon Luo Chen's entrance, everyone took notice, though the individuals from Taiching Lingzhou merely cast a cursory glance before returning to their discussions. In contrast, Su Liyan and Gu Qingwan immediately turned to Luo Chen, offering warm smiles and gesturing for him to sit between them. This scene did not escape Ji Yang's observation, causing him to nearly grind his teeth in frustration. At that moment, a regal and elegant woman spoke coldly. "If you all agree, I shall present the upper volume of the Nanming Heart Sutra from Donghua Palace to the esteemed members of Nanjing Zhanzhou." Upon her declaration, many from Nanjing Zhanzhou paused in astonishment. The Taiching Lingzhou was making a grand gesture. Indeed, the Donghua Empress was generous enough to offer the Nanming Heart Sutra. Even Gu Qingwan felt a shiver upon hearing its name. This tome was reputed to be one of the 10 legendary heart methods, even surpassing her own Yaoqi heart method. However, the more extravagant the display from Taiching Lingzhou, the more it underscored the extraordinary treasures within the sacred secret realm. While Gu Qingwan could maintain her composure, the surrounding members from Nanjing Zhanzhou were on the verge of losing their restraint. Nanming Heart Sutra, a worthless item, what is there to flaunt? Chapter 86. Dear friends, such a method is hardly worthy of practice. Luo Chen's thoughts suddenly echoed in Gu Qingwan's mind. She shuddered, wondering why this scoundrel would utter such words. The lower realm is vast, comprising 36 great continents. Although one can traverse among them freely, for many, including emperors, merely comprehending their own continent within a lifetime is a monumental achievement. To elucidate further, each continent essentially represents a world. The power of the Nanming Heart Sutra is widely recognized throughout the lower realm. This fact is indisputable. The Nanming Heart Sutra is merely a fabrication. With its myriad flaws, how can it be deemed one of the 10 heart methods? Those who practice the Nanming Heart Sutra effectively block all paths in their cultivation, leaving only a singular route. How can such a heart method be ranked among the top 10? Moreover, the essence of the Nanming Heart Sutra is to eradicate emotions and desires. Without such sentiments, how can one comprehend the heavenly principles? Luo Chen's thoughts resonated in Gu Qingwan's ears, leaving her in utter shock. Was the Nanming Heart Sutra truly like this? This was information Gu Qingwan had been entirely unaware of. The 10 heart methods are shrouded in mystery, and such precious items are seldom shared with outsiders. Only true practitioners possess the knowledge. If what this scoundrel Luo Chen claimed held any truth, then the Nanming Heart Sutra was not merely overrated. It would indeed be inferior to rubbish. If one were to cultivate the Nanming Heart Sutra at the emperor level, would that not mean they would be unable to comprehend the Tao throughout their entire lifetime? Without the ability to grasp the Tao, one could never transcend from the mortal realm to the sacred. Filled with astonishment, Gu Qingwan gazed at Luo Chen, who sat silently beside her. The question arises, how does this little rascal know about the Southern Ming Heart Sutra? As for Luo Chen, his knowledge stems from a long-ago task assigned by the system, after which he received a tome titled Encyclopedia of the Lower Realm. This volume, thick and unwieldy, contained descriptions of the top 10 techniques and various other topics. However, Luo Chen only perused it for a few days before losing interest. As he was indulging in a carefree life at the Yaoqi sacred land, living like a pig, eating and sleeping without a care, it seemed unnecessary to delve into such matters when he could simply consult the book whenever curiosity struck. Nevertheless, he did remember the Southern Ming Heart Sutra. as it was the least formidable among the 10 heart techniques. At that moment, Gu Qingwan was deep in thought, while the people of Nanqing Zhanzhou murmured amongst themselves. A significant number of representatives from the strongest sects had gathered. Almost all top-tier sects were present. This assembly was on the verge of turning its allegiance to Taiqing Lingzhou, primarily because of the latter's extravagant offerings. For the other sects, participation in the sacred secret realm was out of the question. Only the 5 strongest sects from Nanqing Zhanzhou would gain entry. For those top-tier sects with no ties to the secret realm, it was only logical to covet Taiqing Lingzhou's provisions. After all, they were being offered without any effort on their part. Despite the embarrassment it might entail, the benefits were tangible. The Southern Ming Heart Sutra, albeit only the first volume, promised a staggering enhancement in power for those who mastered it. Observing the conspiratorial whispers and the near surrender of those around her, Gu Qingwan hesitated no longer. She spoke coldly. The Southern Ming Heart Sutra should not be brought forth. It is merely a harmful thing. Upon her utterance, the atmosphere erupted with shock. Everyone stared at Gu Qingwan in disbelief. Had the Empress of Yaoqi lost her mind? Such words were utterly outrageous. Su Lian, standing nearby, also gazed at Gu Qingwan in astonishment. However, Gu Qingwan paid no heed to their reactions and instead rephrased Luo Chen's earlier thoughts, presenting them as her own. After her declaration, regardless of the audience's astonishment, Luo Chen was taken aback. Is this old woman truly this formidable? How does she know this? Truly, she is a remarkable being who has lived for so long. Hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth. What did he mean by old monster? Why was it acceptable for Su Lian to address him as sister? Yet she was labeled an old woman or old monster. At that moment, the elegant lady, regaining her composure, retorted angrily. Has the Emperor of Nanqing Zhanzhou sunk to such depths of ignorance that you would so insult one of the top 10 heart techniques, the Southern Ming Heart Sutra? Gu Qingwan, kneeling beside Luo Chen, replied icily, you know better than anyone whether that is true. I ask you, how long until you transcend the mortal realm and enter the sacred domain? Gu Qingwan had already contemplated the true nature of the Southern Ming Heart Sutra. It was possible that Luo Chen's assessment was correct. She was aware of some details regarding the Empress of Donghua. As her words lingered in the air, the Empress of Donghua stood frozen, an incredulous expression crossing her face. She reflected on her own journey, having entered the imperial realm merely 2,000 years after the pure Yang Emperor, yet now he had already stepped into the half-transcendent state. Meanwhile, she found herself lagging behind the Shishan Emperor, who had begun his journey 3,000 years later. Could it truly be connected to the Southern Ming Heart Sutra? In that instant, the Empress of Donghua's resolve wavered. However, at that moment, the booming voice of the pure Yang Emperor interrupted, attempting to soothe her. Understanding the way of heaven is ultimately determined by fate. The Empress of Donghua can only lament her misfortune. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, as no one was inclined to heed such platitudes. Instead, all minds were consumed by thoughts of the Empress of Donghua's situation. How pitiful. It seems this lady has been unaware of the Southern Ming Heart Sutra all along. Hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, Gu Qingwan couldn't help but murmur a curse. Why was the Empress of Donghua referred to as a young lady, while she was labeled an old woman or a monster? Judging by appearances, was she not far younger than the Empress of Donghua? No, she must find an opportunity to compel this little rascal to amend his words. The pure Yang Emperor's attempts to comfort the Empress of Donghua proved futile, as she fell into contemplation and ceased speaking. Observing the shifting dynamics, the Shishan Emperor suddenly interjected. Let us set aside discussions of the Southern Ming Heart Sutra for now. If the esteemed individuals of Nanqing Zhanzhou agree to our entry into the secret realm, I shall offer the first volume of shadow play from the Shishan Hall. The proclamation elicited gasps from the crowd. Taiqing Lingzhou was indeed making grand gestures. However, before Luo Chen, Gu Qingwan, or Su Lian could respond, a voice rang out from behind. Friends, that thing is not to be trifled with. A figure, Li Qiufeng, casually seated behind Luo Chen and the others, had entered unnoticed. His position was not with Taiqing Lingzhou, but rather with Nanqing Zhanzhou. Previously, Luo Chen had harbored some disdain for Li Qiufeng, suspecting him to be an unsavory element from Taiqing Lingzhou, but now it appeared that even within that faction, there were those who disapproved of such behavior. Yet, was this fellow not a quasi-emperor? How could he confront 3 emperors without facing dire consequences upon returning to Taiqing Lingzhou? Li Qiufeng's sudden interruption drew the ire of the pure Yang Emperor, who could no longer contain himself. He glared at Li Qiufeng, demanding, "Do not forget your father's words." In response, Li Qiufeng flashed a grin and said, "I won't say another word. You all may continue." The pure Yang Emperor found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a short-haired woman, exuding competence, interjected, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. If you agree to my terms, I shall present you with the graceful light heart method." The graceful light heart method. This was also a top-tier heart technique. If it were not constrained by sword practitioners, it would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. At the mention of the graceful light heart method, even Li Qiufeng raised an eyebrow. It was exceptionally powerful, especially for sword practitioners. Li Qiufeng had sought this method on numerous occasions, both for himself and his father, yet had never succeeded in procuring it. Now, it was being offered freely? In that moment, Li Qiufeng found himself utterly bewildered. What treasures lay hidden within the sacred secret realm? How vexing it is to witness these individuals, consumed by envy. They have not yet entered, yet they brandish such treasures. It is evident that they possess knowledge of the secrets within this mystical realm. Alas, Li Qiufeng remains entirely oblivious. Firstly, he holds himself above such company, disinterested in any discourse with them. Secondly, these individuals are wary of Li Qiufeng when he is present. They dare not speak of anything significant. Of course, Li Qiufeng is equally disinclined to inquire. After the astute woman finished speaking, before anyone could respond, she produced several copies of the Enlightenment Heart Sutra and distributed them among the people of Nanjing Prefecture for circulation. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen felt a singular impression. This woman is remarkably clever. Rather than making empty promises, she delivers directly. Whether one finds it appealing or not, after a brief glance, a decision is made internally. It is akin to online shopping. One peruses the details and negative reviews, and any item loses its allure. When the object is at hand, affection is straightforward, like or dislike. No amount of external persuasion can alter that. It is similar to a luxury car worth millions, if it is not yours. You could enumerate 1,000 flaws, leaks, unattractive design, excessive noise, but if it were offered to you for free, would you refuse? You would embrace it, perhaps even a dozen times in a night. Luo Chen also yearned to examine the Enlightenment Heart Sutra. The grand encyclopedia extolled its virtues, containing a phrase that remains vivid in his memory. Had the Enlightenment Heart Sutra not been exclusive to sword cultivators, it would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 heart methods. It far surpasses the so-called Naming's Heart Sutra that barely scrapes the top 10. How absurd that it is circulating so far. I wish to see it too. Luo Chen craned his neck, observing as the 3 copies of the Enlightenment Heart Sutra passed from hand to hand, showing no inclination to reach him. Moreover, the pace of the distribution was excruciatingly slow. There were merely 3 copies, and when one reached a person, they would scrutinize it intently, requiring incessant prodding from those nearby before relinquishing it to the next. As this continued, Luo Chen wondered when it would finally come to him. Gu Qingwan, attuned to Luo Chen's unvoiced thoughts, raised an eyebrow and cast a glance in his direction. Then, her eyes drifted towards a copy of the Enlightenment Heart Sutra in the distance, and in the next moment, her delicate hand snatched it from another's grasp. The individual from whom it was taken initially intended to protest, but faltered upon meeting Gu Qingwan's emotionless gaze, choosing silence instead. After a cursory examination, she promptly thrust the sutra into Luo Chen's hands. Ah, the older woman truly understands me. Luo Chen rejoiced internally as he immediately opened the Heart Sutra to inspect its contents. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan felt an urge to pinch Luo Chen's ear, but reconsidered. Mindful of the many onlookers, the people of Ta Qingling Prefecture, observing the manner in which the Nanjing Prefecture crowd circulated the Enlightenment Heart Sutra, could not suppress their victorious smiles. Indeed, it truly lives up to its reputation, they murmured. It is astonishingly profound, deserving of its acclaim. It is genuinely formidable. Yet, one could not help but ponder, what treasures lie within that mystical realm that would warrant the distribution of the Enlightenment Heart Sutra? Could they recover their investment? After all, it is not as though the secret realm is strewn with treasures upon entry. If they were to find nothing valuable, then giving away the Enlightenment Heart Sutra so freely would indeed be a grievous loss. Gu Qingwan remained attentive to Luo Chen's unspoken thoughts, hoping to glean insights akin to those from the Naming's Heart Sutra. However, she found only his admiration for the Enlightenment Heart Sutra. It was understandable, given its undeniable prowess. This little rascal seemed to possess an impressive breadth of knowledge: alchemy, weapon forging, healing, sword cultivation, and formations. There appeared to be little he did not comprehend. Moreover, he did not merely understand. He excelled in each discipline, a master of the highest caliber. Merely his expertise in sword cultivation was enough to leave Gu Qingwan in awe. Perhaps he could not be proficient in every field, otherwise it would be quite extraordinary. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed many from Nanjing Prefecture were likely to be swayed. Although the Enlightenment Heart Sutra is tailored for sword cultivators, The sheer number of sword practitioners is overwhelming. As Gu Qingwan pondered, she mused, nevertheless, it pales in comparison to the heart method I casually devised for sword cultivators. I must not be too arrogant. This is merely the first volume. There are still the middle and lower volumes, which may very well be exceptional. Yet, speaking only of this first volume, it falls significantly short.